seconds and counting. We are still going to about 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report a close go, 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Aloha and welcome to the 2025 Ironman World Championship on the beautiful Big Island of Hawaii. We are all set for our body marking show this morning. I am Greg Welsh, joined in studio right now by Laura Sidal and Marinda Carfrey from Australia will be bringing us all the reporting down there at the body marking show as we're just about to welcome all of our pro athletes through body marking. Fenella Langridge, she'll be down in transition with some reporting, as well as Daniela Reef will be on the boat with Fenella coming up at 6:25 this morning. But Sid, welcome back to the island. This is our last time that we'll be seeing the women in their own gender race here before in 2026 we'll be rejoined by the men for a great day of racing.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back here for this Women's Day. Happy to be in the studio, bringing the body marking show to everyone and just being able to celebrate the fantastic women that are out there, the pros and the age groups alike. It's going to be an amazing day.
4:30 local time, HST right here, and it's also over on the East Coast, 10:30. So we're excited to tell you, well, if you're on the East Coast, you can sleep in a little bit more and get up in a couple of hours and still catch a show. We've got a live show happening all day today. Over 1,600 women from 78 countries, regions, and territories from around the world will be represented today, and over 400 of those will be from the United States of America. Second there is Germany, Australia, Canada, France, and the UK. So world representation again, Sid, awesome.
I know, and over 50 professional women as well on this start line. We've got lots of athletes that are in for the top 10 in the Ironman Pro Series. We'll come on to that. But yeah, some great racing ahead.
Athletes just about to come on in there. They get a little rev up in the morning. Scott Daru, the CEO of Ironman, goes down there and gives a little speech and thanks the volunteers before all the athletes come on through and heading over to Marinda Carfrey. But reigning Ironman world champion Laura Philipp of Germany headlines a blockbuster women's professional field here. It also features two additional Ironman world champions, that being Lucy Charles-Barclay of Great Britain and American Chelsea Sodaro. And Chelsea coming into a little bit of late form at this part of the year, which is the right time.
Exactly. She sort of validated her slot at the last race in the qualifying period, but I know has had a great 8-week block leading into Kona. She's won here before. She's been on the podium as well at the World Champs. She knows how to race on the big day. Lucy
Charles-Barclay, the 2023 winner, has had a great training block and winning her last couple of races as well, but overtraining in Lanzarote with Marjolaine Pierre from France. So look out for Marjolaine as well. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, can she do it solo again?
Oh, I mean, I think Lucy, that's how she likes to race, and obviously she's had that win in 2023. She'll be wanting to defend her Kona title, but get her World Championship title back as well.
Up over 2 minutes on Hayley Chura and Lauren Brandon out of the swim 2 years ago. Let's see if she can do it again, or will she be joined by Taylor Knibb or somebody else? But it is going to be a great day. The Ironman World Championship will offer maximum of 6,000 very important Ironman Pro Series points for the winner. The total event prize purse are $375,000, and the winner taking home $125K.
I know, not a bad day's work, is it, for the athletes? And obviously, yeah, titles on the line, but also valuable points for that pro series where every second matters.
Yeah, I reckon it's more than one day's earnings. I think it's around about 6 months of training and getting themselves in the position that they can win. But, yep, the Ironman World Championship in 2025 is going to be great. We will go through the pro introductions in our show coming up after 6 o'clock this morning when we get our real show underway. The body marking is just about to happen. Marinda Carfrae down there all set to catch all the athletes, people of interest coming through and have a little bit of a nervous chat. So, Sid, just go through, what it takes to get to this point.
Yeah, this has been weeks, months, for some athletes, years to get here. All the training for a lot of them has been focused on this day. We've had a couple of weeks here and, a lot of athletes get out here to Kona a couple of weeks in advance. We've had a fantastic week already. But, yeah, all the eyes from the athletes have been on this one day. So there's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of excitement. I think chatting to some of the pros, seeing them around town the last week, they've been remarkably relaxed, which has been amazing to see. I think everyone's just super excited to get out there and race.
On Tuesday, we had the Ironman Parade of Nations, and I got to witness it firsthand. And it's really incredible because I see a sense of, just women coming together and, really supporting one another. And the very first country that walks, it's in alphabetical order, obviously, and it's Argentina. Then it goes Australia and then Brazil. Well, talk about...
They brought the party,
starting
didn't they?
with a bang. I mean, goodness me, the energy that was, rocking and rolling there it was just second to none. So it's just great to see all of our ladies coming back, to the Big Island and having their day today. Headlining the field is Ironman reigning world champion Laura Phillip, who will wear the number 1 bib for the first time in the Ironman World Championship race. And her sensational victory in Nice last year was all the sweeter after finishing a 3rd and 2 4th places in a previous Ironman World Championship attempt. So she is looking forward to a great race. And I saw her checking in a bike yesterday. She looks fit and ready to go. Yeah,
I think she's kept a little bit more out the limelight this week, but I know she's in a great place. She had some good races at the beginning of the year. She'll obviously she won that title in Nice last year, which was fantastic. I know she'll be wanting to win on the Big Island here in Kona as well.
The season thus far for the German, she is perfect, undefeated in 2025, and she looks to have another great day right here today. But when she turned up in Hamburg this year, an 8:03:13, Sid.
What a race that
was.
What
does it take to get to that time?
I know, that was an incredible race. We had Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, and Solveig Lofseth as well in that race. It was an absolutely fantastic race, and I really think it was sent a message to say the women's racing has stepped up another level, and it's the likes of Laura and Kat and Taylor and the other favourites we'll mention as well that are really taking that to each other.
Kat Matthews was Phillip's closest challenger that day in Hamburg, and she was last year at Nice. She was second, notching another runner-up finish in the Ironman World Championship race after also finishing second when the race was held in St. George. So two different courses, two very different courses for the same results.
That's right. Kat's had fantastic results at the World Championships and 70.3 World Championships, but both the Ironman World Championships when they weren't in Kona, so in St. George and in Nice. So this will be 3rd time lucky here in Kona for Kat. I know this has been the focus for her for this year and many years, so I think she's going to really have a good day.
An incredible year for Kat Matthews in 2024 when she took the title of Ironman Pro Series champion, and the check of $200,000 that went with that too is also very sweet. Her husband Mark was jumping for joy, of course. There we see wearing the number 1 today. Well, that's not going to take up too much space on the arm there, Sid.
No, that's right. And I think something that's special to mention about the World Championships here in Kona is this body marking ritual where the volunteers put the numbers on the pros. It's very unique to the World Championships.
I actually know that volunteer, that's Susan, and she's getting to the forearm of, giving her a little bit of a forearm massage as well, so that might feel good for Laura. But Laura looks great today, looks like she's got great energy, skin colour's fantastic, just lean. She is a great machine. She can bike like nothing else. She was the fastest rider in Nice last year, 3rd fastest bike split to Lucy Charles Barclay and Taylor Knibb when it was here in 2023, and then set that blistering run under 250 in Nice to take Kat Matthews down by almost 7 minutes. So looking forward to seeing the strong German getting out there and doing her thing again today. Chelsea Sodaro, she's competing again this year and in 2024 at the Ironman World Championship. She was third place and a podium finisher. She became the first American woman to win the Ironman World Championship since 1996. Can she get the job done again today?
Look, I think she'll have a tough day, but she's won here before. She's a big day performer. She was third. I think we have to remember she was third. She was on the podium at the World Championships in Nice last year. Don't write her off would be my message.
Then wearing number 5 is going to be Lucy Charles-Barclay, and it's just incredible to, see this young lady go through, her career. She was a second place finisher a few times here at the Ironman World Championship, and we all thought, well, is it ever going to happen? Well, it did in 2023. She came here as an age grouper, won the age group World Championship and turned pro straight away, and we know that Lucy is one of a kind. She can swim like nobody else here. She gets out on the bike. She sets the pace, a fierce pace that everybody else is going to have to pay attention to, because if she is out of sight, out of mind, that could spell disaster for the rest of them. But she's here to race and win what she did in 2023. So now we're going to go down to Miranda Carfrey, who's standing by in the interview spot in body marking.
Thanks so much, Greg and Sid. We have reigning Ironman world champion Laura Phillip. Laura, you've done this race many times before. What are the feelings here this morning?
Yeah, it's a very special feeling to come here to race finally. I waited all week. It's got a little bit long. So this will feel like a relief to start today. And it's actually raining at the moment and quite nice and cold, I would say. So I've never experienced that on race day. So that's pretty interesting. But other than that, I'm feeling the magic of the island. Last evening, the sunset, I really soaked in the last energy and hope it will help me today.
No doubt it'll help you. And Laura, number 1 today, getting that number put on, does that give you confidence? Does that give you extra pressure? Or, what does that feel like?
It's a moment I dreamed about all the year long. It feels really special to wear bib number 1, and I'm extremely proud, and I feel it will give me some kind of wings, because I'm so proud that I can wear this number, because this means I have already achieved something, and hopefully I can use it as fuel today.
All right, well, best of luck out there today. We can't wait to follow along all day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we have Jackie Herring rolling in. I'll step across. Hello. Yeah, everyone needs a hug on race morning. Jackie, 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, since you've raced here. What does it feel like now? You're a completely different person. Mom now. So many accolades and performances over the past 10 years. What does it feel like coming into Kona as a mom now, I guess?
Yeah. It feels pretty good. Honestly, it's really cool to be here and just be with these other ladies and really take the time to appreciate the whole journey and getting to chat with people like you that I've looked up to, and I was here in those years when you were winning, and just to see the sport growing so much and still be a part of it is really neat.
Awesome. And is there an overwhelming thought thought that you're trying to tell yourself this morning right before the race?
I think for me, I'm just trying to take it all in, and I really do best when I just keep it positive and really race and try to have fun and focus on just the joy of it, and that I do actually enjoy this. So trying to bust out, not think about the nerves and just focus on having fun with it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Have the best race out there, Jackie. Welcome. We have Taylor Nibb here rolling in to the body marking show. Great to see you this morning. How are the vibes? How are the feeling? Well, I guess the question I really want to ask you is, second time here in Kona. No longer a rookie here.
Oh, I feel like I still am in a lot of ways, though. I don't remember a lot of that race.
True. So, but is it different? Like the week going in, you've been here before, you know kind of what to expect on race day. Is it feel different or just the same as your first time?
Well, it feels different because I think I know a little bit of what's ahead of me, so maybe I'm even more nervous. But at the same time, I'm very excited. So can you tell I'm nervous?
I'm nervous too. I'm nervous for all of you ladies. I know exactly how that feels. I do not envy you. But what I do want to say is there, I know you have like mantras and thoughts and themes that you tell yourself going into races. What is that overwhelming feeling or thought right now?
Well, it's joy.
I love it. All right, with that, we'll let you go. Have the best race today, Taylor. We're going to throw it back to the studio, and we'll see who else comes through in moments.
All right, thank you very much, Rinny. What a great way to get underway in the body marking show right now. There's Dave Gonzalez. He's a long-time volunteer as well. And Jackie Herring, happy birthday. And Taylor Nibb, yeah, you look a little bit nervous, Sid. I just see that with a bit. How quirky and funny is Taylor Nibb, and what I do for her cup of coffee right now.
I know, I was just looking at that cup of coffee with quite a lot of envy. We should put a public service announcement out for anyone passing the studio. Yeah, I mean, what a day to start with Laura. She looks so relaxed, so happy down there. I think, you know, having that title behind her last year, it is amazing. And she comes here, like she said, her heart's full. Jackie, first time back here, I think in 11 years.
10 years.
10 years since she's been racing too. The last time she raced here in Kona, so yeah.
Yeah, and good to see Holly Lawrence, the 2016 Ironman 70.3 world champion from Mooloolaba in Queensland, Northern Australia there. So Holly there now has a little one, and we love the idea that she's coming here for the first time. So let's go down to Marinda Carfrae, standing by with Austria's Lisa Perderer.
Thanks so much, Greg. Yes, I'm here with Lisa Perderer. You're a name that's been thrown around by a lot of the pros, a lot of the keen fans. You've had a phenomenal year and can race really well in the heat, but you're a rookie here. So what are your vibes going into this morning?
I'm very excited to go out there, and I mean, I'm nervous. Like, it's a special race, especially now in the morning. Like, the nerves are high, and all I want is just to have a good day out, yeah.
And so everybody wants to have a good day out. That's all you want. Yeah, are you having high expectations going into this race, or is it just, I just want to have a good race and see where that lands me?
I mean, I had a good season so far, and if I continue what I did this year, it would be great. I'm in the World Championship racing against the best and the best. So, I mean, top 10 would be great. If it's better, it's better. So, let's see if I can surprise myself out there today.
All right, well, best of luck. I'll let you go get to your bike, and best of luck today. Have a great race. I'll toss it back to you guys, Greg, in the studio. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rinny. Sid, we can talk about Lisa Perderer. She's a great athlete and also one of the dark horses, I would say.
She is, and also, though, she's had a great year this year. She loves the heat. She's been smiling all week. She's got her lucky ladybug buff that she always wears. But she's also performed on the biggest stage. So she's been to 3 Olympics. She's qualified for 4. She's been in the water with 50-odd women before. She knows what it's like to be on a big race.
All right, let's go down to Marinda Carfrae, standing by with Holly Lawrence, the 2016 Ironman 70.3 world champion.
Thanks, Walshy. I'm here with Holly Lawrence. New mum, and Poppy was just 1 last week. How are the vibes going into today's race, being a rookie?
Yeah, I mean, I have so much respect for this race. I've watched it for so many years from the TV, like with so much like awe and like really no kind of idea of how it pans out, because you see people like leading the race and they're walking, people are going home in ambulances, like it's pretty crazy. And so like I obviously have a lot of respect for the race, and like I feel like being patient, looking after yourself, racing within yourself is probably the key. And like I'm such a newbie at full Ironman distance, so I'm here just to learn. And so we'll see. I mean, I just want a good mental day. I feel like the mental aspect is so big, of like staying present, staying in the moment, not thinking ahead, not panicking, and like I kind of struggle with that in my first and only Ironman that I did. So like, I just want to be like a little bit better and like just really see what it's all about. And I've got no real expectations. I just want to have a good mental day. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Holly. I won't hold you any longer. We're going to bring some of the other women in. Have the best day. Good luck. And we have Danielle Lewis coming in to the studio here. Danielle Lewis, you've raced here before. You know what to expect somewhat. What is the overwhelming feeling or vibe here this morning for you?
Yeah, it feels really great here, and I have raced most of the course here. 2023, unfortunately, I had some health stuff and had to step off course. So today I'm really looking forward to running past that point and running strong to the finish line.
And is there an overwhelming thought or feeling that you're telling yourself right now this morning?
I am just looking forward to getting out there and swim, bike, running, and doing what we love doing. I'm just so thankful to be around the triathlon community. I love the people that are part of it, the people that are going to be on course cheering for us. Yeah, it's just a really good feeling being here, and we get to celebrate all the hard work we've put in to be here.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you go. Good luck today. Have the best race and make it to that finish line.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take it back to the studio. Thanks, Greg.
All right, thank you, Rini. Always good to see our athletes coming through. And Danielle Lewis, interesting athlete there. In 2008, qualified for the Olympic trials in the 3,000-metre steeplechase too. Comes from a running background, went to Baylor University. So did my daughter. Go, Sikkim Bears. And as we see a lot of other athletes coming through right now, we saw Chelsea Sodaro just a moment ago there, Sid, and looked pretty nervous.
She did look quite nervous, yeah, but, you know, she's got high expectations and high standards for herself. And I think often athletes can be nervous if they know they've had a good block of training because they're sort of excited about what can be done. And on screen now, we talked about our dark horse of Lisa Perter. I think this is another dark horse we have on here with Norwegian Solveig Lofseth. Obviously, we saw in Nice, the Norwegian boys did a clean sweep, and Solveig is certainly coming in with a chance of the podium. She was third in Hamburg behind Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews in that incredible race. I think the fastest Ironman on debut by Solveig. She's run a 2:46 in both her Ironman races that she's done so far. And like Lisa, she raced at the Olympics. She's used to this big stage. Obviously new to Ironman, but still a big day performer.
A lot of the athletes, you know, coming out of the Olympic distance, but we'll get back to that, talk a little bit about how that, you know, really relates to how they are in Ironman. But we're going to go down to Rini right now, who's standing by with your dark horse there. Solveig Lofseth. Rini?
Minute. Thanks, guys. I have Solveig Lofseth here in studio with me. Fastest debut Ironman this year, one Ironman Lake Placid, but you're a rookie here in Kona. Is the hype living up to what you thought it would be?
Yeah, for sure. It's just so many people involved and just, never experienced this much hype around the race before, so it's really cool to be a part of.
And any final thoughts or any things that you're thinking about right now or telling yourself as you go through the morning motions?
No, not really. I don't feel like I have, it hasn't really sunk in that it's race day yet, I think. So I'm surprisingly calm so far, so maybe it hits soon.
It might be the calm before the storm. Solveig Lofseth, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you out there. Good luck. Sending it back to you guys in the studio, Greg and Laura.
All right, thanks, Rini. Just good to see down there right now. Scott, look at him. He's just getting right in there, our CEO right now, Scott Ledoux, and just having a good old chat with our athletes as well. He loves to get right in the thick of things.
He does. He's been in all the events and activities all week. He's almost like a hype man for all the athletes, been getting everyone charging up and ready, and that was him chatting to Anne Reichman, who's... It's actually her first time in Kona. I feel she's been around at World Championships for a long time, but she's a rookie here as well.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the point series, because she's right in the point series, as well as Jackie Herring, who's celebrating her birthday today. But Kat Matthews out there in the lead as well. So we're going to have a good, end of the season. We're at the second last race of the, the point scoring. So.
Yeah, I think Kat's relatively set up to take the win, but what is really excited is like that second, third through to 10th is really, really close with the athletes in the Pro Series.
All right, for the very first time today, let's head down to transition. Catch up with Fenella Langridge, who's standing by with the 2022 champion.
Hey Chelsea, it's so good to see you back on the island, looking so happy and so fit. How is your morning been so far?
So great to see you here too. The butterflies have showed up for me, so I'm, ready to get this thing started.
They say that if you don't have nerves, it doesn't mean anything to you. So what does the island mean to you?
Yeah, I love racing here. It's such a magical place, and to do it with these amazing women is a dream come true.
You were here supporting women for women, and what are the few words that you're going to say into your head that are going to get you through to lean into this race to finish strong?
Yes, yes, yes.
That's so excited. I'm so excited for you. You go do your thing, get your bike ready, and have an amazing day out there. You look fabulous. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. Good to see her down there as well, finishing 6th place. Last time out herself. She's be joining Daniela Reef in the boat here coming up pretty soon to give us a eagle-eye look at what's happening in the water today. That is Marjolaine Pierre from France. She lives in Nice. She trains in Nice, and last year she finished 4th. Today, she's been training with Lucy Charles-Barclay. I think this young lady at 25 years of age is going to be a superstar of our sport.
I think she is. I think she has a really bright future ahead of her. I think at the moment with her racing, she's a little bit unpredictable, I think, on what athlete we're going to get, but she did have a fantastic race in Nice. She's incredibly talented, and I'm sure she's been soaking up all of Lucy's knowledge around this course.
Yeah, it's good for Lucy to have someone, like that training with her. Lucy normally, trains with husband Reese Barclay as well. So let's go back down to Rennie, who's standing by with Marjolaine Pierre.
Thanks so much, Welsie. I am here with Marjolaine Pierre, a 4th place finish last year in Nice, but you're a rookie here in Kona. How does it feel? Is the hype living up to the expectations?
Oh yeah, really, it's a huge event here. Everybody is so nice with you when you race here, and there is a huge vibe, and I can't wait, but I'm also super stressful about this day.
Yeah, it's very normal to be stressed to this day. I feel stressed for you. Any thoughts or overwhelming things that you're telling yourself right now as we go into the start?
I try to convince myself. I train every day for this day, and I hope, and that's why I'm stressful, because I hope every training gonna shine today, and I try to just stay focused. Tonight is gonna be over, so you need to enjoy every moment.
Absolutely. We'll go out there and enjoy every moment, and then get a great meal tonight, all right? Yes. Have a good race, Marjolaine. Thank you. And we're going to send it back to the studio. Thanks, Welshie.
All right, merci there, Marjolaine, and bon chance today. Good luck to you. I just think that she's an awesome young lady that really is going places. She's trained very, very well to get ready for this World Championship, but her attitude really strikes me as something that is very positive.
Yeah, I think she's had a rough couple of years with injuries, a lot around stress fractures, but she really seems to be in a good place now. I think she's resolved all those health issues. She's training with Lucy Charles-Barclay. Reese Barclay's her coach. She is just in a fantastic place, and like you said, I think she has a very, very bright future ahead.
All right, now we're looking at 5 o'clock. So transition now has been open for 30 minutes. Marinda Carfrey, our 3-time Ironman world champion, has been capturing all the reporting down there, talking to a lot of our race favourites down there. We have not seen Lucy Charles-Barclay come through at the moment, but we've got our age groupers streaming through right now. Everybody's getting tatted up at this point in time, but just like that, she's right on time, isn't she? She knows when to turn up.
She knew it.
Okay, let's go to Rennie with Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Thanks, you guys. I'm down with Lucy Charles-Barclay, the last victor here in Kona. Didn't race the World Championships last year. Unfortunately, had an injury, but you've had a phenomenal year so far this year. How are the vibes leading into the race?
Yeah, they're feeling good. Having to miss out on the race last year, I think gives me so much gratitude to just be on the start line this time around and know I've got a chance at having a great day out there. So super excited. I know we're going to put on an amazing show, and the women have been delivering all year. So yeah, it's going to be a great one.
Yeah, super excited to follow along, of course, and storytell for you guys. Any thoughts or things that you're telling yourself as you go into that start line?
I think just stay calm. Like, it's such a big day, it's such a big moment, there's everything going on, but you have to stay in yourself, in the moment, and yeah, just try and deliver what you do every day in training and hope it all comes together on the race course.
Thanks so much, Lucy. The mermaid herself, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Thank you for stopping by. We'll send it back to you, Greg and Laura.
All right, just saw... well, thank you very much there, Rinny. And Lucy Charles-Barclay actually looks really good and doesn't look like she's that nervous. Looks like she's got everything on point and ready to go. It's very important that race morning that you've got everything lined up, because you don't want to leave your hotel room and your shoes, your bike shoes are still there, or your special needs nutrition and everything. Everything really does have to be on point.
It is. I mean, Lucy is one of the most experienced at this race as well. She's raced out of all the pro women. She's raced probably one of the most amount of times. Obviously, those several second places. But yes, it's all about in those days leading up, getting your lists together, getting your head in the right place, double checking your kit and everything like that. So when you turn up on race day, you can just go through the motions. And if you get any curveballs, if you're prepared in place, you can handle them a lot better.
So if you're a stats person, Natalie Grabel, she's from the USA, oldest person at 80 years old. We got Leah Houle from Great Britain at 19 in our women's, being the youngest out there. 6 athletes are going to be celebrating their birthday today, and especially with our pro, Jackie Herring.
That's right, and I also know a few friends who have their birthdays tomorrow, so they're hoping to finish before the midnight to celebrate tomorrow's birthday, but they have a good day ahead instead.
They can celebrate tomorrow for sure, as some of them might be getting up on stage as well and winning some of the age group medals as well there. So 78 countries and regions, territories represented, top 5 being the United States, then Germany, Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom and France round out the top 6. 46 of the United States are accounted for, with the top 5 states being California, Texas, Colorado, Florida and Illinois. 43 qualifying races from around the globe in the 2024-25 season enabled athletes to reach the Ironman World Championship right here. So lots happening around the world in this global series, and all culminating down to this World Championship.
I know, and it's amazing, like, just seeing all the athletes arrive from all over the world in the days leading up. And I'm loving the images we're getting from body marking this morning, and being able to see athletes coming into the races. For some of them, it's the first time here in Kona. For some of them, yeah, it's just that some of them are seasoned pros and have done it before, but the nerves are all the same.
Experience Oman, time to start, 1 hour and 22 minutes. So everything is getting a little bit on the nervous side right now. We've got athletes down there doing selfies. We've got athletes down there doing Instagram Live. Don't forget to hashtag Ironman World Championship for sure. As we see the age groupers on the left-hand side, there is Miss Jenny Fletcher from Texas. She is Canadian, but she is from Texas right now. So let's go back down to Rinny.
Here we go. Thanks, guys. I'm here with Marta Sanchez. Marta, you have raced phenomenally well in the last few years over the Ironman distance, the 70.3s, T100s. What are the vibes coming into today's race?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great season, couple of seasons, I will say, but first time in Kona, so this really feels different. So I'm just excited to be here and try to give my best today and see how the islands treat me.
And so, being a rookie in Kona, has this race lived up so far to what you thought it would be?
Yeah, I mean, you always seen on the TV everything, and you have your own expectations, but this is completely much better than I thought. So I really enjoyed during all this week with all the commitments, with all the people around here. So definitely, yes.
All right, well, we'll send you on your way. Good luck for the race today. Hope it all pans out perfectly, and we can't wait to see you rocking out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marta. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Thanks, Greg.
All right, thank you very much, Rinny. 6th place in Nice last year at the Ironman World Championship. A great swimmer and a great biker as well. The Spaniard, she's going to be right up there from the start. Will she be one of those, in the lead chase pack today with Taylor Knibb perhaps, or will they have enough to stay with Lucy Charles-Barclay over the first 233 metres?
Yeah, I think Marta will definitely be up there in one of those chase packs. She's a super strong swimmer and biker. She's had some fantastic performances over the Ironman distance. It's only her first time here in Kona. She obviously raced in Nice last year. Feels like she's been around a little bit longer with the races she's had, but I think she'll be a really exciting athlete in the race early on in the swim and the bike.
Rebecca Clark from New Zealand just checking in right now. She'll be another one of those great swimmers that are up the front and pushing the pace here in Kailua Bay. The distance, 3.8 kilometres or 2.4 miles. We've got a high tide around about 7:14 this morning, so the athletes will be pushed in their face with a little bit of wind coming out of the south and also that high tide, but a fast finish. We're expecting today there, Sid, as they'll be coming back in with that tide as it makes its way to full at 7:14.
Yeah, it's been a really high tide all week, really, when we've been down in the mornings for the practice swims. I think we had a full moon a couple of days ago, which really makes it it can be challenging for the women, especially on the way out today, like you said, with that sort of incoming tide.
Love the energy from the age groupers coming in, just a little bit of a hula dance. So I guess that's a part of the, morning routine, the warm-up, the stretch, just get those hips and those legs all stretched out there. So a little bit of a hula going on right now. But look at this, age group is just streaming in right now. The pros are going to be starting at 6:25 a.m. So about 1 hour and 20 minutes away from our race start at this point of time.
That's right, and so definitely the pros will be coming through, getting into transition. They're wanting to put everything finally on their bike and double check that nutrition and fluids is in there, and then probably going to do a warm-up or find a quiet place to calm those butterflies, as Chelsea Sidaro said.
Just feeling the wind here in Kona at the moment. Laura Phillips said it's actually pretty cold. Well, it's not that cold, but as Kat Matthews now is checking in, but it is a little bit on the cooler side than what it normally is. It's around about 72 degrees Fahrenheit right now, sitting at around about 21 degrees Celsius, but the wind's coming out of the south at the moment, which is pushing into their face, which makes it feel a little cooler at this point in time. We do expect rain over the next hour. Then it will dissipate and go away and come back later tonight around about 10 p.m. We are getting information from the Roka forecast on the weather here today. But Kat Matthews, talk about this lady here. She's been in fine form this year. She was a second place to Laura Philipp in Hamburg. Can she switch the tables of Hamburg and switch the tables from Nice last year?
I think Kat is very focused on switching those tables and being the first person across the line. She has had an incredible season. She had an incredible couple of seasons, 2 big races this year, winning Ironman Texas, setting a new world best Ironman time. And then just a few weeks later with that battle with Laura Philipp as well, where they both went better. And let's head down to Rinny now.
Thanks, Sid. I am here with Kat Matthews. Kat, you've got 2 silver medals at the Ironman World Champs, 2 silver medals at the 70.3 World Champs, 2 of the fastest ever Ironman times. What more can you do? No, today, does that give you confidence walking into the race today?
Yes, it gives me confidence in my ability to execute on a big stage. But this is another race, just another race, but the scores are even at the start.
Absolutely. And I saw a little clip of you. You said being ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. But that being said, what are the feelings this morning and what the thoughts going into the morning's race?
Yeah, I saw that just yesterday and I was like, yeah, that's it, I can decide. Really nervous. This week's been so much fun. Really just loved being in the Ironman atmosphere, and yesterday it really hit me, and I'm controlling it well, but I'm really raring to go.
I can see it in your eyes. The eye of the tiger. Kat Matthews have the best race out there. We can't wait to follow along. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Thanks, Greg and Laura.
All right, thank you very much, Rinny, and we can't wait to see Kat going along the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway as well, because she has been working for this day for a very long time. Second place in 2022 when it was in St. George, Utah, right after COVID-19, obviously, and then second place again last year. Now, Kat Matthews has really set her whole year up around this race right here, Sid, and also the IPS, the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, she won the Ironman Pro Series last year, and she's looking on track to defend that Pro Series title. But I know for Kat, this is the title she really wants. She's had a few changes up in coaching this year. She's been working with the cyclist specialist, time trial specialist Alex Dowsett out of the UK. So I know that's given her a lot of confidence. I think she's been overseeing her swim and her run with a little bit of help from Sam Proctor, who's also Indy Lee's. But yeah, this is a race that Kat really, really wants. 2 second places here. She's had 2 second places at the Ironman 70.3 World Champs 2, both of those to Taylor Knibb. She beat Taylor in Texas. She's yet to get one over on Laura from Hamburg and Nice last year, but I know that's on the mind to have a good day today.
It's going to be a fantastic and a very interesting race to watch because Kat Matthews, I call her the nuggety little, dog in the fight. And, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And that's when you got to talk about Kat Matthews. We will do that after we speak with Rinny right now with Hannah Berry.
Looking around, it is so great to see so many of our incredible volunteers.
And we're here with Hannah Berry. How has your morning been so far, Hannah?
Yeah, I'd say just your typical race day morning, really. Alarm went off at, I think, 3:40 this morning. Just the usual breakfast, nerves, all the things. Bike is sorted now, so yeah.
All we have to do is to get ready to go. I see these fancy nails. What inspired these nails this weekend?
Well, they're very Hawaiian themed. I've got some palm trees, some flowers, some waves, some suns. I decided to go crazy nails for race week. Why not?
Give you all that energy, give you all that extra oomph for race day. If you are going to have 2 or 3 words running through your head to give you that extra oomph, that lean, what is it going to be today?
Oh, good question. I have a million words running through my head when I'm racing. I had to pick a few. I think it's just about being confident and believing in yourself, and always staying positive is key.
Yeah. You've had a great year so far. Lean into that, enjoy today, and have so much fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Over to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. Hannah Berry, she's always so consistent, so look for another consistent race from her today. Let's go down with Scott LaRue and Rinny right now.
Thanks, Welshie. Yeah, I'm here with Ironman CEO and rock star, Scott LaRue. It's great to have you here this morning. How do you feel the vibes are this morning here in Kona Town?
The energy is electric. I mean, we've got arguably the deepest field of professional athletes in the history of the sport here today on Kona. 1,600 age groupers from around the world. The energy is electric. This is Kona.
That's right. It is Kona. So we have all the age groupers. It is Ladies' Day here in Kona. But what are you looking forward to most for today?
The spirit of Ironman. And as our athletes go through the day, it's a tough day. It's the hardest endurance one-day event in the world. And so they're going to have their highs, their lows, but the community that comes out to support these athletes is incredible. And the energy that they're going to get from the community as they go through what is going to be a long day, it's incredibly special. I don't think there's anything like it in the world.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Thanks for joining me here this morning. I'm sure we're going to check in with you later on today as the race unfolds, but I'm excited for go time.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look at it in body marking here this morning. There's the nerves, the energy, but these volunteers who are cheering everyone on, there is nothing like Kona.
Full stop. I agree. And we'll send it back to the studio now. Thank you so much, Scott LaRue, Ironman CEO.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Rinny. Scott LaRue does not sleep, I don't think, and he still has a big old honking smile on his face and lots of energizer. I think he's got a lot of, AAA batteries running through his body or something like that. But anyway, he's always on fire. He's always happy and happy to see our athletes coming through. He'll just talk to everybody, age group, pro alike, and it's great to see him down there just getting everyone worked up.
Yeah, that's right. He's a lot of good energy down in transition and in body marking this morning. And throughout the week, he's been at all the activities and events. He's been to a lot of races around the world this year. So he's seen a lot of these athletes race at those events, those qualifying. And now, we're all here celebrating them all on the big island in Kona.
Well, it's been brilliant to see Rinny down there in the body marking area and Fenella in transition. area right now, just getting a good look at how the athletes are preparing for their race in the last part. So, Sid, just go through the last part of the preparation right now. After body marking, what is the protocol?
Yeah, so after body marking, the pros will walk through to transition. They'll put their final bits of nutrition, hydration onto their bikes, check their tire pressures, check they're in the right gear for when they come out of transition, helmets, glasses, all that kit check through. And then it will be, power meters or whatever else they're using. And then it'll be obviously going off and finding either some people like a quiet space to go and just settle their mind. Others might go and do a warm-up. Like you said, it is a bit cooler here this morning. We have had some rain this morning, which I think might have surprised a few of them. It's going to be hot throughout the day, but it's just, managing those nerves. And I think it was interesting, Chelsea Sodaro said that the butterflies were definitely there. And I think a phrase that someone said to me was, it's not about getting rid of the butterflies, it's just getting them to fly in formation.
Well, it's not always about the pro. Let's go down to some of the age groupers with Rini.
Thanks, Welshie. I am down here with Holly, who is an age grouper racing for the Ironman Foundation. This is your first time here in Kona, 7th Ironman. But what are your feelings? What do you think of Kona town?
It's amazing. This is my second time being in Kona, and the energy this time is it's phenomenal. And I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to be racing for the foundation. And I think collectively we've raised like $500,000. So it's just an amazing group of women that I've had the opportunity to get to know and spend time with. So stoked.
$500,000 for this race, 60 million overall. Are you excited to go and hop in those waters or kind of dreading it?
I'm excited. The swim course is absolutely beautiful, and I got to spend some time with Julie Moss earlier this week, and she was giving me some great tips and advice, and she's been mentoring us along the way. So it's been a magical experience, really.
Awesome. Well, thank you for stopping in and talking to us this morning. Have the best race out there, and we'll see you at the finish line.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll send it back to the studio. Thanks, Greg and Laura.
All right, thank you, Rini. We've got another age grouper coming through right now, one of the Betty squads. A lot of teams and tri clubs out there represented as well, Laura, from around the world. And it doesn't matter what country you're coming from, but it's great to have, that camaraderie with teams. One of the teams over in the United States, Zoot, is a huge team. And I saw, Sean O'Shea, the CEO here this week, and with his colourful, outfits and uniforms and everything. So see a little bit more of that colour coming up in the Zoot bike course a little bit later this year. But always good to have training partners and somebody to, turn up for.
Yeah, and I think especially on the women's side of the racing, that real sense of community is important. And whether that's a global team or your training partners, your club mates. And I think, events like this where you have got a global team like Zoot and the others, and you get athletes from all over the world and they get to meet people they've perhaps just chatted to in the group chats and the community, and they've got all this fantastic energy like we're seeing on screen just now. But I think, the community is something that's really strong in the women's side of the sport.
Yeah, wouldn't be at all surprised if that lovely lady was representing the state of Hawaii with the aloha written on her shoulder there, just giving us a little dance, little this, little that. I don't know what to make of it, but anyway, it's a lot better than what I can do. But look at that, the aloha on the sleeve, and it's just great for, everyone turning up and lots of smiles on the faces. Rini asked the question, are you petrified? Are you ready for it? Or, what's going through your mind? Well, it's a great question. It's a great question to ask, because you never know. From one person to the next, the answer could be completely different.
That's right. I mean, I think Hannah Berry said she's got thousands of things going through her mind. And, athletes kind of approach this race in completely different ways. Some are just super excited. Some obviously do get those nerves. I think a little bit of a mix is a really good idea. I think, if you do get nerves, it's a good thing. It shows that it means something. It shows that you're ready, and it's just about controlling them. But everyone approaches it in different ways. And for many of these age groupers, this is their celebration, their party. Their work was to qualify, and now they just come and get to enjoy and play with all the other women.
Yeah, walk home with a little bit of hardware as well. Well, the Experience Oman time to start, 1:05, so 1 hour and 5 minutes right now. I know we're getting close because I can hear Joanne Murphy in the background cranking it up, our on-ground race announcer with Paul Kay back there. So we are getting very, very close. We're down here in the Louise Palace right now in Kona with you, Sid, and this is a great setting for us. We're under the palm trees. We've got the crystal blue waters of the Pacific Ocean in the background. We've got a slight breeze happening, and I can see 1 hour and 5 minutes on that race clock. We look back at the race finish line here. Sid, you've come down there many times. Explain how special that is.
Yeah, I think the things that are special about this race, obviously the start down here at Digby Beach, and just seeing when you look at all the spectators, they're already starting to sit on that break wall. But then the finish line as well, and those final few kilometres through Alihi, down Alihi Drive, all the fans are there. You've got the flags and the pictures and the posters of the previous champions down here, and it's just it's a really special place to sort of finish the race where you started as well, in such a special location.
Pitch black right now down here at the pier, and just overlooking the 1,600 bikes that are sitting on that pier at the moment. We've probably got a few $1 million worth of bikes out there. I can tell you that right now. As we get our age group is still streaming through the body marking area. We're getting very, very close to the start of the race. We get that sun that's going to poke its nose over Mount Hualalai that just sits up here to the east. And then when the sun gets over, boy, oh boy, does that mercury pick up. The humidity picks up. It's 70% humidity right now. It'll go up to about 85% humidity. Then it'll dip down in the midday hours, then come back up at around about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, hottest part of the day. But then it dips down really quickly after it gets dark again. Tonight we're expecting a little bit of rain, so it's going to be a pretty good day for racing. Now, as the forecast says, in the Roka forecast, we might have some nice conditions down here today. Overcast in Kailua Kona itself. Out onto the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway, you will have nice sunny conditions with the chance of some gusts up to 14 miles an hour. That's going to be the only test today. The only test that will, prevent them from having a record-setting day.
Yeah, that's right. I do think, the course record, it's 8:24 by a few years ago now, and I do think from the way the women have been racing this year and the last couple of years, that could be challenged today, obviously given what the wind does. And that's something that makes this race so unique, is just the challenge of the conditions, and you never really know what the wind is going to do. And we have that forecast, but as we were talking off air earlier, so the wind changes direction so quickly as you navigate round the island up to Harvey and then switching back. And it's a little bit cool now, and Laura Phillips said it's a little bit cold. I don't think they'll be complaining about the cold later on today. I think they're going to be pretty warm as this racing heats up.
Not at all. We'll get a good look down at the pier right now. You can see that precision bottle there at the end of the pier there. The athletes come out of the water. They start on the Digby Beach there, as you were saying. They exit at Digby Beach as well. They run up into transition through the water there. They get the shower. Then they go in and around through the mortal fuel bottle was sitting at the end of the pier there. Then they come out of the water, through the water showers there. They grab their bags straight into transition area. They run at the back, the southern end of the pier, all the way around the side to pick up their bikes, and then all the way to the front of the mount line. Now, the pro athletes have about another 50 metres to run. Their bikes sit right out the front on Ali'i Drive and just about ready to get up Palani Road right there. So it is getting down to the last hour there. We've got 1:01 just coming in. We've got our lady there from USAT. That's amazing to see her checking in right now as well. But the age group is 12-28. Good luck to you there today. And getting set for a very, very nice day. We will update you with weather conditions coming up momentarily. But it's a good start so far.
It is, and I think it's really fascinating to see, and I think it's something that's a characteristic of the women. Our pro women were very prompt on time at 4:30 when that transition opened, and I would imagine they are all through and in transition. And let's head down to transition now with Fenella.
Hi Lottie, how is the race morning nerves today?
Yeah, pretty good. I guess it's cloudy, can't really see it, but we had a little bit rain, so it's nice. A little bit humid, but you know, what can you expect in Kona?
The rain is a little bit of a surprise, but it's almost welcomed. It's bringing a coolness to the day. Or your strength of the swim, is that your game plan going into the race?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I always try to do my best as I can in the swim. There are more good swimmers in this race, so it's exciting. So see what we can do.
I say your new suit looks amazing. What inspired it?
Inspired a lot of things. It's inspired like the island, the colors. I got the turtles from a friend who passed away a couple of months ago, so that was his symptoms. So we printed it on that. Then we had the manta ray. It's a symbol from Kona, the big island. The Dutch flag, my own name. Yeah, and just nice, brightful colors.
No, it's amazing. And the turtle will be with you all day, and he'll be there with you, racing with you, giving that extra strength. And all of us here in the studio and all around the world wish you very best for today.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Fenella. We get a good overhead shot, a drone shot of what's happening down on the pier at the moment as 1,600 women from around the world, 78 countries and territories, regions represented. The largest of those, the United States, with over 480 registered athletes. And the biggest state in the United States, of course, is represented by California, as you would imagine. Body marking is getting a little thin right now. We've got all of our pros that have just about done with their body marking, but different age group times as well for our ladies out there. So, you know, one of those age groups coming up at 6:50 and then it just, you know, keeps on going from there. But 6:25 is the start. So we're inside of the hour now before our pro women's start of the 2025 Ironman World Championship right here in Kailua Kona. Who is going to take $125,000? Who is going to take those 6,000 points going into Marbella? Because at Marbella, at 70.3 World Championships in November, we'll wrap the season. Who's going to take it?
I'm not going to be put on the fence on that one at the moment. I think we
Come
have
on, you can say Kat Matthews.
No.
I will.
Well, it was someone asked me the other day. They said, "Are we going to have one or two Brits on the podium?" And I said, "I'm going to go for the clean sweep of the British on the podium and put it out there." But yeah, no. Look, I think we've got this is the last race before we head to Marbella, and that's the last race in the Ironman Pro Series. It's the second year. I think it's been a fantastic addition to our professional athletes racing, and has really created a great story over the year. I think, you know, Kat won it last year in the inaugural year. She looks pretty set up to win it this year, but I think what's interesting is that 2nd to 10th place and almost then like the 10th to 20th. And we've got lots of battles and races going in between. And it's interesting on today, obviously, the World Championship title is up for grabs, but also people have got to think about then, if they are having their day, if they're not having their day, how do they play that just to make sure they still get maximum points to put them in a good position for the overall Pro Series?
Yeah, well, that's right. It's all about managing the times. You know, it's on seconds back from the winners, so you got to put in the good effort the whole way through. You can't just let up and think that you're going to win the World Series by just allowing somebody else to go fast and you just back off. Now, you can't do that. It's all the way to the finish line. And right here in Kailua Kona, it does come down with a lot of pressure. It does come down with a lot on your shoulders riding on this race. And, you know, when you're Kat Matthews, knowing that she's still got Marbella to go as well, and she wants to win both. I spoke to her during the weekend, and she is she's hell-bent on getting these victories.
She has had her eyes set on a world title for the last few years. She's won the Pro Series. She's come second now, twice at Ironman World Championships, twice at Ironman 70.3 World Championships. She's won plenty of Ironman races, plenty of Ironman 70.3 races. That world title is the one that has eluded her so far. She's had fantastic races. She's been second. Hasn't had the best run of form in Kona through various reasons. So third time lucky perhaps for Kat. I know there's a lot of support out there. I know she's super fired up to really go for that go for that title and take it to the Lucy Charles Barkley, the Laura Philipp, the other women out there. She really is a racer and wants that world title.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Kat, because she's only lost 120 points, so far this season. Relatively comfortable lead. And let's go down to Fenella.
So we're here with Tamara Jurett at the start of the Ironman World Championships. What does that mean to you right now?
Right now I feel like my mind's all in pre-race logistics and just making sure everything's set, and then excited for the gun to go, because this is always like the worst time in some ways, waiting.
Yeah, I know, when you've been there and you're thinking about swim, bike, run all in the 10 minutes that you have to sort out your bike, but has the rest of the morning gone smoothly for you so far?
I mean, fingers crossed, so far. Bit of a drive-in from Waikoloa, so glad things are basically organized now, and I don't know, I've thought through so many versions of the race. I'm excited to get to the actual version of the race.
I know that the final few days are almost worse as you overthink it. What is those words that you hold on to give you motivation to be here in your best possible self today?
Yeah, I think I don't have like really specific words, but I've just been thinking about my support group, and my husband and my parents are here, and I have family cheering on from home, and then just so many, like coaches and other support people. So I'm just thinking about them and kind of wanting it to be a good experience for them, which really just means, like trying my best and kind of being cheerful through the ups and downs. So particularly my 3-year-old niece really doesn't need anything other than like enthusiasm, and I think about that a lot.
That's magical. You're right. It's being here, it's doing the best you can, putting your best foot forward and just enjoying the atmosphere. And I know you will, and you'll lean into this race and give it everything you can. So we're so excited to see you go out there and smash it and really have the best day out there. Thank you so much for having your time. That was Tamara, and this is the Ironman World Championships. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. Tamara ran a 2:40 in Lake Placid, Sid. That is something of an all-time classic.
It is, and I think that time's actually going kind of unnoticed, because we had Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews do the 2:38 in Ironman Hamburg, and I don't think then sort of Tamara got the recognition because she finished a little bit further down the field in the result in Lake Placid. But really, a 2:40 run in Lake Placid is really something special, because that is a hard course.
Yeah, I do believe that Anna Haug is probably the only one that's run faster so far in the history of Ironman. But we were talking about the Ironman Pro Series before we went down to Fenella, and talking about Kat, at the moment she's only lost 120 points so far this season, a relatively comfortable lead for her. So with 270.3 scores already banked, she could seal the Pro Series right here in Kona. So her nearest rival is Solveig Løvseth from Norway, and Kat would need to beat her by 65 seconds to secure the title. So Kat is in a very demanding position at the moment. But, Solveig right now, she's got a nice little buffer on second, and she's on track to bank the $130,000 second prize. She's got the buffer over Marta Sanchez and Lisa Purderer. So that's good for her. So the top three, in the rankings right now with Kat Matthews, Solveig Løvseth, and then also Marta Sanchez right up there. 12,380 points for the leader right now. So 65 seconds for Kat over Solveig. Could be done today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that title is pretty secure for Kat, bearing nothing disastrous happens. She's obviously got to finish. I think, so the Ironman Pro Series, it's 5 races that count, and you can have up to 3 Ironman races in that. Today, it's 6,000 points for the win, so it's a bigger point score. So a lot of those athletes in that top 10, they've only got 2 Ironman races counting. They will want to be getting points on the board from this race in Kona. You can then have 2 70.3 races. A lot of those athletes have the 70.3 race, both of them counting, but they'll then look to swap those points out if they're racing in Marbella to get a bigger score. And I think the interesting thing, sort of Solveig, Lisa Purderer, Jackie Herring, Annie Reichman, Marta Sanchez, Danielle Lewis, Laura Janssen, Reagan Holyoke and Lotta Wilms all racing today, all in that top 10 and all really, really close in that point score.
Yes, and also, with Kat, she's already, bank the maximum amount of races anyway. So actual positions right now. But let's go over and have a look at the course right now. The swim course right here. Athletes will experience the electrifying energy of the swim start as they dive into the crystal clear waters of Kailua Bay for the 2.4 mile Roka swim here. As they swim out to the turnaround, they'll be going past 2 turnaround boats and then all the way back in to transition, where they'll head over to the Zoot bike course.
And then athletes are going to embark on an epic cycling journey along the renowned 112 miles, 180 kilometres, travelling along from Kailua Kona to Harvey turnaround and back on the iconic Queen Kahumanu Highway. Racers will tackle the challenging climb to Harvey while being treated to the captivating views of the lava fields, coastlines and the ocean. Exposed terrain and strong crosswinds add a thrilling dimension to this Zoot bike course.
As they make their way back down the Kahala coastline there, past Waikoloa, back into Kailua Kona, they will start off onto the final leg. The Hoka Run course starts with an out and back stretch as they go through the spirited crowds on a long Ali'i drive there. The 26.2 mile, 42.2 kilometre run then takes you up Palani Road out to the Natural Energy Laboratory, where they'll turn around up to the Queen Kahumanu Highway and 10.5k down the finish line. Down Palani Road they go, and the famed Ali'i drive. That's where they'll get the coveted finishers medal.
I know, and it's a fantastic last couple of miles. I think the hard thing is you come out of the Energy Lab, we hear so many, what goes into the Energy Lab doesn't necessarily come out, and they have that stretch back along the Queen Kahumanu. I think then when you get to the top of Palani, you know that you're almost there. You can hear the announcers, you can hear the finish line. You had the quad-busting descent down Palani.
Yeah.
And then I think the bit that people don't realise, it's still about a mile to go from the bottom of Palani along the flat roads before you actually get down to Ali'i Drive. And sometimes you can be in a real run battle as we head back down to Fenella in transition.
We are live here with Sky. How excited are you to be back in Kona?
Yeah, really excited to be here. This was my goal all year after having my baby, was just to get back here as fit as I could be. So we're here.
Is it a little bit crazy to think a year ago you had a baby inside you and now you're here?
Yeah, the whole pregnancy experience was pretty surreal. It's just totally a miracle to be able to grow a human. So yeah, to be on the other side of that, and my baby is almost 11 months now, like, it's crazy. Life is so different, but fun to be back here doing what I did for so many years before.
It's so great to see you inspiring other mothers to get back out there, to get back on the race course. What key things are you going to lean into on race day when times get tough?
Well, first I'm going to remember that Ironman is way easier than natural childbirth, because that is, I did natural birth, and after that I was like, that was the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life, like the most painful, hardest thing, so I'm going to lean into that. But I'm also going to think of, I'm going to cry, but like all the support I've had going into this, because it's just a totally different world with a baby. I need so much more help. I can't just go out and train without someone else taking great care of my baby for me. So I'm just going to think of all the people who have supported me and, yeah, do us all proud.
And we're so proud of you for being here and putting yourself out there and for carrying on, because it must have been, yeah. I'm going to cry now. So.
Yeah. Good thing it's the women's only.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Well, have the best race out there. We're all supporting you, and absolutely rock it for all the mums and just all the pro women. Yeah. Back to you in the studio. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much there, Fenella. That's really awesome. Sky is, one of those great races outside of the United States, and what a great comeback for her, and no doubt about it, she will be stronger than ever there, Sept.
Yeah, and Sky's had a really interesting year. It's taken her a lot longer to come back after having her child than many of the other pros at racing, and she's really sort of struggled with that, and I think we saw the emotion there of how much it's taken to get back to this start line. And she's had top 10 finishes at the World Championships where she's raced before, so it's all mean a lot to be back here.
Yeah, great to see that. Beautiful overhead shots right now. We're still pitch black, but it's going to get light all of a sudden here on the beautiful island of Hawaii. The big island, that is the stage. The stage is almost set for the 2025 Ironman World Championship. It is Women's Day. It's the 11th of October, and we know that October is our Women's Month for sure. But look how beautiful it is down there at the moment, Sid. Calm conditions. The wind has now died down.
Yeah, and I think the rain has stopped for now. We had some rain first thing this morning, which might have shocked a few of the athletes. It is a little bit cooler. We're looking like we can see the beach. We can see there's a little bit of swell, but nothing too unusual for race day this year.
Okay, so today is one of the culminating World Championship races to close out a long and exciting season of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. Let's take a look how we got here.
15 races around the world and over 50 professional women from 18 countries with one Ironman World Championship title. This historic and iconic location where myths and legends are born and grown out of the volcanic landscape and the island winds. This is the 2025 Ironman World Championship in Kona, Hawaii. Aloha and welcome to A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. I'm Laura Siddle here with a very special edition of the World Championship, A Fighting Chance. There has been some incredible racing by the women over the past year. Records were smashed and the standard soared and warning shots were fired, all leading to the Big Island. Anne Reichman delivered the first sign winning Ironman South Africa, but it was probably Ironman Texas that delivered the first big clash. Kat Matthews winning over Taylor Knibb. On to Hamburg, and what a special day that was. A rematch of Nice with Laura Philipp and Matthews. Phillips prevailing as she had in Nice to take the win, but to do so she had to do it in an Ironman world best time, 8 hours, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Matthews also went under the previous world best to finish second, and on debut, Norway's Solveig Lofseth became the third person to go under the world's best, and in doing so became the fastest female on Ironman debut. Lofseth would go on to win Ironman Lake Placid in just her second Ironman, firmly establishing herself as a favourite for Kona. It was touch and go for a few of the women, Jackie Herring securing her spot winning Ironman Cairns, and then the 2022 Ironman World Champion, Chelsea Sodaro, getting the job done to validate at Ironman Kalmar, the last qualifying race. However, one athlete who didn't make it this year was the 2019 Ironman World Champion, Annie Haug, who announced her retirement. The last time the women raced in Kona was 2023, when Lucy Charles Barkley finally secured the world title after 4 second-place finishes. Annie Haug was second, but as mentioned won't be racing having retired, and Laura Philipp was third in 2023, but of course is now our current Ironman World Champion. Of course, Lucy Charles Barkley and Philipp are both vying as defending champions to take the win in 2025, and will be joined by the rest of the top 4 from 24, Matthews, Sodaro and Marjolaine Pierre. Matthews will be hoping for third time lucky in Kona. She's not had the best of luck on the island the last 2 times, but has of course previously delivered World Championship podiums, finishing second in St George and second in Nice. Taylor Knibb is also back for this year. Knibb was 4th on Ironman debut in Kona in 23 and has clear goals to take the title in 25. So whilst we have champions returning, we also have a whole stack of rookies to the Ironman World Championships and to the Big Island. Making their Ironman World Championship debut, Solveig Lofseth, Lisa Pertera and Holly Lawrence. Whilst Kona rookies include 4th place finisher in Nice, Marjolaine Pierre, Marta Sanchez and Ironman South Africa winner Annie Reichman. Reichman is in the mix for the overall Ironman Pro Series title, along with American Jackie Herring, who returns to Kona for the first time since 2014.
So let's have a look at how the 2025 Ironman World Championship may turn out this year. Lucy Charles-Barclay has led out the water every time she's raced in Kona. Lauren Brandon has been the only person to swim with her, but she no longer races. In 2023, Nib was 1 minute 40 seconds behind Charles-Barclay, but recently in London, over 2 kilometres, was able to hang on Charles-Barclay's feet. The next question will be how far back will defending champion Laura Philipp be? She was over 7 minutes back in 2023, but in Hamburg this year swam with Kat Matthews, which completely changed the dynamics of the race. However, there was also less depth of women in that race in Hamburg compared to Kona, and no Charles-Barclay pushing the pace off the front. We'll possibly see the likes of Matthews, Sodaro, Lofseth, together with Lisa Pertera, and perhaps Marjolaine Pierre. Phillips will want to be in this group too, or at least within touching distance. In 2023, Charles-Barclay was dominant on the bike, but everyone has raised their game and knows too well how Lucy likes to race. It's likely that there is more of an impact from group dynamics too than in previous years, as the depth of the women's field has increased. Nib raced relatively conservatively in 2023, her first Ironman, but I don't think we'll see the same this year. Depending on the swim, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Nib could be a strong duo working together on the bike. Then it will be who forms the chase packs. Packs aren't necessarily better, as can often lead to athletes pushing too hard and suffering later on in the race. Whereas Philipp, who may be on her own out the water a little bit behind, might be able to control her power and ride her own race. And then can the Kona rookies, Pertera, Marta Sanchez, Lofseth and Pierre, navigate the challenge of the Queen K and still be riding strong from the airport back to T2? In 2023, only 3 athletes ran sub 3 hours for the marathon, but that has been well and truly smashed in Hamburg, where Philipp, Matthews and Lofseth all running sub 2:40 or close. Charles-Barclay has also raised her game on the run, and we saw that in London, where she had the fastest run split. But the heat and the run hits differently in Kona off the back of the bike. However, all the women know what it will take to win.
Just about set for a start after seeing that course preview, and what a great course it is. Nice little voiceover there, Sid, and this race here is second to none. This is the holy grail for some, but for the age groupers now just getting ready for their day in the sun, and all the nervous moments are just coming down to this final 15 minutes before we will wrap the body marking show and get serious about what is to come in 2025. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, last time out here, was our champion, but history is racing into Jacksonville, Florida on May 16, 2026. The city hosts the first new full-distance Ironman of the US in 5 years. With a flat, fast course, a downriver swim in the iconic St. Johns River, and a vibrant local culture. Ironman Jacksonville delivers urban racing at its finest. This race is already 50% sold of entries in the first week of opening, so don't wait to register, because entries won't last. Sid, a great day is yet to come. We've, started up here. We've been on here for a little bit over an hour right now, and cannot wait to get this race going here. We can see that our final preparations being done by age group athletes. They're lining up to get those tyres pumped up. They're lining up to get the water filled into those bottles. They're lining up to get the nervous tension right out of their bodies right now and get underway. We're just moments away.
That's right, and I think I spoke to quite a lot of the age groupers and the athletes during the week, and everyone was just excited, obviously nervous, but there was just this really good sense of excitement, really happy to be this really supportive nature and environment with the women, and that real sense of community in these. And I think that will come through today. I think there'll be lots of support out on course as the women go through their days.
Underneath the palm trees lies the finish line of the 2025 Ironman World Championship. That's where the commentators Joanne Murphy, Paul Kay, Tammy Barker, Eric Gilson and Anne Crew will be giving all the information to the athletes all day long. That's where they'll also be able to watch all the live action right here on Ironman's YouTube channel and other carriers as well. But as we see now, the final preparations are starting with a little bit of swim band, a little bit of stretching, just getting the heart rate up, sweating a little bit. The athletes would have done a little run warm-up as well. They can't take their bikes out of transition, and then they will head down to the pier for the swim as they will get set for their 2.4-mile swim here in the Pacific Ocean, 3.8 kilometres. It is out and back. They go out 1.2 miles across the course, 50 metres over the backside, and head back in. Tides, we talked about it, Sid. We got a high tide at 7:14 this morning, so the athletes will be pushing against the current heading out. But on the way back in, they'll have a nice little push back in toward the pier.
Yeah, that's right. And I really think it is going to suit those stronger swimmers with that current coming in on the way back. But the stronger swimmers on the way out, having that strength against the tide, we'll see how many of the other athletes can stick to the feet of Lucy Charles and see how many matches or how much energy they burn as they head out on the first stretch of the swim round the boat and the turn buoys at the end, and then come back to transition in the pier.
Well, let's talk about that, because where do you think that Lucy Charles Barclay will be lining up, and do you think that the other athletes will be looking to see where she is so that they can go across and maybe get a little drag?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the best person to ask from a swimming perspective where Lucy will be lining up, but I
you
think,
are an expert.
I think she'll be wanting to get her own space. I think she'll be wanting to try and be away from the other swimmers that she knows are going to try and want to swim on her feet, the likes of a Taylor Knibb, Holly Lawrence, that sort of thing. I think we're probably trying to find Lucy, and there's a lot of shifting around in the water in those final moments as the women try and spot each other, and there might be a few last moves around across from one side of the start line to the other.
Love to see a little bit of hip flexor action in the morning, and very important to get the body stretched out.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of the time these age group women, they can't necessarily have a warm-up in the water, so trying to get themselves, all their muscles and joints ready for the day ahead, ready for when they get into the water, they can start at that sort of that high pace.
Believe it or not, we're only around about 10 minutes away from first light here today, but right now we're going to go over, and beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. In case you missed it in Nice, Ironman announced a landmark global partnership highlighting a major new adventure destination to host Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events, including the 2029 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, which is going to be epic. Let's take a look at what is to come with Ironman and Oman.
Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. The Ironman Group and the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism unite to realize a new bold vision and are proud to announce Experience Oman as a global premier partner and official destination of the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 series. Taking center stage in 2026, Experience Oman will become the naming partner of the Ironman Pro Series. And in 2029, Muscat will proudly host the Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Oman, a country rich in heritage, a country that strives to move forward and evolve, where every mile of the course is steeped in history and offers spectacular scenery. A place where you can race in the pristine capital Muscat one day and climb a 3,000-meter high mountain the next. In 2026, Oman will become host of premier events, including the first full-distance Ironman event in the region with the Experience Oman Ironman Oman. Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Middle East Championship Muscat, and the continuation to host Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Salalah. Oman offers you the opportunity to recover in one of many freshwater pools and rest beneath a sky filled with 1,000,000 desert stars. Wander through lush green landscapes and follow your senses to the mystical Frankincense Mountains. We can't wait to welcome you to this incredible country, where you can race in a breathtaking destination.
What an incredible destination for endurance athletes and adventurers. Well, on the heels of the announcement of this landmark deal, Paul Kay sat down with Ironman CEO Scott Daru and His Excellency Azan bin Qasim Al Basaidi, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism in Nice, to get their thoughts on what this partnership means for the athletes and, more broadly, sports tourism. Take a listen to this.
It's a special day in a very, very special place. Here we are in Nice on the eve of the men's Ironman World Championship. With me, I have the CEO of the Ironman Group, Scott Daru, and from the Sultanate of Oman, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Tourism and Heritage, it is Azan Qasim Al Basaidi. Your Excellency, thank you so much for being with us.
You're most welcome.
We're going to chat first, Scott, about the significance of today, but the significance of what was born a year ago here in Nice. Can you just talk us through that?
Yeah, Paul, it's an incredibly exciting day, and Your Excellency, thank you for being here. You're exactly right. 1 year ago today, our friends from Oman and our team sat in a room overlooking the promenade, dreaming up a vision built on a shared foundation of shared values and a vision for what we could do together, and really about inspiring a global community of Ironman athletes and fans and friends and family to establish Oman as the center of endurance in the Gulf region, to inspire sport, adventure tourism. We are incredibly honored, and I am really excited about not only today, but what's to come in the future.
Thank you, Scott. And talking about Oman, Your Excellency, lovely to have you with us. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Just talk us through from your point of view how the Ironman brand ties in with your vision and your ambitions for Oman.
I believe that we are aligned simply because of the fact that Oman currently is prioritizing adventure tourism as one of its key segments in tourism. There is plenty that Oman has to offer. The country is very rich in its heritage, in its traditions. The people of Oman are welcoming, they have always been welcoming. And what's happening today is simply a reflection of the true essence of the hospitality Oman has to offer.
So here we are. We're in Nice, and Nice in 2019 hosted the world at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And 10 years from that time, Oman will be hosting the Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 World Championship. What about being here again inspires you for that day in 2029, that week in 2029?
Well, I can't tell you how much I am excited about it personally. The team as well is very much looking forward to hosting Muscat. Once again, it's going to be the first time in Oman, the first time in the region. I think the Ironman community is going to be benefiting from discovering this new destination that's going to be part of the Ironman network.
And not only that, I think Ironman will inspire the Omanis and the people in the region to swim, bike, run a little bit more as well.
Definitely, yes.
Such an exciting announcement. Thank you to Scott, Your Excellency. Shukran to you. Thank you so much. And to you, make sure you come and experience Oman.
Very exciting announcement and Experience Oman. Time to the start, 27.5 minutes from right now. Thank you very much, Paul Kay, His Excellency, and Scott Daru as well from Nice. Getting a good look at the clouds in the foreground right now. That's right, we're only about 5 minutes away from first light here in Kailua, Kona. And that will be the final half an hour before we get ready for this year's race right here. Headliners, Laura Phillip wearing the number 1 today. Kat Matthews right up there, Lucy Charles-Barclay, just to name a few here. But it is a day that it belongs to the age groupers as well. 1,600 athletes are now preparing, going through the last minute, things that they need to get done. Sid, it's been great having you here this morning inside of a couple of minutes away from restarting our show and getting ready for all the action. Thank you very much for your time today and your expert analysis on things. And have you enjoyed it?
I've loved being down here. I've loved seeing the pros arrive. I'm excited to watch the race. I will hand over to Rinny shortly and go out on course and cheer, and then I'll hopefully see you back in the studio towards the end of the day as we're welcoming whoever it is across that line first.
Final thoughts? Who's going to be up there? Who's going to be in the mix? And come on.
I mean, we've talked about the
Stick your neck
favourite.
out.
We've talked about the favourites. We've got the Laura Phillip, the Lucy Charles, the Kat Matthews, Taylor Knibb as well, I think, in there. And then those dark horses, Lisa Petra, Solveig Lofseth. It's going to be an amazing day.
All right, well, that's it for our body marking show, getting this year's race underway here. 2025 Ironman World Championship to come. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Paul 11, this is the launch operations manager. The launch team wishes you good luck and Godspeed.
Neil Armstrong anticipated that is for a real smooth contact. We passed the 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power. With the launch vehicle is power.
40 seconds away from all the second stage tanks now pressurized.
35 seconds on power. We are still going to the power. 30 seconds on power. Astronauts report a close go. 25 seconds. 20 seconds on power. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
It's Ladies' Day. It is the Big Island of Hawaii, and the 2025 Ironman World Championship is just about to get underway. A few short weeks ago, it was a Norwegian sweep in Nice, France, as Casper Storns, Gustav Iden and Christian Blumenfeld swept the podium. Can it be done by Germany today? Can it be done by another country? We will just have to wait and see. The sun hasn't poked its nose over Mount Hualalai just yet, but the light and the energy in the action is electric down here. Welcome, everyone. I am Greg Welch, joined by Marinda Carfree, the three-time Ironman World Champion. Rinny, it's just about to get light here. You were down in body marking this morning. How was it?
Yeah, it's incredible. You get all the feels when you go down to body marking. I'm sure it's the same for you after all these years, Welshie. But yeah, going down there, you see the fire in the athlete's eyes. Sort of some on the verge of tears. It's interesting how those emotions manifest themselves on race morning. But yeah, like very much excitement down there. All the age group is starting to stream in there now. Yeah, the stage is set for an incredible day today.
Beautiful overhead look by our drone shot right now. The pier down there, 1,600 athletes representing 78 countries, regions and territories. The biggest country represented, of course, is the United States of America. Next in line, Germany, Australia, Canada and Great Britain. And don't forget about France. They're our top 6 countries. out there. Welcome, everyone. The 2025 Ironman Championship is just about getting set to start here down at Digby Beach, down in Kailua Bay, where they'll be heading out into a high tide. Now, the swimmers are going to be heading straight into the direction of the tide. The wind was coming out of the south as well, which is directionally in their face, but it all seems to have died down right now, Marinda. What are the tactics going to be employed, and will Lucy Charles-Barclay have company?
You know, every year we're like, can anybody swim with Lucy Charles-Barclay? Last year here in Kona, or 2 years ago here in Kona, the gun went off, and I was in the boat there, and it was incredible how quickly she was able to separate herself from the rest of the field. I think she will try and do that same thing this year. That worked very well 2 years ago. But having said that, there are a lot of other great women out there. Taylor Knibb, can she swim with Lucy Charles-Barclay? That could be a great partnership for her. So I think in the opening, like 200 meters, we'll sort of see how that's going to play out. But the big question mark is going to be, where is Kat Matthews? Where is Lara Phillip? Where is Taylor Knibb? So, yeah, a lot of questions will be answered momentarily. But, yeah, the stage is set for an incredible day here today on the Big Island of Hawaii. You
can see right now the nervous energy is down on that period. 1,600 ladies are just about to get set for their race here in 2025. And we talked about Lucy Charles-Barclay being the early leader. We talked about Kat Matthews possibly in the chase group, in the number one chase group. But Rebecca Clark, Marta Sanchez, you know, a couple of the ladies, Taylor Knibb, that do have an opportunity to get out there in the early part. Now, I asked Laura Siddall just a moment ago what she thought about everybody checking out where Lucy Charles-Barclay prepares and where she lines up.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I was chatting to some athletes yesterday about this, where to line up on the course. And generally the better swimmers are either on the far left or far right. Lucy likes to usually line up on one of those outsides. And, you know, other athletes like the good swimmers like Holly Lawrence, like Julia Mello, Beck Clark, Hayley Chura, Lotte Wilms, Marta Sanchez, Taylor Knibb, they're probably our favourites for the swim, or our notables for the swim, you should say. But, yeah, all of those athletes will be jockeying for position, looking where, you know, where there may be partnerships that can be, you know, alliances that can be made early in the swim. So, yeah, either side generally tends to be the go-to for the fast swimmers.
Getting ready for our concha shell blow here in just a few moments, and also the pro introductions. But you look down at the crystal blue waters here of Kailua Bay, you know it's gorgeous. Everybody's out there during the week training along, you know, swimming the course and experiencing the dolphins and the incredible fish that lie underneath the sea here in this beautiful country and this beautiful island. The Big Island of Hawaii, one of the most beautiful places in the world, and this race, arguably the most famous race in all of triathlon, is almost set to get underway here at 6:25 this morning. Now we'll be starting out with Laura Phillip. She'll be wearing the number one. There she is right now, and just getting ready for her race. There's Kat Matthews also there with number two. They are wearing the swim skins that are allowed. Explain a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, so the athletes you'll see their race kit underneath, and now that kit has been optimized for aerodynamics, for cooling, and for flexibility for the run. So that kit they'll wear from start to finish here today, but they do wear a swim skin on top of that, and that material just allows them to move through the water a little bit quicker.
As a follow-up from Thursday night, let me remind you, all you beautiful athletes from around the world, O'oi, ke ko'oko'o.
Kahu giving
Remember,
his blessing
you
right now. The
are
conch shell
the
just blowing.
ko'oko'o
The tradition lives on. You can see the incredible skies lit up right now. Let's listen into Kahu.
Kawahine mana. You are the women of mana, of power and strength. And what we want you to do today is hu ki mai kamana I luna, hu ki mai kamana I lalo, hu ki mai kamana I luna, hu ki mai kamana I lalo. Pull down that mana from above, pull up that mana from below, and you will succeed in what you set your heart and mind to do. Ho nani kamakwa mau ge ki mega wane no ge akwa mau ho mai gaibu ko ge ya ko ge la o Wanoa, you are blessed.
Mahalo. Thank you very much, Kahu, as he gets us underway here today. Absolutely beautiful, the blessing there, as the athletes will really appreciate that, Marinda. A lot of nervous energy out there at the moment. The athletes have been training for more than 6 months. They've qualified over a year ago to get into this race, and it all comes down to this, the final moments as we look down on Kailua Bay right now. There is a beautiful set of energy. It is calm down there. About an hour and a half ago, the wind was blowing at about 9 miles an hour out of the south, but it now has seemed that it's just slowing down a little bit, and it couldn't be better.
Yeah, the stage is certainly set for a phenomenal day of racing here today. We had rain this morning from about 3 a.m. local time, 3 till about 5:30. So that just tells me it's going to be a very humid day down here in town, a lot of rain around.
A lot of rain around. We'll get to the local weather in just a few moments' time, but just standing by now for a few moments of more tradition coming up. Here as we get set, we got our outrigger boats out there. We got our water safety out there as well. We got our boats down there that will capture all the live action, and Fenella Langridge and Daniela Reef will be down there today. Fan Dan show is just about to get underway as well.
Absolutely, yes. We have Daniela Riff, the 5-time Ironman world champ, 5-time 70.3 world champ, along with Fenella Langridge. They'll be down on the boat, and they'll be giving us all the action. They'll be getting a close look at the athletes as they roll alongside with the... Here we go with the race introductions.
Okay, so Laura Philipp right now, she'll be representing Germany. She's your defending Ironman world champion. Undefeated in 2025 so far this season. She got the better of Kat Matthews in Hamburg in a close battle, and an 8:03.13. It was a crushing win for the German, but now she'll be wearing number 1. The pressure firmly sits on her shoulders. Laura Philipp from Germany.
And she said it was such an honor for her to be wearing that number 1 here today as an only women's race. And wearing number two, that's Kat Matthews from Great Britain. She is some of the best form of her life. She's 2 victories this year. More than that, but she's in incredible form. 2 of the fastest ever times recorded in Ironman Texas first, and then Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews, an incredible battle in Hamburg.
Wearing number 3 today from the USA, the 2022 Ironman World Champion. Had a rough start to the year so far with a DNF in Texas, and St. George struggled with picking up an illness after her daughter started nursery school. So had a little bit of a calf tear as well. But I spoke to Neil Henderson, the coach, and he says that Chelsea is in fine form. Look out for the 2022 Ironman World Champ.
And wearing bib number 4, Marjolaine Pierre from France. She was 4th at the Ironman World Champs last year in Nice. An incredible performance for her. It's been a bit of an up and down season for her this year, but she's had a great training block with Lucy the last 7 or 8 weeks. And if there is anyone to train with, it's the mermaid. Lucy Charles-Barkley knows how to race here in Kona.
Well, speaking of Lucy Charles-Barkley representing Great Britain, here she is wearing number 5 today. Won the Ironman World Championship in 2023 after finishing 2nd in 17, 18, 19 and 2022. Looks very, very fit, ready to go. And look at the focus. Not even a smile right now until the very end there. Lucy Charles looks like she is in control of things already.
Yes, and then number 6, Taylor Knibb from the USA. She raced Ironman Texas earlier this year to book her Kona slot. Finished 2nd to Kate Matthews and broke the bike course record, 4:19.46 that day. I'm excited to see what she can do out there in Hawaii today.
Yeah, 2nd fastest bike split a few years ago. What can come her way today? Wearing number 7 today from Spain. 2024 was the best year of her career with 2 Ironman 70.3 wins and a 6 at the Ironman World Championship. She's a great swimmer. She's a strong rider as well. Let's see what the Spaniard has up her sleeve today.
And bib number 8, Penny Slater from Australia. She's struggled with some injuries in the last year, but she's had some great performances in the last couple of years. She was 2nd in Texas last year to Kat Matthews. Had a stress reaction after that, which prevented her from racing Cairns last year. Solid return to racing with third at 70.3 Sunny Coast. So things are trending in the right direction for Penny.
Wearing number 9 today from the Netherlands, Lotte Wilms, one of the strongest swimmers in the field, with a Rebecca Clark, Lucy Charles-Barclay, and also Taylor Nibb. So look out for Lotte Wilms. She seems to be hitting really good form at this point, and she's a very strong biker as well.
And wearing bib number 10, that's Jackie Herring from the USA. And today is her birthday, so happy birthday to Jackie Herring. She's a great all-round athlete, and just looking forward to having her here again and racing after, I think, a 10-year hiatus from this race.
Wearing number 10, it was 10 years ago when she raced here, and the last time out. So got our top 10 ladies now announced across the line. You can see that there's a little bit of swell happening. We've got an incoming tide right now, Marinda, so it's going to be washing up against those rocks in the seawall here as our professional women line up for a start of the race here in 2025. We've got our national anthem coming up next. The Experience Oman time to start is 10.5 minutes from now, so the ladies allowed to come in a little bit of swim warm-up before they approach the start line.
Yeah, so a relatively short swim warm-up here. Whoop. I think we're going down for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad strokes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Does it to me every time. Chicken skin, or, you know, a nice little
goosebumps
on the forearms. That just means one thing. We're just moments away from the 2025 Ironman World Championship. There goes our athletes off to the...
Mahalo to Victoria.
That was Victoria Mikaele doing the Hawaii Pono'i right after the national anthem. Our athletes now just heading out to the swim start right now, and it'll be interesting to see where they line up. We spoke about it just a moment ago, Marinda, where the tactics will be starting here momentarily, where they line up. So Will it be off to the left-hand side of the course? Will it be off to the right-hand side of the course? With an incoming tide, I would imagine being right out there in the middle is going to be the best. On the left-hand side, you've got to deal with the backwash from the seawall. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, I never had a thought. I was just trying to line up next to someone who I maybe could hang with on the swim. But as we were watching those images, that was Lucy Charles-Barclay in that green cap, sort of leading the way in the warm-up. So maybe foreshadowing for the race today. But we are moments away from the start of the Ironman World Championship women's race here in Kailua, Kona today.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We're just a few minutes away from the start of the swim, so let's take a deeper dive into what the athletes will be experiencing in the first leg of today's race.
Welcome to the 2025 Ironman World Championship here in the beautiful Kailua Kona Bay. As swim venues goes, it doesn't get much better than this. Let's check out the Roka swim course.
The athletes' journeys begins right here in the turquoise waters of Kailua Bay. The first leg of Saturday's race is the Roka 2.4 miles or 3.8 kilometre open water swim. As the sun rises, the pro athletes tread water for an in-water start and head out into the bay in a clockwise direction. On the way out, athletes should keep their eyes peeled for resident honu and dolphins. It's 2 right turns around the buoy, then straight back to shore. This course may look straightforward, but the current and swells can add a challenge of this iconic swim course.
Let's hear what the 2023 Ironman World Champion Lucy Charles-Barclay and the fastest swimmer in the field has to say about this beautiful swim course.
Yeah, the Kona swim course is like no other course, I guess, on the planet really. It's like literally swimming in an aquarium, and it's a pretty straightforward course. There's currents and a little bit of chop sometimes, but ultimately you're swimming out to a big boat, turning around and coming back. So you can't really get lost out there. There's plenty of buoys to follow, hopefully feet to follow as well. And you start to really hear loud, deafening screams and cheers of people. And for me, that's quite special because I'm like, okay, this is probably the most noise I'm going to hear for a while, because when I head out onto the bike, it's just going to be me and the course.
And that's your Roka swim course.
You can feel the
Well, I'm not buying the part when Lucy says hopefully a set of feet to follow, because that ain't going to happen, Lucy. All right, wearing number 1 today, Laura Phillip from Germany is going to be wearing the pearly gold colour here today in the swim caps.
Yeah, another notables today, we have Kat Matthews wearing powder blue from Great Britain.
Chelsea Sodaro from the United States will be wearing violet.
And Marjolaine Pierre from France is wearing orange.
Lucy Charles Barclay and Taylor Knibb will be wearing green.
And we have Marta Sanchez and Penny Slater both in pearly silver.
Lotta Vilms and Jackie Herring, birthday girl, will be wearing blue.
Solvi Loveseth will be wearing hot pink from Norway.
Lisa Berterer from Austria, yellow.
Julia Mello from France will be wearing powder blue.
Rebecca Clark from New Zealand, orange.
And Holly Lawrence from Great Britain will be wearing hot pink.
And Hayley Chura, who was second out of the water a couple of years ago, will be our final athlete with a seated cap wearing yellow. So we see the athletes now there, Marinda. You know what it's like. You're a 3-time Ironman world champion. Tension is written across their face. The athlete off the back there just having a few moments to themselves and then make their way toward the start line. You can see that the athletes are now gathered up on either side. A little bit of a gap in the middle there. So we can see those green caps across to the left-hand side there. Lucy Charles Barclay on the left.
Yeah, the green caps again, Lucy Charles Barclay and Taylor Knibb. Those are 2 athletes that we'll be keenly watching at the start of this swim to see where it shakes out. Interesting to see athletes lining up either on the right or the left. The athletes do have between that Roka buoy, and you'll see that orange triangle buoy on the other side. That is the start line. And you see the boards going back and forth. They're just trying to keep the athletes in check, keep that line straight before the gun goes off.
Yeah, they'll leave that area around about 10 to 15 seconds away from the start of the race here. So just getting into the final preparation right now, inside of the last minute or 2 before we get underway with today's race. Here, Marinda Carfrae. I am Greg Welsh, sitting down here at the Lewis Palace and getting ready for a start of the 2025 edition. Athletes now going for 6,000 points here. Kat Matthews leads the Ironman Pro Series. They're racing for $375,000 of shared prize money, 125 of that going to our winner. So we'll take a moment to just listen in to Jo Murphy as she gets us underway with this year's race.
You are now in the hands of our starter. The 2025 Ironman World Championship is now underway. Let's go.
The traditional cannon start signals the opening of this year's 2025 race here at the Ironman World Championship. Kailua Bay now is sent into a washing machine like foam as Lucy Charles Barclay gets us underway here. Marinda Carfrae off to a clean start.
Also a clean start, and interestingly, Lucy Charles Barclay actually started in the middle, so she was one of the athletes that opted for the middle. And funny you say that, when we were talking about the conditions, you said middle would be the best considering the swell and how the ocean conditions are playing out today. But Lucy Charles Barclay in the middle. This first couple of 100 meters will be very telling, so we'll be watching very keenly. And we do have Daniela Riff as well as Fenella Langridge down on the boat, so they'll be giving us some live coverage from the course.
Yeah, we'll get down to them a little bit later on there, but you can see that Lucy's already opening up a little bit of a gap there in the middle there, so we can see the violet colours of Chelsea Sodaro getting off to a good start at this point in time as well. There's the gold colour. That is Laura Phillip just sitting on the right-hand side of the pack there, off to a good start. Now, the opening 400 metres is pretty much full on until they get into their rhythm there, Marinda, and find their breathing patterns. But look at Lucy. She's already got half a body length on the next athlete.
Yeah, and this is characteristic of Lucy Charles Barclay. When we saw her win here 2 years ago, she was shot out of a cannon. The cannon went, and it was Lucy Charles Barclay in that first 200 metres. We're looking at a green cap of Taylor Knibb on her feet. So this was the question. Taylor right now really trying to bridge that gap and get onto those feet. These moments are crucial for Taylor Knibb if she wants to get out of the water with Lucy Charles Barclay.
Also, Holly Lawrence looking as though she's sitting in third place at the moment with the hot pink cap. The yellow is Hayley Chura off to the left-hand side in around about 4th to 5th position at this point in time. Marta Sanchez sitting in there in 4th place as well. So a lot of our swim leaders, we did predict that this was going to happen here. So if you go back and look at it, we can say that Lucy Charles-Barclay is by far and away the best swimmer in the field. And, the chase pack, we're pretty much predicting that, Chelsea Sodaro, Taylor Knibb, Marta Sanchez, Lotta Vilms is going to be in there, Lamolo from France, Holly Lawrence, she's right up there, Rebecca Clark and Hayley Chura. So they are all doing exactly what we thought, and so is this lady.
Yeah, great images here, but we are going to throw it down to Fenella and Daniela, who are on the boat and close to the action.
Is this Marshallin?
We are so excited to be here. The energy is electric. That cannon went off and my heartbeat just shot up about 200 beats. We're about 200 meters into the race. What's happened so far?
Yeah, we're seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay already having a small gap. Taylor Knibb just a few meters back, but it looks like Lucy is really opening it here. And then we have Holly Lawrence in 3rd place, just on the feet, trying to hold on to Taylor's.
Yeah, she's trying to hold on. I think that gap has got a little bit too much for Taylor. She was there for maybe the first 100 meters or so. But yeah, that gap's grown, and I don't think she'll be able to pull that back unless Lucy has a crazy change of ideas and decides to slow down. This pack has all come together. This first 200 meters is vitally important in this Ironman race, and packs will be made or broken here, and arms are still flailing. Their heart rate will be through the roof still at this point.
It's all about positioning as well. You want to get some good feet you can trust, and we see also a little bit just where the buoy is, the 3 next to each other, swimming quite close. So how does it feel when you're so close to each other?
You're kind of battling for positions at this point. You want to be on that person's feet in front of you. You don't want to give anyone that extra inch, that mile, that you're racing. This is the beginning of the Ironman World Championships, and you want to put yourself in the best possible position right at the beginning of the day.
This is the biggest race of the year, and this race can be life-changing. And as we see Lucy Charles-Barclay really opening up that gap, it's already, I would say, 20 meters in front of Taylor Knibb. So Taylor is really pulling this group, and we're also seeing in the 10th place that there's a little gap opening.
Yeah.
So it looks like there might be a leading group forming.
I think these, I say, 38 or from, I'm not sure who that is. But from there on,
Stephanie Clutterberg is 38.
She needs to make those feet, because after that there's meters going between the athletes until we see the light blue hat of
Julie Muller, or
I think
no,
Julie's
she must be
in front.
No, this might be Kat Matthews actually.
This is a pivotal point for Kat right here. If she can kick those legs a little bit faster, get onto
Kat.
Steph's feet or the girl to her right, she might be able to hang on to this group, because they are moving that little bit faster than her at the moment.
And she definitely wants to be in that league group.
She needs to be with those girls right now.
We also have Laura Philipp. Looks like she's in the second bigger group, just where the buoy is coming a little bit further. So she's in the mix. Already quite a big gap to Kat Matthews. So maybe, Laura, she would like to be out of the water with Kat. But still, this race is still open. It's really just forming. And
you've shown that in the past with your experience of maybe having a less fortunate swim and still coming back to win. So what might be going through their minds in those moments?
Yeah, it's, the nerves are a little bit gone now, so now they can really go hard. But of course, this where you actually place after the swim is important. If you come out of the water too far back, you have to really put a lot of work in on the bike, and so it's just still quite hectic. People are swimming; they're swimming quite close to each other. They're not looking at the fishes at the moment. They're really working hard.
Whoa. Well, I think we're in the good seats right here, where we could get to see the fishes or the dolphins. But there's definitely 2 groups forming, or there's the lead swimmer of Lucy, a larger pack of maybe 10 to 15, and then there's a slight gap to Kat towards who's pulling probably the rest of, or the majority of the field behind her. So behind her we have got Lisa Perdrew and the yellow cap, the second yellow
The
cap.
second yellow is Solveig Lovseth, having a good swim so far, but also, yeah, as we're seeing this gap opening, it looks like she's with Kat Matthews, so they'll be able to ride together. And yeah, it's really just forming that group. And let's have a look at Lucy. I mean, she's on her own. She's doing Lucy things, just going hard from the start. She's not going to hold back, and she definitely is here to win. And yeah, she's going for it.
This water today, it's got a little bit of swell and they're moving slightly up and down, but it's not the most as challenging as we've had in previous years. It will be easy enough to sight, so Taylor will still be able to just see Lucy as she pokes her head out up at the water and sights for that next buoy, or she'll be able to see that lead kayaker, which might give her that little bit of motivation to keep pushing, to keep digging in, because as we know, anything is possible, anything can change with the race dynamics of an Ironman.
Yeah, and as the sun is not up yet, that helps a lot. They don't have to swim against the sun, so they can still see the kayaker. And yeah, here we see that.
This has been amazing so far. There's definitely a lead group and the group behind. Decisions they've got to make now, who knows? Let's take it back to the studio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fenella and Daniela. The Fan Dan show is alive on the boat down there, and no surprises here. Lucy Charles Barclay, Marinda Carfrae, dare I say, deja vu 2023?
Yeah, setting up very similar to when she went wire to wire, basically in 2023, and won. But yeah, we are looking at another stellar swim performance from Lucy Charles Barclay, and from all accounts, she's in phenomenal shape. Looking back at that second pack, Chelsea Sodaro, another notable, was in that main pack behind Taylor Knibb. So that's one we're going to watch. We haven't got confirmation, but it did sound like from the women on the boat that Kat Matthews was possibly in that third pack. So she was trying to make sure she didn't drop off the Taylor Knibb group, but Kat Matthews, one we will be watching keenly as we roll through. We had a hot pink in that main pack. I assume that would be Holly Lawrence, but we'll be looking to find Solveig Lovseth. And correction, Lisa Perdrew was the other yellow cap, so Lisa with most likely Kat Matthews. So yeah, some good company, and things will still shake up here, and I'm sure the ladies will get a closer view on who's who down there in the swim. But we are looking at Lucy Charles Barclay doing what she does best, and that is swim off the front by herself. She doesn't need any help.
Nope, she doesn't need any help. Stroking out and not wasting any time. A very high rating right now. Lucy Charles Barclay doing what she does best, and that is going solo off the front.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Find faster with Roka. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. Lucy Charles-Barclay has a commanding lead so far here in the 2025 edition of the Ironman World Championship. Right here in Kailua Bay at the moment, as you can see, a little bit of bump in the water at this time. So just a moment ago, Lucy Charles-Barclay had a little bit of a look around and just seeing what's going on.
Yeah, we're going to get a glimpse of that, a replay of that moments ago.
Yeah, so Lucy always very aware of what's happening around her, just taking a few moments to, get into a rhythm, does a backstroke, like 3 or 4 strokes, just to get an idea exactly where she's at to make that decision. Are they 5 metres behind, which means that she's got company? Are they 25 metres behind, which means I have to go for it? I now am in a position where I cannot wait and I have to go solo.
Yeah, interestingly, she did sit back and make sure she had a good eye on who it was back there, and it looks like actually a yellow cap in the lead there.
That's Hayley Chura.
Hayley Chura.
Yeah, Hayley Chura last. Sorry to jump in over the top of you there, Marinda, but last time out in 2023, Hayley Chura was 1 minute and 40 seconds down in second place out of the water, so she probably felt that Taylor Knibb wasn't doing the pace setting as she can, so she's gone into the lead. Holly Lawrence sits in third position. Taylor Knibb in the black swimsuit and the green cap is sitting now in fourth position, so that's great for Taylor. She can save a little bit of the body's energy there going through. Rebecca Clark in the orange cap, and there is Marta Sanchez swimming alongside of the Kiwi at this point in time, but we can tell you that Hayley Chura has really upped the ante and taken over in second place. So we've got a chase group of around about 12 athletes there. We've got another couple of stragglers a little bit back, about 10 metres. So things have already got off to a good start for Lucy Charles-Barclay. A little bit bumpy in the water there, a little bit of side swell coming back off, the seawall there with the backwash as well.
And we are going to throw it to some sound bites from our pros from earlier this week.
I think that this swim is good for me because it's a swim skin swim. I prefer when we don't have the wetsuit because it's giving me more advantage on the worst swimmers, because as a former swimmer, for me it's easier and I have my natural floating. So for me that's a good point because I can maybe have more time advantage on the worst swimmers. But as you said, the field is very big, very strong. So I think we will be a group of maybe around 10 girls. I think Lucy will be alone in the front, or maybe one of us can join her, but not all the field. I think she will be in the lead easily. And I think then we will be around 10 girls behind. And I hope, to be in the group. The goal is to be in the group, but to keep as much energy as I can. Don't give too much energy in the water because it's only the first part of the race. It's not even an hour, so yeah. The goal is to have maximum energy capacity at the start of the bike.
Yeah, I think obviously the swim start is something that I have thought about a lot, and I think everyone thinks about a lot. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and I think I just have to back my swimming ability and back my ability to hold my space in the water, and not get intimidated by those big names that we do see on the start line. I'm really confident in my swim. I really like that fast sort of argy-bargy start of the swim. So yeah, I think I just have to do my thing, trust my skills and trust my training, and know that I'm ready to be able to battle in that start.
I think you've got to be aggressive early. I think, previously I've been too aggressive and I've blown up, and so it's about finding that happy medium between, starting as hard as you can and then still being able to swim well. But if there's one thing I've learned this year, it's that swimming in a group is a lot easier and makes the 3.8 Ks go much quicker. So I think it's about just trying to line up next to people who you think, that little bit step further, who you can then hopefully get in a group with. And but I just I know that I can ride well, so you know, once I'm out of the swim, I just think, okay, whether it's good or bad, it's like in my mind, I'm like, time to go to work. So.
All right, so what I learnt out of those comments from the swim course with our professional women there is argy-bargy, you poke me, I will poke you, get out of my way, and love the hat. Vegemite, that's a sodium replacement.
Yep.
High salt.
Yeah, Penny Slater wearing that Vegemite hat. Welshie and I spotted it. Well, Welshie spotted it right away, but we are watching Lucy Charles-Barkley in the lead here. We're going to throw back down to the boat with Fenella and Daniela. Ladies, what do you have for us?
Wow, this is heating up right here. Even just from that first 200 meters now to where we are now, things have changed dramatically. What are we looking at, Danny?
We're at the third pack with having Laura Philipp in there, leading. Who's leading?
We've got Jocelyn leading, Kat Matthews just behind, with Solveig by her side.
Lisa Perdue.
Oh, Lisa Perdue.
Really strong cyclists in there, but
this is a powerhouse on the bike group. If they can all stay together through the rest of the swim, for Laura and Kat, they're in good company.
Although they are they're fighting with each other. You can see they're not trying, they're not moving
They're
that
not
fast.
letting anyone get the gap on them and get that edge. They would be a lot more efficient if they did swim on feet. They're slowing themselves down by swimming next to each other and on top of each other, and that's maybe why we're seeing this. Oh, well, I don't know, we tried to guesstimate how long it is, but you said maybe
150
meters,
which is already 2 minutes. It's close to 2 minutes, which is quite a big gap. And I think for Laura Philipp, great to be back in the pack. There was a second she almost fall out of the group, so it's very important for her that she's in the mix here. She seems to have a good drafting position. She's like in the mix. Where
but do you think that would have burnt too many matches, or? I know from here it looks like everyone's got red faces, but like
they do. I think it might have been also a little bit, the start, the nerves, and now she seems like she got herself back together. I think this pace will be perfect for her. She can just sit in and then do the work on the bike.
I suppose it's so good to be on that second or third set of feet where you don't have to concentrate too much about where you're going. You just know that I've just got to follow these bubbles in front of me and keep going. I don't know what these guys might be thinking. They won't have a clue who the other girls in their group are at this point. They just know that there's a group that's slightly further ahead and they're with the person they can see to their left and the right, and that's all they know. It's still quite confusing.
I mean, we have a great view from here, but when you're in the water, having the elbows in your face, it can get quite messy, and you just don't know how far ahead Lucy Charles-Barkley and Taylor Knipp are.
Lucy seems to have developed that gap even that little bit further. That first front group is definitely keeping the hammer on, keeping that pace going. But it's good. The girls that we thought we would hope to ride together and we would see together swimming are there. And
as we're getting closer out here as well, you can see that the waves are a little bit more choppy. It's definitely not like flat or easy to swim. It's a little bit of a rough surface, and also you have that swell where you feel that you're out in the ocean.
The sea, the elements are all against them now. So yeah, back to you guys in the studio.
The big island of Hawaii. It's the home of the Ironman World Championship, and it has been that way since the early 1980s. Today is Ladies' Day, and it is Lucy Charles-Barkley that is really, really opening up a big gap right now, and she is relishing these conditions right now. You can see the chop on the water. It's textured right now. The tide is coming in. They're fighting it on the way out, but on the way back in, Marinda Carfrae, she will have a tail current all the way back. But this, on the outward leg, is where she's going to pick up most of the time.
Yeah, Lucy Charles-Barkley just shines in these conditions. She's a phenomenal swimmer at any day, but right here in Kona, when the waves come up a little bit, Lucy This takes a few extra seconds than she maybe normally would. We're looking at the second pack here, and we have Chelsea Sodaro in that pack, Taylor Knibb in that pack. We have Lotte Wilms in that pack, Julia Mello, Rebecca Clark, Holly Lawrence, and Haley Chura. Some great firepower in there, but that third pack, that pack with Solvi, Lisa Perderer, Laura Phillip, and Kat Matthews, and Amaja Lane, I believe, is in that third pack too. So our like super strong bikers. I mean, of course, Lucy Charles Barkley is one of those two. Taylor Knibb is one of those two. But those women, when they come together, they seem to be able to create magic, and that's what they did in Hamburg. Solvi, Kat, and Laura. So yeah, this is shaping up to be all we had ever hoped for.
Just a couple of things to point out here, Marinda. You can see that the packs are going left to right. They're having a hard time navigating their way around this course. And now, when you warm up for this race and you do this, swim course in training, you're always looking out to those mountains where they hit the sea. There's a little bump right at the second to the last mountain out there. That's always a good mountain to look at, because when you're going up and down like that, you can barely see the buoys. So let's check out this video of what happens in T1.
So the athletes will hop out of the water. You saw them go past the bags there. They'll grab their T1 bag, so that's got their helmet in it, possibly nutrition, whatever they need to hop on the bike. They'll go through the change tents. Athletes will be in and out of there in a flash, I can tell you that much. Then the pro athletes will run all the way around the perimeter of the transition area, which is what we're seeing now. They do a big loop of the transition area. Now, this is a good time. Some of the athletes decide to wear their swim skins down around their waist. So you'll see a lot of athletes taking off. Obviously, of course, they've already taken off the swim skin, but they will be bringing up their top, getting that suit in position. You want that suit to be perfectly on your shoulders, not pulling anywhere, sitting where it should be sitting. So this is a really great opportunity for those athletes to do it, because it is a fairly long run all the way to the end of the pier and back through all of the age group bikes. Of course, the professional bike racks are out on the road now, so they will go all the way out onto the road, and that's where they will grab their bikes. Helmets I'm not sure if they're in their bags or if they'll be on the bike.
Either way, they can do it either way there. So
they most likely will have put those on while they were running, because that's another option to save some seconds, some vital seconds. And yes, the athletes will run through, and then they will get to their bikes, grab their bikes, and they will be off.
Looks like Lucy is swimming very well right now in her time. She was 23 minutes and 46 seconds as she made the first turn out there at 1.2 miles into it. So as we finish off looking at how they get in there, this is how they actually start in the Ruby transition. Then they get out onto the Zoot bike course. But when they come back, Marinda, they do it in reverse direction. They get off their bikes and run around the perimeter of the transition area to the other side in a counterclockwise direction. So here we go back with Lucy Charles Barkley. She's made the turn. She's making her way back toward the transition right now. You can see the swell is actually quite bumpy this morning, and now the sun is just about to come over Mount Hualalai and give us a little bit of heat here. It will be turning up. The mercury will get up as well, and so will humidity. It's going to kick up to about 80% in around about an hour's time. Lucy Charles Barkley leads by over 100 meters and about 1 minute and 10 seconds at this point.
Yeah, and just going back to 2023, Lucy swam a 49.36 here in 2023. We'll be looking to see how this time measures up. It wasn't a course record. She does hold the course record, though. I don't have that number in front of me, but it was just a tick faster than that. So Lucy Charles Barkley on pace for another very fast day here in Kona.
Yeah, so in 2023, it was a 49.36, and then the next fastest was Haley Chura, of course, and then Laura and Brandon. But out of the big guns back there, Laura Phillip was at a 56.49, so she had a deficit of 7 minutes coming out of the water from Lucy Charles Barkley. Taylor Knibb, who finished in fourth place at the time, was just 1 minute and 50 behind. Lucy Charles Barkley continues to lead.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Go. Oh, thanks, man. Ironman World Championship continues with Lucy Charles-Barclay in the lead. Hayley Chura now taking up the pace-setting duties at the front there. Holly Lawrence still in third place, and Taylor Knibb, so nothing much has changed.
Nothing much has changed. These packs have been formed now. We have Lucy out front. It's just now a matter of what the time caps will be once they hit the shore in the Ruby T1. Lucy Charles-Barclay, of course, doing what Lucy does best, out front and showing the ladies the way. We did get that course record. 48:14 is the course record that she holds. And the year she won 2 years ago, she was about a minute 40 in front of that second pack out of T1. So
yeah, that was Hayley Chura and then also Lauren Brandon there. So it looks like it's going to be very similar this year. She was a 1:10 up at the turnaround buoy just a moment ago. So let's go down to Fenella and Daniela.
So here we are with the main chase pack. Danny, who are the big hitters in this group?
So we have Hayley Chura leading this group, followed by Holly Lawrence. Then just on her feet, Taylor Knibb. So yeah, great group to be in. Then we have Rebecca Clark, Marta Sanchez, Chelsea Sodaro. So she's having a great swim. It's the perfect position she can be in. Lotte Wilms and Indy Ali. So still quite some horsepower in there for the bike.
They're all great cyclists. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, and as we see also, the second chase pack is already over 2 minutes 15 back.
Unfortunately, Hannah is just losing Indy's feet but there is still Hannah Berry, and then on her feet is 14, which is, we'll get that back. Oh, Regan Holyoke, followed by Steph Clutterbuck and Julie Lemon.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like they're actually swimming against the current, and it's a bit more wild out here. So the pace might be a little bit longer. I mean, Lucy was out at the boat in 24 minutes, super fast swim from her. And also these ladies, they're really pushing the pace. They don't want to have too many people in this group, and as you can see, they're also spread out. Everyone like single line. That means they're going really fast.
Yeah, they're working hard. They're all trying to stay together. They've definitely put some time into the group behind them, but we don't think that she established that big lead about 500 meters in, but I don't think it's grown too much. She was on, like Danny said, she was on the record pace hitting halfway, but this looks a lot more difficult coming back with more chop and a bit more swell, and the athletes just looking like they're working that little bit harder.
How do you normally do the sighting when you go back? I mean, we don't have the sun now, but as you can see, it's just really hard to spot. What's your trick to, where did you used to go?
You look for the two main buildings, or the telephone tower is a good thing to sight for, but normally you've always got Lucy and a paddleboard in front to aim for. So that's all we've got for you now. Let's head back to the studio.
I really do love that comment, Fenella. You've always got Lucy Charles-Barclay and the lead paddler That's absolutely right, and that is Jenny Kulmbach. She's the 2009 Molokai to Oahu paddling champion. She's a very experienced water woman. She knows exactly how to give Lucy Charles-Barclay the quickest line through. And Mirinda, just looking at the swim stroke right now, she's riding the wave. She's riding a little bit of a tail current cross swell as she makes her way back in toward the pier here in Kailua Bay. Now, Lucy Charles-Barclay, 1 minute and 40 seconds up on the leaders, the second and third place a couple of years ago, is doing what she does best, and that's just swimming beautifully, stroking out with a high rating, swimming at around about 2.92 miles an hour. Now, she's going to have to swim about 2.93 to get the record, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Lucy gets close to that at the moment. She's swimming a little bit wide of the line. Lucy Charles-Barclay with not too far to swim in the first and opening discipline here at the Ironman World Triathlon Championship here, and that is 2.4 miles of swimming, 3.8 kilometres of swimming right here in the Pacific Ocean on a very bumpy day with an incoming tide. Mirinda Carfrae, you've won this race 3 times. Set the scene for us right now.
Yeah, I think Lucy is just in comfortable territory, right? Like, this is how she won. This is how she always races. Sometimes she has company, sometimes she doesn't. But the 2 years ago when she did win, she did this exact same thing. She pedaled to the medal from that gun and got away. You saw her take a little peek behind her, had separation from that main pack. And now she's just trying to continue to push forward. Of course, she would love a few more seconds here and there, but she is in familiar territory, very comfortable position right now.
Over 1,600 athletes here representing 78 different countries, regions, and territories around the world. Here just trying to get their day underway. So we got wave starts just happening from 6:25 this morning with our Ironman Pro athletes getting underway, and now all of our age groups as well. So great to see all of our athletes underway here as we hear another horn right behind us, another age group getting underway. Lucy Charles-Barclay has used a very high rating, as she normally does. As you can see that she is swung wide, but she is drawing that very, very straight line to the end of the pier.
Yeah, of course, the athletes need to navigate as well. They're not just out there swimming aimlessly. They're out there navigating, and you heard Fenella, there's a radio pole back on land that the athletes will sight when they're heading out. They sort of sight towards, you see in the background there, that mountain, where that mountain hits the water. That's a good sight point on the horizon. So that's always the best way to sight in the swim. But yeah, Lucy Charles-Barclay, one of the best in the business, or the best in the business when it comes to sighting and making sure she's swimming the straightest line possible. We're looking now, you can see those arms in the background. That is the chase pack. We have Taylor Knibb in that chase pack. We have Chelsea Sodaro. Now, Chelsea Sodaro swims with Julie Dibbins. Julie Dibbins led this swim out a couple of times as well, one of the best.
Julie who?
Best swim bikers we've ever seen in our sport, or had at that time, but she's now Chelsea's swim coach. Again, a really great sign for Chelsea. We've kind of put her in the dark horse realm for this race because she's had a bit of a rough year with some illness early, an injury mid-year, and really only 8 weeks lead into this race, which is not ideal, but yeah, she's definitely setting herself up for success with a great swim so far, being in the mix with that main first chase, I guess, but the heat and the pack that we'll really be focusing on is going to be the defending champ. We have Laura Phillip, we have Kat Matthews, we have Solvi Lovseth, we have Lisa Pertera. These are all names that we've been throwing around all week. What are these women going to do? How fast can they bike? How fast can they run? So a lot of heat in that third pack. But yeah, right now, we're actually looking, I believe, this looks like that second and third pack, maybe.
It's actually the second, it's actually the chase group, but they're now splitting. Yeah, they are splitting. So you got Chura Lawrence, and there's Taylor Knibb right in there. You got Rebecca Clark. Then you got Marta Sanchez sitting in sixth position. Then you've got 2 more athletes. Then you've got a split of only about 5 to 6 meters at the moment with another 5 athletes in there. So we got our top 10, top 11 athletes all within striking distance of Lucy Charles. But back there in 2023, we can tell you that it was 1 minute and 40 seconds the gap. We've got 38 minutes on the race clock right now, with around about 10 minutes of swimming left before they head out onto the Zoot bike course here. That will be the second discipline, 180 kilometres for those using the metric system. In an Imperial, you're looking at 112 miles. Lucy Charles Barclay from Great Britain almost qualified for the Olympic Games in the 1,500 metres as well, swimming one of the fastest times, but didn't quite make it. But I tell you what, she is a two-sport athlete, and she is absolutely amazing. The 2023 World Champion is already off to a great start.
Yeah, she's a two-sport, but really a three-sport athlete here, doing triathlon at the highest level. And yeah, again, three-time runner-up here in Kona, Hawaii. And she got that monkey off her back in 2023 and broke the tape, a new course record time. An incredible day from Lucy Charles Barclay. And from all accounts, you know, she's in phenomenal shape. The most run training she's ever been able to put into her body, which I think is very dangerous. Yeah, she's been happy, sparkling this morning when I saw her in transition. But again, you still have to have a little bit of luck out there, mechanical luck, and you still have to put together a phenomenal performance to win this race here in Kona. You need a little magic.
Her last couple of races out were incredible. London and Spain. It was amazing to see Lucy Charles Barclay now. She's on a little bit of a tear, on a winning streak. Kat Matthews also representing Great Britain. Second place a couple of times at the Ironman World Championships. Wants to have a little something to say about that. And then you've got Chelsea Sodaro, an Ironman World Champion herself, coming right back into form. And then the young Marjolaine Pierre from France. She is an up-and-comer, 25 years of age. Taylor Knibb, already quite accomplished in her career. 2 Ironman 70.3 World Championships to talk about there. And then also represented her country a couple of times at the Olympic Games, but the last time out, Taylor represented with cycling in the individual time trial and triathlon. Jackie Herring, also from the United States. She's celebrating a birthday today and sitting right up there in the Ironman Pro Series, and one to watch today. Solvi Losev, she's not someone that we've talked about a lot because she's relatively new to the sport of Ironman triathlon, but believe you me, the Norwegians over the last couple of years have been on a tear themselves, and the training that they do is absolutely insane, taking it to a new level. So it's Haley Chura leading the chase group from Holly Lawrence. Yep, Holly Lawrence, the 2016 Ironman 70.3 World Champion, sitting in third.
Yeah, so Holly Lawrence, just talking about her for a moment. She, new mum, her daughter Poppy turned 1 just this past week. And this is her first time racing in Kona. It's only her second ever Ironman. She raced Ironman Lake Placid to qualify. And so this is her first time here on the Big Island. And this morning she said, wow, this is really hard. She's like, I have even more respect for athletes that do Ironman after her doing her first in Ironman Lake Placid and then now here in Kona. But yeah, that's Holly Lawrence on screen right there. And you see Taylor Knibb smartly moving back. I don't even know if smartly is a word, but it is now. She was so hell-bent on trying to get onto Lucy Charles Barclay's feet, and Lucy got that like half a body length, and then she was clawing, trying to hold back on. Lucy got a body length, and then it just sort of slowly went out, and then Taylor's popped into third position, which is a really smart move. Taylor, it's a third Ironman race, but a veteran of the sport of triathlon, conserving energy, sitting in third place in that chase pack, but doing a really good job making sure to meter out our energy throughout the day today.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The 2025 Ironman World Championship continues here in Kona, Hawaii, on the Big Island as Lucy Charles-Barclay has accelerated away from the pack at the very early going. She's swimming at around about 2.92 miles per hour. Race record 48.14 on the swim that she currently holds, and last time out it was a 49.36. Can she get close to the record, Marinda? She's got a tail current pushing her toward home. It's going to be close.
Absolutely. Well, it is going to be close, and we're looking at from the palace out, and we see her in the water. She's probably a little under 400 to go. I think it's going to be close. Yeah, I mean, she'll be there or thereabouts, and honestly, it's really what the conditions have given. It was pretty lumpy out there. You see now it's sort of a bit more calm, but out at the turnaround, it's a little bit more lumpy, a little bit more chop, and that just slows the athletes down a little bit. So no reason other than that. If conditions were perfect, you get course records. If conditions are a little bit more challenging, then the times are going to be a little bit off.
Yeah, this morning you got a incoming tide as well, which is arriving in around about 4 minutes time. It'll be completely full, so there's a little bit more push before it becomes slack, and then the tide will be slipping out after about an hour of being slack. So Lucy Charles-Barclay is now pushing her way back toward the pier. That's right, the multi-million-dollar pier with those bikes. There's incredible bikes, some of them worth up to $20,000 each, are awaiting our athletes right now. 19 out of the top 20 women in our Ironman Pro Series rankings are here today. They are led by Kat Matthews, who is wearing number 2 today, but Lucy Charles-Barclay wearing number 5 is having it all of her own way at the moment. And you can see the little bump in the water there that is aiding her as she strokes out toward the final push of the swim here today. 2.4 miles, 3.8 kilometers coming to an end. 46 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock. Very, very close for a race record, but probably going to fall just a touch short.
Yeah, and you see Lucy coming here in there on the left. She'll make that turn and she'll swim alongside the pier and all the way into the Ruby T1. I think it looks like it's going to be a miss today, but again, tougher conditions that we've seen in the last few years here in Kona. Lucy in phenomenal form and clearly still going to have that similar gap, and that's the question we're asking really now. It's what is the gap between Lucy and Taylor and Chelsea Sodaro, and that's Chase Pack, and then what is the lead between her and the hammerheads on the bike, Kat Matthews, Solvi, Lisa Perderer, and Laura Phillip.
Big horsepower coming out of that third group today with those names that you just said. It's going to be incredible to watch as they power their way out of town after they spend 8 miles inside of town going up Palani Road out on Kuakini Highway before returning to Palani Road. They will drop it into the small gear to get up Palani, quite a steep little climb, and then out onto the Queen Kaumanu Highway, and that's where the real race will start. Not much wind to speak of right now coming out of the west-southwest, which is going to be a little bit of a side to tailwind, side crosswind to tailwind heading out of town up toward the Kahala coastline. But right now it is deja vu because Lucy Charles-Barclay was the leader in the swim with a 49.36. Second place, it was Hayley Chura at 1 minute and 40 seconds down, and today it's Hayley Chura again in second place.
Yeah, and that vision we had earlier with the age groupers starting 1,600 women here today racing at the Ironman World Championship event, and the last wave goes off at 7:40 local time, so athletes still waiting. They'll see the pro women come in before they hop in the waters of Kailua Bay and start their journey, their Ironman journey for today. But this is Lucy Charles-Barclay. She is now within reach of the Ruby T1. You'll see her swim alongside. All the fans will get a good look at Lucy Charles-Barclay, and the time has just gone 48:33. So we're looking at a 49 and change for Lucy. So very similar to what she did 2 years ago when she won here.
Exactly.
Not a course record.
That's right. So course record is now gone by near, and it is Lucy Charles-Barclay. What a great swim. She led from 150 metres into the swim today, nobody being able to take the feet of Lucy here today. As they made their way out toward that turnaround buoy, it was a very, very tough swim there today. They were fighting the incoming current and the wind, and now on the way back it's been a lot faster to come back. 23 minutes and 46 seconds to get out to the turnaround buoy here today, and now coming back it is in the Roka swim. It's going to be Lucy Charles-Barclay, the 2023 Ironman World Champion, that runs up the steps first. She'll undo the helmet, and not the helmet, she will undo the swim cap and her swim skin. She'll get some fresh water going through the showers. Into the changing tent she goes, and then she will run another 150 metres to the transition area. Mirinda Carfrey, take us through the transition here in the Ruby transition number 1.
So we just actually ticked seconds ago past what she swam in 2023. So she was a 49:36 2023. It's going to be like 10, 15 seconds slower than that this year. So within reach of that time. Lucy Charles-Barclay now out of the water. She'll pull down that swim skin and she'll run through the showers here, quickly grabbing her bag, locate the bag, and off she'll go into that change tent. She'll take off that swim skin, and while she's doing that, she'll take off her swim cap, goggles, put all of those have to go back into that gear bag. From there, she will get her nutrition and whatever else she needs for the bike. And as she's running out, she'll come out the other side of that change tent. And as she's coming out, she'll put those nutrition gels and so forth in her back pockets. And yeah, she'll be running around the transition area as quickly as possible. And we're going to see what that time split is momentarily.
Second place a few years ago in the swim was Haley Chura from the United States, and she's doing exactly what she did a few years back. So here we go. We're going to get to see our leaders out of the water. We've got Lucy Charles-Barclay with an official time of 49:29. On goes the helmet as she does get into the transition. The Wahoo Element rival says 49:29 in the Ruby transition area. Number 1, Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain, running out in a clockwise direction. She will do that in reverse when she gets off the bike a little bit later in about 4.5 hours time. But the Wahoo Element rival, 49 minutes, 29 seconds on the clock. In second place, Haley Chura now exit stage right. She's going to make that left-hand turn through the shower. She goes. Holly Lawrence, Taylor Knibb, right there in there. Rebecca Clark and Marta Sanchez. Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands coming in. Oh, look at
Chelsea
this.
Sodaro, 2022 Ironman World Champion.
Wow, that was a good swim from Chelsea today. You know she's coming into cracking form right now. Here comes the aerodynamics that are going to be displayed here with Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way through the age group transition here in the Ruby transition area, number 1. She'll make a right-hand turn out in the front of the courtyard. Marriott Bonvoy there, the Hotel King Kamehameha, right here in Kailua Kona. She's going to make the left-hand turn. She will grab the 5th to last bike, and then she will exit on Palani Road. Then she'll make a left-hand turn up on the Kuakini. But Lucy Charles-Barclay is the leader of the race. And there is 50:59 for Haley Chura coming in, 51 minutes for Holly Lawrence. So right there you can see that it's around about 1 minute and 31 seconds. So a lot closer than what they were a few years ago. Go through the transition, the Ruby transition, number 1.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay, that's the mount line, that pink line on the ground there. She has to push her bike beyond that line before she can hop on her bike, and she has done that nicely. We're looking at Holly Lawrence now in the Ruby transition 1, 90 seconds. Looks like Taylor's helmet was knocked off of her bike. So she opted to have her helmet on her bike as she went in this morning to rack her bike. But Holly Lawrence in transition, also Hayley Chura. We had Taylor Knibb in transition too, but Lucy Charles-Barclay just 90 seconds up on that first chase pack. A little less than it was last year, so she'll be looking to get out of town and out of sight as much as possible.
Holly Lawrence had a baby a year ago, Poppy, and she said coming into this race that she's just here to learn, to get experience. She's an Ironman rookie here in Kona. She's only done 2 races before at this distance, as we now get to see Marta Sanchez coming in from Spain there. Now we get the rest of the group that's going to be coming in. Taylor Knibb coming through, Hayley Chura, and also looks like India Lee that's had a good swim as well. Out of the bike here, out of the Ruby transition area we go, onto Palani Road, and the second discipline of the Ironman World Championship is underway. Taylor Knibb gets a little bit of a slower transition, and that's because she puts the socks on to get ready for her ride here today. On goes the sunglasses, the helmet is strapped on, the leg goes over the machine there, and the pilot is going to put it into full force. What will they do in the early parts of the bike ride today? Will they chase Lucy Charles-Barclay, or will they let Lucy get up the road before they hit the main highway and get into their rhythm?
So a group of 6 women out there in T2. Taylor Knibb always opts to put those socks on, and that's something she won't have to do in T2. So you can either do it in T1, Ruby T1 or Ruby T2. She opts to do it in T1, and she didn't really lose much time at all, still in that main group of 6. And that was the split we saw out in the ocean on the way back. So that big chase pack of 15 ended up being Lucy Charles-Barclay, a group of 6, and then the second chase. But now Lucy Charles-Barclay, she's now she's about to take that left-hand turn.
She's going to head toward, she's heading toward Makala Road right now. Then she'll get up onto the Queen Ka'umano Highway. She'll make that right-hand turn and then come screaming down Palani Drive today. Now, when she comes down Palani, she's going to have to use a little bit extra caution there on that left-hand turn. We've got a wet road down there. It's been raining this morning.
And just looking at the splits at the bike start, so Lucy Charles-Barclay had 90 seconds, so a minute 29 from the chase. Holly Lawrence had a fast transition. She was 1:16 back at the bike start, so taking 14 seconds or 13 seconds out of Lucy Charles-Barclay just in T1. That's a nice chunk of change.
It's a lovely chunk of change for Holly Lawrence, and that's going to be good for the other athletes like Taylor Knibb and so on, and Marta Sanchez. They've got somebody to chase up there, but Lucy Charles-Barclay wastes no time at all getting into that beautiful rhythm. She looks like she's laying over her bike, just absolutely perfect right now, wasting no time getting into that aero position. Excuse me, there is Hayley Chura right now in the pink and yellow. There is Taylor Knibb just up ahead, and you can see the flashing light, the red there. This is Race Ranger now. This is an anti-drafting detection system that's been placed on the athletes' bikes here. Now, if that flashes red, that means that they're inside of the draft zone and have to make a turn. Go around and make a turn there. So you can see that Taylor Knibb's light has now gone off. Hayley Chura is sitting legally behind Taylor Knibb. Taylor Knibb is now getting up to the back of the bikes of Marta Sanchez and the other leaders in the race right now as we go back to live action coming out of the water.
And Ruby T1 there, that's Rachel Olsen. This is her first time racing here in Kona. Rachel lost her mother just last year, so she is racing for her mum here today. Took the opportunity to come and race in Kona, and it's great to see her out there racing. But yeah, with the action up front, we have a race on our hands. Now we're just waiting for that second chase to come out. What is the split?
Check it out with the Ruby T1. Fastest transition times today. Chelsea Sodoro, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Marta Sanchez, 2:16. And the very quick transition there by Holly Lawrence, as you were mentioning, Marinda, with a 2:20 there. So the Ruby transition number 1, 3 fastest times. Chelsea Sodoro, the Ironman World Champion Marta Sanchez, and Holly Lawrence. Here comes Kat Matthews today. She is one of our race favourites here, just exiting the water right now, and the horsepower is in this group.
Yeah, and just looking at that gap, it's 6:16. So 6:16, Kat is behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. So a little bit more than she would have hoped, but still, well within the realm with the likes of Marjolaine Pierre, with Solvi Lodsev. She's got some great firepower in there, but you see Kat taking the opportunity to take a little water on, hydrate. This swimming in this ocean is very salty, so you don't want to get on the bike and straight away just start drinking your electrolytes. A lot of the time you want to rinse your mouth out a little bit, have a little water, and start getting on top of that hydration. So we are with Kat Matthews now, second fastest Ironman time in history. She set the fastest in Texas earlier this year, and yeah, I'm excited to see what she can do out on the bike and run today.
Taking a look at our Zoot bike course down the bottom of the screen there. They are on Kukini Highway right now. So Kukini Highway, and that is the very, very first part of the race. This is the Queen Ka'umano Highway. Lucy is on Kukini Highway. Hayley Chura is just slipping back from the chase group right now. Taylor Knibb has gone to the front, and she's taken second position in the race. So Taylor Knibb doing her thing at this point of time. Let's take a closer look at this incredible Zoot bike course.
Welcome to the 2025 Ironman World Championship Women's Race. You've got heat, you've got humidity, you've got wind, all the challenges the island can throw at you. But the brutality of this course is also matched by the spectacular energy of the island and also its beauty. Let's check out the Zoot bike course. The legendary 112-mile or 180.2 kilometre ride starts in the heart of Kailua Kona and takes a little tour through town before dropping onto the Queen Kahamanu Highway for a long straight grind past Waikoloa and towards Kauai. At Kauai, athletes will turn for a long sustainable climb towards Harvey. This will no doubt challenge racers' legs and mental fortitude, but the reward is a sweeping views of lava field and rugged coastline, not to mention the screaming descent after Harvey. The course is fully exposed, and the famous Kona crosswinds are guaranteed to keep athletes honest, testing their strength, focus and determination. Let's hear what the 2024 Ironman World Champion Laura Philipp says about the bike course.
This bike course is pretty special. It's very straight for a long time, and you don't have many corners or just one turnaround point. It's also never flat. The wind can come from any direction, and you always need to prepare to hold your handlebar a little bit tighter than maybe on other courses. If you get tailwind from Harvey, it's a super fast and fun section, maybe one of my favorites. And then once you get back into town, you hear the crowd, and me personally, I get excited for the run course.
And that is your Zoot bike course.
The main group of athletes now have made their way onto Kukini Highway, with Hayley Chura just slipping back from the pack at the moment. Taylor Knibb is up into second place at 1:28 down on Lucy Charles Barclay. A further 5 seconds down is Holly Lawrence, Chelsea Sodoro and Rebecca Clark from New Zealand round out the top five. The big hitters, though, Hannah Berry is right in there at 2:44. Holly Oak from Australia is in there at 2:59. But the news of the day so far, Laura Philipp was fast enough in the swim to get on the heels of Kat Matthews. And we talked about the firepower, we talked about the horsepower that's going to be in that chase group, the third group.
Yeah, that third group are very strong. I think Kat would have loved to have been a little bit further up the road, but she's in very comfortable territory with Laura Philipp, Solvi Lovseth, and Lisa Pertver as well. Those four women we've been talking about. Yeah, a great deal over the past week. We are with race leader here, Lucy Charles Barclay, and she is on Kukini Highway. It's a slight uphill section here, Welshie. The athletes will go up. It's sort of like a little loop out and back through town. The athletes will get a really good look at each other when Lucy turns. It's basically a U-turn, and she'll come straight back down Kukini, downhill, hit Palani, take the right-hand turn, uphill to the Queen Ka'umanu Highway, and then they'll be out on that highway for the next 4 hours plus. But Lucy Charles Barclay, nice high cadence here. She's looking good, but I think she'll be surprised to see how close the women are behind her.
Love the angle of the knee as well. Chelsea Sodoro just having a little bit of a word, with things that are happening out there at this point in time there. So, you know, just trying to make sure that she is doing the right thing and trying to get an idea of where, you know, people are as well. So, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid returns July 19, 2026 as an athlete favourite event. Each year, this historic Olympic community welcomes Ironman athletes and gifts us with an incredible course of lakeside greenery and the stunning Adirondack Mountains. With magic at every turn, it's no wonder that Lake Placid has scored the top spot in the 2024 Athlete Choice Most Recommended Races. So thank you very much for Lake Placid. Been there a few times myself, as you have, and it's an absolutely gorgeous resort up there high in the Adirondack Mountains in the state of New York. Absolutely beautiful. Getting a good look right now for the first time on the bike with the Ironman World Champion, the defender, wearing number 1 today, Laura Phillip, one of the fastest bikers on the tour.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Laura will be really happy with where she is out of the swim. She's had some really good performances here in Kona, of course a 3rd and a 4th, I believe, and then but never been able to crack into that top step. And motivation after winning in Nice last year, I think this is the one the athletes really want to win. Winning in a world title gets the sort of the monkey off your back. You've done it, so a little bit of the pressure's off, but coming in here as defending champion, yeah, she's looking really great at this stage of the race.
Wow, Laura Phillip looks terrific. The defending champion is really going to give us a race today. She is really hurtling ahead here and trying to get to the front of the race as quickly as possible. Lucy Charles-Barclay has lost 25 seconds to Taylor Knipp. So Taylor is now at 1:13. Holly Lawrence at 1:16. Sodaro is riding in that group. Rebecca Clark as well. Hayley Chura, however, has dropped back now 30 seconds behind the chase group. India Lee is next to come with Lotta Films. Hannah Berry and Marta Sanchez round out the top 10. Marjolaine Pierre has dropped to 6 minutes down and now in 12th place. But Laura Phillip and Solvi and also the big bikers, Kat Matthews, are on the charge.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Today's live broadcast is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. I'm Marina Carfrae, joined by Greg Welsh, and we have a special guest joining us now. We have Mikele Jones. Mikele won here in 2006, Olympic silver medalist. MJ, what are you seeing here today?
back of the pack coming up.
Lucy Charles-Barclay leading the race right now. We can tell you that Marta Sanchez is now really rocketing toward the front of this race as well. So she's on the drive. Hayley Chua right up ahead there. Lucy Charles-Barclay, a moment ago, we saw her absolutely screaming back down Kuakini Highway at around about 45 to 50 miles an hour there, as she has that, little bit of a descent back into town before they hit the climb of Palani Road. Now we see Sanchez making a move here. In second place is Taylor Knibb, and she's up to around about 1 minute and 13 seconds down on Lucy Charles-Barclay. Holly Lawrence is still sitting in there with Chelsea Sodaro, Rebecca Clark, and Hayley Chura just settling a little bit back in the group right now. But Sanchez now has caught up and passed the group of India Lee, Lotta Films, and gone into the top 5.
Yeah, this stage of the race, Welshie, this is kind of like a let's check in on everyone else, see where the other women are, see what happened in the swim. Weird things can happen in the swim. I remember one year Daniela was way down after the jellyfish. Chrissy one year crashed before the race, and we're like, where's Chrissy? Where's Chrissy? This is kind of like, okay, everyone's out of the swim. Now we're on 2 wheels. Let's see what's going on. And to your point earlier, MJ, Kat Matthews has been really cognizant of keeping her body temperature down. We saw her with an ice vest this morning in T1. She had a big ball of ice in her helmet, so keeping that helmet cool, and I think that's what slowed her down in T1, in the Ruby T1.
And she was also drinking too. She'd actually she was making sure she was getting her hydration in. So yeah, definitely I think it's a strategy for her that, she's racing to her race and her strengths and her weaknesses right now.
And I want to ask you both, the question is that, around about 45 minutes before the race starts, you probably got the last opportunity to get something into your body. Then you've got, that half an hour before nervous energy, and then you've got about 55 minutes of swimming. So you've gone around about an hour and a half with anything going through your body. What do you do when you get out of the water, and how do you start your nutrition?
Well, obviously, you do still sweat in the water, so the first thing you're going to do is get that hydration in, and that's what we saw. Kat actually did it, I think, a lot earlier than most people would even think about doing it. A lot of the athletes, as soon as they get on their bike. But, I think Lucy, it's like the word all day and all week has been Lucy, Lucy, Lucy. And, we know that Lucy's game plan is to get on the front and let people chase. And, it's been a little bit quiet about, well, what's Taylor been up to? It's been super hush-hush. So she's sort of like, I guess, keeping what she's been up to very close to her. But, I think this is what I love about World Championships, because you never know what's going to happen. We're going to have somebody who's going to, totally blow us all out of the water today.
Well, that's going to happen here pretty soon, because the big chase is Laura Phillips off to a great start. But the first of the athletes to get onto Palani Road today is Lucy Charles-Barclay. We saw just a moment ago her out of the saddle and accelerating away from the competition. Now, the next of those athletes is going to be going up Palani Road. They'll definitely drop that into the small chain ring to get up there in a hurry.
I don't know about the small chain ring.
Really? Yeah, no way.
They grind right up there. I think the velocity they take into the bottom.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm wrong there, but I used to do that, but that's 100 years ago. But anyway, Taylor Knibb was the second to get onto Palani Road as well, but once up onto the highway, they'll never see that small chain ring again, as a matter of fact. So we can see now coming through the field here in a hurry, but there is Laura Philipp from Germany, wearing number 1 today, heading out to the turnaround on Kuakini Highway, making quick work in the early goings of the second discipline here, the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, we see Laura Philipp making the turn right now. That is our defending world champion. She won, of course, in Nice last year. She is looking phenomenal. She's been training in Maui. She's been out here for, I believe, about a month. Just came into town here in Kona. So her biggest thing was making sure she knew she was fit. She won Hamburg in the new world best time this year. Went and raced in Roth, won that one too. But has been very quiet this year as well. Not a lot of races on her schedule. Two full distances, of course. But yeah, incredible to see her just out there and flying. But back with race leader now, Lucy Charles-Barclay. She is now out on the Queen Ahomani Highway. So she got to go up Palani Road. Lots of crowds on Palani Road. Now she's on her own.
Yeah, you're on your own now, and Makila, you know this as good as anybody. Once you're out there, this is where you have to, get stuck into your rhythm. You've got to get stuck into your aerodynamics. But what you have to get stuck right into is your mental ability to hang on to the race now for another 6 or 6.5 hours, where you just have to remain focused. You have to know what your power outputs are. You have to know where you are with your nutritional plan. Now, it's all about just staying focused and just pacing yourself through the next part of this race day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I did want to go back to Rinny's point about racing, because I think it's a nice contrast that we've got Lucy on the screen right now, because she's chosen to race a lot more than somebody like Laura Phillips. So, some people love embracing the racing, and I think Laura's more of that, she needs the details. She needs to sit down and prepare for a specific amount of time. And I love the fact that Lucy has been going back and forth between the distances. I think that's really helping her, because, we've seen her in such unbelievable form. She's been running as fast as some of our short course athletes. And then, Greg, to your point, we talk a lot about, who trains the hardest, who's going to come in with the best statistics into here. But it's also now, as you said, it's that mental battle that you have. And, I teach my athletes actions before emotions, because emotions don't lead to action. So everything they're going to do, when that little doubt comes in, they're going to control the situation. And it could be, pedaling technique. It could be like staying low when it gets windy. All those sort of things, those process goals are super important. Doesn't matter if you're an age group or an elite.
Kona rookie Holly Lawrence here riding along, just starting out after Palani Road. They're just out onto the Queen Ka'umanu Highway right now. The great British athlete. This is a rookie experience here in Kona, and like we said at the top of the show, Marinda, she's come here for the experience, and I don't know about that. She's pressing it pretty hard right now. She's trying to trace down Taylor Knibb, which has probably, happened right here. By the look of it, she's gone into second place here, so Taylor playing it safe.
Yeah, so Holly Lawrence and Taylor Knibb are both separating themselves from the rest of the women. Of course, Lucy Charles-Barkley out in front had that 90-second buffer. That came down a little bit through transition with the quick transitions these women had in the Ruby T1. But Holly Lawrence separating herself from the other women in the early stages of this bike. And, we're 20 minutes in, a lot of cycling left to go, but on this Zoot bike course. But Holly Lawrence looking really good early, and this is her rookie year racing in Ironman Kona. It's been 9 years since she won that world title down in Mooloolaba at the 70.3 distance. She's a different person now. She's a mother. Little Poppy had her first birthday just last week, so she's got a lot to race for.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's always interesting being a professional athlete, especially being a female, because you do have those phases where you go through when you decide to have a child. But I definitely think it brings you back with more passion, more strength, and more desire. And I'm sure Rinny knows exactly what that's about, having been through that process. I actually was out on the course yesterday riding it. I was going a little bit easier. Taylor Knibb came past me like I was standing still. So if I compare the conditions of what they were from yesterday today, they're actually very similar. So they're going to have quite the tailwind on the way out. So that's why we're seeing some great speed right now. And then when they get a little bit closer to Harvey, that wind's going to pick up. It's going to change northeast to north. So they're going to get a little bit more of a headwind and a side wind, because it's going to be coming off the mountains.
And great images. That's Waikoloa. Some wind out there today, which is exciting. Looking at the splits early on. Now, Lucy lost a little bit of time in transition, but from 10K to 13K, she took 10 seconds out of Taylor Knibb. Now, Taylor was one of the fastest through the first 40 kilometres 2 years ago here in Kona. Holly Lawrence, too, now back to 2:25 back. So Lucy Charles-Barkley now pedals to the metal. I'm not waiting around for anyone.
No, so like we said in the swim, she's in a position where she cannot wait for anybody. She's going to have to go out and do it solo, but that's what she's normally used to. The 2025 Ironman World Championships continues along the Queen Ka'umanu Highway here, as Lucy Charles-Barkley now is setting forth in a solo position. Early on, she led out of the water, less than 2 minutes the lead. Taylor Knibb was in 1:13 striking distance, but now back out to that 2-minute barrier. Lucy Charles-Barclay is getting after it. She's riding along beautifully along the highway here in a nice aerodynamic position, working on the nutrition as she now rides with a very fast tailwind out of town. But things will change when they get up to the other end of the island as they change directions there. But Lucy Charles-Barclay right now, Marinda, three-time Ironman world champion yourself, give us an idea what's going through her head, and then also talk about Taylor Knibb.
You know, I think what happened there was Lucy, got out. You got to see the other athletes on Kuakini Highway, which is one of the great perks of having an out and back early. Out of the swim, it's chaotic. Even if you're in a group, you don't know who's in the group with you. But once everyone's out on the bike, you can get a good look at your competition, see who's around. And I think Lucy saw who was around and she didn't like it, and off she went. So, I think she's like now fully engaged in putting as much time between her and the other athletes. But we are looking at one of the best cyclists in our sport. I mean, Taylor Knibb, what more can you say about this young woman? Represented the United States in the individual time trial, has represented the United States at the Olympic distance. But this is what she loves. And right now, she quoted this at the press conference, "I'm just going to be out there chasing helicopters." And I think she's out there trying to chase that lead helicopter, which is also the lead of the race of Lucy Charles-Barclay.
And let's talk a little bit about her equipment choices, because when you look at the pro field, it's like she's one of the only ones that didn't go with a full aero helmet. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but she hasn't gone with the shielded aero helmet. She's gone something maybe with more vents. So yeah, it's always interesting when you start looking about those equipment choices and what they're making out there.
Your personal choice, and then you can talk about Kat Matthews filling up the helmet with a big thing of ice. So that's on her mind. So Kat Matthews, by the look of it, is going to be very, very aware of staying cool. Keeping the core temperature down is imperative in a race like this to have a good performance. It's like a car. If your thermostat or if your radiator boils over, that's just like getting too hot, right? So you've got to keep that body cooled down. All right, beautiful pedaling action right now. Look at this. This is just absolutely pretty to watch. You got Laura Phillip right up there on the front here and then just dragging along the highway. These two here are chasing what's up the road, and Laura Phillip is probably in the best position that she's ever been in right here in Kona right now. She's well inside of that 6-minute marker and, in front of Kat Matthews. So for Kat, that's probably not what she wanted at this point in time. So Laura Phillips off to a great start.
And that was Lisa Pertera on her wheel.
Beautiful cyclist.
Yeah, beautiful cyclist. And you saw that high cadence. Lisa Pertera, a name that's been thrown around. She wasn't at the press conference. And, if you don't follow the sport keenly, you may not have heard of that name. She's a rookie here in Kona, but has had some phenomenal results. She actually raced Kat Matthews, one of the best cyclists in the sport, just a few weeks back in ZLMC, the 70.3, and she was dropping Kat on the bike. So this woman can ride a bike, and so can Laura Phillips. So this here is a phenomenal partnership.
And I also think, sorry, McKeely, I also think that, with Kat Matthews, got a new cycling coach in Alex Dowsett, a former professional cyclist himself. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if, Kat's going to be strong on the way back in. But Taylor Knibb right now, we did notice the helmet there, McKeely. It is one of those things. Craig Alexander was a guy that sometimes rode with an aero helmet, sometimes he did not. And that was all about ventilation. He learnt a couple of times that my head got too fried and I couldn't keep my body temperature down enough. So he went to the, more ventilated helmet in what Taylor Knibb is doing right now. And secondly, to that point, McKeely, is that Taylor Knibb is probably pacing herself at this point in time because she knows in a couple of years ago, she went out, she had the second fastest bike split to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Laura Phillip, the third fastest. Maybe it's about pacing herself and saving it for the way back in.
No, definitely the strategy is, if you can be consistent over the longest amount of time is where you're going to benefit. Sanchez is definitely moving very, very well through the field. She's in fourth. I think we have to talk a little bit about what is happening back there with Laura Phillip and Sept and also with Kat Matthews, because they're three absolutely powerhouses on the bike and they're the three fastest probably runners that we have on paper. So if they can get together and work together, they're going to have a huge impact on this race. And, their biggest impact is going to be definitely the second half of the race. But if they can keep working together, I think that's going to be something that we're really going to have to look forward to.
That's a great point. And sitting in 17, 18 and 19 places right now, Kat Matthews, Solvi Loseth, and also Jocelyn McCauley. Now, Jocelyn McCauley is an absolute powerhouse on the bike as well. So those three are only sitting just 45 seconds behind Laura Phillip and Lisa Perdera at this point in time. So it's a decision that Kat has to make. Do I burn one more candle to get up to the back of him, or do I just sit here and do my pace and hopefully that I'll just ride up, to those guys as well?
Exactly, Welshie. I think decisions, and every single decision the athletes make now will impact them later in the marathon. But we're going to throw down to Fenella and with Holly and Marta.
I'm here at the site on the Queen K. This is bringing up many memories from me with these guys chasing back to the front. I'm here with Marta Sanchez in her amazing floral Kona kit. She seems like she's working hard. She's grabbing down and grabbing that bottle, getting that hydration in there. It's an odd time at this time of the race where you're constantly questioning, is this too hard? Is this too easy? Should I be chasing a front? Should I be with this group? Is this the right pace? It's a long day out there, and you've completed stage 1, but there's a lot more stages to come. And now we're here with Ironman rookie Holly Lawrence. She's looking cool, she's looking calm on an amazing Technicolor Trek bike. Lots of emotions probably going through her head right now. She knows that Sanchez is an amazing, strong athlete. Is this where she wants to be? Should she be further up the road, or is this the position and place that she should be in right now? It's early days yet, but the pedal strokes look good. She looks strong, and the swim was amazing, so I'm sure she'll be extremely happy with how that went. But that was just stage 1. We've got a 180k bike, and we're only just 10 miles or so into it so far. The rest of this front pack seems to have dispersed. I thought it might stay together onto this first out and back, but they're all over the road, all keeping their race plans in mind, keeping their strategies in their head, and knowing that it's a long day. The sun hasn't peeked through the clouds yet, and it's not bearing down on them. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting race, definitely. Over to you back in the studio.
Welcome to the world.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
fan. Because Crowe was actually on a broadcast this past week. I only know this because we had a fan that just sent me a text that he was on a broadcast and he actually said he regrets not wearing an aero helmet earlier in his career. And I think these days the aero helmets are more vented. So, I mean, it's not like back in the day where they weren't so vented. But yeah, as you know, as we talk about, you know, all these athletes get in the wind tunnel. It's what's specific to their positioning. I know when I originally went in the wind tunnel, like having bottles at the back was better for me, and that wasn't the case back then. Now, you know, it's changing with all the aero gains that we're seeing and how much use we have of the wind tunnel.
Hey, MJ, you can fact check me, but I was right because he did wear the non-aero helmet and ventilation, so thank you very much for that comment. Laura Phillip and Lisa Perderer right now are the two fastest bikers on the course at this point in time. They are still around about 6 minutes down on our leader, so Lucy Charles-Barclay is holding it down. Now it's Taylor Knibb that went out to almost 2 minutes now, coming back to 1:27. Marta Sanchez at 2:54. She's taken 7 seconds out of Lucy Charles-Barclay over the last 5 kilometres. Holly Lawrence has lost a little bit of time. India Lee is making her way up. So too is Rebecca Clark and Chura. But rounding out the top 10, a lot of Films and Hannah Berry are riding along nicely. Marjolaine Pierre has taken 15 seconds also out of Lucy Charles-Barclay, but a beautiful overhead shot of the coastline right here. We're going past the Four Seasons, past Kukio as we make our way out toward the Waikoloa district. That will be the Kahala coastline. Up into the North Kahala coastline will be Harvey, the turnaround today, but a gorgeous day out on the highway. Overcast conditions downtown, off to a perfect start. McKeely, great conditions.
Yeah, it's actually like, you know, as we're sitting here down in downtown Kona, it's a lot cloudier than it's been. But the humidity, it's like once you get out there, the humidity is a little bit higher than we experienced the last couple of days. Yesterday was a little bit more humid. Today's going to be a little bit more humid. But, you know, they're lucky right now because they're riding in clouds, and that's going to really help you because that intensity of the sun just has not just a physical impact, but it has that mental impact as well.
What's going on here, McKeely? What's going through your head?
Yeah, you know, you're just trying to get, she just missed some hydration. And, you know, as an athlete, that can sometimes frustrate you because, you know, you've planned, like as you come up to those aid stations, what do I need? What do I need to get? And, you know, it's like it's those points where you can really tell if an athlete is like right on top of everything they're doing, if they're losing any focus. So it felt like she lost just a tiny bit of focus and a little frustrated when she didn't get that water.
If it's that important, why don't you slow down?
Exactly. I think, yeah, it's kind of, again, every little choice you make on race day will impact you in the marathon later on. But Taylor Knibb lost all of her nutrition from behind her saddle, and she didn't realize that until she looked behind halfway down the Queen Kahumani Highway and saw that they were off there. So first aid station, okay, she didn't. So it was, if Taylor needed to pick up that bottle, she would have slowed down. I think she was just like, okay, if I can grab one here, great. If I can't, I'll get the next one. So not the end of the world. Her nutrition, hydration situation is all intact here. But yeah, I mean, it's a decision. Again, every single little decision the athletes make throughout this bike ride will impact them later in the day.
But it's also, too, it's like, you know, when you're coming through those aid stations, as a professional, you guys are first through. So, you know, sometimes the practice that's involved, it's not easy handing a bottle off to somebody at that speed. So the age groupers get it a little bit easier because there's been lots of practice before they get there.
And sometimes it comes down to the aid station as well where, you know, the volunteers are, yeah, we're going to replay, but look, you'll probably notice that the volunteer is in a stationary position, which doesn't help. But you see that guy there?
Yep.
He wanted to start right. I don't know how they're briefed on this, but it's okay. Volunteers, they give up their day, and it's great. But if anything,
there's a technique to it.
There's a technique
It's
to
not
it.
easy. It's not easy. That's what we're trying to say. It's not easy to hand off a bottle, especially when these athletes are riding this fast.
Yeah, she's probably riding 27 miles an hour at that time or 25 miles an hour at that time. So slow down to 23, get the bottle, come back up. Because if you've got a loss of nutrition and your body starts feeling it, then your body's just naturally going to slow down. However, if you keep the pace, yeah, it's all well and good if you have a great average pace on the day until you blow up because you lost your nutrition.
It is not easy to grab water bottles when you're at that velocity and a person is standing still. You'll have some people who will run along beside you. Some volunteers will have sort of a straight arm, and it's you kind of pick and choose who you're going to take that water bottle off. But we have a fighting chance with Taylor Knibb coming up right now.
The run course? I'm not the person to be asking advice on the run course. Okay, so for the run course, I think that there are far, far better people to ask for advice.
Hit the gas, hit the gas.
So are you reading mastery right now?
Oh, it's very interesting. Well, right now it's a little bit, you see I take notes for these sections. I take notes on all my reading. But right now it's the strategies for completing the ideal apprenticeship. But like in terms of learning. And it was just about apprentice yourself in failure. So they're like two options. Either you fail because you didn't try, or you fail and then you learn.
We're learning, always learning.
That's what this whole process has been.
Yeah.
Learning.
Who are you most excited to race against and why?
Myself. Because I'm excited to see what I can do. Well, so my goal is very much to just have the best race possible. I'm still very new to the distance. This will just be my third Ironman ever. I don't know what I don't know. Like there's still a lot that I'm learning. And I have like a really deep respect for, like there are a lot of very good female Ironman racers and they know how to like execute the distance really well. And not just on their good days, but on an average day. And I think that's almost the scarier person who like, because there's those people who like when they're on their day, they're insane. But then like when you regress to the mean and you know what their mean is, that's like even more respect, but that's kind of the cool part because it's like get to race with them. Hopefully I'll be around. Like 3 minutes more of running.
If you see Lucy line up on left, you're like, no, I'm going to go where it feels comfortable with me. You're not looking to try to get on Lucy's feet right away.
No, but I think I need to line up more towards the field.
Yeah.
Because then there's always the creepers, not like creepy people, but the people who start to like inch forward.
Yeah, I got it. I never know what's coming from you. I never know. I never know. Watch out for the creepers on race day.
And that was a great fighting chance presented by Hoka with Taylor Knibb. Always a pleasure to hear what this young woman has to say.
Yeah, Matt Lieto catching up with the interviews all week. Great to have that. And, yep, Taylor Knibb, unpredictable and always funny. What a lovely young lady. What an incredible athlete. McKeely Jones, thanks for joining us on set here this morning. 2006 Ironman World Champion, Olympic silver medalist, and you'll be racing World Championships in a week in the Olympic distance, I do believe.
Yes, I head down to Australia after the race, so excited to use the inspiration that I'm getting here today. But I was going to say that Taylor Knibb is definitely not unpredictable on the race course. So, yeah, I just love her attitude. You know, she's so young, and I really believe that she's going to have many Kona wins under her belt. Whether that's going to be today, we're yet to going to see. But, you know, she has so much of a road ahead. But, yeah, I hate to have to ever predict what's going to happen from here on out. But I am super excited as a fan of the sport. And, you know, it's already exciting because, you know, we've got the people we know who are always up there right now. There's been nothing, I don't really think there's been nothing significant out of the ordinary for the race plans, but we know this race doesn't start to unfold until we at least get to Harvey and then definitely on the marathon.
Yes, well said. Ironman Hall of Famer, Olympic silver medalist and Ironman World Champion. McKeely, you're probably the winningest female in Olympic distance history as well, so congratulations on that. Thank you for joining us this morning. As we say, good morning to you. We've got a lot of action coming up here in the 2025 Ironman World Championship. And as McKeely did say, nothing out of the ordinary. I think the only thing to point out this morning is probably Kat Matthews was one of the, surprises to be heading out of transition behind Laura Phillip. I thought it would have been the other way around, but I think that's the only thing that, comes into my mind.
Yeah, when we saw Kat here swimming last time, she was in that main chase. She had a phenomenal swim that day. She usually swims around Laura Phillip. Sometimes she has a little bit of a gap on her, but Laura, phenomenal swim from Laura. So we are getting a great aerial view. And I told every athlete that I coached to look out into the ocean when they're on the Queen K, take a little look. If there's white caps, you're in for a rough ride up to Harvey.
Yeah, well, look at this, and we got some white caps out there right now, so that's exactly what they had predicted. We got a tailwind heading out there, so you can see the spiny grass on the side of the road there on the Queen Ka'umano Highway, and it is pointing in the direction that they're pedaling, which is good news for them. Maybe not so much on the way back, but it is the trade wind season, so the trade winds mean that they can just blow in any direction at any time. So careful what you wish for, but as we go along right now, Taylor Knibb doing a very, very nice job of it in second place. But it is Lucy Charles-Barclay. Haven't had a sighting of her recently, but she is way out there in the lead on her own. She has 1 minute and 54 seconds. So Lucy has picked up another 15 seconds on Taylor. So it's been a little bit of a yo-yo between those two athletes at this point in time.
Yeah, it's kind of going more towards Lucy's favor, but you see here, Taylor does have Lucy in her sights, so she can see her just up the road. Whenever you get a close-up on Taylor Knibb's face, you can kind of, there's no grimace, you see her kind of duck her head from time to time, but I think that's more, okay, I've got to get aero, I've got to make sure I save energy. I think that's more the tactic. I think she is being patient right now. Last time she raced here, she was very fast for the first 40 kilometers. This year, I think she's got that experience from that year. She struggled in the last 10 miles or so. She had said she had a phenomenal 7.5 hour day, and the last hour was just rough. So this time she's hoping to have a solid, 8 hours and change day. But I think she's being very patient and showing wisdom beyond her years right now to just be patient. Let Lucy be out there and stay within herself on the course. And again, we're back with a race leader, Lucy Charles-Barclay. We have Taylor Knibb sitting in second place, Marta Sanchez in third, and Holly Lawrence in fourth, and Julie Imelo sitting in fifth.
you go. Oh, thanks, man. 2025 Ironman World Championship continues along the Queen Kaumano Highway. Lucy Charles Barclay continues to lead. She's out there doing the solo thing as she ever does here. Today, Oman, beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience.
Yes, we were back with race leader Lucy Charles Barclay, and right now she's sort of taking second by second, inching away from the field. But again, Taylor Knibb is within eyesight of Lucy Charles Barclay, and we have just an incredible race unfolding. Marta Sanchez sitting in third from Spain. Holly Lawrence from the USA, from Great Britain, lives in the USA in fourth. Julie Imolo from France sitting in fifth. But we have so many other names down that list. It's just incredible to see all of these women now getting the opportunity to duke it all out on race day. And we are joined with Ironman CEO Scott Daru. Thanks for joining us here. Scott Daru, how has the day been going so far?
The day's going incredible. Welchie and Rennie, it's great to be with both of you. The energy here in Kona is extraordinary. I have a feeling this is going to be one of the most historic Ironman World Championships in our nearly 50-year history.
I think you're right, and thank you for bringing it. Down there at the body marking show this morning, it opens up at 4:30 in the morning. You're there a lot earlier. You're pumping up the volunteers. You're giving it back to them that give us so much. There's 5,000 of them, Scott, and it always is a pleasure. And an honour. Andrew Messick was a great leader. You're a great leader, but you're always behind the people and the age group athletes. We've got 1,600 athletes from all around the world, 78 countries represented, territories and regions. The biggest of those countries coming from the United States. But this truly is a global experience.
Absolutely. And this sport is all about the people in the community. And as you said, the volunteers, over 5,000 volunteers, we could not do what we do without them. They come from all over the world to support our athletes, to create this incredible experience where we're able to make dreams come true. And so I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank all of the volunteers, the athletes, as you said, from around the world. This is Kona, and there's nothing like it. And you can read about it. You can have people tell you about it. You can watch it on television. But unless you're here, you don't feel it. And when you feel it, you understand the Kona mystique. And this is a special place, and it's a special community.
And on that point, Scott, just talking about Ironman and Hawaii and the partnership, what Hawaii means to us and what we mean to Hawaii.
This is where it all began. I mean, as you all know, nearly 50 years ago on the shores of Hawaii, 15 friends got together and dreamt the impossible. And they proved on that day that anything is possible. And that's the spirit of Ironman that continues today. And the long-term partnership with Hawaii and Ironman is incredible. Josh, the governor, Kimo, the mayor here in the county of Hawaii, they've been incredibly supportive of us, but it's the entire Hawaiian community. And the Ironman family and the Hawaiian community are one. And we're incredibly excited about this race and certainly the future.
And the Ironman Foundation have been working with the local communities here for decades now. Scott, in 2026, the Ironman 70.3 World Championship will be in Nice, and they'll be coming back together here, culminating in a both-gender race here in 2026. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, our partnership with Nice is very special. I mean, Nice, France is the home of triathlon in Europe, much like Kona and Southern California's got a claim to triathlon in the U.S. too. But Nice is a special place to us, and Mayor Strassi and his team have been incredible. So we're excited to extend our World Championship partnership with Nice. But bringing the entire global community, men and women, back together here in Kona in 26 is incredibly special. The energy around it is, you can feel it. But we've got a historic race playing out today, and I was at the swim start earlier today with all those age group athletes going into the water, and the tears of joy, and you can just see and feel the journey that they've been on to get to this moment. And there's so many of them that have dreamt of this moment for years, and to have this moment where they can be on the shores of Hawaii, where it all began, and to experience the Ironman World Championship, something they've dreamed of for so long, and so many people have supported that journey with them. You can just feel the emotion of it. It's incredibly special.
1975 Triathlon was born. 1978, the first Ironman on San Souci Beach on Oahu, down in Hawaii there. And then we moved to the Big Island in the 80s, the early 80s. But now a new monumental landmark deal was struck with Oman. So now we're moving our focus and including, the Middle Eastern territories there. And this is going to be incredible moving forward. And in 2029, we will have a world championship there.
That's right. That's right. I mean, today we have over 150 Ironman and 70.3 races around the world. We've been racing in the Middle East for a number of years, in Oman since 2018. And the culture of the community there has really embraced Ironman, really embraced endurance. And about a year ago, in Nice, France, actually, at the Ironman World Championship, we sat down with the delegation from Oman and talked about a vision. We talked about a vision to really make Oman the center of endurance in the Middle East. And this partnership with Experience Oman is really the heart and soul of that. And so the 2029 70.3 World Championship will be extraordinary there in Muscat. It's going to be incredible. Also, Experience Oman as the title partner for our Ironman Pro Series, that we inspired them to really invest in our professional athletes. And that's really an investment in the future of the sport, to inspire people from around the world to get into the sport. So we're incredibly excited and honored, and it's a privilege to partner with Experience Oman.
Exactly.
And Scott, bringing it back to the race here, we're getting some updates now from people out on course. We hear that Philip, Matthews, Lutzeth, and Pertier are now together.
Ooh.
On the bike. So that pack we've been dreaming about getting together on the bike, they are together. So a very strong pack of women now on the bike. Of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay still leading out front. We have Taylor Knibb sitting in second, but that pack of four, what do you think about that?
It's such a, this is possibly the deepest and strongest women's professional field we've ever had in an Ironman World Championship. And Rennie, you know what it is to lead from the front and win an Ironman World Championship. But to see these women, these incredible athletes performing at the top of their game, it's extraordinary. And this pack that is forming, it's going to be really interesting to see how hard they push and when they push. And whether or not they sit back and wait for a bit or whether they go ahead and push. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
How proud of you of Lucy Charles-Barclay right now as she makes her way through the field here and leading, of course, doing a solo effort, as too is Taylor Knibb, two of the superstars of the sport, globally known around the world in their social media efforts, in their efforts, during the race. Lucy Charles-Barclay, the 2023 world champion. Taylor Knibb, the two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion. You got to be so proud.
I'm so proud, and it's the entire field. And Lucy at the press conference the other day said that this is the healthiest and fittest she's been in a long time. And I bet that sent some nerves through the field.
You think?
Taylor has been locked in for months. She and I were talking earlier this morning at body marking, and she feels ready. She feels confident, and she's racing like it.
Well, we're on the Queen Ka'umanu Highway right now, and there it is windy, but it's not in their face. They are in a screaming tailwind right now. Marinda Carfrae riding through it around about 25 to 28 miles an hour at this point in time. You've got to know that the bike course record may be in a little bit of danger today, but only if they get favourable winds on the way back. But at this point in time, Lucy Charles-Barclay setting a great pace. Taylor Knibb nipping at the heels.
Yeah, interestingly, downtown it's windy and kind of cool. I'm a little cold. And it's funny to say that in Kona you're cold, and I can assure you the women will not be feeling cold at all today. But conditions are a little angry today, it feels like. And it's a funny thing here in Kona. It'll be windy here, and it could be just blazing hot and humid in another place in the island. There's so many microclimates around. But yeah, we're in for a pretty incredible day. But we're going to throw it down to Fenella, who is riding along, I believe, with Taylor Knibb. But she's got something for us.
This is absolutely amazing. We are flying on this course right now, 30 miles per hour, and I'm here with the powerhouses, the top favorites. We have Solveig, Kat, Lisa and Laura all in this pace line, jostling back and forth. It is, I can't imagine the mind games and the tactics that are going through their head right now. The power they are putting down is obviously lit. They're coming to they're powering through. Solveig leading at the moment, and they can see the flashing lights of the motorbikes and the other athletes ahead. They're making up ground and making up ground at some pace. Whatever deficit they had in that swim is now being eliminated on the bike. They're looking smooth, but I think mind games, what must be going through their head right now is crazy. I know when I've been at the front of races, like Lucy is right now, you've kind of, I'm not say got it easy, she's still got to put the power down, but she's got a mentally stress-free day where she can just focus on herself and not worry about the athletes around them. These girls have got their top rivals, and they are going to be with them for the remainder of this race. How will it plan out? It is quite crazy. At the moment, I believe that there's a bit of a tailwind, so the advantages of that will play into their hands, but on the way back, it will turn, headwind. Will they be burning too many matches now? It's quite interesting. Let's head back to you guys, see what the rest of the girls are up to.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. And out past the Hualalai lava flow they go. They approach the Mauna Loa lava flow that took off and erupted just a few short years ago. As we say thank you very much to the Ironman CEO, Scott DeRoot. Scott, thank you very much for joining us today. Always nice to have you in studio and to give your part. You're out there with great energy. We really appreciate you.
Hey, I appreciate all of you as well. Welchi, you're amazing. Rennie, thank you so much. You're incredible. Really appreciate all you do to bring the spirit of Ironman to life for our viewers around the world. It means the world to me.
Just keep letting us do it, all right? We love to do this job and share the stories of these phenomenal athletes, highlighting just how incredible they are. Thanks, Scott.
They're inspiring. I told them at the pro press conference the other day, they are inspiring millions of people to live healthier, fitter lives, to get into the sport of triathlon. This sport does change lives for the better, and they're inspiring folks to do just that, and you're telling their stories, and so you're a big part of that inspiration, and much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Scott. Laura Phillip now. She is making her way to the front of the chase group here, and we can tell you that wearing number 1, the defending Ironman world champion who set the fastest bike course last year in Nice, is now setting the course alight right here along the highway. She is going to be taking one at a time. She's got some time to get past one, over to the next, and then up into third place of this race. Then she'll set her sights on Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles Barclay. Will she have the energy? Will she have the power to get to the front of this race? We'll have to wait and see, Marinda. There's a long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to go. And to Fenella's point earlier, these 4 women, they're all sort of similar strengths, right? Like they swim around the same time. Clearly, they're on the bike together. Do we get back into town with them intact? I hazard a guess that I think this pack will split up at some point, but who's going to crack? And it looks like there's someone riding a little bit off the front from this group of 4 right now. But this is what it's all about. We want to see the best at their best in Hawaii, going head-to-head, duking it out. Obviously, they have Lucy up the road as well they've got to think about. So it's all happening here in Kona, Hawaii. Yeah,
you can see that the wind now just off to the little bit of a crosswind as well. But that was Holly Lawrence just getting overtaken, and Laura Phillip coming up there. Well, all right, earlier this week we caught up with Sean O'Shea with Zoot Sports, the official cycling and triathlon apparel partner of Ironman. The brand was born right here in Kona, which is a pretty cool thing, right? Shared heritage? Let's check this out.
Welcome to Kona, Hawaii. My name is Sean O'Shea, owner of Zoot Sports. Let's go check out the Zoot booth. We're here where the brand Zoot Sports was founded in 1983. A woman by the name of Crystal Nylon developed the first triathlon race suit ever when she saw her friends racing here and thought there must be a better way than changing in transition. From 40 years, so we have the first triathlon race suit, and the woman who wore this, someone saw her wearing it. It was before the brand had a name and said that looks like a zoot suit, and so that's where the brand came from. This is the suit that she developed for a woman who was racing that year, and as you can see, it's come a long way. It had a dish towel as the chamois. 42 years later, Zoot introduces its fastest race suit ever, the new P1X. With 3D AeroWeave fabric on the shoulders, it disrupts the airflow, reduces drag, and improves aerodynamics of the suit. The suit has a total of 6 pockets for all your hydration and fuel needs, including ice in the back neck and the front pockets, laser cut arms for a seamless fit, and silicone grippers integrated into the lower legs. Zoot is proud to be the Performance Ironman apparel partner here in Kona, Hawaii, and around all the race courses around the world. We look forward to supporting you out on the race course. Best of luck to our Team Zoot athletes, where we've got over 75 females racing in the age group category and 4 professional females racing on the professional field, including Tamara Jewett, Holly Lawrence, Jackie Herring, and Lottie Wilms. We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much, Sean. Fun fact, Marinda, 1987, my first year here, went to the Big Island bike store, bought myself a Zoot suit. That's right, had mesh down the either side of the legs there, and on race day when I wore it, my legs got sunburned, so I had all these spots the day after on my legs, and I thought, wow, what's happened here? Did I get a rash? And couldn't figure it out, and then somebody said to me, hey, Wilchie, you got sunburned through those sexy shorts, mate. Anyway, all right, Laura Phillip here, and she is rocketing.
Yeah, and just looking at some splits now, the women are through 41 kilometres. That is 25 miles. And it looks like in the last 10 kilometres, that pack of 4, that powerhouse pack of 4, have taken about almost 30 seconds out of Lucy Charles-Barclay. So it's definitely heating up. Those women now are starting to really ride some time out of Lucy. Again, we'll see if it keeps trending that way. But, Lucy at this point has still got 6:45 lead on that group, and still a nice little lead, and about a 90-second lead over Taylor Knibb as well. So Lucy's still leading the way, but that pack of 4 of Pertera, Loveseth, Matthews, and for Laura Phillip starting to make some inroads.
Big group of 11 athletes riding along the road right now together as well, spaced beautifully between each other. Race Ranger is strapped onto the bikes today to help them understand and know exactly their position if they need to overtake or if they're in a comfortable position out of the drafting zone. So as we look overhead, we can see a beautiful line of women just running along the coast here. We've just gone past Hualalai, past Kona Village, and we are set for Kauai High. What comes after Kauai High is a 19-mile grind, and it's going to be all the way up to Hawaii, a place that does have 12 different microclimates, one of the only places in the world that experiences that all year long. So getting very close to the climb coming up to Hawaii. You are watching the 2025 Ironman World Championship.
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Onto the bike ride we go. We're going to go straight down to Fenella Langridge.
I'm live here with Lisa. She has just bridged the gap and actually dropped Kat. I didn't think this would be possible. There is there's a significant gap. She's rode her way up to this main group of athletes, of the front pack swimmers, and this is where the decisions will be made. Will she just sit in there and give herself a little breather, or will she just ride her way through that pack? She's obviously been riding significantly faster than them, so the decisions that she has to make now is really important. Is this a rookie error from the first timer here in Kona and the short course athlete? Who knows? Will Kat follow this move? Oh, she's out of her saddle. She's pushing hard. She's looking behind her. She knows that she's got to work her way through this pack, and she's feeling good. Most of that bottle's gone in her front system. She's obviously got some change of gears, got the energy to move, and she's making this decision now. How will that look in about 10 miles or 15 miles time? We don't quite know yet. Oh, here comes Kat. She's pulling her way through. She saw the move by Lisa. She saw this pack in front of her, and she knew that this is what she had to do now to see the front of the race. I think according to the live streaming, that I think Lucy is still about 6 minutes up the road. And they're moving about the same pace, but yeah, this is looking like an exciting race. It'll be interesting to see which ones of these athletes who have been riding in this group thinking this was a good pace will follow the likes of Lisa, follow the likes of Kat, and move with them and follow their pace. This is going to be good.
Thank you, Fenella, and as we get back into the race here, couldn't be better timing than to welcome the 5-time Ironman world champion Daniela Ryf, because a woman that was always so dominant on the bike, that used to push the pace and try and get herself to the front of the race to put the pressure on the other athletes. And this is exactly what they're trying to do right now. Lisa Perderer is trying to make a move, and Kat Matthews shows a little bit of desperation to go with her, and Laura Phillip. That's the pack right now. Danny, welcome. How was the boat ride?
Thank you. Yeah, it was exciting. A little bit more relaxed to be on the boat than doing the swim. Look at Holly. She was trying to get bottles, but I think she got the last one. Yes, good catch, Holly. Yeah, so I think this situation here now on the bike is really interesting. I remember 218, I caught up, and then like Lisa, you have to make the decision. Are you going to pass them? And it looks like she feels good and she's going for it. And there's Holly in it. I think we're going to see soon a breakup between these groups, and it'll be interesting who is going to go for it and who cannot hold on.
And Daniela, we were chatting earlier about every decision that the athletes make now will affect them later in the day. You seem to be the athlete that was strong all day long on the bike, but you certainly turned the afterburners on. You seem like you turned in Harvey and you just had new strength, or you just saved it. I don't know. But you were incredible coming back from Harvey. What do you think about Lisa now, a rookie of this race, pushing and putting pressure on some of the best cyclists in our sport? Do you think it's a smart move? Is this the move that she should be taking, or do you think she's being a little bit maybe too aggressive early?
I mean, it depends how she feels. I think we're going to go up Harvey, and there you can also make a big decision there because once we turn, it's going to be very fast. So you don't want to have a too big of a group because the advantage of the wind is going to be bigger if you're in a group. So you want to break up this group on the way up to Harvey, and I think now it's about just positioning herself, and she has to overtake quite a few athletes. So and then why not to go for it?
And with those 4 really strong women, what do you think they're thinking right now, looking at each other? You know, early stages of the bike, legs are probably all still pretty fresh. Like, what do you think they're thinking?
I mean, they can't really just wait because Lucy's up in the front and she's moving fast. So does Taylor. And I don't think they can actually even let themselves, you know, they can't let them go more. It's 6.5 minutes. They want to go start catching up. And so far they haven't caught up that much. So I think it's the time to do the move.
Well, Laura's now moving up into the top 7 because she's just overtaken right now Hayley Chura of the USA. So Laura Phillip is on the charge. Laura went through that aid station. You know what I was most impressed with is that she really did take her time. She slowed down going through the aid station there. Then she got the water bottle. She made sure that she put it over her body, keeping that core temperature down where it needs to be. Then she put it in the rear bottle holder. But I really love that she put the rubber band back around the lid so it doesn't fall off and projectile off the back, because that could be a littering penalty, right?
Yes, it can be a littering penalty, but also if you have your carbs in this bottle, that means if you lose this bottle, you're going to lose a lot of energy, and that can be hard to then find on the course because they have their concentrate in the bottles, and you definitely don't want to lose them. So it's smart of her that she's securing the bottles and really be careful to keep her nutrition.
Yeah, we are looking at some of these women right now. This is Laura Phillip right there. We have Kat Matthews in the front, but there's some jockeying for position right now. So
it's dangerous.
They've got to be very
Ladies,
careful not
explain exactly what happens here, because if you don't make that pass, you've got to be right out of the way here, and you've got 3 women all trying to get around. What's going on?
Yeah, they have, once they're in the drafting zone, they have to overtake. They have 25 seconds. So this is, who's on the left?
Solveig, I believe.
Solveig really has to do that pass. She can't really go in there. So it's hard to see from our perspective if she's in the draft zone. But it's dangerous. You don't want to risk a penalty. It would be silly to risk it because they're in a good position.
All right, Monalani Bow Hotel. You can see that Lucy Charles Barclay is the first to get out onto the Kahala coast right now. So past Waikoloa they go, and up toward Kauai High is the target.
And speaking of this area, there is another race here in Kona. It is the Honu 70.3, and it is an incredible way to come and enjoy the island. You get to ride up to Harvey. It's an incredible race. So they start, the swimmers just are at this stage of the race. The athletes ride out to Harvey. They do the turnaround. They get to check all of that out, and then they get to do a run. It's effectively, it's cultivated a following from those in the know, in appealing to athletes who appreciate its boutique race experience, offering not just a challenge, but a journey through one of the world's most iconic landscapes. Did you know that this race offers 2026 Ironman World Championship slots? It's a unique pathway to the Ironman World Championship, honoring the connection between these 2 island races. You can register now at ironman.com/Ironman 70.3-Hawaii.
I think it'll be a good time for both of you to come out of retirement and duke it out on the highway again, don't you think, Danny? What about you, Rini? Come on, I want to see a head-to-head. I want to see a head-to-head battle with you guys.
Anymore. I checked Rini's calves. They look pretty fast, so I'm not sure if I want to run against her.
You don't look too bad yourself.
We'll do a team. I'll do a team with you, Danny.
All right, Lisa Perderer just getting overtaken right now by Laura Phillips. So Lisa Perderer doing a lot of work on the bike. Danny, this is good for Kat Matthews and the rest of this little group right here, and also Solvi, because we knew that those 4 athletes, when they were grouped together in the swim, they would be the horsepower. And you called it from the boat. You said that there's major horsepower in that grouping of 4.
Yeah, they're probably the strongest cyclists out there, but also the problem is they're all good runners, and it's going to be the question, are they going to work with each other, because they know they don't want to pull each other in the front. So I'm interested to see if they're going to try to attack each other and really trying to pull away.
All right, A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our Race Week series that takes you behind the scenes with our top pros. And this week, we caught up with Laura Phillip.
I read that Kat is going for the course record, on the run course record, or that's something she's preparing for. And my initial thought was, you know, she can have the run course record, while I will go for the overall win.
I got some goods for you.
Delivery. So you're testing how high my licorice concentration in the blood is.
Exactly.
Cinnamon bun.
Oh, I take it.
Thank you. Come on in. It's a bit like cookie dough.
Yeah,
something.
like cinnamon bun, cookie
really
dough.
good.
How do you feel being back in Kona?
Yeah, it's good to be back. Obviously, not so much has changed on the island. We like our little home here, just close to the ocean. Gives us like a little bit of a relaxing vibe. The course is also very different to last year, but I only did one ride on the highway yet, so we will head out for my second one today. So what do you think, golden sunnies or pink sunnies?
Ooh, well, the pink goes with your kit, so the gold goes with your bike. That's the one. Okay, yeah, gold it is.
I wanted to show you my new jewelry collection, you know, because this was like my lucky charm to wear those lightning bolts, to be lightning fast.
So amongst all the training, how do you find time to design your own jewelry?
Yeah, that was actually really fun because, you know, sometimes it's good not to focus only on training all the time. So that has been a really fun project. I will do some intervals to keep me entertained and a little bit of VO2 in the beginning or in the middle. Surprisingly, I don't feel added pressure. I just feel very proud because I know bib number 1 is waiting for me to get picked up, and I'm really excited to put like the number 1 sticker on my bike and just kind of celebrate that I'm here as the defending Ironman World Champion. And I'm actually hoping that it will just give me like this extra little boost or wings on race day. You know, I won that title once. Of course, it would be extremely amazing to do it again, especially here on the island. But I know there are also other girls that are really hungry and motivated to maybe win it for the first time. So I know we all work extremely hard to make this dream come true, and it would mean a lot to me.
Thank you to Laura Phillip. A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And back to the race, still with race leader Lucy Charles-Barkley. They've just gone through the last checker. Taylor Knibb still sitting, you know, just under 2 minutes now. So kind of, she seems to gain a few seconds, lose a few seconds, but these women are basically riding the same.
Yeah, they're doing their own race. I think at this stage, that's a good thing to do. They can pace themselves and also not overpace themselves. But Lucy is riding really strong. Taylor is, I would say, one of the best cyclists in the sport. And Lucy is riding really, really strong. And she's holding the chase pack quite back. So it's going to be interesting. The next few minutes, we're going to get the new split, how much they are back.
Yeah, Danny, in your time, you know, a lot of your races, you would have found yourself in a position where Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews is right now, and looks like they're just riding as a group, and then you just started like losing one at a time off the back wheel, and by the time that you got to Harvey, Mirinda made reference to this before, but that's when your strength really came to the fore, and that's where you started riding away from people. And it's not as if you just accelerated, it's just you held your pace and was strong throughout, right? So I want to know what your feelings are toward all these other ladies, and if they're doing the right thing, such as Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, Solvi, Lisa. They're riding well, but do you think they'll be strong on the way back as well?
It's hard to say. I mean, we're seeing India Lee, a very good position for her. She had a great swim, and now she's actually doing a little bit what I used to do, really picking up positions from position. And I think the mental aspect is also really important. They know how far they're back, where Lucy has no idea. She might not even have any splits so far. And for India, for example, she just knows, okay, I'm catching Lucy 10 seconds, another 10. And so she can really pace and know when she's going to possibly catch her.
Yeah, just looking at some time splits, we saw India Lee go past Holly Lawrence. Now she's going to go past Marta Sanchez on the road now. She'll move up into what would be third place on the bike course right now. But right behind Indy at the last check, say 30 seconds back, was Philip Lovset, Pertier, and Kat Matthews. So this little group is kind of forming now. India Lee obviously just ahead, but that group of four still making inroads on this pack now. So it's really now Lucy up the front, Taylor in second, and then that big group of the big heavy hitters sort of sitting at around that 6:30 gap. Danny, what do you think Lucy would be comfortable with in terms of a time gap from possibly Taylor? Who knows? I feel like Taylor might bridge up, but a gap to, say, the quote of best runners in the sport.
I mean, Lucy is a good runner too.
Yes.
She had some phenomenal runs this year, and she also said in the press conference she's the fittest and healthiest ever. So I don't know. She might be able to run close with the best runners. I mean, Kat and Laura, they might be the best runners, going to 40 in Ironman Hamburg. So maybe 5 minutes would be enough to make it.
Getting a good look for the first time. A close-up on Kat Matthews. Looks very, very powerful. Sitting in the saddle nicely. I love the angle of the knee, and the pedal stroke is very, very nice. He's tucked in behind those handlebars nicely too, Danny. You can see that aerodynamic position. The body is very still. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she looks smooth. She hit a little bit, and now here we just see Holly. I think that's Holly going
Holly
back to the front. So yeah, we're seeing some tactical games here. Holly is a rookie on the island, but she's a very experienced athlete. Although over the full distance, it's only her, would say, third Ironman.
Second Ironman.
Yeah, so I mean, they're just going to play some tactical games. I think we have so much power in this group, and yeah.
And we're just getting some reports from the course, actually. Apparently, downtown it's kind of cool. It's overcast. It's kind of moody. Out there, super hot.
Okay.
No wind. So interesting that, this is a place on the course where we typically see a lot of wind. But today, no wind and hot.
It's going to go uphill soon. So that's where the heat really, really, gets you. You don't have much speed.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say no wind. There's been a fairly hefty tailwind going out there right now. They might get the headwind on the way back. But let's hear what some of these women had to say about this brutal yet beautiful bike course.
Brutal, that's a good word.
It's a course that's just obviously long, straight roads, riding consistent power. You've got to be strong. It's rolling. There's the climb up to Harvey. There's crosswinds. And I think I'm a strong rider, so I think that suits me. I've done well on courses in the past which require just like long efforts in TT position, and yeah, honestly, like riding out on the Queen K, like I'm looking forward to the bike leg of this race because I think it's going to be a fun opportunity just to like ride your bike fast, and that's fun.
Positioning gonna be very important as soon we get on the Queen K. They're gonna be, I think, a big group. I mean, I think so. And I mean, it's gonna change a lot, the dynamic, and it's always like in training, everything seems so much boring and longer than because in racing, all your focus is what's happening around you. Focus on yourself, and 100K goes over like this.
Everybody's got better, but I think comparatively I've been able to raise my my targets because I've been at the position where I've been like, no, actually it is achievable to exceed what the status quo is now. As in, where, I don't know, using one example, it's not necessarily fair on her, but let's look at Taylor's bike. She was winning all the races in 2024 on her bike. So it was like, right, I need to not only match her, I need to be exceeding what she's pushing, what she's delivering on the bike in a controlled way, because I still believe there's a good balance between the bike and the run. But I think that was something that was really motivating for this year, to be like, no, it's not about getting back to my level before the crash. It's like, right, where's the new level? It's above Taylor.
All right, so talking about Taylor, let's go down to Fenella, who's riding alongside of Taylor Knibb.
And we are live here with Taylor. This is so exciting. She's out here on her own. She's doing her own thing. At the moment, it looks like she's slightly slower than Loosely, but having an incredible race. The action is all happening behind her, but she can just concentrate on what she is doing now, in the moment. I've managed to get a little bit of a smile from her, but all in all, she is pretty focused. We have Lucy up the road, just looking super strong, riding her numbers, sticking to her plan, almost like she's just on an indoor trainer back at home, just ticking along and in her comfort zone. The other big hitters like Chelsea had a great swim, but unfortunately she's moving slightly backwards at this point. And then the other guys in that main pack jostling for position. There's lots of power spikes and there's lots of back and forth. What's going on in that group is crazy. But Taylor, yeah, she's here. Her bike looks amazing. Here, out of the saddle, pushing bigger numbers. I think Harvey, that climb up there will be her jam. She'll be able to rock over the top of that and then swish down the other side. But with this tailwind that we've had at the moment, will she be scared when it comes to that headwind? Will she have enough energy saved to push all the way to the end? I know when I was back racing in 22, riding with Lucy, and that was the last stretch, but I just didn't quite save enough energy for those last few kilometers to keep pushing all the way to the end. And that was probably a pivotal moment in the race. And in this level of racing, you really can't lose any seconds. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. And as we come back and talk, Danny, right now, a couple of interesting things, a couple of different dynamics happening. No news with Lucy Charles-Barclay doing what she does, riding solo. So too is Taylor Knibb. But the big mash-up back in the group there is now that Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews, Lisa Pertera-Solvi are now catching up to Holly Lawrence and also India Lee. So that's going to be interesting to see if they all become a group as well. But they're all chasing this young lady right here. Lucy Charles-Barclay, the Ironman World Champion, is just riding along nicely right now in a very stable position. Looks very aerodynamic and just looks pretty good.
She does look great. Interesting choice also with the pocket. She has this little lunch pocket, probably putting her gels in. Haven't seen that on her bike before, but yeah, she's set up perfectly.
I don't think she's got any Swiss chocolate in there, Danny, but anyway, probably other things. This is the 2025 Ironman World Championship. We're on the Kahala Coast, on the Big Island.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
.25 Ironman World Championships has now hit Kauai High, and just outside of Kauai High is the Puako Petroglyphs, and they are just on the north side of the Waikoloa Beach Resort, and one of the largest concentrations of ancient Hawaii rock carvings in the islands, with over 3,000 petroglyphs. It is the Pu'ukohala Heiau preserves the ruins of the Great Temple Heiau, built around 1790 to 91 by King Kamehameha I as part of his campaign to unite the Hawaiian Islands. And in addition to Pu'ukohala is the parking that protects the nearby sacred sites like the Maelakini Heiau, a shark temple, a royal court, and John Young's homestead. So now we reach the Kahala coastline. Daniela, you know this part of the course oh so well. They've made the left-hand of Kauai High, coming up now to the right-hand turn, and that will signal a start 19 miles uphill to Hawi.
Yeah, they've been in the TT position for a long time already. So when you come towards the climb, you actually know maybe for a second you can get out of this position, although the climb is not that steep that you can actually still ride it in the TT position. So yeah, it's going, I think that's where you're going to start seeing who actually has good legs.
Tell me, over the years that you rode the course, did you ever have like any back issues or any, did you have to get out and stretch out of the saddle or anything like that? Or were you good enough? And tell me also how much core work is involved, in your training to put yourself in a really strong position so that you would have no back problems.
Yeah, I think all these ladies, they work so much on the TT. I think it's also practice. You just have to do these hours on the flat roads. Definitely, yeah, you get the sore back sometimes. It's normal because it's not just being in that position. You also have to put quite a lot of power in there. And yeah, as Kat just can sit up a little bit, refueling her drinks, getting the energy in. That's these little moments, these little hills. You actually, they're very appreciated. You can just get out a bit out of the TT position. But like you said, with the core, yeah, the core is definitely very important. You have to also hold the bike, and with the wind, you also need to be able to really stabilize the bike.
Well, the strength of Laura Phillip right now is stretching it out for Kat Matthews as Kat takes on some nutrition, and she also gets out of the saddle, not only to stretch those legs, but to keep the power going through those cranks at the moment, because you know that Laura is really on the hunt for the next to what is to come, which will be Holly Lawrence and Marta Sanchez. And look at Solvi. Solvi now has really made a break there to get to the front of the race here. So now we look at the race being Lucy Charles Barclay. Taylor Knibb is right in there. There's India Lee. Solvi Loseth from Norway right up there, as well as Marta Sanchez, Holly Lawrence, Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip, Lisa Perderer is in there, and catching up is Marjolaine Pierre.
Yeah, she's had a fantastic World Championship race in Nice a year ago with her fourth place, first time on the island. And yeah, she's a young, very talented athlete with a bright future.
Wouldn't be worried about not seeing Laura Phillip's name there, because she is there. There might be an issue with the timing at this point in time. But as you get a good look at the overhead right now, Marinda Carfrey It is very, very nice up on the coast. You turn direction. So Danny, Marinda, we all know this if you're watching from home. It is not a straight line out to Harvey. You turn right at Kauai High, then you bend up and around to the top of the island there, and that is Harvey. Harvey is one of the only places in the world that hosts 12 different microsites. It could be warm in the morning, it could be cool, it could be raining, it could be misty. It's really, really nice. The microsites there, incredible for vegetation, growing coffee, sugarcane, and back in the day, it was a sugarcane station. So an incredible place to go up there, but definitely not a straight line.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the race, the athletes are just focused on trying to get to Harvey in one piece, and then
they're not going to go to the coffee shops.
No,
they're
they
probably
might not stop. Not today. But there is a very good coffee shop up there, and gelato. But Danny, I wanted to go back. We chatted a little bit before about how you raced this race, and you said you'd like to crank it once you got to Harvey. Was that always a conscious decision? And, it's not always about how fast you get to Harvey. It's about how fast you get home.
Yes, definitely. I mean, going up is important, but once you hit that turn, often my coach told me, okay, from there you put the hammer down, and I've done it a few times.
Worked out pretty well.
Yes, and it didn't always work like this. I've had 2 years ago, I really struggled to go, like on the way home. But you can definitely make up a lot of time. Also, the gear choice will be important. I think Laura is riding a 58, so going down with a lot of speed, that's going to help her. I actually don't know what the others are riding, but most of them are riding a 56 on the chainring. Yeah.
What were you riding back in the day? What was your big chainring?
I actually rode a 56. Yeah, okay. I never was brave enough to go 58. So good. Yeah, good for Laura.
Yeah, and then the gears on the back as well. Riding along at a very beautiful pace right now and cadence is Lucy Charles-Barclay. The last time the women raced here in 2023, she was the fastest swimmer by 1 minute and 40 seconds. She set the fastest bike time and she got over the line in first place, something that she had been chasing for years. She was four times second place in this race, a couple of those to Daniela Reef as well, and now she sets fourth in the front position there, as we can see now heading left-hand turn on the highway here. They're coming off the Queen Kaumano Highway, turning left, going down into Kauai High. Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip and Lisa Perderer hold down the chasing positions with a little bit of a deficit and losing a little bit of time to Lucy Charles-Barclay. Now, at last time check, Taylor Nibb was 2 minutes and 21 seconds down, Danny. So Lucy just riding a very steady, nice race up front.
Yes, Lucy is riding very strong. I would have expected Taylor to slowly catch up, so it's actually the opposite. Lucy made up time to Taylor. It was 20 seconds over the last 10-15 kilometers, where, now I think the chase pack is going to hit this slowly climb. It's going to be where they have to play their cards. I think we're going to see who has good legs and then we might also see some people dropping soon.
Yeah, we have a race unfolding here, and yes, I think Lucy is it's kind of a carbon copy of last time she raced here and won. She has strong legs and she's riding to her numbers, and to your point, she doesn't have to worry about anyone else. She can go out there, focus on her numbers and race her race. That's the best way to win a world title. Not have to worry about anyone else, not jockey for position, no spikes in the power. And that group of four that we've been talking about all day, the Perderer, Lovesett, Matthews and Phillip group, that's something that they do have to worry about.
I think there was just a bottle that dropped. I don't know if it was already there or if it dropped.
So let's talk about this area here. We had a beautiful overhead shot just a moment ago of the cutout. So going through the lava rock here, don't have to worry about it so much today. But on a windy day, it is a perfect area to get a drink because the wind is so much, it's just taking the force on the front wheel. When the wind hits that front wheel, it wants to take you out toward the middle of the road. But you can see the trees down there. They're not even blowing a little bit. It's not until they get back onto the Queen Kaumano Highway again where they'll be met with a little bit of a headwind, but they do change directions when they get up toward the Upolu Airport when they approach Harvey. So right now, as you can see, No wind out there, up there on those palm trees. They're not even blowing one little bit, as Lucy Charles-Barclay now is down to one bottle on the front only.
Yeah, as she has the bottle between her arms, she can
Yes.
also drink quite easily. That's a big advantage because you don't want to grab the bottles too much. Every time you grab your bottle, you're actually not in the perfect aero position. So having the bottles between the arms is a good way to drink. And now, yeah, she's grabbing the water, most likely to cool herself down, but also refuel. She takes the water, so just in case, it's important to really also cool your suit down. And I think she might get another one.
And this is perfect. She did slow down a little bit, so you know that she is using her brain here and still making, really smart decisions by just slowing down a little bit. There goes the water for the cooling there, dumping it within the litter zone, and then back down to the aero position.
Danny, just talk a little bit about how you saw her wet down her suit. Now talk a little bit about how the suits have come a long way, and that's actually like a cooling system now.
Yeah, they're having the long sleeve suits as long as possible, as the rules are, until the elbows. And having a wet suit or a wet suit, actually,
a wet race
they're
suit.
not having a wetsuit on. That would be very hot. But no, they're cooling themselves down because the fabric, which is wet, is actually in the wind, will cool yourself down. And it's really important, especially now in the next few kilometers going up to Harvey. I think there's not that many aid stations, so you really also want to have the extra bottle to be able to cool yourself down even without an aid station.
Some splits are coming through, and it's interesting to see Solvi has moved up into third place, so now she's riding with India Lee, Holly Lawrence, Marta Sanchez, and then there's a minute gap now to Laura Phillip, Perderer and Matthews. So Solvi has made the jump across to that second group. A minute between them, but yeah, interesting to see that she is the one out of that pack of four that we keep talking about that has made the jump to the next pack.
That's really interesting. I mean, we saw her, Solveig raced Laura and Kat at Ironman Hamburg. She got dropped there by both of them. So today, yeah, she might have great legs.
If you remember in Hamburg too, she did have that mechanical issue. So her aero bar basically just fell off. So she was basically riding like with one hand on the base bar, one hand on the aero bar. And she was on the front a lot with that setup. So, Solveig we know she's a very strong biker, and she then went on to win Ironman Lake Placid, but that was a phenomenal battle that day. That being said, I think everyone sort of expected to see Solveig, Kat, and Laura, and Lisa Perderer was sort of an outside, like we probably might see her in there, but we I don't know, I didn't expect her to sort of get away. This is a great picture of her on the bike right now on the felt.
There's been a lot of talk about Solveig, especially in Europe, and for the people that aren't used to seeing Solveig, she's coming out of an Olympic distance racing career, on Team Norway, represented her country at the Olympic Games, just like you, Danny, and now stepping it up into the Ironman distance. Now, if we go back a few weeks ago, we saw that Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Iden, and Casper Storns all representing their country at the Olympic Games as well. Now, transferring it over the distance, going up in the middle distance, now into Ironman distance, and you can see what's happening. Now, if the next Norwegian is not a male that's going to do very well, it's Solveig. And Solveig is the one that stepped it up in the distance here. And I think that she's really found a distance that's going to work for her. Didn't have the foot speed at the Olympic distance to get it done, but I do think that she's in for a good race today. She's been one of the dark horses. A lot of people, have been texting me saying, watch out for Solveig, she's going to do great.
Yeah, definitely. She has a great attitude. She came into this with, as a rookie in Kona, but also she's super tough. Also how she handled that problem at Ironman Hamburg. She was just laughing about it and going for it. And here we see Taylor enjoying a little moment out of the TT bars. It's going uphill, so she's just switching a little bit the position.
Yeah, and real quick, Danny, so athletes going out of the aero bars, there's a certain speed where aerodynamics don't matter.
I mean, yeah, at a certain speed, I would say up from maybe 33, you can maybe go up a bit, and that you will have some pain in the saddle or somewhere, so it's not highly appreciated.
Yes.
Taylor Knibb riding along in second place at the Ironman World Championship.
Welcome.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You are watching the live coverage of the Ironman World Championship. I am Marinda Caffrey, joined by Daniela Riff, and we are watching the action unfold. We have Lisa Perderer on screen right now, just passing our defending world champion, Laura Philipp. Won last year in Nice in a phenomenal performance, and proudly wearing that #1 bib today. Danny, you've worn #1 bib many times here in Kona. Talk a little bit about the mindset coming in as a defending champ, and is the crown heavy?
I mean, you would know too, you don't have to ask me, but I'm happy to answer the question. It is heavy, yes. You do have more responsibilities, you have more attention, and that can be a little bit challenging. But also, I think for Laura, she really wants to win here. She mentioned it many times. She also almost said it like, oh, it was not the same in Nice. She was saying that it's not the same course. And yeah, I'm sure she will feel the pressure she had. She has a good team, so they try to, separate everything from her that she has as the least to do possible, but you still have to do a lot.
Yeah, Laura Philipp, definitely a very professional athlete. She has her husband as her coach. They have everything dialed in. They're over in Maui for the last month, I believe, training, as you did, leading into Kona a number of times. But we are on screen right now with our leader for today and the defending champ from 2023 here in Kona, Lucy Charles-Barclay. I feel like the women, the Kat Matthews, Lisa Perderer, and Laura Philipp group need to make some moves now. Seems like it's getting a little bit too far, that gap between them and Lucy.
I think they're playing maybe a little bit games. They're having such strong cyclists in this group, and it's almost like they're waiting for someone to do something. Where I think it was Solveig Lovsev who did the move, and she's actually now starting to catch up. But I think Laura and Kat are around 8 minutes to Lucy, which is quite a lot. So yeah. I mean, they can still come back, but I feel like they should not lose more time. So it's interesting. I think if they can, they would. So that's where it's interesting.
Yeah, and we have Fenella down on course riding alongside. We're going to throw down to Fenella. Fenella, what do you got?
We are here live, working our way through the main chase back. We have just got to go and navigate the referees. They have a very important role here, and it definitely shows with these lumpy ins and outs of these hills, concertina effect for the athletes. They have to be so aware, checking Race Ranger constantly, making sure they are that legal distance. So we have Steph Clusterbuck from the UK right here, out of the saddle, pumping up this hill. And as we move forward through the fields, we then have in this chase group Bex Clark from New Zealand, rocking that red bike. Regan Hollyoaks from Australia. As we move up, these girls climbing, making it difficult for them. It's a hot day. We have Hannah Berry out of the saddle, making sure that she's not in that draft zone. She's got to pass. There's a red flashing light. And in the race briefing, they told them as soon as they see that red light, they had to make that move. There was no negotiation, no question about it. Then straight into Lottie Wilms from the Netherlands, spending most of her time in Australia, in Noosa, under the watchful eyes of JR, her swim coach. It definitely showed today how she had a fantastic swim, leading that group. Then as we hit the front of the group, we have one of our favourites, Kat Matthews, looking strong. She's looking a little hot there under the collar, sweat dripping off her nose. It is warm. I don't believe that I have to wear trousers, and I'm very gutted about it. I am sweating here on the bike, and I'm not even doing any work. There's a gap, and then as we move forward to the front two in this pack, we have our reigning world champion, Laura Phillips. Legs are spinning. There doesn't seem to be much hesitation in that pedal stroke. She looks super strong, ready to go. She's obviously changed her bottles a few times. She's refueled, she's rehydrated, just settled strong into that position. Kat's following suit behind. They're going to match each other all day. One makes a move, the other's just going to follow. Who's going to spend more time in front? We saw Kat spend a little bit more time in front in Hamburg. Did that play into her favour? Who knows? But making a move out front, pushing down onto this descent. You might not be able to hear me because the wind is blowing from my side, and I can feel it. I can feel it. The athletes will feel it. Those light athletes' front wheel will be wobbling left and right. We have Lisa, this light, powerful athlete, bridging away from the world champions and runner-up, looking comfortable, putting for a rookie. She's making this look easy. Ahead of her, I think she can just see the motorbike and the athletes that will be spurring her on to keep going, to meet them at that top point of Harvey. I can't get my words out. I'm so excited. Let's head back to the studio and see what you have to see.
All right, well, we're very happy about your excitement, that's for sure, Fenella. Well, an adventure always awaits in the southern tip of Africa, where the warm Indian Ocean laps the shores of Nelson Mandela Bay. This is the Isuzu Ironman South African Championship on 14th of April 2026. Come experience one of the most vibrant race destinations on the planet in a race that combines unspoiled coastline, lush coastal greenery, city energy, and supporters that make you feel like they've come just out for you. Nelson Mandela Bay is at the doorstep of some of the best game reserves in the world, where you can see the famous Big Five for that unforgettable safari experience. Come for the race. Stay for the racecation of a lifetime. All right, back to the front of the race right now. Daniela, it's been wonderful having you this morning. Thank you for popping by. Thank you also for all those great comments in the boat. We'll probably see you a little bit later on today. And final thoughts on what you've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, great race so far. Lucy is looking strong. Taylor still up there, and everything is possible for her. And I think the chase pack is going to have to make a move soon. Latest at the turnaround, they will have to make a move. But let's not forget, they're also very fast runners.
All right, Danny, we'll say goodbye and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you so much, and guten Tag, Dankeschön.
See you later.
Okay. All right, Marinda, always great to have the 5-time Ironman world champion with us, and just breaking it down firsthand. She's been in this position so many times, and to hear it from Danny is really, really awesome. Gives us a great idea on what to expect, down the road. So Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, and the rest of them trying to get it done. But Solveig Løvstad from Norway is really trying to put the hammer down, riding 38 miles an hour at the moment, 37 miles an hour. Or we're looking at, I think that might be kilometers an hour, maybe, but we're in America now. That's miles an hour. That's definitely miles an hour.
Yeah, so they're going downhill in this little section here. That's Lucy, and she is flying. So there's some rollers as they come up to Harvey, and then they'll kick up at the end, and they'll do a grinder all the way up to the top there. These ladies are moving. It sounds like there is starting to be a little bit of wind. We heard it in Fenella's microphone, and she said the bikers were being, the motor was getting blown around a little bit. So, right now, Lucy looks super steady. She looks like she's rolling along nicely, and it doesn't look like she's blowing around too much.
Yep, she's just on her way up to Harvey, and she'll be doing the U-turn in around about 10 miles time, and then coming back down. So if there is wind out there at the moment that we cannot see, she'll be experiencing that. And we talked about those cutouts and, going through there, and that's a great position where you can fuel up and just make sure that you got your hands on the handlebars. And anyway, all right, well, let's go over and listen up with Kat Matthews. We caught up with her during the race week to...
Today is a culmination of months, if not years, of hard work and dedication making this start line healthy for race day. Earlier this week, we caught up with Kat Matthews, who shared a bit about how she approaches her nutrition strategy, which includes her daily AG1, to perform at her best.
What's your personal experience with AG1?
Yeah, the product AG1 I've been using for a few years now. Obviously, coming really into the world of triathlon and discovering it, I've been able to just really simply bring it into my daily routine. It's easy to take traveling or to stay at home, and just really enjoying the calmness of it.
Can you explain how you take it?
Yeah, I think maybe a bit simplistically, but for me it's just a simple 200 ml water, nice thorough shake, and I pour it over ice in the morning.
Yeah, so what do you actually look for in supplements?
Yeah, I don't take supplements. I don't see AG1 as a supplement. I see it as part of my sort of, food, like my diet. So I feel like it's hard for me. I don't take any other supplements.
What's your main piece of advice of staying healthy year round?
I sort of pride myself on staying healthy all year round. I think there's an element of just tolerating that risk. Finding when you really need to push the boundaries, maybe before a World Champs, but otherwise sitting back. And for me, a big part of that is eating enough. Obviously, training as we do and that sort of mindset of performance, you're constantly challenged with, is this helping my lifestyle? Is this helping me achieve my goal in terms of the food that I'm eating? So to keep that enough calories coming in and keeping my body hormonally regulated in that way, I think that's the biggest thing for me.
And what do you think the most underrated recovery method is?
Most underrated? Well, I think nowadays people are cottoning on, so maybe it's more rated now, but sleep, I think fundamentally that's the absolute pinnacle of recovery. People don't do it enough. I aim for 10 hours in bed, so that's hopefully 9 hours fully asleep.
This ain't a trick question, but what are your goals for the World Championships here in Kona, Marbella, and for the Pro Series?
My primary goal is to win the Ironman World Championships. I have come second twice in 2 different locations, and it's therefore natural for me to be craving that top step. Next up, in I think it's 6 weeks after this race, is Marbella, the Ironman 70.3 World Champs, and if I'm honest, I want to win that too.
Yes, good to hear from Kat on how nutrition and how important it is to stay healthy. Athletes training 30 plus hours a week. I know Kat sometimes is a little lighter than some of the other athletes in the training hours, but health it should be at the forefront of every person's mind ahead of performance. So great to hear from Kat in that capacity.
Gorgeous day of the 2025 Ironman World Championship. We're up on the Kahala Coast on the north side of the big island of Hawaii. We can see that we do have a few white caps out there. It's still blowing tailwind, so they are definitely going to be coming down from Harvey with a headwind here today. So they want to make the best of it at this point in time. 7 minutes and 47 seconds down is this young lady on screen. This is Laura Phillips. She's the Ironman World Champion, the defender, wearing #1 today, riding alongside of Holly Lawrence, Marta Sanchez, and then also India Lee. Lisa Perderer and Kat Matthews are in this group. So there's 6 of these ladies riding along together. They were dropped around about 10 kilometres ago by Sovik Losif, a newbie, an Ironman rookie in the Kona race here. But she's already off to a fantastic start this year, the Norwegian. But they are also in the hunt for Taylor Knibb, who sits 153 down on Lucy Charles Barclay, leading this race right now and setting the pace as they head out toward Harvey, the furthest part north on this course.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
you go. Oh, thanks, man. Qatar Airways going places together. Mortal hydration. Thirst quenchiest hydration. Lucy Charles Barclay continues her chase up to Harvey here, sitting in first place. She's done that from 150 metres into the swim this morning, so it's been all of the great British athlete. World champions race thus far. Taylor Knibb sits right at 2 minutes down, and Sophie Lozeth, the Iron rookie from Norway, is sitting in third place. But breaking news out onto the course there, Marinda.
Yeah, we actually have had a blue card from Yuli Emelo, so that's a 3-minute penalty. So unfortunately, she will have to serve a penalty out on course. She will have passed the Waikoloa penalty tent, so she'll be serving that 3 minutes up in Harvey. Yeah, so we also have some other devastating news. Chelsea Sodaro has dropped out of the race. She has stopped and pulled over, and she's in the van, so she has officially withdrawn from this race. So a former Ironman world champion here. She won in 2022 on debut, and was one of our dark horse favourites, but of course a former champ is always one of our favourites here. So we hope that she's okay and wish her the best for her future races.
Yeah, let's hope everything's all right there. Maybe just a little illness coming into the race as well. Laura Phillip continues her drive on the bike ride as we approach the 93-kilometre section on the ride, coming up to 60 miles. So we're getting very, very close to Harvey. Once they do the turn at Harvey, they will experience a downhill ride, a little bit of respite as they come back down toward Kauai High. But reports are out on course at this particular point in time that there is very, very little wind and it is very warm.
Yeah, very little wind and very warm out there. The athletes will need to make sure they're keeping that core body temperature in check. That it seems to creep up on you over time, and you think you're fine, and then all of a sudden you're seeing double. So making sure you're keeping
or
stars, yeah. So yeah, make sure you keep on top of that hydration. Of course, these women know that, and you see Laura Phillip here. She has 2 just water bottles on her bike there. She's making sure she catches those water bottles at the aid station and making sure she gets those fluids on board. But Laura Phillip, our defending champ from Nice last year, she had a phenomenal performance, a very good fight with Kat, and then managed to take that victory last year. And she's had a phenomenal year this year. Perfect scores all year.
Yeah, athletes are able to get some of their personal nutrition up in Harvey after they do the turn as well. So that's where they'll be able to get their bottles with, like I said, their personal nutrition, a caloric source that's going to be found also on course today, but of their own choice as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these athletes basically usually bring their own calories, so they have calorie-rich or calorie-dense, I should say, water bottles, and those calories they sip on. They use as like a rolling buffet, I like to call it, on the bike, where they're sipping on those calories, and then they top up with the water and what they can get on course as well. But each one of these athletes has a certain number of carbohydrates they are trying to get in per hour. Welshie, do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, everybody trains differently, so you have to, formulate a scientific approach to this and know what everyone's different. So you have to go out there and learn as you go along in training, learn what you can digest best, and learn what, your power outputs with that type of nutrition. So it's all a bit of a bit of a work in progress, and it's always good to work with a sports nutritionist to get, those ideas as well. So anyway, back to the race here. It's interesting to note right now that the dynamic between Lucy Charles-Barclay on screen and second place Taylor Knibb is not changing one little bit. But what is changing is that now Solveig Lovseth is 7:13 down, Holly at 8:02 down, and look at India Lee now at 9:06. Marta Sanchez, Philip Perderer, and Kat Matthews are really falling back. But look at Lotte Wilms. She's caught up. So too is Hannah Berry and Julie Imolo. So I tell you what, that dynamic there is getting very, very strong, because the addition of Wilms, Berry, and Imolo is going to be very helpful.
Very helpful, but again, Imolo will be serving a 3-minute penalty up at Harvey, so she needs to stick with that group. She will serve that penalty, but
or break away.
Drop off. Or she could break away. Yeah, that's always an option. But a lot of matches will be spent if you have to.
Correct.
And look at Lucy now. So we have Lucy Charles-Barclay on screen, and you saw her in the middle of the road. That tells me that the wind is starting to blow, and
correct.
That is normal. Ironman Hawaii winds as you get up. You get the cross headwind from the right shoulder up from the mountains. And Lucy is starting to feel that wind a little bit now. And as we watch these women, you'll sort of see them sort of get blown around a little bit on their bikes, but they're all so steady and so strong that they can stay in their bars.
Yep, keep your eye on that front wheel. You can see about every second or third pedal stroke that Laura Phillips' bike is sort of wanting to move out toward the center of the road as well. But that's a better angle to see what's actually going on at this point. Solveig Lovseth right now is heading up toward the next aid station toward Harvey Town, and that's where she's going to be able to get a little bit more of that energy going into the system here. The turnover is nice. She's up on the cow horns right now, so just out of the aero position just for a little bit, and you don't have to worry about slowing down at this aid station because you are pushing uphill, but it will be very important for her to load up on whatever she can at the moment. You can see that the nutrition is strapped on the back there, but up the front there, one goes out there, one bottle out. You can litter in this zone right here. Water first, and then mortal hydration. Cola next, then back mortal hydration and water is the order of the aid station. Right up onto the top of the peak of the hill, and you can see the helicopter up front there. You know what that is? That's where Lucy Charles-Barclay is.
That's where Lucy Charles-Barclay, and that's what Taylor Knibb is chasing helicopters. That's a family joke in their family. She's been watching this race since she was a young girl. Her mum is actually racing as well today. So the Knibbs like to chase helicopters.
That's great. Solveig gets straight back into the aerodynamic position there, knowing that helicopter being up the road, well, she's got her work cut out, but she has definitely broken away from the pack and gone out on her own. 50 seconds ahead of Holly Lawrence, who's doing the Ironman here in Kona for the very first time. So too is Indy Lee. Marta Sanchez, however, is at 9:42. First of that chase group in 6th place. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 are separated by only 6 seconds at the moment. That is Indy Lee, Sanchez, Philip Matthews, Perderer, Berry, Wilms, and Imolo. So there we go with that. We can see that now coming into the town of Harvey there, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, and I tell you what, this is going to be great for when they do come in. 3 hours, 7 minutes on the race clock. Rennie, things are heating up.
Yes, things are most certainly heating up, and you just saw that little, whip across the road that you saw. That's just the wind. It is gusty up there, and it kind of catches that front wheel and it sort of whips the bike across the road a little bit. Again, these athletes have worked so hard to try and stay in those aero bars, stay strong, and they kind of let it blow them around a little bit, but it's still sometimes a little bit scary when the wind gets up a lot. This race is heating up. Taylor Knibb seems to have been very patient, calm, cool, collected. all day today. Same with Lucy Charles-Barclay. No issues. You see the look on her face. It's relaxed, relaxed jaw, no grimacing, just sticking to her numbers and doing what she knows how to do as we roll through another aid station with our defending champ, Laura Phillip. She's filling up her water, her internal bladder, making sure she has all the hydration on board again. Still a long way to go, not even halfway for these women yet, but Laura Phillip taking the time to sit up and get those fluids on board so that she can motor the rest of the day.
Yeah, and then there goes the top. She just flattens it out there, closing up the bladder. That's an internal bladder on the down tube of her machine right now. And it's not too bad to take on all the weight when you're coming back downhill, because it might be adding to that, force going down hill there. All right, so there's Kat Matthews just making the overtake right now. So Kat just forcing the pace a little bit over Lisa Puder, just going ahead of the Austrian. The Austrian now has to fall back. She has to just sit up because the plane has been crossed. The front wheel over the front wheel, the back wheel over the front wheel of the person that you are chasing and passing over that 25 seconds has to drop back. And the race ranger is on the back of these bikes as well, so the athletes know when they're in danger as well. It will flash red. If it does flash red, you have to make that chase and overtake right there. So here comes Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's heading up toward Upolu Airport, which is up on the northernmost part of the big island of Hawaii here, and not too far away from coming into the town of Harvey.
Yeah, she doesn't have to worry about race ranger at all, Lucy Charles-Barclay. She
right
out of the water first, onto the bike, been solo all day. Only company might be the cameraman sitting behind her and getting us some great images. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, again, doing what she does best in a position she's very familiar with. And so far in this race, looking like almost a carbon copy of 2 years ago when she won here in Kona, Hawaii. And, Lucy knows how to race here in Kona. 4 second-place finishes, 1 first-place finish, 1 as an age grouper. Lucy is just a force to be reckoned with. And I think some of those big players, Taylor Knibb, of course, an unknown quantity really here in Kona. Only her 3rd Ironman. I asked her this morning, is it different now that you're not a rookie? And she said, I still feel like a rookie. I'm still learning this race. So, unknown quantity. Basically, she is the 7.5 hours of her race 2 years ago was great. She said the last hour not so great. Hoping to put together that 8+ hour day and have it all be solid. So, and then Solveig Lovseth as well, sitting in 3rd place. A Norwegian, that country, very strong. The top 3 in Nice for the men, with Kasper Storns winning that world title in Nice just a month ago. She's riding on confidence. She knows the training that they do, the plan that they put together is very successful over this distance. Also, I'd love to see Holly Lawrence sitting in there in amongst the top women. And India Lee. Not many people have been talking about India Lee, and India Lee sort of had a breakout performance last year in Miami, winning that race, and had a phenomenal Ironman performance earlier this year too. So India, a rookie here in Kona, but a very strong cyclist and in the mix right now.
India Lee comes from a running background, believe it or not, and ran at Iowa State there for a little bit, and then decided to turn her challenges, I would say, to triathlon, and that's where it all started for Indy. So Laura Phillip, on the other hand, she is a brilliant runner. She used that weapon last year as she dropped Kat Matthews on the Promenade des Anglais in Nice to run away with the Ironman World Championship women's race in 2024. But now as she makes her way up to Harvey, she's now just sitting in 6th place, right behind India Lee. Holly Lawrence is up in 4th, Loseth in 3rd place. Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay still riding along nicely at the same time splits that we've had in the last couple of times that we've checked it as well. But as they make their way up to Harvey, the small but culturally rich town in North Kahala with a 2020 population of just over 2,200 people, was historically part of Kahala's booming sugar plantation economy. Many residents worked in the Kahala Sugar Company until it shut down in the 1970s, and today Harvey's economy is centered on tourism, arts, local agriculture, shops and restaurants. especially in its preserved plantation era buildings. So it's very nice up there. If you ever get a chance, it's worth a visit.
Absolutely, and it's we've spoken about it before, but it's stark difference from here and Harvey. Up there, it's kind of tropical and lush and green. You're out in the Queen K, you're in the stark black lava fields. It's just a wonderful experience to sort of drive the coast of this island and experience the microclimates that it has to offer.
Some of the ponds and pools on the northern side of the island here, northwestern side of the island, as they make their way up into the Kahala area. A lovely area during the year. It doesn't really change too much. In Harvey, it does have 12 different micro sites, and I tell you what, it is a picture up there with the booming sugar plantation in the 70s, and then it finished up, and now the arts and the crafts and the restaurants and shops, the coffee shops, just to name a few things. It's absolutely beautiful on a beautiful day here in Kailua, Kona. As you can see, the weather is absolutely gorgeous outside of town. Now, if you're in town in Kona, you've just got a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. The conditions haven't really changed since the start of the day here, Marinda. We did have a little bit of wind at 6:30 this morning. It's all but dropped down, but it's still cool.
Yeah, it is still cool. I actually feel quite comfortable. I usually am sweating at this point of the day.
Yeah.
It's what time is it? It's 9:40 local time. Usually by now it's sweltering down in town, in Kona town. But yeah, I mean, I think we had 2 hours, about 2 hours, 90 minutes of rain this morning, like a solid downpour. And those clouds are just starting to burn off. We'll see if they hang around, or if they do burn off, it's going to be hot and humid down here. But for now, it's lovely for us. We are watching aerial view of Lucy Charles Barkley, and she is about to hit that turnaround in Kona town.
I do think it's going to be very, very hot and humid around about 11 o'clock or 10:30 when the ladies come back into town. Looks like the clouds are lifting a little bit down here, and it's going to get very, very humid. So when the run starts, you know that they'll be running along a Leahy Drive with a little bit of sun over their shoulders and over their head before they head into the finish line here. Lucy Charles Barkley reaches into the bag of tricks just like Felix the cat and finds a little bit of nutrition that she needs to be pumping down right now. The Morton gel goes down into the belly. The mortal hydration is also a vital part of getting that nutrition into the body. So coming into Harvey Town right now, approaching the 59-mile marker, is the 2023 Ironman World Champion Lucy Charles Barkley on the descent into town before the U-turn. Special Needs will be up next.
Yeah, we're still with Lucy Charles Barkley. She has a gel in her hand. She'll be all day sucking down those gels, making sure she's hitting that 100 gram of carbohydrate. Back in the day, it was more like maybe 60 we could get in. Nutrition has come such a long way, and now the athletes can hit around 100 grams of carbohydrate. That can be absorbed, of course. It needs to be absorbed. If you take too many carbs, the danger is that it just gets stuck in your stomach, and it is kind of the same as not taking anything. It just gets stuck in there, and you get nauseous, and nothing moves across your stomach wall. So it's not fueling your muscles. So really important to make sure you're slowly taking in those carbs. And that aerial view is very interesting. That Taylor nib there, of course, that looked like maybe a minute separating those two women. So Taylor nib now starting to make some inroads on that lead. And it's been sitting around, 90 seconds from T1, but it was out to around 2 minutes. I'm going to say it's going to be under a minute, or maybe around a minute, if that aerial view isn't fooling me. And sometimes when we see it from above, it seems closer than it is. But that's coming down.
Well, in about a minute's time, 2 minutes' time, you're going to see that firsthand, because Lucy is going to do the U-turn in Harvey Town. She'll look over her left shoulder. She will see Taylor Nib, and for Taylor Nib, looks over her left-hand shoulder. There is the penalty tent, and also where you'll be able to get your special needs nutrition coming up. It'll be on the left-hand side, on the uphill side of when exiting Harvey Town. So the booming sugar cane plantation here in the 70s is now filled with tourism, agriculture, restaurants and shops. And there we go. We can see the aid station. That's where they'll be able to pick up their special needs. And some of the beautiful old buildings, back in the day. What a gorgeous part of the world it really is here in Harvey. Lucy Charles makes the turn in Harvey. And in just a second, she'll be heading south.
South and back home. She'll smell the barn, and I think she'll put the afterburners on. But and this is another crucial point of the race. We'll see her right now take that turn, and she'll be able to get a really good look of Taylor Knibb. So hard for Lucy to get too many splits back to athletes behind them, because obviously she is in front. So there we go. The bridge has been made. So that is Taylor Knibb and Fenella Langridge is on the ground there, but that is Lucy Charles-Barclay, and she would be a little surprised, I think, to see Taylor. Maybe not so surprised. I think she would have expected to see Taylor bridge up at some point, but in that last sort of 5 to 10 kilometres, Taylor Knibb has decided it's time now.
I love this dynamic to see Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb descending down from Harvey. They'll be using each other as a little bit of a rabbit out in front. They'll be sharing the pace setting duties, I would imagine, and I don't think that's good news for any of the other athletes at this point in time, especially the runners such as Laura Phillip and that. But don't be at all surprised at what happens when it goes down on the run here.
Oh, and you see Taylor here. She may have made this bridge happen so that she could stop and get her special needs. And again, Taylor, very calculated in everything she does. She wants to make sure she gets all of that nutrition on board. She knows that that's what she needs. She also knows well enough that if she doesn't get that nutrition on board, and if she doesn't do a good job with nutrition, hydration, all of those things, that last hour of the race, which is where the race is decided, will be not as fun. So, I think maybe that was tactical to catch up, bridge that gap so that she could pull over, take her special needs, and now basically be on the same.
Absolutely correct. And, Taylor looks at it. She's got a smile on her face. And that was planned to do all along. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, with more experience by, grabbing a bag like that, opening up the bag and then moving on. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to be comfortable. When we talked about when Taylor went through the aid station before and she couldn't pick up those bottles and all those bottles of water fell on the ground, well, obviously you're not so confident about doing that. So to stop and to make sure that you get that in, that's very professional.
Very professional. And again, Taylor Knibb, this is the second time racing in Kona, third Ironman ever. Again, showing wisdom beyond her years. She is a quick study, I want to say. She, lost some nutrition in the first time she came out here to Hawaii. And again, that last hour of her race wasn't as enjoyable as maybe it could have been. Honestly, it's not really that enjoyable for anybody. I can tell you that much. But smart move. She bridged up. The athletes behind her now basically won't have made any inroads to these two women, but we'll get a split as they turn in Harvey momentarily.
Running a little bit behind record time at the moment. They were a couple of minutes behind that, so a little bit of tailwind on the way up there, a little bit of crosswind. But now that the athletes are now turning around to come back home, we've only got two in the southerly direction. Now, Marinda, this is where the other athletes will be able to cast their eyes across the road and see Lucy Charles-Barclay. They won't know what would have happened up the road with Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles being together. So they'll probably think the same thing as they cross paths and look at each other, get a gauge on exactly how each other looks. So right now you'll be able to see those crossover with our athletes coming any moment now. And there it is.
So that's Solveig Lovseth, and she is heading out towards Harvey, and she gets a good look at Lucy Charles-Barclay. They definitely made eye contact. You could see that helmet sort of turn to face, and then of course Taylor Knibb. There's not much between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb, but Solveig on the way up, and the other, everyone knows it now. We all know where everyone is.
Oh yeah, but I think that Taylor actually caught back up a little bit there. She's around about 12 to 15 seconds by my calculation right there. But Solveig, now as she makes her way up into Harvey, we can tell you that back in town, the clouds have lifted, the humidity is coming out, and it is warming up. 40 miles an hour they are, 41 miles an hour. We're over 65 kilometres an hour here coming down from Harvey. So Taylor Knibb has got the cow by the horns right now, and she is really rocketing down from Harvey and really putting it into the big gear, pressing those legs down through the cranks and gaining maximum power.
Yeah, she's got the pedal to the metal. Was it Taylor that had a 58 front ring?
No, that was Laura.
Laura. So Laura has a 58 front ring. So this section of the course is like a pretty good downhill, and usually there's still a bit of a tailwind. The winds do tend to change here in Hawaii, and if you at different time of day, it could be complete crosshead from the other side. So typically a tailwind from the left, so over the left shoulder from behind, across tail. So they just fly down this section, and that's the reason for making sure you have enough gears so that you're not spinning out, you're not sort of wasting any time there or losing any seconds to another athlete that may have a bigger gear that they can continue to push power and continue to roll down this section of the course.
So we're just after the 60-mile marker right now, the 100-kilometre marker. We got 80 kilometres to go, or just over 50 miles to go here on this incredible course on the northern Kahala coastline. At this point in time, it's Taylor Knibb that's chasing Lucy Charles-Barclay. They'll most definitely come together here pretty soon. I would say well before Kauai High, where they may want to use each other's pacing. So let's go down to Fenella and see what she has for us. Fenella?
I am live here at the Harvey turnaround. It has been quite special so far. I just saw Lucy and Taylor. Well, Taylor, like mentioned before, she crawled her way up. She saw Lucy in the distance. She got her way up to her. And by this point, they were together coming round. They were both so composed. Both knew exactly what they were doing. They grabbed their waters and their head on to the rest of the course. At that point, what they might have been thinking was, yes, we have each other, but we still need to know where the rest of the group are. So they'll be having a look down at their clocks. They'll be checking in to see what time it is. So when they pass them and get that chance to see the other athletes, they know what the gaps are. They might have had a little bit of intel from spectators and other people on the course, giving them slight insights to where they are. Oh, we have our next athlete. This is athlete number 3 coming through. It is Solveig. Oh my gosh, she has had a phenomenal ride. She was always one of our favorites here coming into this race, and she's just shown her dominance. She had an amazing race in Lake Placid with a super strong run. Will she be able to replicate that today? Let's go, Solveig! Woo! Oh, I'm so excited to see her. And she's gapped the rest of the girls that we saw her riding with earlier in this race. So she's not worried about anyone else. She is sticking to her game plan. She's got her head down. She's going for it. I don't think we mentioned before, but riding up here on the motorbike, it was some crazy head crosswinds. It is very strong winds out here, which will play a very important role as they descend down. The slightly lighter athletes will be going, well, I even saw Lucy as we were going uphill. She was getting dragged across the road, trying to hold herself strong, keeping that core tight. It will play some pivotal roles. It will favour the brave athletes that don't mind being thrown around, and those guys that it's really difficult to ride in these winds, and you've got to do the thing that you really don't want to do. All you want to do is take your hands out of those aero bars and put them on your base bars. But what you got to do is you got to stay strong. You got to stay aero. You got to keep the chain tight. This is a lot longer gap than maybe we were anticipated in the already. Oh, are they coming? Yes, this next athlete's coming. Oh, I can see her getting blown over. Left, right, and centre, trying to keep her bike steady. Who is it? It is Holly Lawrence. Yes, Holly taking this turn smoothly, looking composed. We've got to remember, this is her first Kona. Yes, Holly! Looking good. Keep it going, go! She has her plan. She looks so strong, so composed. She's not worried about anyone else. Next up is India Lee. Come on, Indy! Again, checking her clock, checking her watch, taking a moment, allowing herself to be out of aero. Come on, Indy, let's go! Taking all on the nutrition. And here they come, the current world champion, Laura Phillips, Lisa Perdue, Jocelyn McCauley, Hannah Berry, Kat Matthews. I believe that Jocelyn has a slotting in penalty, so she'll have to take that in the next penalty 10. Let's go, girls. Dropping their water, changing it over. Come on, Hannah, let's go. Go, 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 go. Oh, and this next group of athletes, Julie, Marta. I think Julie also might have a penalty that she'll have to take. We have Lottie Wilms here. Steph Clutterbuck. Let's go! It's a pivotal moment as they suss out the rest of the competition, take on nutrition, decide if they want to get their special needs in a couple of moments' time. Some nice squeaky breaks, but we probably just a little bit of sweat on those breaks there. Come on, Regan! That's been the Harvey turnaround. It's hot, it's humid, and whew, I'm excited to get back on this bike and to see the rest of the race. Back to your studio.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. I'm glad you're having a great time out there. Very excited. I couldn't even tell. Could you, Marinda?
Not at all. You don't sound excited at all. Love it. Love your work, Fenella. Love having you out on the bike course, bring us all the action. We are looking at splits to Harvey, and they are just growing. That lead that Taylor and Lucy has is just expanding. We are looking at a 9:40, 9:30 gap to her, between her and Perderer, the group with Perderer, Macaulay, Hannah Berry, Kat Matthews, Lotte Wilms, Yulia Mello, and we do believe Yulia and Jocelyn Macaulay both have penalties, so they will be stopping in that penalty tent. Of course, Laura Phillip in that group too.
Let's take a look at the AG1 supplemental stats at bike. 59 miles, 95 kilometres. Lucy Charles Barclay at 3 hours, 40 minutes and 14 seconds into it, riding along at an average of 20 miles and 0.6. So average speed at the last split. So it is a very, very hilly part of the course there. So 20.6 miles an hour. Not what you would call breakneck speed, but it is going uphill and into a wind. So the report there from Fenella was saying that there are winds up there. There is crosswind. That's what the trade winds do there, Marinda. It could be coming from one side at 1 minute, the other side the next.
Yeah, and to that point, looking at Lucy's world record breaking time, she is 2 minutes off that on the bike at Harvey. So she's currently 3 minutes behind the time she set that course record. So conditions may be a little bit tougher this year than they were last year. We are watching Taylor Knibb at the Ironman World Championship here in Kona.
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
2025 Ironman World Championship continues Along right now, we're at about 65 miles into the bike ride. Solveig Holoseth from Norway right now is riding a nice race. It's the very first time that she's raced on the Big Island, and she's getting very, very close to knowing what the wind is all about. Look at that front wheel going from left to right. The wind is doing its thing right now. And joining us in studio, a 4th place and 6th place finisher in this race before from Denmark, Michelle Vesterby. Michelle, it's always good to see you. Keep smiling. You're always smiling. You know, you're wearing the shirt, you got the hat. We don't even need to know that because that is you in a nutshell.
It is, yeah.
How are you? Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's awesome to be here. And with you two, legends. Yeah, it's amazing. So I was just wearing this today, so everyone, when they see me, they remember to keep on smiling. Yeah.
Well, that's right. I think that's a good motto to live by, right? Especially in this race when things don't always feel great, but if you can smile through the pain, then it's going to be a better day.
Exactly, yeah. And you will get over the pain. If you don't have any pains here, you know, it's not a...
You're not doing it right.
No, you're not doing it right. It has to be. Sorry. It has to be a little bit painful, yeah.
Yeah, and look at Taylor Knibb right now and Lucy Charles-Barclay. You've raced against, Lucy Charles before. So, when we talk about Lucy Charles being as good as she is, what are your thoughts now getting to the next level with Lucy Charles? The last couple of races, she's been unbeatable. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, I really love Lucy, and I've seen her a lot. Also on Club La Santa, where we're training together. Together. I shouldn't brag that much, but we're definitely having a coffee after she's been training, especially the last year.
So it's all about the coffee?
It's a lot about the coffee, right? That's also why Kona is a good excuse to have great coffee here. Anyway.
Well, she's having her coffee-flavored Morton gel right now.
Yeah, exactly. And Lucy's just awesome, and she felt so calm this year leading into the race. She's a big smile as well. But you could see out there, Palani, she was focused today. She really, really wanted this again. And you know how hard it is when you need to back it up after you won here before. But if someone can, it's Lucy.
Yeah, it is. And then look at the turnover of Taylor Knibb. You just know that that's absolutely beautiful to watch there. Nice little aero position. Could be a little bit further down on the bike there with, closer to that water bottle. But she's stretched out a lot, right now. So a very nice aerodynamic tuck that she has going. The legs are powerful. The angle of the knee to the angle is very, very good at the bottom of the pedal stroke. So maximum power coming out of those legs, Michelle. It's very important.
I'm just looking at the color. It's a really nice bike.
If we get a close up on her fingernails, she has the matching fingernails with the colors of her bike.
It's all what it's all about.
Well, this is the women's race. I mean, come on, we've got to get the fingernails all dolled up as well.
But it was actually pretty fun to see the girls up Palani because Lucy was in air position, so focused, and Taylor was like talking to her coach, I guess, and I was like, are you not hunting her? What?
I remember 2 years ago thinking the same thing. We saw Taylor all over the coverage. She's talking to the cameraman. She's talking to, other athletes. That's just how she races. I think she's like, I'm out here for such a long time. I'm going to have a conversation with whoever will have a conversation with me.
So Marinda and Michelle, talk a little bit about this because what we're seeing right now is getting blown across the road here. And this is the trade winds that come up. On the way up the hill to Harvey, you get it from the right. On the way back, you get it from the right. So it switches around and it's very, very gusty. It catches the front wheel because most of the front wheels have around about a 40 millimeter or 50 millimeter rim that does get the wind, right? They go through those cutouts, and then on the other side, the wind just goes whack, takes you across. How do you combat that? 2 hands on the handlebars? What do you do?
Actually, I was told when I was here the first time by Natasha Batman, you just have to do even bigger chain ring, just keep on pushing, stay aero, never get up, because the wind, it will kick you a little bit around, but just see that as a funny ride.
I don't know if I ever saw Natasha get up out of the saddle anyway. She was always in the aero position.
I remember, of course, Natasha Badman, a 6-time champion here in Kona, and her aerodynamics were far ahead of her time. But I remember watching her, and Crowe said she just lets the wind blow her around. She lets it go with it. She's like, the wind, it's blowing me on this side of the road. It seemed to not faze her, but I think... you need to keep pressure on the chain, but we're getting a really good view now. Taylor has bridged back up to Lucy Charles-Barclay. Michelle, what do you think of some of the key players, the defending champ, Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, Lisa Perderer, Of course, Solveig is sort of making a bit of a charge to move up and limit that damage, but it's plus 9 minutes right now to those ladies. What do you think about the gap and what's going on in this race?
I think it's really dangerous to leave those two out there in the front and to have such a big gap on the run. Hopefully, you know, we will see a running race coming here in Kona, like the men's in Nice. This will be really, really interesting. And also if Solveig, she can make her way through. It's hard, she's there on her own, and you know, you're not allowed to draft for sure, but you still get, you know, the mental power by having one just in front of you. It does help. But those two, they don't want anyone inside of them. So I think you will also see them trying to push at least at close to setting point and then try to break away from each other again.
And Michelle, do you think Lucy and Taylor have a partnership here? Like they're stronger together?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
No love lost?
I don't think so. Not that they don't have respect and love for each other, but I think Taylor is a solo person. So she will go out there, and I talked a little bit to some persons in her team last night, and they were like, she will bring out her A game. We haven't seen Taylor yet. We will see Taylor today. So, and I said, if you say that, then it's a hunt for the win. And yeah, they couldn't agree more. So,
well, if you say that, then I'm looking forward to an explosion. Then not of a bad one. I'm thinking that Taylor's going to have to really get going here after Kauai. You know, inside of the last 35 miles coming back into town, that's where the race for these two is going to be won and lost, because Lucy doesn't run as fast as Laura Phillip. Taylor Knibb on paper doesn't run as fast as Laura Phillip or Lucy Charles Barclay. So this is going to be a strategy.
Here we go. And just as you say that, you see Taylor Knibb rolling out to the side. That is an indication that she is planning on passing Lucy Charles Barclay. And, of course, she has 25 seconds to pass. Not going to be a problem there. But this is a move. So this is our first lead change of the day. We have Taylor Knibb from the USA taking the lead now from Lucy Charles Barclay. And this is...
She just looked up. What am I doing now?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, as of now, 3 hours and 40 minutes it took somebody to go into the lead and take it from Lucy Charles Barclay. Now, that was the move that we spoke about inside of a minute ago. Taylor Knibb, this is plan A. If plan B comes into action, that means that she's not going to be in the lead anymore. But plan A is working. Michelle, you were right. Marinda, you were right. Now she's got to try and stretch out the gap. Now, Lucy Charles Barclay has to now calculate, am I going to go with this pace and get a bigger gap on someone like Solveig and Laura Phillip? Because they are the two runners in the field that can probably run a little bit quicker, but now they have to make that decision. Look at the legs of Taylor Knibb. She's out there cranking away. The nutrition's going to be her best friend on the way back into town here, because you know it's getting hot. It's getting humid, and it is really heating up downtown. So when they get time to go out for the run today, it's really going to be hot. Michelle, Marinda, look around. Can you see any of the trees moving? Absolutely not. Humidity, 80%. The heat out on course today is going to get up to about 88 to 89 degrees, which is 3 degrees warmer than normal.
Yeah.
We're in for a good race.
We always are. I mean,
and it's so humid here because of all the rain this morning,
humid.
right? So
humid.
it would be, they will kill themselves out on a league if they're not playing it smart.
And this is a clear move from Taylor Knibb.
Yeah,
I think we've seen a very patient Taylor Knibb for the first part of the race. She is moving away from Lucy Charles Barclay, but I don't think Lucy's going to go down without a fight here. I think she'll try and hold on to Taylor as long as possible. She's still sitting in the background there, but Taylor has definitely, there's more intent in every pedal stroke right now, and I think, you know, Taylor is a student of this race. She knows every result, back to when Faris El Sultan and Norman Stadler, she knows what years they won, who won, how they won it. She knows that, you know, the race doesn't start till really Kauai on the way back.
Yeah.
And these images here just kind of showing that she is riding a technical race, and she had a plan coming into today.
Yeah, it looks really, really cool and so interesting. And yeah, as you said, the race is not beginning really before you hit the scenic point. That's also where we always talked about a lot of things can happen. And then again, the first part of the run on the Lihi Drive, where it will be so super humid today.
So at last time check, they were, together now. Taylor Knibb has gone into the lead. Now Solveig, she was 7:08 down, and then Holly Lawrence was 8:46 with Indy Lee at 9:12. I bet you at the next time check that is going to accelerate even more. They will drop back even further, and look at that. It's now time to get up and stretch. I do believe that was Lisa Perderer, you know, having a little bit of a stretch there. Laura Phillip. Now they're coming on the way back down there, Marinda. Now they've got to get into this position. The aero position is so important to stay in those 19 miles down from Harvey back to Kauai High. Then they come up the only other hill except for Scenic Hill on the way back, up into Kauai High, hit the Queen Ka'aumano Highway for the last 35 miles. Then it's just a long drag all the way back and possibly into a cross headwind.
Michelle, talk a little bit about that.
I love that
Michelle's
part.
like
More,
eating it up.
Yeah.
Michelle,
I love the part back. Sorry.
You are always a very strong cyclist on this course. Strong in the swim, very strong on the bike, and a great runner too. This section of the course, this section of the course, the athletes come down from Harvey, then they have that tough little hill, super hot in that section. Talk a little bit about just this section of the course. Well,
watching the 2025 Ironman World Championship, we'll come back to Michelle Vesterby. We're heading back on the North Kahala coast here. Taylor Knibb has finally got into the lead of the race. Lucy Charles Barclay is chasing in second.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Taylor Knibb has resumed the lead here over Lucy Charles Barclay. She makes her way down the North Kahalan coast, down toward Kauai High, and then it will be a little uphill ride to the Queen Ka'aumano Highway, and then 35 miles will be tracking in a southerly direction as Lucy Charles Barclay is not giving an inch. She's not letting her have a mile. She's staying right there and putting the pressure right back on Taylor Knibb. Michelle, when you were in the race, you know, a few years ago, you finished fourth, you finished sixth place. What is going through the mind of an athlete when they're coming down from Harvey? Because you know that you've already done the most difficult part, but you have to finish with some energy and power to allow yourself to have a good run as well.
I actually think that the next part is the most important part because you can make a huge difference there. And when I had the good years, of course I had a lot of bad years, but the good years, I was like really holding myself back here, telling myself that, hey, you cannot hammer right now. You really have to still stay focused, remember the energy, and they are consuming a lot of energy, these girls these days. We talked about that last night, Brinny, that we didn't have that much energy in us like they do. So really like keeping that position, staying aero, even though it starts to feel uncomfortable because the wind will be like coming from the side and it will be so rough. So Yeah, I think the most important part will happen now, and also for the spectators, is now it gets fun to see them, coming closer.
And we're just looking at, the last time check, and Sept has brought it back a little bit. She's only 6:20 now down. Now that time split was around when Taylor made the pass, so I think there's a little bit more urgency in the front two. We'll see how that plays out in the next few miles. But India Lee sitting at 9:04 back now, and Holly Lawrence 9:15. Kat Matthews now almost 10 back with Laura Phillip, Pertera, Hannah Berry, Marta Sanchez, Regan Holyoke, and Stephanie Clutterbuck, and Lotta Wilms as well. So a very big group of women, but they're 10 minutes back now. So
that's crazy.
That's I think only going to keep blowing out as we see Taylor sort of sitting up again and talking to the cameraman. I think she made that concerted effort to try and drop Lucy, but Lucy's sort of hanging in there. But I'm very interested to see what the next time gap is, or if that time split starts to come out again now that Taylor's on the front.
Yeah. Right now it looks a little bit boring, there will be 3 girls out there that can all run. But let's see. A lot of things can happen. It's Hawaii, right? You had a huge gap some years where you really was just running them down anyway, so
yeah, absolutely. And the heat, so right, the heat is what it looks like it's going to be. The humidity's up here in town. The conditions are as oppressive. People can explode and blow up, and we do have a lot of rookies here. Solvi is one of them. We don't know. She's an unknown quantity. Yes, she ran phenomenally fast in a low 240s in Hamburg. Yes, she ran, very fast in Lake Placid. Neither of those races are Kona.
Yeah.
She does have the pedigree to run that fast, but it's a big question mark as to whether she'll be able to do it here in Kona.
I do feel as though the women these days, they've got some great coaches. They travel with sports scientists, and coming into a race like Kona, you have to know that the core temperature is the only way that you can have a good race. Nutrition is so important, but the core temperature, if you overheat, it's all over. So you've got to make sure that the head is getting iced down, and especially on the run, the head, ice in the hat, ice down the front of the sport bra, keeping things cool down there. Running with ice in your hands is also fantastic because it helps you just regulate the body temperature.
And they got their bottles there.
Yeah, we actually have a clip of Chelsea Sodaro coming up.
Yeah, going through the aid station right now, Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay making sure that they slow down and get that nutrition. As they get toward the back end of this race, the nutrition becomes more important, especially for these 2 young ladies out front right now, Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay. What they're trying to do is build enough time away from the runners. Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, and the rest of the runners in that chase group just a little bit back. But Solvi Løseth from Norway right now, she's a great runner. Can she do it in the heat? We will just have to wait and see what she's got in the tank, but she's using a lot of that energy at the moment to try and catch up. Now, over the last time, so let's just go back and have a look here, Rinny, at Chelsea Sodaro.
So that's Chelsea Sodaro sitting on the side of the course, sitting down. That was her withdrawing from the race. So this was long before the climb up to Harvey. She, I guess, was throwing up, out of the swim, throwing up, and that can happen when it's people get seasick. When it's a little bit of swell, you can get seasick. And also it's hard if you swallow a lot of seawater. So she may have taken on some water, or maybe she just has an upset stomach for other reasons. But really sad to see the 2022 champ, Chelsea Sodaro, out of the race today.
Yeah, unfortunately. Now let's go back to what we were talking about. The average speed of Solvi just a moment ago was 1.1 mile an hour faster than what Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb were riding. So as on screen right now, Solvi, look at that beautiful turn over there, Michelle.
Wow,
You hail from, a Scandinavian country, from beautiful Denmark. We've got a Norwegian here, really showing us what they can do. And this will be awesome. I mean, we haven't had a top, rated finisher from Scandinavia in quite a few years. There was, yourself, and also Lisa Norden was always up there in the races. But right now she's showing signs of, the Scandinavian countries, especially Norway, with Kasper, Gustav and Christian. Here comes another Norwegian Viking.
It's dangerous. You just say Norway and then everyone gets a little bit frightened, right? So her being so close, I don't think that the girls in front really want to hear about that because they are afraid of her as well. She's a rookie, as you said, but a lot of things can happen. And again, I've never been a great athlete, but here, you know,
you're yes, you were.
Right? I know. I was
yes, you were.
I was consistent, right? And here, you know, it's all about the mental power as well. So if you can overcome, not blow up, remember nutrition and all these stuff, you know. And that's what Lucy definitely can do. She's been here, she won here, she knows what to do. Let's see what the rest will do, right, as well. And that's also why it might look a little bit boring now with the girls being so far behind and the three is like obvious podium. No, they're not, because everything can happen. It's Hawaii.
It's Hawaii, yeah. And the conditions are tough for this year.
Yeah.
You know, I think the women have progressed and the times are coming down across the board. The last 2 years since Kona 2023 have just been getting quicker and quicker. This woman leading the way with the fastest ever Ironman time.
Never count out.
8:03
Yeah, never count
in
out.
Hamburg. I mean, yeah, and you know, sub 240 marathon. You know, maybe you won't see that in Kona. Never know, though. I wouldn't put it past her. But these conditions today are a little windy, a little more tough than we have seen. You saw that image earlier. You saw the palm trees waving around, and you look at the ocean. You can't see it so much now, but the other image, you could see the white caps out on the water. So that just shows you that, yeah, it's a little windy today.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have that headwind coming back into town this afternoon, so it is going to be a tough race for these athletes today. Michelle, we want to thank you for coming and joining us here in studio. It's been amazing to have you right now. We're going to throw down to Fenella.
I am live here, coming down from Harvey. The crosswinds have definitely been challenging. The athletes have had to keep that tension on the pedal. That definitely favors some of the stronger athletes and those girls that have chosen to ride a bigger chain ring on the downhill. We're still shifting at some speed. This pack is working really well together. They've been keeping their distance. I haven't seen many flashing lights, and they're just working hard. But do they realize that they have lost a little bit of time to those front riders, and Solvik has rode her way up closer to the front? It's interesting. What are they thinking? These are the girls that are going to be running a similar time. Do they want to be riding with them for the rest of the race? Do they want to make their moves now, or are they going to save it for that last 20k, 30k? Are they saving their legs? I see Laura up ahead, spending a little bit more time on the front maybe than say Kat or Lisa, but is this just tactical? Are they feeling good? Have they eaten? Have they drunk enough? These are all the thoughts that each athlete has got to deal with on this extremely long, hot day. But yeah, at the moment, it's a slight cross tailwind, and they're taking full advantage, but I guess the girls up front working together have each other and moving slightly faster. If they can act on this now, they might be able to regain a few minutes, but let's see. It's still looking like a good gap coming into transition 2. But should we really be thinking about that already? Back to you guys in the studio.
Athletes now have reached the town of Kauai, and now they are on the flats. This is a very, very hot and humid section of the race. No wind to be found down here behind Kauai Harbour. Then they will have to get out of the saddle and push themselves up to the Queen Kaumano Highway. Then 35 miles will separate them to the finish line of the bike here today. Going back now to Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews, still looking very good here. But our 2 leaders out on the race course here are really having their own way on the bike.
Yeah, the 2 leaders, and of course Solveig Loveseth as well, a danger at 6+ minutes back on the road right now and sitting in 3rd place. But we are with our defending world champion, Laura Phillip, fastest time in history in Hamburg earlier this year. And Kat Matthews, also a heavy favourite for this race. These ladies are going to duke it out all the way to the finish line. This is shaping up to be one for the ages.
Welcome to the world
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
AG1. Better finishers start with AG1. Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience. Oman. So just exiting Kauai High right now, you got the Pu'ukohola Heiau, which is a National Historic Site. It also preserves the ruins of the great temple that were built around 1790 and 91. You can see right up there on the right-hand side by King Kamehameha I. So it does have a history, this island. It has a lot of history with the villages, and we are talking about history today because we've never seen Taylor Knibb and also Lucy Charles-Barclay switching positions in the Ironman World Championship at the lead of the race. And now you talk about Solvi Loseth also coming into the picture.
Yeah, Solvi Loseth is a developing story, of course. It's a rookie year racing Ironman. She had 2 phenomenal performances this year, just like hit it out of the park in her first year of racing, and today is making her way toward that front duo. We'll see how that looks in the next little bit, but yeah, she is looking great. And the ladies now just making that climb up Kauai High. So this little section here, a little bit of a tailwind, but it feels very hot typically because you don't have any wind. The wind is coming from behind you, so you're almost going the same speed as the wind. So very warm, very hot. Lucy Charles-Barclay in the front of the shot there. Taylor Knibb in front, and we just received some unfortunate news that Lucy Charles-Barclay has received a yellow card. She unintentional littering, so she accidentally dropped a bottle outside of an aid station. The athletes are allowed to discard their trash at aid stations. She unintentionally dropped a bottle, received a yellow card. That will be a 1-minute penalty that she will need to serve at the next penalty tent. So that will be at the Manalani. So that is coming up. They're now on the Queen K. They will ride a few little rollers here, and then she'll have to pull off and take that 1-minute penalty.
Yeah, that's right. And then Taylor Knibb will be riding on a little lonesome right there. So it'll be interesting to see if Lucy Charles-Barclay tries to make a move and go around Taylor Knibb to, force a little bit of time there, or will she just keep the composure, take it on the chin, and hop into that penalty tent and just have a nice cool drink and then get ready to go again. So unfortunately, right there for Lucy Charles-Barclay, having that little issue right there. In catching up with all the pros this week, we asked them to talk about the theme of this year's race, resilience. We all know that Ironman, especially the World Championship, is a game of resiliency. And this is what they had to say.
Resilience to me, it's an enormous word and it's an enormous term. I think it's the ability to accept what is given to you, or what you have created, or what has come, and move forward in a positive way. That can mean so many different things to different people, and events can change lives in ways that you potentially wouldn't have expected, but those that are that really embody resilience are always able to kind of balance the positivity of, yeah, this is going to be fine, with the, but I have experienced something that has changed me, and that's also okay. And it's the managing and the processing of that juxtaposition to kind of take them forward into a life that is probably slightly different to the one they had before.
Like, I think part of resilience is gaining the strength from overcoming. Because, like, when you're thrown a challenge and then you overcome it, having done that, like, you're a different person. And so, and that's, like, that's part of life, like, becoming a better person and a stronger person. And some things don't make you stronger, some things actually, like, do debilitate you in some ways, but it's just kind of like if you, like, as a quality of what you'd want to be, I think resilience is high on my list as aspirational. I can't say I'm always perfect, but, like, always getting back up. If you crash 3 times in a race, always getting back up, just hypothetically.
Resilience has pretty much been the definition of my last 5 years, like, to be honest. So I had my second child, Sydney, at the beginning of 2021, and ever since that, it's been a struggle with injuries. I never struggled with injuries before having her, and it's just been year after year. I've had 4 surgeries since her birth in the last 4+ years, and they are not minor surgeries. So 1 step under a knee replacement, I have someone else's bone in my femur and everything. And so it's just been a fight to be back here. About a year and a couple months ago, if you asked me if I was continuing my career, I didn't know the answer because of my knee. Like, I wasn't able to be in the run fitness that I needed to be able to actually be out here competing for the World Championship. And it's not fun for me if I'm not competing for, the top spots at a race. That's just not fun to me. And so it was either retire or get the surgery and continue. And I got the surgery and I'm continuing, and I am here because I am resilient and because I have overcome so much.
Yeah, great to hear from those 3 women. We had Stephanie Clutterbuck, Taylor Knibb, and Jocelyn McCauley. Jocelyn McCauley, been racing for a very long time, mother of 2 now, but great to hear from those 3 women on what resilience means to them.
Really happy for Jocelyn McCauley as well. Just, been watching her career, and over the last couple of years, noticed that she'd been limping really hard on that knee. So it's great to see that she took the time to get healthy. She might have somebody's, bone in her leg, but she's going again. She's one of those great gritty racers. Great on the swim, great on the bike, and hangs in there on the run as well. Taylor Knibb still leading Lucy Charles Barclay now coming down the Queen Ka'umano Highway, coming up to the Monolani area. This is Puako, actually, where the petroglyphs are. The Puako petroglyphs, over 3,000 of them right in this region here at the moment. So Taylor Knibb is going to be on a little lonesome here in a few moments' time, because once they hit the Monolani Bay Drive there will be a penalty tent. Lucy Charles Barclay will make a short right-hand turn, spend a minute in the tent, and then get going again. But Taylor Knibb is going to be our sole leader there. Then it will be Solveig Lovseth from Norway that's going to come into that region of getting pretty close to Lucy Charles Barclay, I would imagine. But let's see how things pan out down the road here. Taylor Knibb still leads the race with around about an hour and a bit to go.
And while she's just looking at Taylor now, this is the first time I've seen her with just a little bit of a grimace on her face. She's working very hard, and you see her rocking sort of ever so slightly back and forth. All day she's kind of had a poker face, and she's kind of just been riding within herself. It looks to me like now she means business. She's like, I'm going to try and make these ladies work so that this marathon is really tough, or I have a nice buffer. So she knows she has Lucy back there. I doubt she knows that Lucy has a penalty, because that would have happened behind Taylor. So she would have no idea, I wouldn't think, unless someone has mentioned it to her that Taylor has a penalty. So, that Lucy, my mistake, has that 1 minute unintentional littering penalty to serve at the Manalani.
A couple of things there, Rinny, that I always pick up on is the first thing is if they're rocking their shoulders or their head, they've got the head bob, and I noticed that with Lucy Charles-Barclay, but that's always going to happen for Lucy on the way back in. It's not to say that she doesn't lose her power. With Taylor Knibb as well, you can see the head rocking and moving the bike from side to side. Two things. They're losing a little bit of energy and power, and fatigue is setting in, or they're just working extra hard. So I wouldn't be at all surprised, right now, if they're just, this is a hill that they're going up as well. Coming out of Puako is actually a quiet little pinch until they get up to the top. Then they will descend down into Monoloni Bay Drive. But now, Taylor, you can see that she is really grinding away there. The one way that you can tell that the athlete is still going well and providing the power that they need to is look at their cadence. Okay, she's going uphill at the moment. Once they get back down, that's the Puako turn-off right there. Now, by the way, you can get a really good malasada there on the left-hand side of the rack during the week. There you see Taylor Knibb just going, I knew it. I knew that Lucy Charles was just going to go by and try and steal a few seconds. Taylor just says, hey, what's going on? But she knows that she has to sit up and get out of that position. Lucy Charles-Barclay get the rhythm happening. The power's there, but she's trying to get to that penalty tent to not have Taylor get too much time.
But interestingly, I think there was some words exchanged between the two women. I think Lucy said, hey, I've got a penalty. I've got to go. Yeah. And you saw Taylor
out of
kind
sportsmanship.
I'm going to go up ahead. I've got a penalty. And you saw Taylor sort of try to talk back a little bit. But, that's Lucy saying, I'm going to get a little gap because, see, this is a smart move from Lucy. She gets out. That time has started before Taylor rolls by. Maybe it's only 40 seconds by the time she hops back on the road behind Taylor. Again, a match that she probably did not plan on spending or want to spend, but that's racing. Like, that is all part of it, and you've got to make those decisions on the run. And the result of this race is like 100, 200, 1,000 little decisions that you make along the way all day long, and you just got to try and hedge your bets and make the right decisions at the right times. And this is a decision that Lucy has made. She is going to come up to the Manalani, have like a 5-second little buffer on Taylor, and then spend that to 1 minute. That 1 minute that will last a lifetime in the penalty tent.
Yeah, beautiful riding by Lucy Charles-Barclay right now. Back into that aero position. The head bob's gone away. She's all about business at the moment. She's trying to build up a little buffer. Don't think it's going to happen. Taylor Knibb is now looks like about 20, 25 metres, behind and sort of just keeping her pace at this point in time. And there's no use going into the red zone at this point. Look, the strong cyclists always prevail on the way back from Harvey all the way into town. It's that they can keep that power going. They're generating that power that, the runners and the weaker cyclists aren't able to. So unfortunately, they do lose a little bit more time, 2 or 3 minutes coming home in the last 35 miles or so, but they gain to get it back on the run, as long as they don't go out too fast. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, look at that. Head's not moving at all now. She's just grinding away. Look at that power that she's putting into those quads right now. That's all about just trying to make up for that 1 minute that she's going to lose there in that penalty tent here today. So unfortunately, a littering penalty if you're just joining us right now here at the 2025 Ironman World Championship. Lucy Charles-Barclay was assessed a unintentional littering penalty just a moment ago. She will send herself to the penalty tent for 1 minute, coming right up in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and all the years thinking about Lucy's racing, I can't remember her ever serving a penalty. And she wouldn't, right? Like, she's usually off the front. She's not really ever in a group situation dynamic. But that's what I talk about to win this race. And again, 1 minute is, 1 minute here or there is not going to make or break Lucy's race. It is important, and every minute she will take. Don't get me wrong. But you need a little luck, right? Like, you need mechanical luck. You need to make sure, there's no mechanical issues on the day. But that's just an unlucky penalty. A bottle popped out of her rear cage, and there was a marshal there to see it, which for Lucy, I'm sure there's marshals around her all the time. But yeah, an unintentional littering will send her to the penalty tent. And I feel like every year there's something that happens that's sort of unfortunate, whether it's a flat tire or something like that, that's just bad luck or tough luck. And so Lucy's fortunately only cost her 1 minute for today, but still I'm sure she'd rather not have to do that.
Yeah, look, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but in 2023, Lucy Charles-Barclay ran a 2:57.38 as opposed to Taylor Knibb's 3:05.13. So you're talking about 8.5 minutes there that Lucy Charles-Barclay can bank. However, if Taylor Knibb's done her homework and, got into a different routine with her running, which I do think that she has done, then things may have to change around a little bit. Laura Phillip, however, ran a 2:55.24, so that was 1 minute and 14 seconds better than Lucy Charles-Barclay. So it does matter what happens in the back end after Lucy Charles-Barclay mounts that bike and heads back into town. Again, how much time is that group going to lose, to our leaders right now? Because that is going to be the $1 million, the $125,000 question,
Yeah.
right?
Of course, first place today here is $125,000 to the victor of today's race. So the athletes vying for those, the title, I think, first and foremost, the title here. You can see that penalty tent, that yellow penalty tent, that is where Lucy is headed to. This is the Manalani exit, and the athletes will go through Waikoloa area there. But, 125 for first. They're also vying for Pro Series points. And a big prize purse on the line there. Kat Matthews, of course, won that last year. $200,000 went to Kat Matthews at the end of the Pro Series. She has a sizable lead this year as well, but she'll be looking for another very good score here today.
Yeah, 6,000 points for sure, and she did win that all in Lake Taupo last year. Here goes Taylor Knibb. She's caught up to the back of Lucy Charles-Barclay. She is chasing the 2023 champion, but you know what else she's chasing? Jason Hellies. That's what the shot that we have at the moment, looking down upon this race here in 2025. What an incredible race that we've been treated with right now. Lucy Charles-Barclay right up there in the lead of the race. Taylor Knibb, the two-time Olympian and also an individual time trialist at the Olympic Games, is really throwing down on her favourite discipline. Will she be able to put enough time into the rest of the ladies coming off the bike today and run away with the victory? We'll just have to wait and see. But next up is Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's going to have to serve a 1 minute penalty right there at the Monalani Bay penalty tent, and that's coming up within the minute, I would say, and then she will stop and then have to do it. And there goes Taylor Knibb. Look at this, coming right up to just outside that drafting zone to pounce when it matters.
Yeah, you see Taylor Knibb now closing that gap. Of course, now she's like, well, okay, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that has been given to me, and I'm going to take it with both hands and literally run with it or ride with it. But yeah, the athletes will go through this aid station. So Lucy will have to hop into that yellow tent that is the penalty tent right after that aid station. And Taylor Knibb making sure she's staying legal. She's got to make sure she stays 12 meters behind. And we're going to throw down to Fenella at the penalty tent.
So we have Lucy behind us. I'm not sure she's had many penalties before, but she knows what to do. She is a pure professional. She will be hydrating. She'll be checking how long she's had to stop there. She'll be topping up on everything that she needs to. Taylor has literally shot off. She has taken advantage of this opportunity and used it. She's only got a minute. Does Taylor know that? Probably not. But here we are. She's getting ready. She looks composed. She still looks good. Everyone's here surrounding us. And the referees are telling her that she's got ready to... I think the girls behind still had a pretty marginal, or still had pretty long to get here, so there won't be much there. She's looking at the clock. Time trial start. Let's go, Lucy! Come on! And there she goes, like it never happened. Pure professionalism right there. It won't be too long till the next guys come through, but they won't be able to see her and they won't know about the penalty. So that is the main thing going through Lucy's mind. Over and back to you guys.
All right, she just got rid of another bottle in the littering zone there, so no pun intended there. Unfortunately, an unintentional bottle drop was the result of that penalty there. All right, grabbing another bottle, Lucy Charles-Barclay throws it into the back of the bike there. Out of the saddle she was at the penalty tent, trying to build up that speed, get back into the normal rhythm. Don't want any cramping going on, because when you go up and down in speed like that, that could be the issue.
Yeah, so this point right here, Lucy just needs to stay calm and collected. A minute is, not the end of the world. Of course, she would have loved to have been off the bike equal first and loved to duke it out on the run with Taylor. But we've been getting accounts all week that she's in the best run shape of her life. She hasn't had any injuries. And, of course, she won a couple of years ago on a torn calf. So impressive. This year she's here, she's healthy, she's got the run training in her legs. She has to just back herself, and she cannot panic. And Lucy's a veteran of this sport. She knows how to race here, but I just want to be in her ear and be like, you're fine. Relax, a long way to go. You got this. So we got Taylor Knibb leading, we got Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, and the chasers 10 minutes back.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
The 2025 Ironman World Championship continues here with our women's race, and we're looking at last year's champion from Nice, and that is Laura Philipp from Germany. And what a great race it was for her. She ran a 2:44.59 to close things down. She was the fastest biker on the day, but she had a deficit out of the swim. Well, nothing much has changed. I got a case of deja vu, McKeely Jones, because last time we were here on the Big Island, it was 1 minute and 40-second lead for Lucy Charles-Barclay out of the water from Hayley Chura. The same thing today, but it was a little shy of that. And now, we have a little bit of drama out there. Chelsea Sodaro, the 22 champion, out of the race. Lucy Charles-Barclay just picking up an unintentional littering penalty of 1 minute that she just served, and now just 1 minute and 10 seconds down behind Taylor Knibb. How do you think the race dynamic has changed since it first started?
Yes, I think you pretty much described the dynamics of the race. And I mean, that's a little bit unfortunate for Lucy Charles, but, she's a professional. I think, as Rinny was saying, I don't think it's really going to affect her. I definitely think, Taylor's smart by taking full advantage of that, because we all know Lucy is running very, very well. If we look even further down the field to see what's been happening, Love Sept, I mean, she's riding faster than anyone right now. And she's definitely, if you were looking compared to Taylor and Charles, who's the fastest runner, and it would have to be Losef. So if she can stay within 6 to 7 minutes of getting off the bike, I definitely think she could give Taylor and Lucy a run for her money. And then, you know, I think Kat and Laura Phillip, our pre-race favourites as well, I think they're doing a really good job. I mean, I don't think they would have wanted to be this far back at this point. But, you know, I was just out running on Leahy Drive, yes. Just got back. It is very still and it is very hot. As soon as that sun comes out, it's that typical Kona heat that is coming. So if you've spent too much energy on the bike and you really don't concentrate enough as you're going out on a Leahy Drive, that first 5 to 10 Ks, it's hot.
Well, it's not so hot here underneath the tent of the beautiful Heath Louise Palace right now as we cast our eyes out to the right-hand side and we see the dolphins jumping out of the water here and just, you know, breaching, having a lovely time. We had a beautiful overhead shot just a moment ago of a couple of athletes out there and just swimming around and surrounded by a pod of dolphins. Now, I think that Taylor Knibb would like to see a pod of dolphins right in Kona around about this time because that's where she's headed to, in a southerly direction, taking on a little bit of a cross headwind at the moment. Now, just about 5 minutes ago, she was locked in battle with Lucy Charles-Barclay, the 2023 champion. Now she has it all to herself out the front. She is now locked into the target. She is now over the bike in an aerodynamic position, and now she is really powering those legs through the cranks there and providing herself a lot of power. Out of the saddle she goes. She's got one more significant climb of Scenic Hill coming up Marinda, and then she can set her sights on the finish line.
Yeah, well, she looking at the split, Solvi has lost a little bit of time. She's just under 7 minutes down from, and I think she got as close as like 6 minutes to Lucy and Taylor. But yeah, Solvi now 6:50 back from Lucy and Taylor, who were together. So that was when they were still together before that penalty. We are looking at Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip. These two are familiar sight. They are so used to racing against each other, battling each other. A lot of mutual respect between these two women. Of course, Laura had the upper hand in the last 2 times they duked it out. That was the Ironman World Championship in Nice last year, and then also in Ironman Hamburg, where they had that phenomenal day, just resetting what was possible for women in this sport. Laura, of course, running just under that 2:40 marathon and 8:03 overall, just incredible. But yeah, these two will go at it. I think they probably know now it's a bit more urgent. They need to stop losing. They need to stop the damage, right? Like they need to sort of start, if they want to win this race, they need to sort of start making some risks and taking a little bit more, putting a little bit more power in each pedal stroke to try and limit that deficit of the bike. Again, this is Kona. Anything is possible. It's hot down here. It's humid. Who has managed the pacing well out there today? Who has managed their nutrition well? Who has hydrated well? That is going to be found out up on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway on the run course.
So looking at very impressive Lucy right now. She's leaning over the bike nicely, still in a very, very nice position. It looks like the power is still there, McKeely. And I wanted to go back to the shot just a moment ago when we, we saw Kat Matthews and also Laura Phillip. Now, if we wind it back in time 11 months, it was those two ladies that duked it out on the Promenade des Anglais in Nice for first and second places overall. It was Laura Phillip with a 2:44.59 and a 2:53 plus for Kat Matthews that decided first and second places. We have a completely different story up front right now with Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay. What are your thoughts?
I would definitely not count out those two yet. I really think when you look at their past marathon splits, it's going to tell a story. I think they need to maintain what they're doing right now. I wouldn't want it to blow out anymore, and I think this is one of the parts of the course where it does get tough. You know, people forget that it's uphill pretty much all the way back into Kona. And, you know, you talked a little bit about Scenic Hill. It's like, it's a grind. It's like, you know, you've been hitting some great speeds, then all of a sudden, you know, that neuromuscular, like, kickback, I call it, where it's like you've been flying and then all of a sudden you hit that brick wall. But, you know, Taylor, she knows how to prepare. We're watching Taylor Knibb right now. As I said, I think this is about where I saw her yesterday when I was out riding, and you know, I think she like had it in her head that she had to make sure that she was going to ride this part of the course as hard as she can. But I think what I'm looking forward to seeing is how Lucy bounces back after that penalty. You know, if Taylor's going to put more time into her, or they're going to maintain, or if Lucy's going to try to like do a big effort, because, you know, when she was in that penalty tent, she would have taken in a little bit more water. She would have been taking in a little bit more carbs.
The mermaid, Lucy Charles-Barclay, makes her way along the Queen Kaumano Highway as she tries to get into the Ruby T2 ahead of Taylor Knibb. She's going to have a work cut out for that. But there are some races that are etched into legend, and when you finish it, you become one. The iconic Ironman Wales is one of these. Experience the most emotionally charged swim start in the world, a bike course with Tour de France-like support, and run through the medieval wall town of Tenby, where the cheers get louder as the day grows longer. There's a reason why the New York Times called Tenby the Iron Town. Come and find out why. This race is already over 80% full, and if you want to experience that legend, which is Ironman Wales, for yourself, now is the time. Do you dare to face the dragon?
I do not, but many people might want to. I'm done with Ironman racing, but that one sounds like a good one, Welshie.
Yeah, I think that you and McKeely should sign up, come out of retirement. Well, McKeely's not retired because she's still doing, World Championships next week, and at the ripe old age of 29, plus a few. But anyway, let's get back to the action. McKeely, Lucy Charles-Barclay, what a legend. 4-time second place, Ironman World Champion, age group World Champion, and showing today that she has the resilience, showing today that she has the patience and the mental ability to block out what just happened a moment ago. Looking good.
I mean, definitely that's what a true champion does. You know, it's like you can throw all sorts of obstacles at them and they're just going to keep bouncing back and bouncing back.
Yeah, that's exactly right, MJ. The true champion always finds a way, or even has to. Sometimes they have to reinvent themselves to figure out how to win. If the inevitability of this sport is that the tide keeps changing. The new athletes come in, new faces come in, athletes with new strength. This is one such woman who's come in with just a phenomenal talent across all three. Phenomenal cyclist, of course, a time trialist at the Olympics. So many accolades already in the sport, and it's still a young age, but only her second time here in Kona, an unknown quantity. And I know Lucy knows the heat is coming. You know, we have Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip and Solveig Lovse, so many women coming up and resetting what's possible. But Lucy Charles-Barclay has been around for a long time. She was here when Daniela, I got to race Lucy one year at the end of my career, and she was there for the Daniela years, and she had to, was relegated to second place a bunch of times. And I think that was good for her. I'm sure not in the moment, but good for her to keep striving to reinvent herself, to find an extra second here, to be stronger on the bike, to find those run legs. And so we're seeing, 10 years basically of her improvements to be still at the top. It's pretty remarkable, to be honest.
And I think we're actually looking in the mirror. Because, when you think about how young Lucy Charles was, we talked about, when she first came on the scene, oh my goodness, how young she is. Taylor Knibb, we're looking exactly in the mirror. Still very young, still, this is only her second Ironman World Championships. We know that she's talented. And we know also this is exactly where she wanted to be right now. She wanted to be in the front of the race. If we had have asked her at the start of this race where she wanted to be right now, and I think she set herself up really, really nicely. Yes, it was a little bit unfortunate that Lucy Charles, who we see on the screen right now, got that penalty. But, I think this is where Lucy's going to even fight even more. She's going to know, this happened to me. I'm going to just get back on my game plan. She looks fantastic. Her cadence looks great. She's getting as aero as she can, and she can see what's happening in front. She should be able, it's a long straight, but she will be seeing exactly where Taylor is.
I think there's also sometimes a little bit of, no, this is my time. This is still my time. And I feel like Lucy's done her dues. She came here and she finished second so many times. And yes, she's won a 70.3 world title and she's won races all around the world. But at this race, and I believe this is the race that matters most to her, she's won one. And I believe that she's like, no, this is my time. And there's
it's
a
her
little bit of a
legacy.
pride and an
Yeah.
ego to that,
Yeah.
and it's her legacy. So yeah, I mean, I'm very intrigued and excited to see how she deals with the back end of this bike, and then what sort of run legs she actually has, because I think like low 250s are definitely on the cards if she has paced herself well on the bike and if she has enough in the tank.
I definitely think she's quite capable of that. I mean, she's got great run speed. We've seen that in the shorter races she's been doing. She's been running better than some of our best short course athletes. So no doubt, I think she knows what time she had to go. She would have went back, done her homework, knows that she definitely has that. So if we think that's where she's going to be, that means, on paper, our two fastest marathon runners, Kat and Laura, and even Slows Left, they're going to have to run under 240,
under 245.
Well, I think if she's going to run a top 250, and they're 12 and a half minutes back right now, it's like you're starting to see what the damage that's been done by both Taylor and by Lucy.
Very nice comments, you two, and thank you for that. Let's just go and take a little time out and talk about the Ironman Pro Series right now, because 6,000 points is going to be on offer today to the winner of the race. And then inside of 31 kilometres now and inside of 20 miles to go, the distance to Ruby T2 is really heating up here, and we are well inside of that 1 hour out as they do approach the scenic hill. Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles Barclay have been locked in a battle, but what about the battle for the points? Loadseth, she's right in there with a chance. So too is Kat Matthews, Lisa Perderer, and also we got to talk about, Jackie Herring. Jackie Herring celebrating her birthday today. She's sitting in 15th place, and talk about a runner. She's only 16:50 down, but the good news for her is she's only 4 minutes down on the rest of the pack. Kat Matthews, Lisa Perderer, just to name a few. And the real challenge, the real battle between Kat Matthews and Loadseth is that right now that is a battle of around about 6 minutes, coming up on 6 minutes. So right there, now Kat Matthews needs to be 65 seconds or more in front of Solveig at the end of the race today to clinch the title. So we got a great race within a race happening right now. All right, let's get back to Scenic Hill, because this is the last of the grinds before they hit the top of the hill and head down toward Hualalai, toward Kukio. And then when they make their way down to Kehol Airport, they only have 10 kilometres to ride from that point.
Yeah, and MJ, at this stage of the course, this is a tough climb. At this stage of the course, it's, hot, and you've been on the bike for a while now and pushing, and you're sort of ready to be done. What is going through your mind as you close out these final stages of the bike course?
Well, I think Taylor just illustrated it perfectly. She got some extra hydration in, making sure she's getting those carbs in, making sure she's looking after yourself. And I mean, that's what you need to do between now and coming into transition. Make sure you've got enough fuel to get yourself through the marathon, basically. That's where a lot of our fueling is done. You're going to top up a little bit, but you just can't get the same amount of carbs on the run. And, she looks strong, and this is what you want. At this point of the race, you want to feel, yes, it's hurting. You're going to get some lactic acid. You're starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. But as long as you still feel strong on this part of the course, because this is like that long drag, and then you'll get a little bit of a repris, and then you get sort of close enough that you can start seeing the airport. But it's tough. Like you talk about, we've only got a small amount of kilometres left compared to the rest of the race. But this is where you're going to see who did well, who managed the conditions, who is making sure they stayed on top of their pacing, their race plan. And then you're going to see who maybe didn't. And that's why we're starting to see now the field really start to spread apart, because this is when you really get in the hurt locker.
Yeah, I totally agree, MJ. I think this, more so than any other Ironman race, things start to get blown apart, and we saw it last year in the men's race. We saw Magnus Ditlev all of a sudden was just done. Sam Laidlaw, of course, had that phenomenally fast bike, and it was a fast race that day. But you sort of see athletes just start to blow up, and that's just the grueling course that this is. So all of a sudden, the heat catches up with them, or maybe they burnt a few too many matches early in the bike or going up to Harvey, and all of a sudden they're like, wow, I really don't feel so good, and maybe they're starting to see stars. So it's interesting in that this is the race where that comes out in people. Of course, the competition brings that out. Athletes are taking more risk than they maybe would at other races, but yeah, this is the one where, yeah, you just never quite know until, you know, that athlete gets to the finish line.
Kat Matthews with the last-minute push before heading up Scenic Hill. Want to take this opportunity to say thank you very much, MJ. McKeely Jones, Olympic silver medalist and Ironman world champion, Ironman Hall of Famer. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a bold prediction
Please.
right now.
Please,
I love it.
Please.
I'm pretty sure a Norwegian's going to be on the top of the podium. I might be wrong, but I'm just saying, I think
you got
by the looks of it, like what I'm seeing right now, not that I want to count out Lucy or Taylor, but I really believe she's just like 6 or 7 minutes back. To me, that's a little scary because, again, she's one of our new up-and-coming. Yes, does she really know the experience of Kona? No, but
sometimes ignorance is bliss.
And the what we've learned,
Going
what we've learned after Nice, the Norwegians know how to prepare.
Yes.
Yes, they
Absolutely.
do. McKeely, thank you so much. We'll catch you on the back end a little bit later on, and incredible to have the knowledge of an Olympian, of a Ironman world champion, Ironman Hall of Famer. But the big news out on the course right now, Taylor Knibb is extending her lead 1 minute and 28 seconds over Lucy Charles Barclay. So Lucy wasn't able to get back up to speed and hold it, but she is just losing a little bit of time there. The pace was way faster, 24 miles an hour for Taylor Knibb and just on 23 miles an hour for Lucy Charles Barclay. So the next time split that we're going to get in is about 10 minutes from now, but we can tell you that Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip are now trying to make that last-minute desperation move to get themselves back into this race as the deficit continues to grow out on the Queen Kaumano Highway as we get into the closing miles. Now, we're not too far away from the Ruby T2 where we'll see them exchange their bikes and their helmets for sunglasses, hats, and nutrition as they head out onto the run. But it is getting warm. The wind is almost at a standstill back in town, but out on course right now, a side wind, crosswind is having a little bit of an effect on our athletes.
Yeah, it's inevitable that you get some wind out there. On the good days, you get a tailwind back into town from the airport, but we'll see what the island gods have got in store for these women here today. But yeah, great images of these two, Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip, just in the screen a moment ago. Again, battling for the 1-2 spot last year in Nice, and now sitting a little ways down from our leader here. This is Taylor Knibb from the USA, and you can see as you look closely to the salt on her kit, and every athlete will have a lot of salt on their kit at this stage of the race. You can see that white crust. That's basically salt, and the athletes are losing so much salt because they're sweating so much because of the heat and the elements here in Kona. You don't get that as much in other races, but that's where it's super important for the athletes to continue to hydrate, make sure they're getting in the sodium salt tabs or in a drink form. But yeah, Taylor Knibb, just another class act, another classy performance here from Taylor Knibb, and her only second attempt here in Hawaii. Question mark as to how fast she can run. I asked one of her close training partners or coaches, and he said he thought, maybe about a 2:55, and that would be tough to beat for the women behind. So of course Lucy Charles Barclay only 90 seconds back from Taylor Knibb. That'll be a battle in itself, but Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, we're just waiting to see if that gap is still blowing out. The last time we saw it was around 12 plus minutes between Taylor and Lucy, and Kat and the Laura pack. And of course, Solvi Lovseth, MJ was calling it early. She says maybe she thinks there'll be a Norwegian on the top of the podium again this year. And it's hard to bet against the Norwegians. They are prepared meticulously, and she is in that camp with the three men who were 1, 2, 3 in Nice just a month ago.
Last time out for Lucy Charles-Barclay was at 2:57.38 on the run. Taylor Knibb was at 3:05.13. You know that Taylor Knibb over the last 2 years has improved drastically. What about the pace? Do you think that that's going to have an effect on, what's happening right now, or does she have to, go into conservative mode over the last, couple of miles here and conserve before going out onto the run?
I don't think there's really any conserving. I think it's just sticking to your plan. What was your plan? What numbers make sense for you? Again, these athletes have their plan dialed in. Having said that, you do have to make little decisions out there on race day. Figure out where you're going to, spend that, or take that little risk. Sometimes it pays off and sometimes it's disaster. Again, you're looking at a veteran of our sport, a lady who knows how to race so well here over the last decade, 4 four-place finishes, and a win for Lucy Charles-Barclay. I mean, there's not much more a heavy favourite for today's race, and she's only 90 seconds back from Taylor Knibb, so this battle is going to be incredible. The Lovesith battle, to see what run legs she has, is going to be absolutely incredible. And then Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip, what sort of run legs did they pack for today?
Well, let's go and talk to Lucy. You've got a chance to catch up with a fighting chance with Lucy Charles-Barclay.
This time around, not too many hot baths. A little bit of sauna work, but yeah, been a bit less brutal in that sense.
So what's special about this then, Lucy?
So it's meant to be mermaid on fire, but we have like the lava on this side, and then it's like the lava rock and the ocean on this side. So, and then the gold leaf. Today's quite an easy day. I had an easy swim this morning. I've got like 90-minute easy spin and then 45-minute easy brick run. So just swim, bike, run, but easy. So yeah, I've been training with Marjolaine, which has been really nice. We did 5 weeks together in Lanzarote, which is quite similar to here, doing our heat training in our core suits together, looking really good.
Because heat adaptation, by the looks of it, has been a big part of your training.
Yeah, I mean, we love that part of it. I love looking silly in the suit, as silly as possible. So it's been brutal, but it's been effective, I think.
Do you feel it's a little bit cooler? Or the same as always?
It's pretty similar. The wind feels a little bit cooler. Like sometimes it's like that hot hair dry. There's certain bits on the course where it is like that. But yeah, there's other parts where you're like, I feel actually quite cool. So
Plan for this run?
it's just about 45 minutes easy run.
What's an easy run? Is it based on pace, heart rate, or?
Mostly on feel.
Okay.
Just generally feeling good, not really worrying about the pace. Since I've been in the sport, the first time I came to Kona was 2015 as an age grouper, and since then the standard has just gone up and up and up, and it's so exciting to be part of that and to have played a part in that as well. To win this race, we're going to need to go quicker than I went in 2023. I definitely feel capable of doing that. Obviously conditions dependent, this island can be completely brutal. We might be all doing 9 hours if the wind blows, but yeah, I think it'll be a really fast day, and potentially the whole podium will go under that 8:24 that I did in 2023.
Thank you to Lucy Charles-Barclay for a fighting chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at IronmanTry and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And we are back with all the action. We have Taylor Knibb on the bike leading this race, and of course that lead change was coming down from Harvey. She came around Lucy Charles-Barclay, and then Lucy came back around her right before going into the penalty tent. Of course, Lucy had a 1-minute penalty because she had an unintentional littering penalty. So a water bottle bounced off her bike, and that will give you a 1-minute penalty. Also, if you're just joining us, we had one of our former champions, Chelsea Sodaro. She pulled out of the race today. She was out on the Queen K, looked fantastic in the water, and just was struggling to keep her nutrition down, was vomiting a lot on the Queen K, and just had to call it a day. So not good to see that, but the focus is on these two women. We have Taylor Knibb leading, Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, Solveig Lovse in third.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The Ironman World Championship in Kailua Kona continues, with Taylor Knibb now approaching Kehole Airport with just over 20 kilometres to go, and that will be the distance to the Ruvi T2. 21.9 kilometres, 13.6 miles up the top of the hill she will go. Lucy Charles-Barclay now just going past Kukio and Hualalai, making her way to the top of the hill as well. Her deficit now has fallen down to 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Taylor Knibb, and Solveig Lovse from Norway is now 4 seconds faster, and she's moved up to 6 minutes and 48 seconds. So she made up a little bit of time there, Marinda, as the Norwegian has, and we know that she's a great runner. They're chasing down Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb. That has to be a formidable task.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lucy is a veteran again of this sport, and she's racing her race and sticking to her numbers. We actually have Fenella standing by with something. Fenella, what do you got for us?
Wow, this is quite a turn of events. These girls are all still together. It's a headwind section here. They're climbing their way up to Scenic Point. We have Marta Sanchez, Regan, Holly, Hannah, Lisa, Kat, and Laura. So Laura stayed predominantly in front from what I've seen so far. But do you know what? There is, oh my gosh, her name's completely gone from my head. Has clawed her way back, and she's right on the back of this group. So a group of 7 is now turned to 8. She is fighting her way. She's there. These girls haven't left aero position on this climb, using it to a full advantage, obviously still feeling fresh, not needing to get out of the saddle. I remember this is a real big drag at this point of the race. The heat is starting to become a little bit much. You can see the salt gathering on their kit as midday sun starts to beat down on them. They're doing phenomenally well to stay there, stay in this pack. We've got the big runners here, but are they burning too many matches? Are they playing it smart? Should they let others be taking the turns into the headwinds, or are they happy just pushing the pace, keeping power on the pedals? We've got Hannah here. She's looking strong still. She's changed her water bottles over. It's a slightly downhill stretch, but you probably don't even realise it because we're into a headwind. She's slightly losing contact from the wheel in front. She needs to keep it there, keep pushing, keep contact with this group, because all the way back she'll need this to make sure that this top 10 is secure for her. All these athletes, the top girls probably heading for podium, but top 5, top 10, top 15 in this World Championships is nothing to complain about. These ladies are on fire. This is such a stellar performance from all of them. They're working hard, and it's going to be exciting to see this group all come off the bike together in a wee while. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Fenella. And let's get you caught up to speed. We are only 20 kilometres away from the Ruby T2. Just to let you know, around about 10 minutes ago, Lucy Charles-Barclay was in the penalty tent for an unintentional littering penalty. That was served with a 1-minute penalty there back at Monolani Drive. Now that they are at the top of the scenic hill, pushing their way down toward the airport and then all the way into the Ruby T2. Kat Matthews and the Laura Phillip group has lost 1 minute and 8 seconds over the last 8 miles. So if you look at the time split there, this just means that Taylor Knibb has really put the pedal to the metal right now, and Lucy Charles-Barclay is sitting at 1:30 down. Løvik from Norway is now just at around about 6:48, so she's still pushing at a very, very solid pace. And Marinda, it looks like our 2 top ladies here at the front of the race are really, really bringing it home strong.
Yeah, they're bringing it home strong. I think they're just holding steady. They're still sort of ever so slightly moving away from this front pack. And just to recap, Laura Phillip on the front of this group, Kat Matthews as well on the front. We've seen some images of those sort of 2 changing leads. Hannah Berry as well. Lisa Perderer, I think, was the name escaping Fenella's memory. She had gone around Hannah Berry, hanging in there. Hannah sort of kind of losing the wheel ever so slightly. We had Holly Lawrence still in that group, Marta Sanchez, Regan Holyoke, Jocelyn McCauley. India Lee had dropped off, and I had a report that she did get a flat tyre. The tech on course were able to get her rolling again, so I'm not sure how long she was on the side of the road for that flat tyre, but Indy did have a flat tyre and was with this group a little earlier. But yeah, I mean, this is shaping up again to be a phenomenal, again, looking at Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip and Perderer, 3 of the super fast runners in this chase pack. 13 plus minutes can still be done. It really depends on what Taylor has in her legs, what Lucy has in her legs, and the unknown, Solvi. Solvi Loveset. What does she have in her legs today? What sort of marathon can she put together? Someone will probably blow up. It just happens here. So yeah, I mean, I think we're setting the stage for a phenomenal showdown on this run. And again, it is kind of a race of attrition on this run. Now in town, again, there's a little bit of a wind picking up, which is going to be welcoming for the athletes. Maybe 30 minutes ago, it was kind of no wind and really hot, and there is a little bit of cloud cover. So again, that's going to be helpful to these athletes as they get onto the run course. But again, conditions can change, and what we're feeling here will be different than what's in the Energy Lab, will be different than what's out on the Queen K. And just thinking about course records and times, the bike course record here is 4:26.07. Now that was Danny's record from 2018 when she was insane on the way back from Harvey. Taylor's current estimate is at 4:27.05. Now that's assuming she holds the same pace she's holding right now, so just a little bit slower, but she would be the only second woman to go under 4:30 in Kona. So I mean, we were slower out to Harvey than Lucy was last year. Seems like the ladies are coming quicker back into town. Yeah, I mean, still a little bit of riding to go. We have 17 kilometers. They're at 10 miles left to go in this bike before they hop on the Hoka run course and the Zoot bike course. But yeah, I mean, the stage has been set. I hope Laura and Kat pack their run legs. I know they have them, and whether they can access them is the big question.
Pretty close riding times 2 years ago in 2023 when Lucy Charles-Barclay threw down a 4:32.29. Taylor Knibb was at 4:34, just a minute and a half down, and then Laura Phillip at a 4:35.52. They were the top three cyclist times back 2 years ago. Now we'll have to wait and see what they've got in store on the way back into town here toward the Ruby T2. And it's just going to be moments away. 17.2 kilometres, 10.7 miles, just about to hit the Kona International Airport, where Laura Phillip will start pushing her way back toward town. She knows that she's one of the fastest runners in the sport. And Kat Matthews, they haven't been separated by more than a few seconds all the way on this bike ride here today. But it's Taylor Knibb that still leads the way down the Queen Ka'umano Highway in the closing moments of the Zoot bike course.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
The 2025 Ironman World Championship is coming to a close on the Zoot bike course. The second discipline is coming to an end in the pro race. We've got over 1,600 women competing in this year's World Championship, representing 78 countries, territories and regions, and also the biggest country represented. That's right, the United States of America. They are number one. Germany, Canada, Australia, UK and France round out the top six there. This one here, this is Kat Matthews. She was the winner of the Ironman Pro Series in 2024. She's chasing down Taylor Knibb, who has seized control of the race at the front right now, heading up the race here on the hill just before the Kona International Airport, and that's where they'll make that little decline right back down to Honokahau Harbour, and then they'll climb up to Palani Road, actually Makala Road, and then down onto Palani Road to finish things off. Marinda Carfrae, three-time Ironman world champion, seems to be going Taylor Knibb's way right now, and another 12 seconds faster than Lucy Charles-Barclay over last time check.
Yeah, but fastest on course right now is Sylvie Loveseth. She's 6:35 down, so she's gained a few more seconds back from Taylor Knibb. Again, MJ mentioned earlier she thinks maybe Sylvie is the one for the top step. We'll have to wait and see what her run legs look like when we get off. But Taylor Knibb trucking towards the finish line now, and you can see off in the distance when you see those palm trees. That's the airport driveway. She'll be looking off into the distance. And this section, you kind of like, you're home, but you're still not quite home.
That's
it's
right.
kind of like so close yet so far away.
And Solvay's got 6.5 minutes gap on Hannah Berry, Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, and company. So 6.5 minutes is a very decent gap, especially when you're a 244 runner, as opposed to a 250 runner, right? So you're facing a huge deficit there. So it's going to be very important for the athletes as they make their way out on the Hoka run course that they pace themselves today on a very warm and humid day down here. Elite Drive doesn't really have any air on it. It's protected by the palm trees on either side of the road, by the houses on either side of the road there. But once they head out onto the Queen Kaumana Highway again on the run course, it's going to be stifling hot. And then once you hit that energy lab, again, no real breeze. It's like an oven effect down there.
Yeah, the heat from the lava rocks, it kind of just emulates, it kind of bounces off the lava, bounces off the blacktop, and it's probably over 100 degrees on the ground. You could fry an egg. It's super hot out there in the lava fields on the Queen Kahumani Highway. But Elite Drive, it can be just oppressive, super humid. Again, we had like a 90-minute shower this morning here. It was a kind of a downpour right as the athletes were moving into body marking. So lots of moisture in the air, humidity is up, the temperature's getting up. We're coming to that time of the day. We're with Kat Matthews right now, and she's successfully grabbed 2 bottles of water, and you see her douse herself in water, keep the cooling systems going, take on and make sure she gets that discarded before the end of the aid station. The athletes are allowed to discard their trash up until a certain point after the aid stations and before the aid stations, and outside of that they have to keep the trash off the course. Kat Matthews doing a really good job of getting that done. Same with Taylor Nibb. See the sign at the end? That's the last chance trash. So Taylor discarding that water bottle. And Taylor Nibb from the USA, of course, she was an Olympian, has been a 2-time Olympian, raced in Tokyo as well as Paris, and also did the time trial in Paris. So a very impressive young athlete. Her second time here racing in Kona. In the lead of this race, kind of unknown territory for her. Incredible to see what this woman can do in the future and what she can do today. I mean, the future is now.
There it is, the Ellison Onitsuka International Airport right here in Kona, and that signals around about 11 kilometres to go from when she gets to the intersection. She's right now at 13.7, and then she'll be rocketing into town here. Kat Matthews right down there, tucking in that aero position, going past Tualalai, is the first of those beautiful resorts. The second one will be Kukio, and then it will be the Ellison Onitsuka Airport for her. But they are 13 minutes and 21 seconds down on our leader right now. This is going all in favour right now of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Nibb, and possibly Solveig Loser.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those big time gaps are not promising, but again, this is Kona, and it's amazing what can happen out there in the lava fields. And again, if you've looked after yourself, if you've hydrated well, if you've done a good job of pacing yourself and you haven't burnt too many matches, then you can maybe unleash the marathon, and you're not just surviving the marathon. And again, all of these women will be racing the marathon and unleashing, but it's amazing, what sort of happens at that 10-mile mark, half marathon point. You see, that's a cool image of the plane coming in for a landing, and Lucy Charles-Barclay is coming in for a landing in the Ruby T2.
Oh, that is so well done.
I stole your line. You were going to say that.
You stole my line. It's okay, because it was brilliant, and I had a segue anyway. Well, they're about to land with the landing gear down in the Ruby T2 and take off on the Hoka run course, but you beat me to it. Anyway, the older you get, the better you work. Lucy Charles-Barclay facing a deficit of over 1 minute and 41 seconds right now from Taylor Nibb as they approach the Ellison Onitsuka International Airport here in Kona. We're just moments away, inside of about 20 minutes away from seeing our ladies hopping off the bike and heading out onto the run course here. So we're getting very excited to see what's about to unfold in front of us. But we've been excited all day, Marinda, because we've had a pod of dolphins, a beautiful pod of dolphins jumping in and out of the water, breaching and having fun off to our right. all morning long. So Lucy Charles-Barclay now has to, just put it all together. Keep the mind in the game here. The mental approach to this game has to be so important because you don't expect to be getting any of those penalties, during race day. But then plan B is exactly what you need to go into, and you need to focus on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point of the race, the ladies are just ready to get off the bike. They're like, okay, we've done with the bike. The deficits are what they are. I mean, of course, they're trying to gain every single second they can before they get onto that marathon. But at this point, they're casting their mind towards the run at Welshie.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is what it's going to have to take to finish it off today, is a very strong run. Maybe the PR on the run today is what it's going to take from Lucy or even Taylor. I mean, Taylor, we've talked about it before, with a 3:05, last time out in Kona. So let's set the scene for you. Coming up in the Ruby T2, that's what it's all about, getting in and getting it done fast. It'll be a repeat of what they did a few hours ago. However, they'll be going in the perimeter direction, opposite of what they came out of the swim. They'll drop their bikes and run around in an anti-clockwise, counterclockwise loop into the bags, out onto the run course and up Palani Road before they hit Kuakini Highway and then out onto Aliti Drive. Now, once they hit Aliti Drive, 3 and a bit miles up, they'll do a U-turn, come back into town. By the time they get to the top of Palani Road, it'll be 8.5 miles already done. Laura Phillip continues to drive the train here in 4th position at the moment. Kat Matthews has done nothing less than not letting her out of sight. Hannah Berry has caught up. Hollyoak from Australia has caught up. And now we have a decent group of 6 athletes that are chasing down Lucy Charles-Barclay. Solvik from Norway, and also in the lead, Taylor Knibb.
Yeah, that's a pass of Lisa Perderer. Lisa Perderer taking the lead of this group of 6 or 7. We also had Holly Lawrence. She seems to be just off the back of that group, maybe 10 or 15 seconds. And then Marta Sanchez still in there. She's 14:51 back at the last time check. But a solid group here. These women have not seemed to be able to shake too many of that pack. Of course, Solvi decided to make a move on the way up to Harvey and got a gap on these women. So now she's sort of in between this pack and the 2 leaders. But we have Fenella standing by down on the race course. Fenella, what have you got for us?
I'm just here riding beside Regan Hollyoaks. We have just passed the 160k marker. The athletes know that says 20k left. This is a pivotal moment. It's brutal at this point. Here's Regan is riding on her own. About 5 minutes ago, she was with this group. They pulled away and they're slowly riding into the distance, but she's got to stay strong. She's got to keep her head down, try and keep them in her sights as she's riding, knowing that she just needs to maintain our effort, keep eating, keep drinking, and be as efficient as you can all the way to the finish line. That was a 100-mile marker. Back there, it's 12 miles. Come on, Regan, let's go. 12 miles to go. It's not long now. Just keep going, keep pushing. All the thoughts that might be going through her head. The group in front, a train of, I think it's 6 of them. Laura Phillips still leading, and then we have Holly Lawrence behind with Marta Sanchez, again not getting their benefit from riding within distance of Regan, still battling their own battles, learning the demands of Kona, the headwinds, the crosswinds, the heat, all catching up with them now on this 180k bike course. They just know that they need to get to bike as smoothly, as efficiently as possible. We're going to have some tired legs coming off this brutal bike course, this wind. They're doing it on our own. What is it going to be like for the girls riding in a group? Will it play to their favour? Who knows? 12 miles left for me. Let's go!
Fenella's having a great old time out there. Lucy Charles-Barclay has taken a few more seconds back out of Taylor Knibb. So back down at 1:37 right now at 108 miles into it, expecting our ladies to be coming in off the bike here really, really soon. We can see on the Ruvi, distance to Ruvi T2 right now, you're looking at 8.5 kilometres or 5.4 miles as they approach the Honokahau Harbour sign and turn off right here. So Taylor Knibb, they're just fighting a little bit of a crosswind there, moving out toward the centre of the road here, as you can see, just avoiding the crowd out there. She's getting the cheers, and we know that she is just moments away from the USA. Taylor Knibb getting the job done.
Yeah, Taylor Knibb just been looking solid all day long. Of course, we started the day here in Keauhou Bay at Digby Beach. These women swam at 2.4 miles. That's 3.8 kilometres, then hopped onto their bikes out on the Zoot bike course, and then at the closing miles of this 112-mile bike ride. And now they're just going to go do a lazy marathon off the bike. No big deal. But Taylor Knibb, second time here in Kona, third Ironman she's ever done. Just, again, putting on a class performance here in Kona. Just an update, if you are only just joining us, Lucy Charles-Barclay did not get dropped from Taylor. Taylor bridged up to her on the turnaround point at Harvey, and they were riding together back into town, and unfortunately Lucy received a unintentional littering penalty, so she had to serve that 1 minute penalty. It's a 1 minute stand down penalty for her out at Waikoloa. She spent that time in the penalty tent, and that's where that gap was formed, and it's basically been around the same time. So basically Lucy Charles-Barclay of course had a 90-second lead out of the swim, and now she's probably going to go into the Ruvi T2 with a 90-second deficit. Still a phenomenal bike performance from both of these women. And then we have young Solvi Lovset coming in around 6 or 7 minutes back from these two women, all alone, riding out there and just having a phenomenal day. And then we have the big pack of Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip, Lisa Perderer, Regan Holyoke, Holly Lawrence in that group. So some real star power in that group, but they're looking at 14 plus minutes deficit. I'd like to give a little peep in their ear that, that deficit has been overcome before, so it is possible. Again, it'll just depend on what's in the legs of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb and Solvi Lovset.
Well, I've also seen Natasha Pardman and Paula Newby-Fraser come out of the penalty tent and win as well, from coming from behind. Anyway, they've just gone past Kahana Iki, and they are on their way toward the Ruvi T2. The Ironman Foundation supports our race communities around the world, providing over $60 million in charitable giveback, with over $3 million to our World Championship community of Kailua Kona. From grants powering local organisations to swim lessons and bikes for underserved youth, together we are leaving a lasting impact. Bid on the Laulima auction now and support our impact at ironmanfoundation.org to win 2026 World Championship entries, racecation packages and more. You can bid via the QR code on your screen or by visiting ironmanfoundation.org/Laulima, Laulima.
All right, and we are back with race leader Taylor Knibb. She has had it her way this last 40 or so kilometres on the Queen K since Lucy had to hop into that penalty tent. But Taylor putting on a clinic, as she always does when she gets on two wheels. This is not the question we had of Taylor. The question is, what sort of run legs does she have? I know she has. You almost can't compare this Taylor to Taylor of 2 years ago. Taylor of 2 years ago was doing everything. She's doing the international time trialing championships. She's gone to the Olympics for time trial. She's doing Olympic distance racing. She's racing middle distance. Of course, she's a three-time 70.3 world champion. But this year, she really has been very quiet. She hasn't raced a whole lot. She's been focused on this preparation and this alone. And this really is the race that she loves. This is the race that she's been talking about since she was young. This is the race that she wants to win above everything else, above Olympic medals, above 70.3 medals. This is it for her. And so right now she's living out her dream, and hopefully it keeps being, hopefully that dream becomes a reality, I should say.
Yes, as Taylor Knibb has made it very clear to the world that over the last couple of months, No racing, just a pure race focus.
Welcome to the world's best.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. Breitling and Shimano. Kat Matthews wearing number 2 today is powering alongside of the Ellison Onizuka Kona International Airport with about 11 kilometres to ride, 7 kilometres down on Taylor Knibb, who seems to be in control of this race. Laura Phillip, on the other hand, wearing number 1 today, and the defending world champion is in the same group as Kat Matthews. But for Taylor Knibb, with just a few short kilometres to go, 3.3 to be exact, and 2 miles, it looks like Marinda Carfrey, 3-time Ironman world champion, she's got the race at her hands right now, and also not so much with Lucy Charles-Barclay with the pressure. I would imagine that Taylor is really feeling it right now. She's going to have the run of her life, but with Lucy Charles-Barclay, you know, going to be chasing you and running you down, it's going to be a real battle between those two. But Solving loves it, can run as well. And then you've got the runners coming out of the group at around about 13 plus down.
Yeah, in an Ironman, it sounds kind of silly to talk about this, but Taylor's already got her socks on. So she's going to go through transition, and she's probably going to gain a few extra seconds as she goes through. She won't have to put socks on. She'll just throw the shoes on, grab her nutrition, and off she'll go. Lucy will go in. She'll go into the change tent. She'll have to put socks on before she puts her shoes on. So 5-10 seconds there. So I wouldn't be surprised if Taylor's transition time is a little quicker than Lucy's as she gets a few extra seconds there. Again, sounds silly when it's an 8+ hour race, but these things matter, and they matter on the mental side. To know that, okay, I've gained another 10 seconds, okay, her time split when she goes into T1, she will get from somebody in the crowd, or maybe the announcers, and she'll hear them. She'll probably be exiting the Ruby T2 when Lucy's coming in, and so she'll know that she's there, and then when she gets out on the course, she'll get those splits again. And so even if it's a couple of seconds here and there, it becomes a mental game very quickly. And anytime you see an inkling of, okay, I'm gaining, or I have an upper hand or an advantage, that sort of swings in your favor. So Taylor Knibb making that choice to put her socks on in the Ruby T1, just a nice little mental advantage going into T2 knowing that that's one less thing she has to worry about.
That is trademark nibbles right there. She always does that. The socks on after the swim. She goes down Makala Road. She'll get down to Kuakini Highway. She'll make that final left-hand turn, power down Palani Road into Ruby transition number 2, and let's see what the Wahoo Element rival is going to tell us today, because it's going to tell us a really, really good bike split today. She's riding along right now at an average pace of 39 kilometers an hour. That's 24 and a half miles an hour at this point in time, and she's expected in transition in around about 2.5 minutes from now. She's right on time, going along at this point in time in first place. Now let's get you caught up to speed how she got there. At 150 metres into the race today, Lucy Charles just busted away from the rest of the competition on the swim. She was 1.5 minutes up on the rest of the group getting out of the water. Then she accelerated onto the Queen Kaumano Highway, and that's where the explosion happened. She started getting out to a good lead. Taylor Knibb fell back to about 2 minutes, and then she made her move all the way up to Harvey, catching Lucy Charles Barclay in Harvey. Then Lucy Charles Barclay was assessed an unintentional littering penalty of 1 minute. About 30 miles later, she goes into the penalty tent. Then she has to spend that 1 minute there and got back onto the road. It did go out to 1 minute and 41 seconds, and now Lucy Charles Barclay has clawed it back to 1 minute and 30. Let's cast our eyes and ears and go back in time and go back 2 years ago. Marinda Carfrae, 1.5 minutes was the lead, separating Lucy Charles Barclay from Taylor Knibb. Today, it's going to be the reverse.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, two years ago when Lucy won, she led from wire to wire, got off the bike first. Taylor was 90 seconds back. The reverse is happening today. So, yeah, I mean, 90 seconds in a marathon, you know, each of these women would take every second over their competitor going into the marathon, but really it's not a big deficit. It could go either way. Right now, I think Lucy maybe has the upper hand, and again, it's cooling down here. The cloud cover. There's no sun here. A lot of cloud cover and some winds picking up, at least where we are at the Palace, which is right by Aliti Drive. So cooler conditions, I think, play maybe into Taylor Knibb's favor, just because I know Lucy has the pedigree or the history to race and run well in the heat here. But again, we don't know Taylor, a prepared Taylor. This is a new Taylor. This is Taylor who has done the work, who has done the preparation, and has had all eyes on this race all year long.
Kuakini Highway, the penultimate road, and then on the swinging Palani Road here. Right-hand turn, the shoes are unstrapped, the feet are on top of the shoes in the pedals there, and Taylor Knibb heads for home. The Ruby T2 is coming right up with the American right on top at this point in time. You go back 2 years, she was 1 minute and 30 seconds down with a time of 4:34, and it was 4:32.59 for Lucy Charles Barclay. 29 for Lucy Charles Barclay, but today it has been rewritten. Taylor Knibb from the USA is first off the bike.
And as we look at the Wahoo Element Bolt time, that's a 4:31 and change, so faster than she rode here, 3 minutes quicker than she rode 2 years ago, and very, very fast bike time there. Off the course record, the bike course record is 4:26 from Daniela back in 2018. So second fastest bike time of all time here in Kona goes to Taylor Knibb, and you'll see her, she'll run the perimeter anti-clockwise around the perimeter of that Ruby T2.
Well, getting off the bike and running like this, Marinda, sorry to jump on over the top there. No signs of any limping, no signs of any, shoulder distress or anything. And, asking the officials, am I going the right way? As Lucy Charles Barclay now makes her way into the Ruby T2. It'll be interesting to see what her time's going to be. But if we do our calculations right, it should be right on about 1:27 to 1:30. 1 minute, 27 seconds or 1 minute and 30 seconds. It should be as they make their way through the transition. Now, the second most interesting thing about that is who's going to pick up or lose time in transition.
Yeah, and as I think that's going to be advantage Taylor. We have Lucy Charles Barclay now just about to come in off the bike, and she is coming in at a 4:33.58, 1:26 down from Taylor. Again, it will be a a slower transition from Lucy, because she will put socks on, I believe. I hope she puts socks on. Most of the athletes will wear socks for the marathon here in Kona. But Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way around the perimeter just as Taylor Knibb did. She'll head in as Taylor is heading out.
Yeah, just as shoes are these days, there's a lot of movement in shoes with the stack heights and carbon plates. We'll talk about those a little bit later on. Definitely giving around about a 1 to 3% advantage and efficiency running wise. And there goes Taylor Knibb right now. She will be first out onto the course. She had a 2-minute and 19-second transition, but we will go back and look at those Ruby transition times in just a few minutes time here. Lucy Charles now running with the helmet still strapped on around the perimeter in a counterclockwise direction, anti-clockwise, that is, for you Australians, Kiwis, English, and whoever else does metric out there these days. But Taylor Knibb out onto the run course right now. She is there at a 5:26.53. Lucy Charles just about to grab the bag, head into the change tent, and then, just like Marinda says, will she put those socks on? And if so, how long will it take?
And that's Taylor Knibb. Now, she's just started the Hoka run. She's heading up Palani, so it's a slight incline. She'll head up to Palani, up to Kuakini, take a ride on Kuakini, another ride on Hawalalai, and then left on Ali'i Drive, and she'll head out for a 3 miles or 5K on Ali'i Drive, and then turn around and come back. She'll get a good look of all the competitors as she comes back down Ali'i Drive before she heads out up Palani and out onto the Queen Cup Ahumanu Highway, and it'll be pretty lonely out there for a little bit.
But that is the hot corner right there. It's absolutely jam-packed on the corner, because that's where the bikers come in off the bike. That's where the runners turn right and go out for the first 3.5 out, 3.5 back. And that is a great place to watch this race from. Okay, so Taylor Knibb, well, she's answering the questions early on. Look at that biomechanics. Absolutely beautiful right now. Slapping the sunscreen on, so she's still cognizant enough to, cover up that pearly white skin of hers and make sure that she gets nice and covered up. Sunscreen and protection, very, very important while here on the islands, as it is when you're anywhere in the world. Lucy Charles-Barclay now at 1:43, so she did lose 17 seconds coming in there. So Lucy Charles-Barclay, 17 seconds loss. You know, the socks, you can say it.
Pretty quick.
It is very quick. It's very quick. But Taylor Knibb always makes it a point to do it going into her strength.
Well, and the other thing is they're aero socks, right? There is an advantage to wearing those socks. Some athletes will find that advantage worth it, and Taylor Knibb always has found it worthwhile to put those socks on after a T1 or in T1 rather than T2. But it's a preference thing, and again, every athlete is making choices with all their equipment, like where do I save time? How do I, faster helmet? Do I use the aero? Do I go super aero? Do I sit up a little bit more so I have to put more power out? There's a lot of little details that every single athlete has to hone in before the race to try and get the best performance out of themselves. And I just received some information on course record. So Taylor's around 2 seconds behind Lucy's course record. If she runs under a 2:58, that'll be a course record here today.
Yeah, so 2:57. Yeah, exactly. That's right.
So under 2:58. So Taylor Knibb on Sylvie is coming in hot here. This is going to be pretty tight, actually. I think that time's come down a lot in the last time check there, but last I saw it was in the 5-minute range. We'll get a clean look at what it is now. 5:44 at bike finish. So that time has just kept going back. So Solvi, the fastest on course in that last section of the bike.
And a 4:31.53 for the second fastest bike split of the day, right behind Taylor Knibb at a 4:31. Lucy Charles-Barclay with a 4:33.58. So she has now reached the Ruby T2, and look how fast she is running off the bike here, really getting after it. Wow, that could spell some trouble for our early leaders up the road right now. She's got a nice little turnover happening, but look, I love that, the shoulder lean at the front there. I love how they drop the chin and lean forward, because as you know, gravity is always going to pull you forward if you're in that forward position. If you're standing upright, it's almost like pulling the handbrake on every time that you're, running along and taking a heel strike. So, again, Solveig Løseth from Norway is now heading into T2, the Ruvi T2, over to get the bag, into the change room that she will go and then head out onto the run course. So top 3 over the line at the end of the second discipline. 5:24.34, and the top 3 are separated by 5 minutes and 44 seconds.
Yeah, as we see Solveig, she'll come into the Ruvi T2. She will run along those red gear bags. She grabs her bag, makes quick work of that. Into the change tent. In there, she'll take the helmet off. She'll throw the running shoes on, grab a nutrition, probably a hat and a pair of sunnies, and off she'll go on the Hoka run course. But now we're back with Taylor Knibb, and she looks great. Early stages of the run. Most athletes usually, actually, sometimes it's really telling. And actually, Lucy looks phenomenal.
She sure does.
Well, she is up on her toes.
Oh, yeah.
Her flight phase is there. Like, look at that. That's Lucy's moving.
Lucy's used to racing from the front, and I think that, Lucy would love to catch up and take the lead from Taylor whenever she can, and just so as long as she's, going to pace herself and not go out too fast over those first 6 miles, because in and out of town you do have, a great atmosphere. You do have athletes, being supported by the fans on either side of the road. It can get to, 3 and 4 deep in the first mile of the run here, which, does elevate you to another level as well. So Løseth has lost 3 seconds in transition right now as she made the run start. She's down at 5:47, whereas she came off the bike at 5:44. So a good transition for her as now she heads out onto the run.
Yeah, and Solveig Løseth, first time out here on the Hoka run course, first time here in Kona altogether. She's going to be in for a treat as she makes that right-hand turn on Kuakini and then right again down Hualalai and left onto Lee Drive again. Lots of crowds on the course shouting, cheering, and egging her on for a great performance. But yeah, she's a little smile. I think she had maybe a split from one of the spectators there, but she definitely was checking in with someone on the side of the road. And again, Taylor looks fantastic. Taylor looks steady. She looks in control. She doesn't look like she's doing anything crazy. Again, Taylor is calculated in everything she does, so I am not surprised to see this. But again, things start to get real when we get out onto the Queen K. Right now, she looks fantastic.
Yeah, biomechanics are pretty good here. She's a mid-foot striker, then, going out into the supinating position there, which is not too bad. You can see that her hips are pretty square to the target. The arm bar carriage is really nice. She's very focused on, what's ahead of her right now. But look at this, Lucy's a toe striker at the moment and pushing off pretty nicely. She wears, a 40 mil stack height shoe with a carbon plate. So, that you're going to get the, the extra binding capacities, out of those shoes there. And as you look at Løseth, so Løseth just running out from Denmark on the highway. She's a machine. She can really get that turnover going. Laura Phillip, wow, she is one of the greatest runners in our sport at the moment with Kat Matthews, and they're still yet to come into town. They're still about 4.5 to 5 minutes out.
Yeah, they're just on their way into town now. That looks like Jocelyn McCauley.
That is Jocelyn.
And she always races well here in Kona. The bike is her strength. She is one of the fastest bike rides on this course as well. And I will just correct you. You accidentally said Denmark for Solveig.
Norway.
Yeah. Scandinavian country. But yes, of course, Solveig from Norway, and Norway very rich in talent, as we saw with our top 3 men in Nice.
I just wanted to keep Michelle Vest to be happy. Yeah.
Anyway,
all good.
Well, we see Taylor here rolling through an aid station. These aid stations are phenomenal. Those volunteers incredible. Lots of options to get ice, to get water, to get all of the nutrition you need. You see Taylor putting the ice in her kit, making sure she's doing the right thing. She'll zip that kit back up to hold that ice in, and that, that's a good way to help keep that body temperature or core body temperature down. That ice will melt over the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then she'll get to the next aid station and grab some more ice. So a smart thing to do, and definitely don't want to get that body temperature up.
Yep, absolutely terrific. You know, just learning over the years, it's so important to keep the core temperature down here will allow you to, cool your engine and keep yourself on pace. Jocelyn McCauley, let's hope things go well for her today. Just receiving a new bone to go into her knee, and let's hope that she can, just get out there and have a pain-free and a very, very nice run here today. But as you were saying, she's such a great little cyclist, and there's nothing of her. Reminds me a lot like Natasha Bardman, actually. And as we see a beautiful overhead drone shot now of our leader, Taylor Knibb. She is still out there enjoying a 1 minute and 40-second lead at 1.1 kilometres into the race right now. We got our next split coming up here pretty soon. I wouldn't mind, betting that Lucy Charles-Barclay will be taking a little bit of time, one little chunk at a time out of Taylor Knibb over this first part. Look at a battle royal happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this one is shaping up to be one for the ages. But Taylor Knibb, you see her putting ice in the mouth. That's another great tactic to keeping that core body temperature down. You see her also in her hands. She has ice, holding that ice in your hands, putting it down your top, down your pants, and putting it in your mouth. Those are all really smart things to do when the temperature's hot. So Taylor making sure she's doing all of those things, doing all the right things. Again, 2 years ago, first time here in Kona, her first Ironman, she had a great 7.5 hours, and the last hour wasn't what she had hoped for. But today, I think she's definitely paced herself a little bit better, and she's making precautions to make sure that last hour is a little more enjoyable. But Lucy Charles-Barclay chasing her down.
Yeah, there's Solveig right now just hitting Elite Drive for the very first time onto the run. And look at the arm carriage there. Swings from left to right, but her hips are really good. So there's no real tension or friction on the lower back at this point in time. You can see that her legs, flail out to the side. But as long as they're meeting each other in a really good landing position and the posture's right, that's okay. Laura Phillip, the defending champion, wearing number 1, is just about to swing herself off Kuakini Highway onto Palani and then into the transition area, followed by Kat Matthews. These two haven't been so far away from each other all day. They've been locked in position, and it's been the very, very fast cycling legs of Jocelyn McCauley from the USA to put herself in a top 5 striking position.
Yeah, great to see Jocelyn McCauley biking through the field again. She's had a bunch of surgeries in the last couple of years, and great to see her back in fine form here in Kona. You'll see the women rolling into the Ruby T2. Laura Phillip in first. Well, Laura Phillip in fourth, I should say. First in this group. Kat Matthews coming off right behind her, Jocelyn McCauley. And then behind Jocelyn, we have
Hannah Berry
from New Zealand.
Hannah riding a 4:44.37. Jocelyn McCauley a 4:40.27, just 1 second slower than Laura Phillip with a 4:40.26, and a 4:40.08 goes out to our lady wearing bib number F2 today, Kat Matthews. So Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, Jocelyn McCauley, Hannah Berry, 4th through 7th places, all separated by only 10 seconds.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
There you go. Oh, thanks, man. The ladies have now made the final discipline here today in the 2025 Ironman World Championship here on the Big Island. And as we take a look at our Ruvi T2 times here today, Taylor Knibb, 2:18. Lovset at a 2:20 and Lucy Charles Barclay at a 2:34 here. So Taylor Knibb getting the job done very, very quickly, as did Lovset. And Lovset is making her way through the field here pretty good. She's going to have to run very, very quickly here today to catch up to second.
And we have on screen, these two women are so familiar with this position. They came off the bike in Nice together. They came off the bike together in Hamburg as well earlier this year and set the fastest 2 times ever in the history of the sport, 8:03 and around 8:05 or 6 respectively. Just battle royale for those two, and they're going to need it. Lisa Perderer in the background there, rolling through transition now too.
Yeah, she'll roll through the field, I would imagine, overtaking Jocelyn McCauley, but she's dropped something, knows that it's so important that she's going to stop and get it. Hannah Berry from New Zealand.
That's Regan Hollyoak.
Oh, sorry, Regan Hollyoak, and Hannah Berry from New Zealand has just made her way out, but Hollyoak there from Australia having a great day in the sun here right now. Very, very strong cycling section. So let's get you caught up to speed on the lead right now, because it is Taylor Knibb still leading Lucy Charles Barclay. The gap has now come down from 140 to 128 over 1 kilometre. So 12 seconds over the last kilometre was the deficit. So really good pacing here by Lucy Charles Barclay, running along at 6:16 mile pace, 6:28 for Taylor Knibb.
Yeah, again, Taylor running very well, very solid, but Lucy Charles Barclay taking a little bit of time out of it each time check. Solvi looks like she's running around steady, similar pace to the other two women. She's sitting at 5:50 back from Taylor Knibb. So running just a little quicker than Taylor Knibb right now, but Lucy Charles Barclay out of those top 3 fastest on course. And here it is. Here's these two hammerheads, Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews. They are locked in battle, and these two women will run through the field. How far up the field they can get remains to be seen, but they have a task on their hand if they are to make it to the top step.
14:41 the deficit for Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews as they make their way out onto Kuakini Highway right now, heading toward Hualalai. The ladies are already halfway down to the turnaround point on Ali'i Drive as we see our next competitor coming off the bike and getting ready to do the transition. They'll run all the way around the perimeter in a counterclockwise direction, grab the bag, head into the changing tents, and then head out onto the run course. So right now, Taylor Knibb having a great day here so far. She's at 5:43.47 on the race clock and doing great. Lucy Charles Barclay, 1:08. Another 20 seconds she's taken out of Taylor Knibb and looking good.
And this is Stephanie Clutterbuck on screen coming through transition. She will make her way through that change tent and out onto the Hoka Run course as well.
Wow, Lucy Charles Barclay. Let's go have a look at the run course preview.
Welcome to the 2025 Ironman World Championship Women's Race here in the beautiful Kailua, Kona, Hawaii. We have Ali'i Drive, we have got the Queen K, we've got the Energy Lab. This is the stuff of legends. Let's have a look at the Hoka Run course. The third and final leg of the Ironman World Championships, the Hoka Marathon Run course is the ultimate test across 26.2 miles or 42.2 kilometres. Athletes begin with an out and back stretch along Ali'i Drive, fueled by the cheers of energetic Kona crowds. From here, the course takes them up a steep pitch of Palani Road and onto the Queen Kahamanu Highway. The long exposed miles lead to the Natural Energy Laboratory of the Hawaiian Authority, a desolate, literal hotspot that tests the world's best endurance athletes for over 50 years. After exiting the Energy Lab, every step back toward towns brings athletes closer to the moment they've been dreaming of, crossing the finish line of the Ironman World Championship. First finisher or last, each realising the same pinnacle achievement that will be theirs forever. Let's hear what 2023 fourth place finisher Taylor Knibb has to say about this epic run course.
For the Ali'i Drive section, make sure that you don't take it out too fast because it can be really easy to. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of excitement, it should feel easy at that point, and make sure you slow down for the aid stations, it's always worth it. Lisa Bentley gave me some really good advice. You'll probably always feel slow running on the Queen K because it's so vast. So think about if you're in a forest and you have like trees next to you. Like that's what you kind of can imagine going down there, especially if it's your first time. Like maybe just remind yourself that it's pretty cool that you get to be out here and doing what you love to do.
And that's your Hoka run course.
And we're looking at shots of Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's down to 108 behind Taylor Knibb and really clawing into that lead here. It's going to be very, very close here when they see each other turning around, coming up. They'll get a good look across the road, and there's Lovig Lovseth just coming in right now. Sorry, Sofig Lovseth, and she is running down Ali'i Drive. Let's go down to Fenella.
Hey, we are here live running next to Holly Lawrence. She's got her top pulled down. Obviously, the heat as a cooling strategy, she's keeping herself cool. She's got that water in her hand, and we're in the very early stages of this run. We have just coming down to Ali'i Drive, where she'll be soaking up the energy from all the fans, from everyone all around. These are the moments that hopefully will feel like 3 miles as you run through on these beginning bit of the course. And you get to see close up with all the fans and all your friends. You vibe off their energy, and hopefully that will carry you through these first 10 miles of the course. She's looking great so far, a good arm carry, but that is to be expected at this early stages. When does she's just got Marta Sanchez in front. Her ankles she's taken a little roll there on her ankles. But let's see this course. They are spectacular. Look at them. Let's have them cheering. Let's go, guys. There's athletes up ahead. Targets. Keeping it cool, keeping an eye on our watch right now. The very early miles of this beautiful run course. Let's get back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Fenella, and great to see all the action out there, and also especially with Holly Lawrence, our Iron rookie out there today. You can see the face a little bit flushed right now. It is going to be a warm afternoon here right now. We can tell you that the humidity is kicking up. We had a lot of rain this morning, and that will be up and around about 80% here pretty soon. But the temperature also is soaring. It's up and around about 83 right now. We think it's going to get up to about 88 this afternoon. So a very warm day. Keeping it cool today is going to be of utmost importance. Rennie?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is where the heat really comes into it. Cycling, you have the cooling effect of the air moving over your body. It's still hot out there, and there are still sections that can be really hot and humid, or just really dry and hot out on the Queen K riding on the bike, but you do have that cooling effect of the air moving over your body. In the run, you're not moving as quickly, so the air isn't moving over your body as quickly, so it's harder to dissipate that heat, and that's the big thing. That was a really interesting shot we saw when the camera sort of spun from Lucy forward. You could see Taylor up the road there. So Lucy has Taylor in her sights. That is going to be an incredible battle. And we are joined in studio by Liz Blatchford from Australia. Lizzie got second in Kona 2 times. Sorry, third in Kona 2 times. But Liz, thanks for joining us. What are you seeing out there today? Anything that is surprising to you?
Thanks, Rennie. Good to be here. Not really surprising, I suppose. We all spoke about these, especially these top 3 women in the lead-in. It's just from here, how do they handle it? Everyone looks good in the beginning of the run, right? And it's more when you get up onto the Queen K, how much has the race taken out of you so far? And yeah, we're making the turn on Alihi. And also, as you say, Lucy's going to have Taylor in her sights. What does she do with that? Does she try and close it down quickly, or does she take her time?
Looks like she's not taking her time there, Liz. I think that she's making quick work of it and wants to get into the lead. Lucy Charles-Barclay is a leader. She loves to go out solo and just get the control of the race and put pressure on everyone else. She's got someone new, running right behind her, Solveig Løseth from Norway. She doesn't know what she's capable of doing. She knows exactly what Taylor Knibb is capable of doing. Like a few years ago, it really went in Lucy's favour, and looks like it's happening that way again. Taylor Knibb is going to get into her own, head right now, get into her own rhythm and her own pace. That's all she can control, right? You can't control the uncontrollables. So just do whatever you can. And Lucy's on the hunt. Lucy's on the fly. She's catching up. It's probably inevitable that by the time they get to Palani, they may be together or just out onto the highway.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think at this stage of the race, it's about being patient. It's about running smooth and efficient, keeping the body temperature down, not doing anything stupid. I think sometimes in the early miles of a marathon, you feel good. You're like ready to rip someone's head off. And you just have to keep those, simmer down, right? Like hold it in. It's a long way to go. It's a marathon. And the race really, we say the race really starts when you get to Scenic Point. The race really starts when you're halfway through the marathon. But on the marathon, it's once you're out on the Queen K, those quiet miles where things can start to come apart. And I think right now Lucy's clearly feeling good, but I think Taylor's feeling good too.
Yeah, absolutely. And along Alihi here, you get less breeze. So if you go too fast, too hard in this section, your heart rate can climb and your core temp can just get too high. So it can be a point where you can go beyond yourself in this race and not recover. So these women, I'm sure they all know what they're doing out there. They're keeping an eye on things. But yeah, stranger things have happened. People crack.
Yeah, so much so that, Kat Matthews this morning put an ice, a whole bunch of ice in her helmet, and it froze up and became one piece, and it became a problem. So she wanted to get out there and make sure that her core temperature was right down there. However, on the run start here, you can see that everybody has been so diligent about grabbing the ice, putting it down the sports bra, putting it down the sides of the, the race suit here, holding some ice in your hands and keeping that core temperature where it needs to be. We talk about the analogy like a race car. If you burn out the radiator or if it becomes too hot, it can't work right. If you go into the red line too early, it doesn't work right. So you've got to be a pace setter. You've got to be always constantly thinking about your body.
Yeah, absolutely. And Solveig, she looks excellent. She looks really cool, calm and collected right now. She is definitely a big unknown. Obviously she's run some amazing marathons this year, but doing it here in Kona, whole different ballgame.
Taylor Knibb leads the 2025 Ironman World Championship, coming to the end of a Alihi drive. Does she have what it takes to get the job done? We'll have to wait and see.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Malama is to cherish and protect. The reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Things are changing at a rapid pace along a Lee Drive in the final discipline of the Ironman World Championship women's race, with Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip doing a chunk of time on the rest of the competition, especially on the leader right now, Taylor Knibb. They're running 30 seconds a mile faster. Now, Marinda Carfrae, I knew when you won your free Ironman titles, you were the fastest runner in the sport, and these two ladies look like they're running out extremely quick.
Yeah, I think this is good and bad, right? Like they're running against each other and they're shoulder to shoulder, and sometimes I think that can push someone maybe a little bit more than they should be working right now. And you see Taylor, that's their first look. That's Taylor's first look at Kat and Laura. Taylor will have got splits back to those two women. But Lizzie, I wanted to ask you, they're running fastest on course. What do you think it's going to take for one of these women or both of these women to get up into that top three?
Ultimately, I hate to say it, but at this point, I think it means one of the top three really cracks. Those time gaps off the bike are insurmountable if those top three women run what they're capable of. But we are in Kona, and it's, we're all sitting here sweating.
Highly probable that
Highly
somebody
likely.
cracks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But this is not an unfamiliar sight, seeing Kat and Laura run together like this, and last year we saw it nearly cook Kat, right, at World Champs. So whether it's a good thing for them or not, it's not unfamiliar to them. They know each other inside out. All their pre-race interviews, all they talked about was each other. They watched each other all day on the bike. But did they let too much time go up the road?
Time went up the road whether they liked it or not, because Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay were in a league of their own today, showing their cycling prowess. And then it was Lotsef from Norway that was the other fastest biker out there on course here today. And they really showed everybody that you have to be strong all the way up and all the way back. So if you look at the results, I say it every year, everybody can be in that pack. Everybody can be on pace. As soon as they hit Harvey to come home, that's really where the race takes over. It takes over with nutrition, and it takes over with power. Your power outputs, obviously, on the way back are hindered by how much you've put out on the way up. So you always have to be very cognizant of your pacing and the way that you're taking in your nutrition, and how many calories per hour, how many grams of carbohydrates, how many this, how many that. So
absolutely, Welshie. I think that's the bike, the way you pace the bike and the way you look after yourself on the bike will ultimately let you have the race of a lifetime on the run, or a survival fest or a suffer fest on the run. And you see Lucy here, she's going to stop and adjust her shoes. Hopefully this is just, she must have, this is a good thing to do if it's too tight, because you don't want to have that issue. But she is taking a long time to do this. You see the volunteers helping her cool down. Clearly she tightened those laces a little bit too tight, and they start to hurt. It's a good thing to start, if it's bothering her in the first 6 kilometers, better to fix it now. Yeah, take that 10 seconds, 20 seconds, fix it now and move on. By all accounts, that's all that's going on here. There's no other issue. Just a quick adjustment, and then back off she goes. She is running fastest out of the top 3 women right now. Whoop, and at the last check, and she's stopping again. So Lucy Charles-Barclay trying to get her shoes right. Sorry.
Yeah, so there was no different than, what Taylor Knibb did up at the Harvey at the turnaround when she stopped for her, special needs. Just make sure you stop, make sure you're comfortable, make sure that you're doing the right adjustments. Otherwise, things can't proceed as normal. So obviously Lucy's lace locks were too tight, maybe cutting off too much circulation, maybe experiencing a little bit of numbness. And The only thing for me is, like, if you run in brand new shoes, I don't know about you two, but if I ever ran in brand new shoes, you get a little bit of a dose of hot foot, right? And if you get hot foot, there's nothing worse than that. It's just got that burning heat that's, you know, just running up and just resonating through your feet, and it's just not a comfortable thing at all.
Yeah, look, the other thing that can happen in the heat of Kona is you get swelling in your feet. Basically, you're taking on these huge amounts of carbs. We hear women taking on 120 to 150 grams an hour of carbs.
Crazy.
And what that can do is you end up retaining more water in your body, and so potentially a little bit of swollen feet. Hopefully this isn't the first time she's worn these shoes, but, you know, sometimes people do save a brand new pair for race day and something's just not quite right.
Yeah, that's a great point, Liz, because the athletes will set those laces before today. So she would have gone out for a run. I bet she ran in those shoes once or twice. But pre-race, they were perfect for her feet. But again, a little swelling in this hot conditions too, that can happen. She was around 35 seconds back from Taylor before she had that little stop. But still, I think by all accounts, making her way towards Taylor. And one other thing to consider, yes, she had a little discomfort, but if I'm running up on a competitor and I have something I need to adjust, I would do it before.
100%.
Like you want to do it before, make sure everything's good, so that when you run past that competitor, it's all systems go and no more stopping, no more slowing down. So she's just making a few adjustments to make sure she's all zipped up before she runs past and takes that lead.
Yeah, good point. Now they're heading up to the Kona Royal Kona Resort here. You can see it's a little bit uphill. They'll be coming up that hill and then going down toward some of the shops and the restaurants before hitting Hualalai Road and heading out on to Palani, which is going to be the steepest run hill that they will experience today. Once they get to the top of Palani, it's going to be on for young and old. Lucy Charles Barclay back up into a really nice position right now. Seeing her just going past the Sea Village there at this point in time. She's going to make that left-hand bend before going up the hill. Liz, you've been in this position before, you know, in third place when you finished a couple of times there. Going along Elite, you drive and back, a lot of crowd, but once you get out onto the highway...
Gets real lonely.
Oh, it gets real, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, there's more spectators out on the highway these days than back when Marinda and I raced. But, you know, it's nothing like Alihi. Alihi, you've got that... You're off the bike, you're running, you've got that crowd support, and it does get lonely up on the Queen K. But what you do get out there is you get better breezes. You get to settle into your rhythm. There's less sort of overstimulation. So depending which sort of athlete you are and even, you know, how you're feeling on the day, different parts might feel better or worse. It's, yeah, up to the individual athlete, really.
Yeah, totally. For me, I loved being out on the Queen K by myself. I could just focus on myself. And down here with the crowd shouting in your face, sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming. And the energy you can feel down in town can be just off the charts. But out on the Queen K, it's like, okay, I'm just out here on a long, hard run. And I do this every single day at home.
Love what we're seeing right now with Taylor Knibb. This is beautiful, you know, biomechanics right, good posture. Arm carriage is lovely, not too much stress in the body, you can see, and just into it. She's getting to work right now, just leaning right into a race here, trying to, you know, get that, you know, head pointed in the right direction, keep everything pointed at your target, and try and block everything else. Tunnel vision, you know what to do. You got a few words in your mind that, you know, are going to, you know, help you get to the next section. You can break the race up into 5Ks or 3 miles or however, you know, it works for you, but take your mind off the stresses and just put it on now autopilot.
Yeah, absolutely. I always had a bit of a rule, don't think too far ahead. You don't want to think about how far you got left to go. And everyone's got different techniques to do that. Sometimes it was just really think about what I'm going to take at that next aid station. Think about your run form. Look, Taylor looks great. Her run form looks excellent. I know she's done a lot of work on that over the last few years, and she looks really relaxed here.
Working on a turnover. You know, the one thing in Olympic distance racing is all about speed and turnover, but here in the Ironman it's just all about turnover and shortening up those strides. As you get a live look in at what we've been witnessing all day, Marinda and I have been sitting here for seems like 1,000 hours, but you know what, when you're watching scenes like this, it seems like it could go on all day. So just absolutely amazing. It's their playground. We get to borrow it for a day, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. During the week, going out and do a few swims myself. Spinner dolphins out of the water. It was just lovely. There's a coffee boat out there.
You know, in all my years of racing here, I have never been able to swim with the dolphins. I've never seen the dolphins out here. I don't know. I mean,
Maybe
I don't know
it's
what
just
I'm doing wrong. Maybe, I don't know. But, yeah, great images there. And I know a lot of the athletes were treated to some dolphins earlier in the week out there, the spinner dolphins, and they can be in pods of 100. So it's just incredible. But one thing I wanted to touch on real quick, Lucy and Taylor have the same coach. So they're both coached by Dan Lorang, who was Jan Frodeno's coach as well.
Yep.
Solvi is coached by Mikkel Eden, so Gustav Eden's brother in the Norwegian camp. But yeah, those two women having the same coach. What do you think he's thinking right now? Win-win?
Yeah, pretty much, right? Oh, he's looking at Solveig being like,
uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh, what's she doing? You know, is she going to crack? Is she going to run a 2:46 like she has done a couple of times this year? So, yeah, I think he'd be eyes on her. But, yeah, just hoping his two women have the day they deserve. And right now they're really doing that, aren't they?
Hope he wrote a contract into his coaching contract, bonus contract, you know. So, anyway, getting past the Royal Kona Resort at this point in time, we know that we're coming up to that very important hot corner, and that's where they're going to make a right-hand turn, run up Polani. But before that, they're going to go past a few of the local restaurants that we all know very well, make that right-hand turn up onto Kuakini, and then the hot corner is going to be the largest amount of people that they will encounter today. And
Polani.
then Solace.
Yeah, Polani, I think. These days, lots of people just accumulate on Polani because the athletes are running a little slower, and you can get very close to the athletes and see them. There's an aid station up on that hill too, but it's kind of the last chance to see them before they head out on the Queen Ahomanu Highway. And look at this. This is interesting. A little bit of separation. So... And this may or may not mean something, right? Like, right now, Kat Matthews is either just pulling away and from Laura Philipp, or Laura Phillips having a rough patch. We'll have to wait and see what the feeling are from both of these athletes once we get a little further down the road.
He's going to ask you a question right now. Is this also, you know, something that Kat's just sending a message, or, you know, just come catch me and stay with me? Because as we saw in Nice last year, 11 months ago, it sort of went the other way for Kat, and Laura caught back up and just, like, took off. And it was 7 minutes in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. No, look, I think Kat looked really controlled there. You saw her checking her watch. You know, she knows what she's looking for. She's got her heart rate parameters that she's working within and or pace, and she had a quick check, and I'd say she got a positive reinforcement and was sort of carrying on doing her own thing. Laura potentially doing the exact same thing with her own sort of biomarkers and feedback. But yeah, Lucy looking good. She'd have Taylor in her sights now, about to come through this really busy part of town, and like we talked about, Marinda really overstimulating at points, so important to keep you cool. You're going to have 100,000 people yelling at you. Polani. Well,
it feels like it.
Yeah.
Lots of the Ironman athletes and spectators, family and friends were, you know, just coming down from noontime on Tuesday right up until yesterday afternoon, where the expo closed just on the left-hand side of the screen coming up, and that's where it always is down there. And thousands of people going through the expo this week as well, either getting their Zoot clothing and Hoka shoes, and just seeing all the exhibitors and vendors as well. All right, Solveig Hoslev now, she is having a great race so far. Love the turnover. You know, he's got the feet going out a little bit like Dave Scott back in the day, with a little bit of a flick of the foot. It doesn't really matter. It matters on how much time spent on the ground and how she's getting through the race. But, yep, Kat Matthews is definitely moving away from number one right now. That is Laura Philipp from Germany, just falling off the pace a little bit. And it's not as if Laura Philipp doesn't look that good. It's just that Kat Matthews is really forcing the pace.
Yeah, and Kat Matthews has been sort of saying all week, run course record's going down. I'm going to take it down. Laura Philipp, in one of her Fighting Chance videos, said, you can have the run course record. I'm trying to win the whole race. But either of them right now are like far from that top step. Remains to be seen what happens out on the Queen Kaamanu Highway as the athletes get through the middle part of the marathon, and, you know, cracks do start to form, rough patches start to show up. How they handle that, again, I think it'll take a bit of a meltdown or a phenomenal, incredible, crazy run split for one of those two to get on the top step. But I think, you know, it's not out of the question.
We're a quarter of the way into it. 25% of the run is done on the Hoka run course here today as we now approach Kuakini Highway for the second time on the run, and then the famous Palani Road there. They're going to be going up at about 8% grade uphill to the Queen Ka'umanu Highway before heading out toward the airport and the Natural Energy Lab. Now the athletes here just trying to get cooled down because it is really soaring, the heat right now. 88 degrees in town, no wind to speak of along a Leahy Drive. A little bit of wind out on the course, out on the highway, but right now a very, very hot part of the course. And Kat Matthews really putting and pouring on the pressure on this uphill grind. You can see there, Liz, she's really working hard. This is actually a pretty serious little, hill that goes on for about 500 metres or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Run that one a few times.
Yeah.
In training, it doesn't feel like a hill, right?
Yeah.
Race day, having ridden that far, and all of a sudden you're like, yep, it's a hill. The other thing about Alihi is all of the, sort of top 10, 15 females will be getting eyes on each other as they pass. We've got Hannah Berry sitting just behind Laura at this point. I saw Marta was right up there. Who else have we got in our top 10 at the moment?
Yes, also Hollyoak was in there. She had a great ride as well there today, yep. And Regan Hollyoak from Australia. So that was amazing. And Lisa Purder. Lisa Purder is a tough cookie. She raced a couple of times representing her country at the Olympic Games. So, she knows how to stick it out and go tough and, get to the end as well. But look at the sights that we're seeing right now, coming up here on Palani. She's going to make a right-hand turn. She shoves the bottle back down into a race suit there. Taylor's running a good race right now. She's being very smart about her pacing. She's being very smart about her nutrition and very smart about the way that she's controlling, the core temperature here. It's all about core temperature regulation to get yourself from start to finish on the run. The bike's okay. You've got breeze in front of you and it feels good, but on the run, you don't have that. So you've got to create that. How can I create that? How can my body go 100% and give 100% effort out there without staying hot, right? And it's always on your mind. And today, she's executing just really nicely right now. However, Lucy Charles-Barclay is on the shoulder, now just 45 metres behind our race leader here, Taylor Knibb from the USA. So the champion from 2023 is lurking at around about 6.5 miles into our race right now. Things could all change once again.
Yeah, this will be a pivotal moment on the race if they cross paths going up Palani. And again, this is a hill that is significant in this race. This is the most significant hill in the run. You obviously get to roll down it at the end of the race, but this section here going up, you see the cadence slows down. It just looks like really laboring to get up this hill. Quick steps, little steps, that's what my coach used to say when I was running uphill. Both women notably slowing, and of course, that would make sense on a hill like this, but we'll see them roll through an aid station here. They'll both, I'm sure, be careful to make sure they take on fluids. But Lucy has Taylor in her sights, and Lucy's looking fantastic right now. Taylor too, but Lucy really looking good.
I don't know about you two ladies, but going up Palani, you've always got to shorten your stride. You've got to drop your chin. You just got to use your arms a little bit more. Is that something that you guys did? I mean, this part of the race, you can either go too hard, right, and lose it when you get to the top or a mile after that, or you can just control it. Just wait until you get to the top. Give yourself a chance because you haven't even reached the 10-mile part.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to go too hard up Palani. Like I talked about earlier, it will peak your heart rate and it's hard to come back from. So these two women both taking it, relatively cruisy in their terms, up this climb is the absolutely right thing to do. If I saw someone screaming up it, if, Lucy really tried to pass fast here, that wouldn't be the right thing to do. But yeah, they're both staying within themselves, haven't missed the aid station, taking what they need. And this will be interesting. Will Taylor go with her?
Here we go, the pat on the back, yeah. Lucy Charles-Barclay.
You've got to be confident to do that because, not even 10 miles into it and anything can happen out here. We know that. as Lucy now takes control of the race. She took control of the shoes a little while ago, probably spent around about 30 seconds in total, stopping a matter of 2 times and just trying to, stretch those shoes out. Maybe like what you said, a little bit of swelling there, Liz, and that's what happens in an Ironman race. You swell up. If you're retaining fluid, some people don't, just do it like others and digest like others. Some you'll see them getting off the bike or running with a distended stomach, almost like a beer gut. And that's because their bodies aren't absorbing and losing it like they should.
Yeah, and whether or not they've got their sodium rate right or not. There's quite a few factors at play here. But, yeah, look, they both took what they needed up there. Taylor's, Lucy's made the pass, but Taylor's not looking bad at all. It's, it's not, definitely not over. They come to the top of Palani and they've got a long, gradual downhill from here. What Taylor does there, whether she maintains that gap, it'll be yet to see.
We see the replay. We see the replay of Lucy Charles-Barclay just giving Taylor a pat on the back there. Good job. Thanks for leading for that section, but I'll thank you very much. I'll take it from here. This is, again, I was talking a little bit earlier about Lucy and her ego going into this. Not that she has an ego or anything, but it's her time, right? Like, she's done her time here in Kona. She had to relegated to 2nd place 4 times. She won 2 years ago, and I feel like she's done her time. And Taylor's relatively new to Ironman racing, 2nd race here in Kona, and I think there's a little bit of that on Lucy's mind. Like, no, this is my time.
Yeah,
I'm the queen here, and you've got many years. But Taylor is unperturbed by this, and she will be just racing within herself. Again, she had 7.5 hours of great racing and an hour of not so great racing. If she just holds it together, again, you don't know what's in store. 10 more kilometers down the road, maybe Lucy's on the ropes. So she just has to keep doing what she's doing, race within herself, and see what unfolds.
I think that Lucy Charles-Barclay wants to concrete her name in history, in Ironman history, becoming a multiple Ironman world champion. I do think over the next few years they're going to have to take it through her, because she definitely looks like she is controlling this race. She did it from the very outset today, from 150 metres into the swim, right up until, at the turnaround at Hovey today, when Taylor Nebb caught up, but then Lucy got an unintentional littering penalty where she had to serve a minute in the transition. But now, in the penalty temp, but now she has gone into the lead of the race. Kat Matthews is on the charge, dropping the 2024 Ironman World Champion, who's only 20 metres down at this point in time. And then Løseth from Norway in the top 5.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Today's live coverage is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Morton. Get used to it. I'm Rita Carfrey, joined by Greg Welsh and Liz Blatchford. And we are watching the leader of the race right now, Lucy Charles-Barclay. She was leading out of the water. She was leading up to Harvey and then got that littering penalty on the way back down from Harvey. Had to spend a little bit of time in the penalty tent, a minute penalty. Unintentional littering, of course. It's one of those rules of the sports that, you know, is unfortunate or bad luck, I should say. And this young woman, Taylor Knibb, took the lead on the bike at that point and has just been overtaken up Palani by Lucy Charles-Barclay. But Taylor Knibb now looking like she's running in step with Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Certainly looks like that way at the moment. I think that Lucy, you know, got up Palani Road there pretty quickly. Used maybe a little bit too much energy or so, but getting out there onto the highway, she slowed down, went through the aid station, made sure she got the ice and the water, icy cold water over the head. They got the cooling headband on and just getting on with it. Look, it's early into the race right now. They're not even halfway into this. And Liz, you know, as they make their way and approach, you know, the Energy Lab, this is going to be a very, very hot section of the course, especially when they go in. They're in there for around about 4 miles or so. And it's very, very hot down there. Zero wind to speak of. And it's probably the last time they're going to get to see each other before they make their way back into town. But if I tell you what, if Taylor Knibb keeps where she is right now, then that's not going to matter. That's putting pressure back on Lucy Charles-Barclay. Can she hold on to that pace? I don't know. Time will tell.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't fault what either of these women are doing right now. They're doing everything right. They look like they're running their own races and they're running within themselves. We did have a look at the last split. Kat's running 22 seconds per mile quicker, but from the gaps that they had off the bike, it's not going to get her there. And is it sustainable for Kat is the other question.
Rinny, you mentioned a while ago that, you know, Kat did say at the press conference that she wanted to break the record. The run record's going down, she said, and that'd be impressive to do that because I think that belongs to Anna Haug.
Yeah, Anna Haug ran a 2:48 2 years ago. Anna, of course, one of the greatest runners our sport's ever seen. I mean, I think the run course records are just coming down and down. Of course, Kat and Laura running very fast times at Hamburg, but Hamburg's not Kona. And the elements just can really get to you at the back end of this marathon. So we'll see what Kat has up her sleeve. Right now, she looks phenomenal. I hope she keeps it up. I hope she can take that down. But I think, honestly, more than anything, Kat wants to win this race too. This is one title that she has not won, an Ironman world title. A world title of any sort. She's got 2 silver medals at 70.3, 2 silver medals at Ironman, the second fastest Ironman time in history as well in Hamburg, second to Laura Philipp. Yeah. She desperately wants a victory. It's not out of the question today, but again, that 22 seconds a mile quicker than the front ladies, 14 plus minute deficit off the bike. There would have to be some fireworks up front for her to make it. And again, that can happen.
Saltby's running a great race too when she comes down off the top of Palani Road, now down onto the Queen Ka'umano Highway. She's really accelerating, just letting it loose there, Liz. And you saw her running along Aliti Drive. She does have that flawed, you know, step where the feet come out at the side. They splay off to the side.
Doesn't slow her down.
It doesn't slow her down.
No.
Look, biomechanics, everybody has their own different way. And, you know, I got to tell you, it's very, very impressive right now, the way that she's running. She's chasing after 2 of the greatest athletes in the sport right now. Taylor Knibb, the lady on screen, 2 Ironman 70.3 World Championships, 2 Olympic individual time trials. She's one of the greatest multi-sports athlete that you will ever come across. And then there's Lucy Charles-Barclay, an age group world champion, 4 times second place. She's already won this race and she's going after Ironman history right now. And she's getting the job done. So the Norwegian athlete is a really tough one, but it's Kat Matthews who's really pouring the pressure on at this early part. When you do go early too soon in Kona, it can really hurt you on the back end of the marathon here. But time will only tell because Kat was very confident when she said that she wants to have a great run today. So running on confidence as opposed to running tired?
Yeah, look, when you check this tracker, Kat is running on pace for a 2:46. So, you know, she's keeping an eye on pace and she wants that run course record. If she manages to run a 2:46 here today, she could well run onto that podium. Those three women in front of it, they are running really well as well, but a 2:46 is going to put her right up there. So we've got a really exciting race unfolding on our hands, but so far no chinks in anyone's armour.
And I think that's like the beauty of this race and just that time gap. Like, Kat has to take some risks.
Yeah.
Right now, she's like, okay, it's you know, I'm gonna go for it. All the chips are in. I'm gonna see if I can hold this pace. She's probably running above what she wants to run, but she has, you know, to have a chance at a podium, which, you know, she is one of the greatest our sport has ever seen. In Kona, we don't know yet, but across the board, everywhere else she races, she's one of the best every single day. It doesn't matter where we race. We could be in New Zealand, we could be in Hamburg, we can be in Texas, Nice. She is one of the best in our sport right now. And yeah, I mean, she believes she deserves the spot on that podium, and she's going to give every ounce of herself to get that job done. But you know, these women here also think they deserve a spot on the podium. So,
all right, ladies, we've been watching these women in control of this race up here in the lead. Talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. You've got Lucy Charles-Barclay wearing the sleeves there. Can you give us an idea why she does that? We've been talking a lot about core regulation, but why does she wear those sleeves?
She's taking on any cooling mechanisms that she can. She's got the, what do you call this, the headband, keeping her head cool. She's got stuff in her ice pockets. Anything she can to keep herself cool.
And we're going to throw it down to Fenella, who's at the aid station on Palani.
And we are here at the top of Palani, and we have Kat Matthews running through the aid station. This is a pivotal point of this race. She is crushing this hill. Come on, Kat, let's go. Push back. She's got a gap on Laura. How long, I don't know yet. Is this a tactical? Is she got more energy than her? Is Laura more tired? Is she going to suffer later on in the race? At the moment, she's still moving swiftly, still moving strong up this hill, but she's just about to hit a very lonely part of the course. And here we have Laura Philipp. Not quite moving as nicely as Kat was, I have to say. Grabbing more water, keeping herself cool. Come on, Laura, you got this. Push back, let's go. Maybe she exerted herself a little bit more on the bike, spending that a little bit more time on the front. But like I said, this is still early doors. We're only about 12, 13 kilometers. Anything can happen as you enter the Queen K and then down into that LNG lab. We're not even halfway on this run. And there's a lot of racing more to come. These guys are the ones that are the heroes of the day, the volunteers, the support, keeping everyone on their toes, hydrated. I'm going to go get myself a water now. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Fenella. Yeah, great to catch up with you and have your insights on the race course. But we're back with race leader Lucy Charles-Barclay, and yeah, the cooling system. So, you know, those white armbands she has on, she will have done some testing and made her putting her best foot forward on how best to keep that body temperature down. If you can keep the body temperature down, you can continue to push the pace a little bit, right? Like, it's all about keeping that in check. Because as Lizzie said earlier, if that heart rate gets up to you know, out of control level, it's very hard to recover from that, and that just takes so much out of the athlete. So if you can keep that calm, keep that controlled, and you know, putting the white arm sleeves on, maybe putting ice up in there. I remember back in you know, the early 2000s, mid 2000s, when Crowley was racing, one of the male athletes had a white glove in one hand and he would put ice in it. And that was kind of his cooling strategy. He was one of the European athletes, a bigger guy in stature, and just struggled with keeping his body temperature down. And so employing any means necessary to keep that body temperature down, I think, is going to serve you very well as this marathon moves through the day.
Yeah, and you know what, look, you guys know as well as I do that when you come to the island, it's hotter, it's more humid than a lot of other places around the world. You arrive and your heart rate's typically about 2 to 5 beats more than what it is anywhere else. So you've got to adjust for that as well. And then also the humidity and everything. So that's why a lot of the professional athletes, you will travel to places like Lanzarote, or they will travel and, train in these hot and humid places before preparing for this race. Laura Phillip, she goes to Maui. A lot of other, athletes will come here, 4 weeks ahead of time or so, just to make sure that they're acclimatized. And it's the smartest thing, especially when this is your bread and butter. And if you're trying to get after a share of that 125K in first place, I tell you what, I'd be moving over here too and doing that, because that's just the way to act professional.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say there wouldn't be a woman in this field that hasn't done a heat prep, like specific for this race. You're not coming to World Champs without being prepared. Everyone's got their own different ways, but spending time in a hot, humid climate, can't beat it. But then people that are coming from cooler climates, they employ tactics like having hot baths at the end of your training session, putting your trainer in a hot room with heaters on and humidifiers and that sort of thing. So trying to replicate this environment and testing yourself in those sort of environments, watching what your heart rate does, and then trying all these different cooling strategies.
Getting into a real flat section of the run course right now. Hardly any wind to speak of. There's a lot of energy, a lot of heat coming out of the road. It's black bitumen. It is a hard top here. It is very hot. You said it before, Rinny. You could probably fry an egg in 2 minutes on this surface. It's around about 120 degree surface here. And I tell you what, who's running at about 100 degree temperature, and that is Kat Matthews. Look at this, up on the toes, running. Look at those knees. They are driving like she's running a 10K at the moment. The arm carriage, perfect. She's just bouncing along the highway. And look at the posture. That is brilliant. And look at that turnover. Look at those feet there, Liz. She's hardly spending any time on the ground. It looks like someone we know that ran a 250 a few years ago over here. She's sitting to our right.
She looks like the Terminator. She looks like the Terminator. She's impervious to pain. Kat Matthews is just steady, strong. She looks fantastic, making sure she does do the right thing. Get that ice, put it down the top, hold it in the hands. That's a really good tactic there. Put it in your mouth. You see it in the side of her mouth there. She'll have that ice in her mouth. That's another really good cooling tactic that athletes will employ to help keep that body temperature down. But Kat knows how fast she can run. She great. And she's going for it. But just thinking about course records, run times. So Lucy needs a 2:55.55 to break her overall course record. She's on pace for about a 2:52 marathon as of 12K into the run. Of course, a long way to go, and who knows. And Kat is running a little quicker than Annie's run course record for the section along at the start. So, she's on pace for a run course record, and she needs that for a podium.
She absolutely does.
For an option or a podium, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. But she looks great right now, and I think she'd also be getting that positive feedback right now. She's just run away from Laura, and hopefully she's still feeling good. She's looking good. She's been outrun by Laura a few times in the last few years, and that hurts the ego. Not that Kat's got a big ego, but I know that she wants to outrun Kat. She wants that run course record, and right now she's looking fantastic. Also looking fantastic.
Yeah, still far from over, as we see, Laura Phillip, when she got to the top of Palani, didn't look that great. She looked a little bit hot, actually. So maybe when she gets out onto the highway, ice it down a little bit, get her back into a rhythm, and then she can come back. We know that she's done it before, so... Lucy Charles-Barclay continues to lead the race here with 25.1 kilometres to go, 15.6 miles, coming up to the halfway mark here. We haven't even reached the airport. We haven't reached the Natural Energy Lab right here on the Big Island. That's where the heat gets really poured on. It is stifling hot down there. No moving air down there whatsoever, but Taylor Knipp here putting up a great fight. And I tell you what, with the new and improved run style over the last couple of years, worked very, very hard. Marinda, we talked about this earlier on. She hasn't raced in a couple of months, and she is raring to go.
Well, I think I mentioned it earlier. You can't really compare Taylor. I mean, you can. She's the same person. But Taylor 2 years ago, a rookie here, doing everything. And now she's really focused on this race, preparing properly for this race. She hasn't done a ton of racing this year. She's been working with Lawrence Van Lingen really closely on her running. She has a great strength coach in Erin Carson. She has a great team around her. Of course, Dan Lorang is her general coach, and she gives a thumbs up. So that's a good sign too. You're with it. You know, like you see athletes their eye, you know, they're kind of glassed over, they're not responding to anyone. That's when you start getting worried. But seeing Taylor give the thumbs up, yep, I'm good, thanks for the information, that tells me that she's feeling good. The time gap between her and Lucy at the last check was around 15, 16 seconds. So it is going out, and we saw that in the aerial shot a little earlier. But no, she's well within reach, and she's running within herself. So she's within striking distance, and she's looking great.
Yep, going out toward Kona Iki right now. Then after that comes the Natural Energy Lab. They'll run past the entrance to the Natural Energy Lab, make a left-hand turn, and then enter the lab from the northern side of the course. But Lucy Charles-Barclay is still just plugging away up the front there. She's got a few bikes behind her, which is blocking the view for Taylor Knibb. But for Lucy Charles-Barclay, the pacing is what it's all about at this point in time. And as she makes her way toward that halfway mark in the run, still looking very, very smooth, that they then will be turning back into the sun on the way back here. So things are going to heat up in the last part of the marathon. But this is the Hoka Fly Human Fly run course, and Lucy Charles-Barclay, the 2023 champion, getting the job done, Liz.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucy looks smooth. She's been in this position many a time. The feeling of having passed someone else to move into the lead, that's different for Lucy. And I imagine it's quite a confidence boost, but she's moving well. And I'm sure she's getting time gaps from people out on course. And yeah, she looks fantastic.
Yeah, I've seen it done before, Marinda, when, you know, Natasha Bartman was in the penalty tent as well, and that was 5 minutes, and she still came out and won the race. And, you know, Natasha to get that rest, and, you know, you see it. So Lucy had a minute in there, maybe, you know, freshened up a little bit, and maybe put one of those bottles or two over the legs and just cooled herself down a little bit. And now you can just see that she's running into a rhythm. This is exactly what you have to do in the Ironman triathlon, especially here in Kailua Kona, with the conditions that, you know, you're presented with. You know, doesn't really enable you to go out hard and have that really fast half marathon and then not be able to, you know, repeat it or negative split or just do an even split. Liz, these courses here, you know, courses around the world, everyone's different, but this one here, for some crazy reason, always bites you if you don't do the right training.
Yeah, but you know what? If you look at the top 10 women in this race, Lucy is the most experienced on this course. Is she sixth time going around as an age grouper, and then she's raced 4 times.
Five.
Five?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is her 6th time as a professional, so she's raced at least 7. Yeah, exactly 7. So her first race was 2015, so it's been a decade of experience here in Kona. So
she's a world of in front of these other women in terms of experience. Taylor's in a second outing. And Kat's not had a good day here yet. So Solveig, first time. So she's got way more experience than any of these women. She knows what she's in for, and you'd hope, and it looks like she's paced accordingly.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's said quite often is the best predictor of performance is past performance. So athletes that have been able to perform on this course before are good ones to pick for this current day. So Lucy Charles-Barclay are just proving that point there. But we are with Solveig Løvseth. We have Lucy Charles-Barclay leading the way. We have Taylor Knibb lurking behind at about 20 seconds. Solveig sitting pretty around 3rd place. She's running around the same pace as Taylor Knibb now. Then we have Kat Matthews, 11:30 down, and Laura Phillip down at 12:30 back from the lead.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Certainly is hot out onto the Queen Ka'umano Highway right now as our race leader dives into the bucket of ice here, just trying to keep that body temperature right down. Joined back in commentary right now, Marinda Carfrey. I am Greg Welch with Daniela Reef, and a person who knows all about racing against Lucy Charles Barclay, and keeping it cool is Danny. Danny Reef, how are you? Angry bird?
I'm good, thanks.
You're happy bird now.
Yeah, I mean, more relaxed bird. Yeah. I mean, looking at Lucy, I mean, yeah, it's really impressive. She's come a far way, or a long way, and I mean, I raced 10 years ago against her, or maybe 9 years ago, and yeah, the athlete she became is really impressive. And also just now that she stops for the ice, she's smart. She knows what it takes, and you don't want to overheat, and it's actually really heating up now, and it's, yeah, I'm sweating really warm, like really a lot.
Danny,
yeah,
you sat down here a couple of hours ago, and I saw some chicken skin. You had some bumps. I was like, Danny must be cold, and I was a little cold there before, but
no,
now...
I'm excited. That's excitement, you know. It's, I mean, the race has been so amazing, and I'm just really like, I'm as excited as I was racing. So I just feel with the women, and yeah, they're battling it really hard out there.
And Danny, retirement. Tell us a little bit about how that's been going. And I know you had had a film produced on retirement and life after racing.
Yes, yeah, I mean, life has been busy. Life after elite sport is also quite cool, and I think it really shows also that the opportunities you get through sport is really amazing. And I think I learned a lot from sport, so I feel like I can really use that now also in my business career. But also I'm really grateful to have, you know, friends around me which help me to still feel like my life is not completely changed. I still have some of them are, I mean, some friends I still have from school, and yeah, it's really important to also have that kind of normal aspect of life, which yeah, my friends keep me grounded, and my girlfriend as well. And yeah, I think it's been a great journey, and definitely a lot of change, but also some things felt quite natural.
Danny, you know, for a long time you've been such a great athlete. 10 times world champion, 5 of those 70.3, 5 of those Ironman. You've been such a great spokesperson for the sport. The sport gave you a lot. Do you feel as though you need to give back and do that? Because it certainly looks like you're certainly doing that.
Yeah, I try to. I mean, it's great to have a platform, and I also try to use it for a good thing. I'm trying to motivate people to be active, but also with my foundation, I can really help kids in Kenya, and I'm actually just raffling my Kona bike from 2023. I'm giving it away, and hopefully we're going to raise a lot of money so we can change more lives.
That's absolutely fantastic. That's what you always want to hear, and you're doing, you know, your part, you know, for the better of good, as we say, and that's absolutely amazing. So with that, let's get back to the race and talk about what we've been seeing. Lucy Charles Barclay has not been able to shake Taylor Knibb. Lucy Charles just slowed down a moment ago, did the right thing, went into the bucket of ice, got herself cooled down, but Taylor was at 22 seconds, now at 15. So those two haven't been separated by more than 22 seconds now. Solvy's just back in the wings waiting. Kat is charging. We're pushing. We're now at Kahana Iki, so we're getting very close to the energy lab. It's going to get hot, humid, no wind, and the mind is going to take over because there is no one down in the energy lab that can spur you on. So this is the tough part of the race. This is where all the mental preparation comes to fruition. The months of training. It's okay to be well trained, but if you don't train your mind, it can easily slip away from you. What did you think? Give us a little bit of an idea, because you were in the lead sometimes coming off the bike, and sometimes you weren't.
Yeah, I mean, I think one time where I kind of started the run close to Lucy, but I mean, it's nicer to have a gap, of course, and I can only imagine like how it feels for her. She seems like she's really working hard, and she probably can feel Taylor's breath just around her neck, you know, or behind. And yeah, it's the pressure is on, and they all know it's a big thing on the line. It's the Ironman World Championship, and this only happens every year, and it can really, yeah, it has a huge impact. And I think last year or 2 years ago, Lucy was really like, I think she was running for her life. I'm pretty sure she will do that again, but it's a matter of like, where do you find this last piece of like to push everything out of yourself. You need to be ready to almost die because it's such a hard race, and it's going to be a question of who is willing to do that.
No real sign of injuries or anything like that. We know that she was doing it on a bum calf, a couple of years ago. But now on the bike, you always see, I noticed that Lucy drops the right hip a lot, and I can still see that the right hip drops here, but so does Taylor. So it's an individual thing, right? You can just see on the right-hand side that there's a little bit, a little bit more compressing into the road. It doesn't really mean much. I'm not trying to be nitpicky here.
I just wanted to say, I mean, I would run like limping with all my parts. So, I think they've been riding so hard on the bike. So it's just a matter of time that your body is starting to show signs. I feel they both look good, but Lucy, I think she's hot. She really needs to cool down. So it's interesting to see that she's actually walking.
Yeah, this is as we've said earlier. This race really halfway through the marathon, she just passed that 12-mile marker. That's where things really can start changing. And Taylor Knibb, being patient, she let Lucy go. Lucy knows now she has to get that core body temperature back down. Her heart rate spiked too much. You see her; she's a little wobbly as well, which is not good. It could be
energy as well.
It could be lack of energy. It could be mismanaging her nutrition on the bike. It could be the heat. But Taylor now running back onto Lucy Charles Barclay's shoulder. I don't know that I've ever seen Lucy walk like that through an aid station ever.
I mean, she's definitely struggling. She's trying to hold on, but also I think mentally now Taylor knows, okay, I got this. I'm actually back in the game, and it's interesting to see what she's going to do. If she's just going to keep going.
I don't think that Lucy can go with her because, when you wobble through an aid station like that, that just means that you're not okay. And I think that Taylor right now has just recognised that what's going on. It doesn't look like Taylor has changed her rhythm one little bit because she should just keep running the way that she was running before because clearly Lucy is struggling. She's hot. She needs to do something to regulate that core temperature. She's got to slow down and get that ice over the body and then get going again. Maybe she's failing with the nutrition a little bit with the wobble there, but I tell you what, running like this as she is now, she's either giving it everything and hoping that her body is going to respond or, I don't know about you, Rini, but this is a last-ditch effort if you ask me.
And she's coming back up on Taylor Knibb's shoulders. Now, we saw in one of the T100 races earlier this year, Lucy was passed on the run and then she passed athlete back. I'm blanking on who it was.
Kate Woff.
Kate Woff. And Kate Woff's a phenomenal runner. Now, Lucy, that just shows you how...
she's tough as nails.
Tough as
nails. She's just going again.
She's
impressive.
And she's not even at the halfway mark. So you're walking aid stations.
Know,
you're still running out. You're not even running back to town yet. She's got so far to go. But she is telling herself, I'm okay. You're okay. We can do this. We just have to cool the systems down, cool the jets. Get back on pace here, but that's definitely a big confidence builder for Taylor, and not one that you want to give. She's thrown her a bone basically, and it wasn't obviously she had to do that.
Well, let's go down with an eagle-eye view right now because Fenella is watching all this drama unfold.
Uphill, and then they'll go take that left-hand turn down into the past the petrol station, down into the energy lab. They need to use each other in this moment, suss each other out, check each other's strengths and weaknesses, see what they do, see what each other does in each aid station, who's taking on more fluid, who's taking on more water, and who's got the legs to bring it back up through the energy lab all the way home. At the moment, their form is impeccable. I don't think you could choose between them, but with Taylor's move through that aid station and maybe Lucy's slight dip in energy levels as she walked, it shows that Taylor has maybe got the upper hand on this. But yeah, still a long way to go. This is incredible. The helicopters by our side, you can hear that whirring, you can hear the motorbikes. It has that fun, fast, buzzing feel about it out here, right at the front of the race. Age groupers are coming in from their right, seeing them, giving them the shakas, waving to them, giving them encouragement, because it's quite lonely out here. I hope you're having fun in the studio because it's pretty cool out here.
Having fun in the studio? Are you kidding me? Getting to watch dolphins all day and this unfold right in front of our face. One of the greatest races that we've seen in women's history right now. And Marinda, you wanted to call it what?
This is an iron
women's
war.
iron war.
The women's, just an iron war. I mean,
Okay.
we talk about the Dave and Mark iron war back in the day. They ran shoulder to shoulder. They swam together. They biked together, and then they ran shoulder to shoulder until the very end of the marathon. This is shaping up to be a similar situation with these two women not giving each other an inch. And, Lucy, not by choice, giving Taylor an inch and giving her a little window back into the race. And so now, shoulder to shoulder, they're in lockstep. And we go back to Kat Matthews, still charging. Again, she looks fantastic. She looks like she's locked on. She does not look to be showing any signs of weakness. Overheating, nothing. She looks phenomenal right now. She's still making sure she's doing all the right things, getting the water, getting the ice. And that's a smart thing to do because you don't know what's going to go happen up the road. Lucy's showing cracks. Who knows with Taylor? Unknown quantity a little bit there. Also Solvi. Unknown quantity here in Kona.
Do you know how much time the Kat Matthews just made up there? I mean, that was incredible, right? Because going through, you saw that Lucy slowed down, probably lost 20, 30 seconds or so when she stopped, and then, Taylor caught up. Kat Matthews just made up 20 to 30 seconds right in that one little spot. Oceania is calling. Experience some of the world's most iconic Ironman and Ironman 70.3 triathlons in Australia and New Zealand. All 2026 events are now open and filling up fast, so don't miss out on your chance to race down under. From the crystal clear waters of Lake Taupo of New Zealand and to Australia's Great Barrier Reef, home to Ironman Cairns, or historic home to Ironman Australia in Port Macquarie, and the flat and fast roads of Bustleton of Ironman Western Australia. There is a race for everyone in Oceania in 2026. Well, this is shaping up to be an incredible battle here in the latter part of the run. We have now gone past the halfway point of this marathon, 26.2 miles, 42.2 kilometres, and it's now Taylor Knibb that resumes the lead. Lucy Charles backs off just a little bit. She's going for the ice again. She slows it to a walk.
She's walking again. So Lucy Charles Barkley at every single option now. This is the third aid station she's walked through. This is the third aid station. She's cooling the jets. She's getting the core body temperature down.
She does wobble a little bit.
And she's wobbling, which again...
Clearly overheating there, Rini, don't you think there, Danny? Overheating?
I mean, she's doing the right thing. She has to cool herself down because if she keeps walking or running, she will eventually just drop out. So I think, she has to. That she even ran that smooth is really impressive. And it's really important now that she gets everything together, trying to get the energy in. Cooling is like she could put ice on everywhere she needs to or can, like in the suit and everywhere. And she can get back from this, but it's really tough. She sees Taylor now, running away. Mentally, this is really hard because she also knows that it's still a long way to go. And then we have Taylor Knibb. She didn't race that much in the second part of the year. I talked to one of her coaches, and he told me that her running has been really consistent as well. So that she had a great block, and I think we might see that now. She's running really strong, very consistent, and no signs of slowing down.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that, Danny. 2 years ago when we saw Taylor here, she was showing cracks by this stage. You could see that she was just like, whoa, okay, what did I sign myself up for here? She's been there before. She was calculated all day today. She seemed to be calculated on the way out on the bike. And then on the run, she let Lucy go by. She's like, okay, I'm not going with her. I know my pace. I know what I can do here. Showing wisdom beyond her years. But again, not showing any cracks, not showing any weakness yet. So phenomenal to see that from Taylor.
You're watching great scenes here at the 2025 Ironman World Championship. This is a warrior. Her name is Lucy Charles Barkley. She's a 2023 Ironman World Champion. But there's another warrior up the front showing a lot of resilience. Her name is Taylor Knibb. We're on the back end of the marathon. Can the American close it down?
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
There you go. Oh, thanks, man. The big island of Hawaii is the scene.
And today's live coverage is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And by Hyper Ice. Keep moving, better than ever.
Well, we'll be sending you down to the Hyper Ice recovery area here pretty soon, Marinda, to interview our top three athletes as they get across the line today. So we wish you well with that. But Danny and Marinda, we're seeing a great race. We're seeing an iron rookie right here, Solveig Løse from Norway. She's an Olympian. Now she's stepping up the distance. She's already had a victory at Ironman Lake Placid and a 2:44 run time. As we go over to the weather right now, let's take a look at that. The weather today presented by Roka right here in Kailua Kona, Hawaii. It's 85 degrees, 29 degrees Celsius, overcast in town. As you can see out on the race course right now, sunny to overcast conditions. Feels like 96, 35 Celsius. It is 80% humidity. That's why it's up there.
And low wind.
And low wind, 4 kilometers an hour out of the northwest, and that means they are running into a headwind right now. So they're going to be running home with a tailwind today. So they're going to be pushed home, which is number one, great for the age group athletes on the bike. And number two, good for the runners coming back into town. Okay, Lucy Charles-Barclay is continuing to be hot and to be cold. She is now battling the elements of this race. She's now having to dig as deep as she possibly can into every ounce of energy that she's got in her body and to keep it cool. She is clearly suffering from heat exhaustion.
Out of all of the athletes racing today, I never would have thought that I would have seen Lucy Charles-Barclay in this position. She's a veteran of this race. She knows the elements. She races well. Normally in this heat, in these conditions, you know, Taylor Knibb, who knows? That would have been someone I would maybe have expected to see this come from. Solveig Løse, rookie on this course, maybe someone you'd think. But that's just Kona. That's just Hawaii. You never know who's going to have it, who's going to pace properly, and who's going to have some unfortunate walks through aid stations. And Lucy Charles-Barclay is having a tough time of it out there today, and that wobbling, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, you just also, the body, not every day is the same, you know, and then sometimes you just feel hot. I mean, I've had days where I would wake up like fevery, and then you have to race in a hot condition like this, and we just don't know what's happening. I mean, she might have woken up with a little bit of a fever and just now struggling with the heat even more. But this is early to be going like this.
Yes.
It's still, almost 20K to go, and we're just going into the energy lab. But she's showing great spirit. She's trying everything, and you can see in her face, like she lifts up the head, like almost like, oh no, like she kind of knows that she's in a bad situation, but she still keeps going.
Danny, she trained, in the final preparations in Lanzarote, somewhere that you know better than we do, and it is a place that it's warm, it's humid, it's windy. To specifically train for this race, Yeah, it just baffles me. Maybe she did wake up with a little bit of a fever or something like. Nobody will be able to tell until the end of the race here today. But right now, we just have to focus on getting her, healthy and fasting across that
through
line.
that finish line. Yeah, and I think the body is saying no right now. The mind is saying yes, and it's just a constant battle. But we're going to go listen to some of the pro sound bites for the run.
Well, looking back, I was surprised that I couldn't really run faster on the island, but I think the running over here is just different, right? I think in those years I was also able to run 2:45s in other Ironman races with cooler temperatures. So I think this course here doesn't really have any flat sections. It's either up or down, and then it also depends so much on how much energy you had to spend on the bike, for example. And as someone who has to chase a long time, coming from further behind, obviously I think in the previous years I maybe had spent too much energy on the bike already, and then you can't really execute your best run anymore. But still, I think I'm also improved my run, especially like from a technical standpoint, I think, especially when you have to run up and downhill, you need to play with your center of gravity, to be super efficient with that. And I think this is something I've become better at as well. So I'm just excited to see if I can run faster. But I'm also humbled enough from the previous races to know that, it can go in the other direction if you really try to push it too hard.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking back at my training over the last couple of years, there's been weeks and weeks with 0 kilometers of running, whereas this year I haven't had 1 week like that. I've had a consistent year all year. I've been healthy all year, and hopefully that's going to lead to something good. I feel like it almost deserves to lead to something good because it's been like a hiccup-free year, no issues. But we have to see. Race day is always race day. Anything can happen. But I definitely feel very confident. I'm very healthy, and with that I feel quite relaxed, really happy, and just excited to see what I can actually do.
Yeah, I was really happy to be able to run 240 at Placid because it is a very challenging course, a very hilly course, and I was okay with my first marathon time in Texas, but not at all satisfied with it, and it was really nice to have a more aggressive run effort and feel a bit more satisfied with that. So I want to do something similar here, but again, I think it's my first Kona. I don't know what the race feel will be like. I want to go out and be ambitious, but I also want to keep some humility about it too. So I hate trying to say before the race what exactly I think I could run. I want to come out of the race feeling like I worked really hard. I was a bit aggressive, but I was also smart.
It's amazing. I just saw Taylor run through this aid station like it wasn't even affecting her, picking up water in her stride, doing her job. She's running downhill at the moment. There's a little bit of, there's quite a lot of a headwind, so she'll be feeling cool, she'll be feeling composed, and she definitely looks that way anyway from the outside. This is remarkable scenes. Obviously, I saw her overtake Lucy a little bit further back, but the gap has grown. This is quite incredible. Here we have Lucy now running down. She looks like she's got a good rhythm. Her arms are going, her legs are turning over. Let's see how she attacks this aid station. She's stopped, she's grabbing water. She's still moving, but it's definitely not at the pace that she entered it at. Is she struggling with the heat? Will she be able to turn it around? Maybe she just needs to make sure that she's getting all this energy, all this water in now for this downward stretch to try and cool off. I really want to shout really loudly, but I don't think I can. I'll probably break this microphone. She's found her rhythm again. She can see Taylor in her sights, but does she have the minerals to fight back, claw back that first place? She's been in battles before. She's battled through adversity. Can she get herself out of this situation? Not too long to wait till Solveig will come through, but as for now, I think I need to get myself another water and cool myself down because I am overheating standing next to this moto right now. back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Fenella. Lucy Charles-Barclay at 1:15 down. Solveig is at 4:45. We can tell you that Kat Matthews still over 10 minutes down in fourth place as well. So provided that Lucy Charles-Barclay can hang in there, stay cool, she's got a good chance of staying on the podium here right now. So let's re-establish ourselves in the race. We're in the Natural Energy Lab. We've got about 1.3 miles to go before they do their final turnaround at the farthest part out onto the run course here today. You can see the helicopter. Well, no doubt about it. Who's underneath that? Taylor Knibb. What does she do best?
Chase helicopters.
All right, so there she is going through the Hoka Fly Human Fly 15-mile marker.
11 miles to go.
11 miles to go. She's going to make the right-hand turn down at the elbow. This is the hottest part on the run course. Daniela, we've been down here before. Marinda, it's exhausting. It's like an oven, a furnace. Somebody opening up the oven door and going, whoa.
Go run in there.
Yeah, it's super hot there. It's just covered with lava on the side. So also the concrete is very dark. So you have the heat also coming from the concrete. And soon they're going to see each other when they turn. And that's going to be also a mental aspect to realize where the competitions are.
Taylor Knibb just looking so smooth, so composed at this stage of the race. With 15 miles into the race, 11 miles to go. But look at Lucy Charles-Barclay. Like 30 seconds ago, we're like, she's not going to make it home.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
She's a wobbly boot on, and she's going through the aid station, but she's back up on her toes. She's still fighting. And again, this just shows you the spirit of Lucy Charles-Barclay. She will not give in. She will not give up until, they will have to stretch her off. No, right now, she looks great again.
Yeah, she's definitely fighting, and that's always how she raced. She would just fight, like give her everything, and she's definitely not going to give up. And we don't know how Taylor feels. I mean, she does look great. It's still going a little bit downhill. That's why she's also moving very fast. Soon they're going to hit the flat section where, it's going to be even hotter.
Danny, I think that Taylor has had a very good and calculated run thus far. I think that she's paced herself very well. She went out in the first part. You can see that when she went up Palani, she did not run hard at all. That's where Lucy caught up very quickly and overtook her. She ran out onto the Cuenca Umano Highway, and that's where Lucy started having troubles. Taylor has kept a very, very even pace the whole way through. So let's go over and look at the Mortal Hydration results right now. And we can tell you that the Morton gels are out there working very, very well. We will get to those. Here they come right now at 13 miles into it, 22.3. It is Taylor Knibb, 7:07.52 into it, running at 4:12 average kilometre pace. So just over that 6-minute pace on the run here today. Here we are down onto the beach there, Rennie.
And that's that 4:12 is just that last time split. That was what her average pace was. So her overall pace, probably maybe a little bit quicker than that, but we'll see by the end of the race. But yeah, she's down now on this section. She's down in the energy lab. She's in the thick of it. Go ahead, Danny.
And also, I think that the gap she had, that 1.5 minutes, she could go a little bit easier on Ali Drive, might be now catching up to Lucy, because Lucy was forced to push hard from the start because she was a little bit back, and maybe it's also that penalty that's a little bit catching up on her. She had to push harder and then also start harder, where Taylor, she could pace it really smart. She just started out and got her pace in, and now I feel like she's actually starting to put the hammer down.
I still think that Taylor's on plan A. Lucy had to go on to plan B because of the unexpected penalty, so I think you're right.
I mean, plan B is still okay. As long as you don't have to go plan G or something.
Don't go into the Gs.
When you get to plan F,
yeah,
that's over. Yes. All right, so here we go with Taylor Knibb. She is just running a perfect race right now, just doing everything that she's supposed to do, going through mortal hydration, making sure that goes down the hatch, water down the belly, ice over the head, down into the race suit, keeping those legs cool, keeping the hands cool, keeping that core temperature where it needs to be. Let's keep that radiator moving nice and efficiently, because otherwise it could turn into a world of hurt. You do not want to overheat on this course. All right, there we go. We got helicopters off to the right. Taylor, don't look at them right now. We know you're chasing them. Just get to that turnaround, and then you can chase as much as you want. But her pace right now is beautiful. The biomechanics and the posture, absolutely perfect. Gosh, I love the way that this lady has worked over the last couple of years on this, and it really has changed a lot. Her whole running style, when you watched her 2, 3, 4 years ago at the Olympic distance races, even in the Olympic Games, was not like this. A completely different stride. So congrats to her for getting to this point.
Yeah, she battled some injuries as well, and had to change her running due to this. And I think that's where, yeah, what you have to work with what you got, and then make the best out of it. And Taylor definitely did that. Lucy again walks the aid station. Her head, like, yeah, she's not happy. She doesn't look happy. She's really suffering. She's taking the time and almost like a little bit like not quite present.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it does seem like she's not quite fully
I
with
hope
us.
she can recover. I hope she can get the energy in, and yeah.
Well, let's just take a listen to this and tell me what you think. The athlete like Lucy Charles-Barclay right now taking in all of this nutrition, all of this liquid. Where's it going? It's not even escaping. She's absorbing it and sweating it straight out. It's just absolutely amazing how much a human body can take on, absorb it, absorb it, and then still probably remain dehydrated, right? Did you ever get to a point, Danny, where you were feeling something like this in Kona? And if so, let us know how you got out of it or how you dealt with it.
I mean, I don't remember ever I know I did in 2023, and it's horrible. You're just there and you just feel hot, and you don't know, like, there's nothing, you can't get out of it. You just know you have to keep going, and that's what Lucy does now. Yeah, that's all you can do. You cool yourself down, you take a breath, and it seems like she's breathing hard as well. And now she's back running, and it's really impressive how quickly she's back running and looking quite good. So she's definitely not going to give up.
You can tell the flushness of skin color there with Taylor Knibb, and you know, sunscreen is the order of the day early in the morning, but also you don't want to put too much on and close up those pores. You want to let your skin breathe, of course, but at the same time look after your skin. Taylor Knibb now running toward the turnaround area here on the Hoka Fly Human Fly out here today. She's having a great day of it right now. I think she's executing a very, very good run right up until this point. Now she's got 15.5 kilometers to go, 9.5 miles to run before getting across that finish line. We'll be in the first place. We'll just have to wait and see about that. But we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay back up on her feet, running again, still at 1:19 down, but losing a little bit of time just a moment ago when she walked through that aid station.
Yeah, every time she walks through one of those aid stations, she's losing time to Solvi.
Yeah, there's 3.5 minutes. She's back now. So, yeah, it's everything is open. I think Solveig is also going to see Lucy probably struggling when they're coming to the turn. Now Taylor is going to see Lucy, which is going to probably give her a boost, knowing that she doesn't have it in the pocket yet, but she knows that she's on a good way.
Well, McKeely Jones was saying that she was in Norway's corner here a moment ago and said that Solveig has a very, very good opportunity to win this race. Maybe she was right. You know, she's pacing it right. So Taylor Knibb right now is pacing it really, really solidly as well. So Lucy Charles-Barclay still running along the road here nicely, but she is struggling, but she's a fighter. She's just hanging in there, just 1 foot in front of the other.
Again, every time she runs, she still looks very good. She's running well. She's moving forward, moving across the ground quite well. Still up on her toes. Not as much as when we saw her run out of transition and on a let you drive, but she still looks solid, and she's not losing that much time. It's not like minutes at a time. It's like, okay, she lost 25 seconds, and you'll see them cross. We'll see if there's any words exchanged. No words exchanged.
Not even the head.
Not even an acknowledgement.
Taylor looked straight down at her watch to get an idea just exactly where she was. So she would have looked at her watch at the turnaround, done the time as we all do, and just double it, and that's where you are in front. So Taylor Knibb has had a great race. She was in the early chase group of the swim getting out there. She got into the lead of the bike right at the Monalani drive there. She brought it home on the drive, and she's out there over halfway of the run right now. You're watching the 2025 Ironman World Championship. Taylor Knibb on the way home.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Well,
Malama is to cherish and protect the reefs, the fish, the birds, the winds, and the land. Giving back, that's something that lasts generations.
Learn how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/malama.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The order of the day is to keep that body cool, to enable yourself to run a good marathon, a steady marathon. And that for Taylor Knibb will get the job done today. She's running at a very, very nice pace. 7 minutes a mile at this time. 6:54s over there for Kat Matthews and Solveig Løvseth from Norway. And then back to Laura Phillips. She's just running 3 minutes right behind Kat Matthews. And there's Laura right now. So it looks like Laura has found a stride once again.
Yeah, Laura, it looks great. We haven't had a lot of visuals on Laura Phillip. We've seen her at the opening miles running with Kat, and then, of course, Kat was able to dispatch of Laura on elite drive so early in the run. But that gap seems to be still going out. Laura looks just fine. Kat is just running a bit quicker. But again, they're still 10 minutes down from the lead right now, around 5 minutes back. Well, Kat is around 5 minutes back from Solveig. But yeah, I mean, Lucy Charles-Barclay, you know, she keeps walking for a long periods of time, and we were just chatting a moment ago. She doesn't have. She seems a little bit like she's out of it, and that can happen late in a marathon. You kind of like a little bit of brain fog comes over you. You kind of like things aren't making as much sense as they once were, and that's dehydration. That's possibly lack of calories too, and just the long day of pushing and pushing and pushing. But when she's running, she still looks good. Like, this is not usually what we see. We'll see an athlete start to walk. We'll see them sort of wobbling through an aid station, and it just deteriorates from there. And then the next aid station, they can't go on any further, and they have to be picked up. But Lucy's like walking, composes herself, and off she goes again.
Yeah, she's 2 minutes 18 back to Taylor, which is actually, considering that she's walking that much, it's quite impressive. Now we're going out of the energy lap. That means we're having an uphill. One of my worst experience of my life, because it's so hard. You're going up, but also you're having a tailwind sometimes, and then it just gets really brutally hot. But yeah, Taylor just step by step, looking smooth, really concentrated, and just focusing on what she has to do.
Yeah, you can see it right now that there's not a lot of wind. If anything, she's going to get pushed back home. going up this hill right now, and that will be the third last of those hills that she will have to run today. She'll have another one out of Honokahau Harbour, and then the last one is the grind up to the top of Palani Road. Then it will be a quad cracker all the way down Palani Road to Kuakini Highway, Hualalai Road, and then the right-hand turn along the famed Ali'i Drive. The last 600 metres will be that. A very special one if Taylor Knibb can get there. So I'm sure that they want to take a little bit of a dip in the ocean right now. I often thought that that would have been one of the greatest places to take a dip if you were having a bad day.
You know, the good thing is you don't really see the ocean when you're running there. So when I ran there, I didn't actually know the ocean was that close. You don't really feel the ocean because it's just, you feel like, you know, you're in lava. So, yeah, I mean, I guess all of them would probably like to just jump in a bath of ice, but we're here for the Ironman World Championship, so I'm sure they're not thinking about that. They're just trying to get to the finish line as fast as possible.
That's why you won 5 times, because you were tunnel vision. You were super uber focused on the task at hand. All right, so Taylor Knibb now coming up. A little bit to go here. 13.1 kilometres, 8 and a bit miles to go. She's going to make a left-hand turn and then right-hand turn up onto the Queen Ka'umana Highway, and then a straight shot all the way back into town here. Running nicely, even uphill. Look at that beautiful stride. She's just running mid-foot striker, using those shoes, the carbon-plated Hoka shoes, to get herself in a very, very good position. Lucy Charles-Barclay losing a bit of time, now well over 2.5 minutes down on Taylor Knibb, and feeling the pressure. Now that, Solveig Løslev from Norway is applying the pressure. She saw Lucy Charles-Barclay at the turnaround. She's trying to accelerate. But again, Solveig is still around about 4:47 down on our leader. There goes some more competition heading out.
And she knows that, she needs to keep running. Also, Kat Matthews is not that far back. So if she would fall apart, she would lose the podium. So she really focuses on she looks actually really great. Like if you would not see her walking, you would think everything is normal. It's really impressive.
I really want to know what's going through her head right now, because this is as tough as they come. I reckon that, before when she was wobbling a little bit running, she might have been seeing a few stars. And, you've got to get your nutrition down and make sure that you stop at those aid stations and get yourself fueled up. So may have lost some nutrition somewhere along the line, or maybe just missed a few, stations or something like that. I'm just trying to, talk it out loud. But I think that, what she's done is very creditable, but she's gone up and down a little bit and just trying to find that, even rhythm, as we see Marta Sanchez now from Spain going down.
And you can almost see the heat.
Yeah. Heat haze.
Yeah. It's like
horrible.
Boiling. But look at Taylor. I mean, she looks really good. She looks in control, and also I feel like she doesn't, she's obviously breathing hard, but she's in control. I think she really learned a lot from her first year.
Well, what's the notable fact about Taylor is that this is what she looked like in the first 5K. She looks the same now. Nothing has changed. Yeah. She's at the same rhythm. I'm sure the pace has dropped a little bit with the heat and with the rises in the rise coming out of the Energy Lab, but she looks the same technique, same rhythm, same cadence. She's just ticking it off and keeping everything in control, doing the systems check, making sure she's doing all the things right, keeping her heart rate in check. She has a very strict plan that she likes to follow, and of course racing's racing. You have to make some adjustments as you go throughout the course, but Taylor just putting together a really solid swim, bike and run performance here today. But there's not, Lucy Charles-Barclay, what more can you say? That the spirit of that young woman to be able to just continue to push on. Oh, that's Reece Barclay. I think he might be calling it.
I hope not.
Oh, yes. I think he's told her to stop. He did put his hand out. And that's Lucy Charles-Barclay's husband, Reece Barclay.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Hard to watch.
Yeah.
Hard to watch, but
it's a dream. It's a dream falling apart. Lucy worked so hard for this. She really wanted that second win, and she gave everything with her husband Reece. And they're a great team. They're working really hard together, and yeah, it's a really hard moment.
At a time like this, you need someone else to call it before doing some, serious damage to yourself as well, and to protect the longevity of one's future and career. I think it's a very tough decision. One of that Lucy's going to not be so happy with, but she will understand. Tomorrow afternoon may be a time where she can just look back at it and just say, wow, I gave it everything. And it was a great fight. And she gave us a good fight, right? We saw her walking. We saw her wobbling. We saw, just a darn good champion.
Yeah, we don't want her to risk anything,
No.
of course, yeah.
No, you have to protect that. And I think that Reese has done, a very tough thing, especially not only being part of the coach, but the husband. This is a tough thing, but he's protecting his beautiful wife and the longevity of her career, I believe. So, sorry, Lucy, it was a tough day. You gave us a great viewing of the race. You're a champion. You're an Ironman World Champion 2023. And today, we'll just put it down to it just wasn't your day.
Yeah, heartbreaking to see Lucy Charles Barclay, and you saw, the emotion immediately when Reese said, no, you cannot continue. It's too far to go. You're already on
she
the
almost
edge.
fall over three times. She's been probably over the limit. And
now we're looking at Lisa Pöderer. So Lisa Pöderer, the Austrian...
that's Solvi.
Sorry, that's Solvi. Sorry, my bad. I always look at those shoulders, and I think it's Lisa because she's got those leopard things up there, and I'm so blind. It's not not fun.
Solvi now in second
Not even
place.
fun.
Yes. So Solvi has just been elevated to second place. And this is Ironman. Anything is possible. Who would have thought that Lucy Charles Barclay gets pulled off the course deep into the marathon by her husband because she's succumbed to the element? Someone who's a veteran on this course. Again, I just can't overstate how crazy this is that it's happening. And unfortunately, this time it's happening to Lucy Charles Barclay, one of our favorites, if not the favorite. Everyone was talking about Lucy, but you're going to have to overcome Lucy to win this race. And Lucy looks like she just pushed a little bit too hard today, and she played with the fire a little bit too long, or flew too close to the sun, I want to say. But Solvi Lovse, rookie here in Kona, now moved into second place. That also means Kat Matthews has moved up into third place, now has a podium in her grasp, but those places still yet to be sorted out.
Wondering if she knows already. I mean, she probably is going to see Lucy, or maybe not even, but someone will tell her eventually that she's in second place. And then on the right, we see Holly Lawrence just going down to the energy lab. Both of them first time in Kona, and both doing great.
Well, it's been a great month for the Norwegians, with Kasper Storn picking up the Ironman World Championship in Nice just a few weeks ago. Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld sweeping it like they did at the World Triathlon race in Bermuda just a few years back as well. Doesn't happen a lot, and now for Norway, they are really a rising country in triathlon, especially at the Ironman distance now. So Solvi is now moving into second place, running along nicely. Good little rhythm there. I love how the shoulders are pointed down, the chin's down as well. Just letting the body, have its own gravity, pushing itself forward, because, an upright position, not so great. I love her position running here.
Yeah, it almost looks like she's running downhill, but she's actually running uphill.
Yeah.
But it's great.
Yeah, she's using that momentum. She's falling forward and using that momentum. She's got an aggressive forward lean there, and she is coming up the hill a little bit. But then look at Kat Matthews.
So
Jesus. She's bouncing on those feet. She's cruising up, checking that heart rate, checking that pace, and staying on it. And she looks just as good as she looked running out of transition at the start of this run. So, again, podium
never been
position.
so close for her, right?
Yeah.
But did you see the attention to detail there? She went through that mile marker, she pressed the watch, and she immediately looked down at it. And I think she's been doing that every mile or every kilometre and getting an idea of where she is. Kat Matthews was open in saying during the week at the press conference that she really wanted to lower that run record that Anna Haug set just a couple of years back there. So now with Taylor Knibb just about to come up onto the Queen Manu Highway for the very last time today, she's still in a good rhythm here. Things may have slowed down just a little bit, but one leg in front of the other, 1 little kilometre at a time, 1 mile at a time, and just don't get too far ahead of yourself. Things are going just fine.
I mean, things are going amazing for Taylor. This race is her big dream. She almost always dreamed about, you know, coming to Kona and catching helicopters, and actually now she's running with them.
They're trying to catch her.
Yeah,
That's
well,
right.
exactly. And she's had 3 70.3 Ironman World Championship titles, and she's on the way to her first Ironman World Championship title. And yeah, it will be, I'm pretty sure it will be one of her biggest, it is one of her biggest dreams to win this race.
I think her biggest dream is to win this race.
Yeah.
She watched all of this race as a child. I mentioned earlier, she knows the history of this race. She knows better than anyone. Like, what year did Norman Stadler win? What year did Faris Al Sultan win? I don't know that. She knows that.
She's a good student.
Yes, very good student.
I was always scared of her because she's so informed. Like, you know, she knows everything on the course.
All right, let's go down to Fenella, who's standing by.
Wow. Oh, we just see Taylor here downing her own nutrition, throwing it over her head, knowing that maybe she has a little bit more time, putting ice everywhere. It is hot. We have obviously seen one of the pre-race favourites, Lucy Charles Barkley, having to pull out of the race, maybe due to overheating. We're not sure yet. But here we have Taylor pushing on, pushing over this hill, exiting the energy lab and still looking as strong as when she moved and when she came in about 20 plus minutes ago. We have Solvik not too far behind, probably, I'm assuming, seeing that Lucy had pulled out, running with confidence in second now, but Kat's running in third. Will anyone else be able to put a spanner in the works, change things up in this final stretch? This final stretch may seem like the homeward stretch, but there's still a lot of running to go. A lot of undulation, a lot of hills as you face the wind, the heat, and if you haven't got your nutrition right, this is the moment that it will tell. People have come to walk, to crawl, places have changed, left, right and centre. Is Taylor Knibb
Kat Matthews running a nice race here today, getting after it. Look at that arm action there. She's really driving it when you're running uphill. That is a good little way to get your rhythm. Now we are back onto the Queen Ka'umanu Highway for the very last time today. Taylor Knibb leads the 2025 Ironman World Championship, and on the left-hand side you can see that the age groupers are now making their way back into town with a slight tailwind. Taylor Knibb can say thank you very much to that tailwind, but it is very, very hot, and Danny, you made mention of that. When you do have a tailwind, when you're on the run, it gets hot.
Yeah, and it's a long straight. Exactly, when you're with a tailwind, you have no breeze against your face, so that means you're actually almost like in the soup of the heat. But it's a long straight. It's also a mental thing. You know, you almost there. You feel like, okay, I'm on the way home, but it's still quite a bit to go. So yeah, Solveig back on the Queen K as well, looking also really, really good. She will be, she's a rookie here, first time for her in Kona, and showing us an amazing performance, really, really strong bike performance, but also her running. Yeah, really, really good. And they're running fast, right? They're still on 6:55 mile pace.
So the last one, it gave us 8 over 8, but that was up.
That was up.
Yeah, the uphill with the tailwind. So and they all sort of slowed down through the aid station to get on their nutrition, so a little over 8. But I mean, they're both still running very well. Solvi looks fantastic here. She's again a little bit, you can see the fatigue coming into her stride a little bit more than earlier in the race, a little bit more than maybe you see on Taylor's form, but she's still moving forward very well. She still has that nice aggressive forward lean, legs are pumping. She looks really good, not showing any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, guys, look, if you do the calculation, this is going to come down to the very end. At the moment, it's 30 seconds a mile faster for the Norwegian, right? So if you do that math, it's coming down to 1:30 seconds right at the very end there. So for Taylor Knibb, she needs to keep running and keep that pace up. For Solveig, she needs to ante up. She needs to go to another level there to get the win here today. But it's not out of the question, right, Danny? Anything can happen. There's 10.2 kilometers to go, 6.4 miles, 30 seconds a mile will add up to 1:30 deficit at the end. So she's got to start cranking out 45 seconds a mile faster than Taylor to get the win. Is it too much?
I mean, Taylor looks smooth. I think she probably could also pick it up a bit again if she had to. But
I think Taylor's in defense mode now. She has a buffer. She doesn't have to do anything crazy. She just needs to maintain. She'll know from the splits on the people on the side what that deficit is. And you're right. Like sometimes at still a sizable gap, she'll be able to find a little bit extra. But we're going to throw it back to Fenella.
And here we are on Lovitz-Subzek. What she ran through that aid station with a little bit more urgency, with a little bit more oomph in her step, only slowly stopping for the last 2 waters to pour ice down her neck. Still moving smoothly. It's different running style to Taylor, but there's definitely still shifting just as fast. She's leaning in, she's pumping her arms.
Sounds like we lost audio from Fenella again there. A little bit tougher out on the course to get clear audio, but we're with Laura Phillips. She is our defending world champion. She won in Nice last year. She's currently sitting in 4th place. She's around 3 minutes back from Kat Matthews. Still running very well. Laura's a great little runner, one of the best in our sport as well. Not having the day she had hoped for, not quite the run legs or the bike legs, but that's because of this woman and Lucy Charles-Barclay putting it down on the bike.
I just wanted to say, I mean, Laura's not having a bad day, or she's still doing great. It's just, the level is so high, and of course, the pressure was very high for Laura. It's hard to say if that was kind of just, too much, or if she just doesn't have that perfect day.
Because like Denny, when you went off the front and put like 20 minutes into everyone else, and we weren't having bad days, you were just on another level. And that's like today. Like we have Taylor Knibb just raising the bar again, and Lucy Charles-Barclay went with Taylor, was with her on the bike, and Solvi, again, an untapped potential, a newcomer to our sport, again, raising the bar. And it's just incredible to watch these women duke it out on the greatest stage in our sport once again.
All right, so if you go back 2 years, right, and everybody knows the effort that Taylor Knibb can put in and the potential of what Taylor Knibb brings to the table, right? She went to the US Time Trial Championships and gets 3rd place. She qualifies and races for the United States in the individual time trial. Everybody said that if she stepped up and really raised the game in the bike here, she would be the real deal. That's happened today. Do you think that, Lucy Charles, knowing that Taylor was up the road and if she didn't go with her, that was a threat to her race, knowing that she probably could have run faster than Taylor Knibb? Because right now, if you ask me, that was a huge effort, from the penalty tent to get back to where she was getting off the bike. But then the run, first 6 miles up Palani Road, was a huge effort. So I do think that Taylor stepped up to the plate today on the bike, showed everybody what her potential was on the bike, and I think that's how she's winning the race today.
Yeah, but she's also showing a great run, and I think for Lucy, she had to try. I mean, if you let someone go and just, you know, not try, you don't know what could have happened, and you don't want to lose a race because you didn't try. And I think it shows, like, Lucy tried her best. She had to catch up on the bike, and maybe it was a little bit too much, where Taylor now really shows that she can thrive through the run. And I mean, she had a really good bike, but also really showing a great run. And so does Solveig.
All right, Solveig is now charging. She's only 4:08 down from the lead.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Sometimes it's a lonely run out there on the Queen Kaumanu Highway today for Taylor Knibb. I don't think it has been for others like Kat Matthews and for Solveig Løvseth, who are trying to nail it down and trying to win the race and trying to stay on the podium. Daniela Ryf, you've won this race 5 times. How, at this point, do you keep your mind into it?
Yeah, you're just trying to go from aid station to aid station. You're trying to cool yourself down and also knowing, okay, now it's just 8.7K to go. That means like 2 times 4. So just, you know, you break
do the
it
math.
down.
Just keep doing the math.
I mean, I did. Yeah, I
me
tried
too.
to just keep myself busy, and then also knowing that you're soon within people again. And I'm pretty sure Taylor is happy that she has no one on her shoulder at the moment. It looks great for her. But I mean, this rookie, Solveig Løvseth, I mean, showing what a performance from her. She looks like she's running a little bit faster than Taylor. What do you think? Is there a chance she can still catch her?
Absolutely love it. I don't think she can catch up, but I love the stride length. I love everything that we're seeing. But right now, it's time to catch up with a fighting chance presented by Hoka. Is our Race Week series that takes you behind the scenes with our top pros. And this week, we caught up with Solveig Løvseth.
It basically only makes sense if you're Norwegian. So Sol is sun in Norwegian and Vei is like road.
Solveig.
Yes, so it's like sun road. If you can't pronounce it, just call me sun road, that's easy. ride to NG Lab. Honestly, I don't know where it is, so hopefully I find it. I'm actually waiting for my boyfriend. He should be coming soon. I dropped him, you know, so everyone is talking about NG Lab, so I guess I need to try it at least once before the race.
So this is a new bike?
It's a new bike, yeah. Sort of inspired from my hometown. So this is like from a famous bridge in town, and this is like the window on the cathedral where I live. And here's a frog, which is just cute.
Hi. How are you doing?
How are you?
Good seeing you, man.
Careful, there we go.
A fight and chant, which is the series that follows sort of the top contenders for the race, and you're in it even though it's your first time racing Kona. How does that sort of feel to be in that conversation?
It feels cool. Yeah, but it's funny because I don't really feel any pressure here. Like, I felt way more pressure in some of the short course races I did, and when I look at it from the outside, I think the pressure from the outside were lower, but I still felt more pressure. But now I just, maybe it's, since it's my first time, I don't really feel it. I just want to see what I can do. The preparation has been good. I think like the biggest unknown for me is still the heat. Like, even though I've obviously done some heat prep, and I don't know how a marathon in the heat will be, even though I've done some 1 hour heat sessions, but I've never done 8 hours. So yeah, it will for sure be the most interesting thing, like in how to pace that. If I run 2:46 here, I'm really happy. Depends on the rest of the race, of course. But I'm going to race pace now, and I will probably do around that pace. But if it's actually race pace, that's a different question.
So how's that first experience down in the infamous Energy Lab?
I'd say it's quite famous. It's everything everyone has talked about since I got here. So in a way, I have to say it was almost a bit underwhelming. But on the way down, it felt good, and then on the way back, when I got the tailwind, I started to be like, okay, this is warm.
Thank you to Solvi Lovetest and a fighting chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try, and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. I'm wondering if she thought it was underwhelming this time around going through the Energy Lab.
I mean,
it looks like it. She's unperturbed.
Yeah, it's a good approach. I love her lightness. She's not overthinking it. She checked the course. She was ready for it, but she also didn't like, oh, this is so dangerous. It's the hottest place on earth. I mean, yeah, it's hot, but it's everywhere hot. So I think that's a good mental approach.
They say that love is blind. Well, I think that Solveig has found a new love, and it's good to go in blind into this race because sometimes it's better off not knowing. Anyway, we got to see Laura Phillip just a moment ago, our defending Ironman World Champion. She's looking good as she now makes her way in toward the finish line, but right now we've got great shots panning across the Pacific Ocean right now. Chasing Hellies, that is Taylor Knibb as she's making her way in toward the finish line. Having a great day today. She was out in 4th place in the swim. She was the quickest on the bike today by a few minutes, and then on the run, a minute and a half from Lucy Charles Barclay, and now on the run, she's just getting the job done, and this is how you do it. You just get into your rhythm and you go. Sometimes we talk about it, Danny Marinda, going out too fast for the first half of the marathon. I think this young lady here has been nailing and executing the perfect strategy.
Perfect. I mean, she really, the tactic from her, she got first 5K, she built into it, then she had another build in the next 5K, and then she started to really started racing. And last year and 2 years ago, she said after 7.5 hours, she broke apart. Look at her now. We're over 7.5 hours, and she looks still good.
And Taylor just put 7 seconds onto Solvi right now. So Everything's pointing in the right direction for Taylor Knibb. Kat Matthews not able to make any gains of anything over the last couple of miles, still at 8:40. Laura Phillip is the one that's making a few little, seconds here and there. So Laura's coming good at the end of the race here. Laura's finished in 4th place before, 3rd place before. She's won the race before, so she knows how to get it across the line here. But Taylor Knibb right now, you can see that the arms are dropping just that little bit, as you would imagine, that losing a bit of rhythm here with fatigue. It is very, very hot out here, 87 degrees right now. It feels like 96 degrees, they said. 36 degrees Celsius, but it really only is 29. But it is 80% humidity. And when you've got wind at your back like this, it is hot.
It's brutal, yeah. When the wind is not in your face, again, when you're on the bike, you're moving through the air a lot quicker, and so there's a cooling effect. But when there's a tailwind, it just feels like you're in an oven. That's a great word for it. Like you open up the oven, that heat hits your face, and it's what hits your face when you hop off the plane here in Hawaii. It's that like, oh my gosh, it is so hot. And yeah, they're all in that right now. All of them are starting. We see Taylor Knibb, and okay, 7:50 into the race. Look, she's taking a minute to cool down. She is a little wobbly here.
Well, remember what I just said just a moment ago. She was fatiguing a little bit. Yep. Her stride was not the same as what we saw her before. So fatigue is definitely setting in here with 6.5 kilometers to go, 4.1 miles. The lead a moment ago was 4:02. It went back out to 4:11, which is where it is standing right now. Will it come down for Solveig right now? Will she get that information relayed back to her team? Will she be able to press the pace over the last part? Or can Kat Matthews do it? But I don't think that Kat can do it right now. I think it's all wrapped up between Taylor and Solveig right now. Danny?
That was a long walk, but it was important to take that time, because now it's going to be another almost 4K or 3K to the next aid station, and you don't want to break down. So I think smart of her that she took the time, and look, she's back running well. And I mean, it's 6.5K to go. It's basically not that long, but it can be still long. And I mean, I was there, and I got caught by this famous woman next to me, Miranda Carefree. And yeah, no, let's hope Taylor can, keep it up. She looks still okay, but yeah, it just shows they're all struggling now. They've been pushing hard for over 7.5 hours, and yeah.
In life, they say you need to take a time out. You need to take some time to yourself. I think that was a little time out. That was a time out where I say, okay, enough's enough. Slow down, get your body in the right position, get your body cool, and finish the job.
And she has a little buffer. So she does have some time up her sleeve. She'll know that gap between her and Solveig is substantial. A 30-second walk to cool the systems. But look at Solveig now. Solveig looking like a little bit more, well, no, that angle, she looked a little faster. Everyone's showing fatigue. Everyone's showing signs of fatigue right now. It is the Ironman World Championships. In this environment, you come down to the last 4 or 5 miles into the race, and it just becomes oppressive. And it's a race of
3 minutes,
who can
24.
47-second loss. 47-second loss over the last 1 mile. So does that give you some nervousness about this whole situation here? It certainly does for me.
I mean, I'm nervous for both, because I think they're both great personalities.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 3 minutes. It's not that much, especially if you start walking.
It's actually 4.5 miles from the finish. That tick is just a little bit off. I'm just getting a report. So they do have 4.5 miles left to go. I mean, it is so close. You're almost there. And I think Taylor taking the time to cool her jets, super smart, making sure, okay, let's just get the job done. It isn't over by any means.
Yeah, Solveig is at the same aid station that Taylor just was before.
Yep.
Let's see what she does. She definitely also slows down more than before, taking the water in. Definitely the ice. I'm sure she's going to grab the ice, put it in her suit, or I mean, she can't put it in her hat, but so yeah, in her suit, it helps a lot. These little ice cubes are heaven if you're in this heat.
Heaven, yes. Absolutely. And she'll be able to see Taylor up the road, like 3 minutes up. She'll be able to see, especially because usually the leader has a nice large motorcade around them. I know from experience. You can see very far down, but she's looking solid. She's running well, and she did not walk through that aid station.
No.
And you said Taylor took a long walk through that aid station, a nice leisurely long walk. And again, we're back to Kat Matthews now, sitting in third place, still looking really strong. She's definitely slowed a little bit, but she still looks fantastic.
Yeah, she's really closed up on the two up front as well, and Kat definitely having the fastest run split of the day here at the moment. So we can tell you that in third place, safely on the podium, we would almost imagine that she's going to get it done here. And then right behind Kat Matthews is Laura Phillip, but she's a little bit further down, another 5 minutes in arrears there. So Taylor Knibb getting it done on the Queen Kaumana Highway with a few miles remaining, 3.5 miles to go, 5.6 kilometres. We're looking at around about 18 to 19 more minutes out onto the run course here, but just getting it done. She's standing a little bit more upright now. The arms are still going okay. The turnover is still good enough to get the job done. Wow, what a gallant effort it has been for this young American lady, and we know that she's been doing it tough all day. She rode hard to get that lead. She's been running hard to keep the lead, and now what she's established may be good enough to get the job done for her next world title. It won't be a 70.3 distance that she's collected a whole bunch of gold medals. It's going to be the Ironman.
Welcome to the world's
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
You're watching the live coverage of the Ironman World Championship, and we are in the closing miles of this Hoka run course. We're on Kat Matthews. She is sitting in third today. Big deficit off the bike. She's been chipping away at it all day long. But yeah, you can see the frustration, just that time gap. The women up the front are just holding steady all day. We've been seeing a few little cracks in Taylor Knibb. She had a walk through the last aid station. So now the gap between Taylor Knibb, who's leading, Solvi, who's in second, is only 2:45. So this is a nail biter, folks.
Well, the gap that I'm interested in right now is that of Solvi Løvstad, who is now at 2:45 down. So that's coming down at a rapid pace. She is now moving very, very close to the back end of Taylor Knibb. And if she gets a good look at her up ahead there, it's going to be a carrot, and she's going to have to step it up a few more gears if she wants to get that job done. But nothing is off the table. There is Taylor Knibb right now. The stride is shortening up just that that little bit as she has just under 5 kilometres of running to go here. You can see that Taylor Knibb from the USA might be running out of gas at this point in time, but she might have enough to get it done as well. The pressure is coming from behind, and I doubt that Taylor Knibb knows all about it, because right now she has not looked back, not one time that we've been watching this race unfold. But when you are the hunter, you can see what's ahead, and you know how much that you have to do to get that job done.
Yeah, I can tell you, Taylor knows that there's some heat coming from behind, and she's doing everything she can right now just to get to that finish line. And it's just a sort of a race of attrition at this point. Just trying to put one foot in front of the other, just keep willing yourself forward. It'll be interesting to see if she slows to a walk again in this aid station. That will be another telling sign. But I think she still has enough of a buffer for that to be okay. Now, if she walks beyond the aid station, it's a problem. Let's see.
This is the penultimate hill, okay? So once they get to the top of this hill, they go down a little bit more. Then they will climb up to Palani. That is the last hill that they will encounter on the day here. Taylor Knibb is running through this aid station. This is very good news for her. She may have gotten a race time split out there. I do believe that she did. Otherwise, she probably would have walked one more time. She's got to keep this pace going to collect the Ironman World Championship. It's all coming to a head. It's all coming down to who wants it most, and it's all coming down to Ironman Pro Point Series race points at 6,000. It's all coming down to a share of $375,000 of prize money. Who wants that $125,000 the most? Will it be the lady that's coming from behind now? Will it be the Ironman rookie that's never been to Kona before and never experienced the heat like this? Or will it be Taylor Knibb that's shown all the potential in the past to get it done, and today she showed us her strength, which is the swim and the bike and trying to get it done. Rennie, this is exciting.
This is Ironman racing, right? This is just, it always comes down to this, the end of the marathon. Who has the fumes? Who has the spirit? Who has the essence left in themselves to squeeze everything out? Who wants it more?
Who is more resilient?
Who is more resilient? And that is our theme here this week in Kona. But you can't forget, yes, Solvi is, it's her first year here in Kona, a rookie on this island, dangerous for the future. But Taylor Knibb's only done 3 Ironmans. So same as Solvi, actually. Solvi raced Hamburg. She raced Lake Placid, her 3rd Ironman here in Kona. We have Taylor Knibb. She raced Kona a couple of years back. She raced Ironman Texas earlier this year, and now Kona. So 3 each. Both of these young women are the future of our sport, I believe. But yeah, this is just an incredible battle, and we are treated to this incredible battle. And I hope you guys are as on the edge of your seat as I am right now. But Kat Matthews, back to Kat Matthews again, still looks phenomenal. 7 minutes back from the lead. Solvi about just under 3 minutes back from Taylor. So it looks like that lead or that deficit might be insurmountable at this point. But again, we will keenly follow Kat along in the closing miles of this run.
Well, she's a fighter, and a fighting chance presented by Hoka is our Race Week series that takes you behind the scenes with the top pros. And this week, we caught up with Kat Matthews.
It's all like the World Champs race, There's an element of no one cares until the World Champs, so I'm happy, but I'm very motivated. Time now, 9 a.m. 7 days out. Less than 7 days.
I want to.
That's just less than 7 days. Can't do the maths, I'm not Taylor. Today is like a proper classical taper day, I think, where normally it'd be like, cool, long ride, hard run, Saturday, but it's a really quite easy run today, just 50 minutes with a few pickups, which I'd really try hard not to just pick up too much. Right. The speed of Ironman, obviously, in the females race, as well as the men's, is really dropped this year specifically with me and Laura. But I think the depth is still showing through in lots of other, single performances distributed outside the Pro Series as well as inside the Pro Series. So I'm really happy with my season. The first one meant a lot to me. I'm on Texas, 8:10, a big chunk out of the record. It meant a lot because it was like first race of the year, big change in training, mainly on the bike, and it gave me a lot of confidence. I didn't execute as I wanted, so I was still really hungry to race in Hamburg, but 5 weeks later. But I was obviously had some challenges there, and that time there, 8:05. Again, it's a time. The race was what was really special, and to compete against Laura, who I've got so much respect for, it was good in hindsight to lose that race, because I am still motivated to beat her again. Beat her full stop once at the Ironman distance on next weekend.
You were here at the race 2 years ago. How do you sort of reflect on that day?
Yeah, I spent quite a few months after 2 years ago, when it didn't go so well. I spent some real time dwelling on it quite negatively, and I wasn't able to generate a sort of forward momentum for quite a while. After I got through that phase of 3 or 4 months, I was able to sort of start processing it a little bit better, and I actually had some help to work on the sort of, the psychology side. And I think it's amazing, like quite shocking for me now to be back here in Kona and to be in the same places, the same roads, and realise how bad of a state I was in before that race. It's only been positive now coming back. I think for the last sort of 18 months or a year, I've been really looking forward to coming back. And now I'm here, it's like, wow, that was real bad. Let's isolate that as a sort of its own entity, and that doesn't necessarily need more reflection.
Thanks to Kat Matthews in A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try, and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Well, back to the live action. We got Laura Philipp, the Ironman World Champion from Nice, France in 2024. Now she has found her legs in the last part of this race right now. But, Rinny, you've got some news for us.
Yeah, we got some splits coming in now, 36K, so 6K to go. Kat Matthews is now 5:45 behind the lead. Solvi, 2:28. So that's, you do the math, 3:15. So Kat 3:15 behind second place. Again, 6 kilometers to go. Still a very tall order. But this race is really coming down to it. I mean, still, like, if anyone cracks.
Quick math says that if anything happens right now at that pace, it can come inside of 1 minute. Down to the end there. So Taylor
and then inside 1 minute.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, it's
pressure.
Anyone's game.
Well, do you get to the top of Palani, coming off the Queen Ka'umano Highway, and look around at the corner and see Solvi there? What's that going to do to your mental psyche, especially with about 1.3 miles to run at that stage? Because you've got to run down Palani Road, and it's not over. You hear the crowd. They're roaring down at the finish line. Joanne Murphy and Paul Kay and Tammy Barker are revving up the crowd to get them going. It sends a shiver up your spine. You run down Kuakini Highway. It goes absolutely nuts. And things just seem to be getting better and better and better if you're Norwegian.
Oh, my gosh. 2:11 now is the gap between Taylor Knibb and Solvi Lovseth. Oh, my gosh. Taylor, you need to find something. Solvi, you also need to find something. There is an Ironman world title up for grabs for one of you two young women. That is something to kill yourself for. That is life-changing. And Taylor Knibb, now you can see that rocking side to side. That's what you were talking about earlier, Welshie. You can see that fatigue setting in.
Not only in the shoulders, but look at the hips, Rinny.
And it's not nice, this section. You're going a flat, and then you have to slowly rise up. There is a hill up to the top of Palani. Now, the other thing that can happen late in an Ironman, cramping. Athletes can cramp, and if they cramp, then minutes are lost. Like that, like in a second, it feels like time is gone. So Taylor now just kind of trying to jog it in, but Solvi she's smelling blood.
This is a machine. This is like a metronome, just going up the highway right now. And when you look at the turnover that Taylor Knibb's putting in compared to Solvi right now, this is just amazing. She can sniff it. She can smell it right up ahead. And that is her competition. She can see it. Taylor Knibb can't see it. She knows that she's there. She probably feels the pressure. Is it a fishing rod going deep sea fishing today for the biggest marlin of all? Do they want to weigh in at over 1,000 pounds? pounds and collect that prize money? Well, I tell you what, she is throwing down the nutrition right now. She's trying to get the job done, and she's doing a very good job of it. This is coming down to the very end.
And you just look at Solvi now. Generally when you're running, you're looking, just a few feet ahead of you. That's what you're taught to do. You're taught to just look just ahead of you on the ground, cast your gaze forward. She's looking up the road. She is locked in on that target, and she won't let it go. You see her head looking up down the road. That's Taylor. That's my target. Nothing else matters. I am zoned in on that target right now. And the time's coming down, and again, there's a little hill. Not a little hill. It feels like a mountain at this stage of the run that the ladies have to run up before they get to roll down Palani and down the magic red carpet of the finish line. But we're back with Kat Matthews again. Honestly, I can't fault Kat Matthews' phenomenal running style here. Probably didn't have quite the swim we thought she could have and is capable of here today. And the bike that we know she's capable of today let them go a little bit, clearly too far. But Kat Matthews, this is her first time on the marathon here in Kona too. Last time she raced here, she had to pull out on the bike. She was not feeling well and had to pull out. The time before that, she was set to have a great race, was hit by a truck leading into that race. Didn't get to come here and race in Kona. So this is her first time actually racing. So her and Solvi and only Taylor's second time racing here. New faces on the podium, new blood in the sport. It's an exciting time to be a spectator of this sport.
Marinda, it's been a great pleasure to have you co-hosting again. You're awesome. I love working with you. Three-time Ironman world champion. You're going to head down to the Hyperized Recovery Zone and do the interviews this afternoon. We'll catch up with you after the race. Thank you so much. What an awesome call.
Thank you, Welshie. Always a pleasure to work with you, and great to have you out on course today, Fenella. I'm going to go catch these ladies at the finish line.
All right. Thank you, Rini. Joining us back in hosting position right now, we have Fenella Langridge, 6th place here just a few years back, and Laura Siddall sitting in now for Marinda Carfrae. As we try and get this done, ladies, I have to pose the question to both of you. Come in a little bit closer here.
Getting tight.
I'm not that
Getting
type
cozy.
of guy, but anyway, we need to get a nice tight shot for when we start our finish proceedings here. But Taylor Nebb, trying to get the job done. First, I'm going to go over to you, Sid. You've been off air for a little bit now. What is going through your mind? What do you think has been happening out there today? Give us a quick summary.
Oh my gosh, I mean, I've just been loving the commentary from you guys in the studio, having Daniela Reef and Rini and getting their insights on the course and the race and what they're going through in these last few minutes. I mean, we've had an incredible race on this run. Lucy obviously kind of suffered and stepped off, and Taylor is hanging on to the dear end, and Solveig Losseth, the rookie here in Kona and in the Ironman World Championships, well, she is on a mission to close that gap down. And I feel if Taylor can just get to the top of Palani, but we seem like we've seen these.
Oh no!
We've seen this before. We saw this with Lucy.
All right, Fenella, you were out there. Give us a little bit of an idea of what you saw out there today, and can you believe that this is happening right now?
This is magical. This is amazing. I think the leader has switched a couple of times today, and this is just what we want to hear. It is, or just what we want to see. It's incredible, and this is heartbreaking to see Taylor staggering her way to the top of Palani when you're just almost so close, and that's heating up behind her. It has been an extraordinary race.
Just over an hour ago, we saw the leader of the race, Lucy Charles, out of the water and onto the bike ride today. Taylor Nebb was the one that bridged up and really put the pressure on Lucy Charles Barclay. Then it was Taylor Nebb off the bike in first place. She ran out on a beautiful run style, a beautiful pace, and she paced it perfectly just right up until the last part. The body is running out of nutrition. It is a war out there. It is a test of attrition, and right now she is going to have to find that focus, because now Lovig right now is just about to overtake for the lead here, and she will go in front of Taylor Nebb. What Taylor needs to do is just slow down, take a few minutes to catch a breath, get some ice into the body, maybe sit down and have a good long talk to herself, but it's not happening right now. Poor Taylor Nebb has given it everything out here today.
Wow, this is a sight to be seen. I don't think we've ever seen anyone
fall so closely.
Well, let's go back to, I think it was 1995 with Paula Newby-Fraser when she got down to the bottom of Hualalai Road and sat on the corner. A few minutes later, Karen Smyers waltzed on by and took the victory. Paula sat there for like 20 minutes or however long it took. But let's just take a moment here. Let's just take a moment and see the pass with Lovi.
I want to be done.
So it's official now that Lovi has gone in front. Solveig Lodset has gone in front of Taylor Knibb here from the USA and now is running toward that finish line. Kat Matthews is in third place at this point in time, but Taylor just doesn't be able to, be cognizant enough to get her body up off the ground and get going again. So now that we can see that Solveig is really running toward that finish line, an Iron rookie to go on and take the title for the first time on the island would be very, very special.
Yeah, this goes back to when Chelsea was the rookie and came on and won it in 2022, and to see Solveig and another Norwegian taking potentially the win here. We saw the clean sweep for the men, and obviously there's something in the water over there. And Solveig's just she's been patient all day. She's raced her race. We saw, unfortunately, Lucy and Taylor took it to everybody on the bike, and I think they had to do that to go for this win. And unfortunately, Lucy suffered down in the energy lab and stepped off, and we thought Taylor was looking strong, and then we've sort of seen that repeat again, and those wobbles and her sitting down. And it's so sad to see when you're so close to the finish, so close to the top of Palani, and you almost feel once you get to that point, you can almost see the finish.
I believe it was 2013 when Craig Alexander got to the top of this hill and started cramping. And he was getting after the record as well, and did a few walking steps, and then he got himself going again, turned right onto Palani, came down and still broke the record. I believe it was a time of 8:03 at the time.
I mean, looking at Solveig now, and I know she's going uphill, so it is hard, and she's obviously just seen Taylor, but, Kat, we thought she was out of it. She is sort of still 5 minutes behind, but with things unraveling in front.
Kat Matthews coming up to Taylor Knibb on the right-hand side. I don't know if she knows what's going on right now. And Laura Phillip almost certain to go into the podium position right here. Drama unfolding on the Queen Kaumanu Highway right here on the Big Island of Hawaii.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
The tough Great British athlete here really fighting to the very, very end here. She's going to be a little bit upset that she's falling short, and another second place for the Great British athlete. Kat Matthews continues to push, getting after the fastest run of the day. She is no doubt about it, going to have that. But it's Solveig Løvseth. Wow, what is Christian Blumenfeld? What is Gustav Iden? What is Casper Storm thinking right now? They're all thinking, and they are all partying. They're celebrating. It's late in Norway right now, but Solveig is going to take the title. She's on Palani Road right now. This is the steepest hill on the course, and it's never a given to get down the bottom here without, maybe experiencing a quadriceps cramp, and then they will turn left. Now, the hardest part about this is they got 1 mile to go at the corner of Kuakini Highway. Only 200 metres in front of them will be the finish line. They'll be able to hear Joanne Murphy, Tammy Parker and Paul Kay revving up the crowd, and they have to run another mile. What's that all about?
It's really hard. Like, you come down Palani and it is a real quad buster. And almost when you turn left to go away from the finish line and the road flattens out, but it almost feels like you're going up a hill again because your legs are just so in that space of having that run downhill.
Fenella out on Kuakini Highway for the last time, trying to get that last mile done. You were in 6th place a few years ago. How does it feel, and what does it take to put your mind in a position not to lose it at that time?
I know that all the thoughts, every part of you wants to move faster, but then every part of you is telling you to slow down. She's trying to lean down with this hill, let it take her before, like Sid said, you almost hit that flat, perceptive uphill. It's trying to keep your mind composed, trying to remember all the things that you've been taught, remember those sessions that you've done, that you've got to the finish of, and just keep going. She's just about to hit this corner, and let's see how the legs, do they keep going?
They certainly will, and she's got a beautiful running ability anyway. Her biomechanics are really, really nice. When you look at the lean, the forward lean that she has, I absolutely love that because gravity pulls you forward, right? So if you lean into it, that's great. When you look at her legs, how they splay out at the end there, don't worry about that. Look at how they land on the ground and how much time they're spending on the ground. That is not a problem at all. There is a little bit of tension, a little bit of tightness in the lower back there, but who cares? She's winning the Ironman World Championship. She's got a mile to go, and she is super happy.
I was going to say, and after they've done the swim and the bike, and they're now at this stage in the marathon, a little bit of mechanical fatigue isn't going to be is kind of expected. But her form hasn't changed massively. Yeah, maybe a little bit tighter now, but yeah, as expected with the distance they've covered and how they've been racing so hard.
And she's still looking at her watch. She still wants to keep pushing. She knows that she's got to get all these seconds. She knows that Kat's chasing her from behind. She's maybe even thinking about that Pro Series.
Look what's happening. She's now down to 1:45. Kat Matthews is on the charge. She is now hunting down the Norwegian. This is far from over. Inside of a mile to go, and Kat Matthews wants it. Solveig is pulling up a little bit, and look at this. That is how you run downhill. Kat was very verbal during the week, saying that she really wants to get out after that run record today. Well, she's certainly living up to that. That is a great reputation. Wow, the credibility of somebody that can go out there and do what she says is amazing. 1 mile to go for the Great British athlete, and 3/4 of a mile to go for Solveig. She's on Kuakini Highway. She's only got 2 more right-hand turns to make and a head for home. Can Matthews get it done, or will we have an Iron rookie winning the race?
It was really interesting there, though, because as Kat came down Palani and took that left hand, she sort of did the signal as if she was like, I'm done, I'm out of it. And then she's looking so good. And I think if someone could tell her that Solveig is looking... Well, Kat is looking, like she's moving twice as fast, and she just needs to keep pushing. And this could be a sprint finish.
Fenella, I do believe that Solveig's pace is slowing down a little bit. The stride length definitely is slowing a touch as well, whereas Kat Matthews looks as good as what she did when she headed out at the 5-mile mark. So Kat Matthews is on the charge. She's only about 150 metres behind our leader at the moment.
She can
do you
smell
think
her.
she can get it done?
She can smell her. She knows she's in front. Her turnover is looking a lot quicker than Solveig's at the moment. But, I think this is going to go wide, right down to the line. Will they have that sprint finish? Do they know each other's strengths and weaknesses over that?
it's not been tested. Again, Kat's probably in some ways the driving seat from a chasing perspective, and she can see the eyes on, and if she's getting feedback, I don't know how many people are up at the front saying to Solveig, you know, hang on, you've just got that little bit left to go.
Well, Kat is giving in absolutely everything right now, but Solveig looks like she's got enough juice in the tank to get the job done. A right-hand turn coming up now, Hualalai Road. 200 metres down to the bottom, and then a 600-metre finish with half a mile to go. Norway, Great Britain, who is going to win the 2025 Ironman World Championship? Well, we can tell you it's going to be a new champion, because the podium finisher in third right now is the defending champion. Laura Philipp from Germany is out of it in the running for the gold medal and the silver medal today. Can Solveig get it done? Coming up to about 650 metres to run.
This is amazing. You couldn't have written this. We all thought it was going to be all done and dusted way before this, maybe even with a different winner. This storyline has been incredible to follow along all day, and each and every athlete has tried to get the best out of each other, and this is going to be right till the very end.
Oh, look at this, turning on with 600 metres to go and about 750 metres to go for Kat Matthews. Solveig just needs to keep it together. She just needs to put one leg in front of the other. Keep and maintain the right stride length all the way down Ali'i Drive. Once you hit the carpet, you know you're within 100 metres to go of the finish line. The crowd is going to get loud. She comes down the Hoka run course here with just a little bit to go. Laura, what's going through her mind?
Oh gosh, I mean, I think she might not know how close Kat is behind her, and obviously I think Kat didn't want the announcers to call out how close she was either, and she's probably just thinking she's almost there, and she's just got to keep pushing, because Kat is not going to give up, and Kat wants this. Kat wants to bring her back in. We're going to see them pass in front by the studio just shortly.
Just a few short weeks ago. Yep, just a few short weeks ago, we saw the Norwegians. They swept the podium in the Ironman World Championship men's race. Well, today we can tell you that another Norwegian hero is just about to come across the finish line. In the very first time that she's going to come to Kona, she turns up ready to win the race. Today she swam a 55.40 for 14th best on the day. The transition was 2 hours and 48 minutes, and that was just enough to get herself out onto the bike. She had the second fastest ride of the day at a 4:31.53, and now she is going to become your new Ironman World Champion. Her name is Solveig Løvseth. She comes from Norway, and in her rookie year here in Kona, she will take the title, as Kat Matthews is now within 100 metres. She's just got to keep it going. Here comes the Norwegian. Can she get it done? The stride shortens, but the smile widens. It is Solveig Løvseth from Norway that's getting the job done today. The 2025 Ironman World Champion hails from Norway, Solveig Løvseth. 8:28.29 on the race clock here today, and Norway takes the gold.
And a 2:55.47 to finish, and that's our Wahoo Element Rival split. Our champion with that 2:55 run, and I can guarantee it's not going to be that many seconds before we see second place coming over. And what a run that Kat Matthews has put in to take that second place.
Well, Kat Matthews right now coming into the finish line here. We can tell you that a swim time today of 55.43, the bike time 4:40.08, and getting across the line just over 30 seconds down. And what a great run that she's had today. A race record, 2 hours, 47 minutes and 29 seconds. Well, talking about backing it up. That's what she said the other day at the press conference. And now Kat Matthews, silver medal, second place in the Ironman World Championship, a new marathon race record holder.
And 35 seconds between them at the end. I mean, who would have thought I thought when Kat came off the bike in T2, I heard you guys saying it's done before, Rinny's run down 14 minutes, and could Kat and Laura do it? Well, so very, very close. But another second place for Kat. bittersweet, but she did get that run
Well,
course record.
the other incredible moment and story here is that Solvi has kept the Ironman points series alive, because if Kat Matthews won by 65 seconds over Solvi today, it would have been all over. We are going to have a showdown in Marbella in November. Now, let's give it up for our defending champion right here, Laura Phillip, for hanging in there. Wasn't quite the early part of the run that she wanted. She left transition with Kat Matthews, wasn't able to withstand the pace that Kat put down here today. But Fenella finishing it off in style, and the credibility that has to go out to our defending world champion is simply the best, because she's come here with class. She's defended it. It's not easy to wear the number 1.
No, well, I wouldn't know, so don't ask me, but I can just imagine she's dealt with this year so well, and I've mentioned that to her and her partner before, that they've managed the expectation and the challenges of becoming a world champion and the commitment that takes, and she's raced so well in each of the races so far, and to fall marginally short on this one on her, probably what she would have expected, is still no mean feat. And different race, different dynamics, and she's still one hell of an athlete to finish on that podium.
I know those quadriceps are very tender as she came down there. There was no letting it go like Kat Matthews, that's for sure. Kat let it all out there today on the run, and at 2:47 she takes the run record down from Anna Haug, and that is just simply amazing. When I thought that Anna Haug was one of the greatest runners that Ironman had ever seen, outside of Marinda Carfree and the likes of Heather Fuhr and Laurie Bowden, when you go back through the years and how they've just lowered that standard little bit by bit. And then this year in Nice, when you saw somebody breaking the 2 hour 30 marker on the men's side. So Ironman Triathlon is in a good place right now. The athletes are just so professional, getting it all done and just giving it everything. Today, I would like to say that the heat has been a big factor and a big part of this race story.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's Kona, it's the Ironman World Championships. It always throws something up, and you never really know what's going to happen. And the favourites crumble and other people rise. And I think we've had a real step up, I feel, in the women's racing this year with Laura, well, Kat in Texas, Laura and Kat, what they did in Hamburg now, and Solveig as well in Hamburg as well. So all three of them on the podium, different order. I think the women have really raised the game, and we've seen it here today.
Yeah, really have. When is it going to be when we see the ladies, you know, go under that magical 8 hour barrier? I think it's probably next year or the year after that.
Yeah,
Right?
the
Fenella?
conditions, I think.
Can you do it?
Well, yeah, let's say that here. I'll put it down here first.
All right.
But,
Here's a pen.
Yeah, I'll write it
on
down.
that piece of paper.
How much are we wagering? But yeah, the conditions played a huge part in today. Like we said, the swim wasn't so as flat as it has been in previous years. The wind was blowing up there. I can vouch for that myself. We were getting blown about, and I was on this huge, massive motorbike. And that heat down in, well, all through the day, that humidity, it's like nothing else on this island. And one thing might be okay one day, then the next minute you're really struggling. It's a whole new challenge, and it's so hard to plan for and to train for. And look at this camaraderie. There's so much respect for each other, as all the ladies do on this field. It's really amazing.
Yeah, very much so. Just enjoying a moment there, just winning the gold and silver medal, Solveig. And also Kat Matthews, just a great sport. Kat Matthews really is. She's a lovely person and shows the respect of all of her competitors as well, as we wait for third place to come on down to that finish line there. She's just about to hit Hualalai Road with about 750 metres to go when she hits that corner there in the right lane. So Laura Phillip, wearing the number 1, defending the world title, will almost certainly take that last spot on the podium.
Yeah, what a turnaround in these last 10K or even the last half of the marathon, with our two leaders, Lucy Charles-Barkley and then Taylor Knibb, falling, unfortunately. But pace to perfection for these three, and well-deserved as ever to be on the podium.
Yeah, let's hope that Taylor Knibb is okay out there on the highway at the moment, getting some medical attention and just getting back to her feet. Either she gets to that line or she's just in a safe place. All right, so Laura Phillip from Germany came in with high expectations. Defending this title is never, never easy. Had a good swim in my book, and then out on the bike ride, they did very well in the early parts of it. Then Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip, they weren't able to stay with the eventual winner today when, Loveseth just got away, and she just actually rode away from him. And at the end, it was over 6 minutes that she had put on him, and that was enough to get the job done today because Kat came back in a hurry. And when we can tell you that, the run time of 2:47, for Kat, over Solvay's run time today, and that was a 2:55.47. So there was the difference. Wow, look at that. It was 8 minutes. Look at that. That's got to be heartbreaking for Kat Matthews. But come on, let's get Laura Phillip down to the finish line here, getting it all the way to that finish line. We're going to be going all the way till midnight tonight with the cutoff of this race. But look at this. She's got energy to burn now. And unfortunately for Laura, falling a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, she obviously wanted to defend and would have loved to have taken the title here in Kona. But once again, Laura Phillip is on the podium at a World Championship. And like you guys were saying earlier, it's not necessarily that she had a bad race. Just Solveig and Kat had incredible races and put down to how the race was played out earlier on in the day.
It was a tactical race, and I don't think we know until we'll speak to them after them how it really played out into the wind and the turns that were taken, and how the tactics and the mind games really played out. And knowing the lead up to this was so important, and all the strength and depth that we have in this field.
Strength and depth is very much so. That was a great field that was assembled here today, and you can tell that by the times, that's for sure. And all the new rookies out there having great races, and all the veterans out there just trying to get the job done as well. Unfortunately for Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb, that gave it everything out there today. Was it too much too early? We'll actually talk to those, after race and the press, post-race, interviews and everything, and then try and figure out just exactly what happened. But for now, let's give her props. Laura Phillip from Germany. She's going to hit the finish line here with a 55-minute swim. She rode a 4:40 here today alongside of Kat Matthews, and now just getting into that finish line, high-fiving the crowd from Germany. Let's give it up for our defending world champion from 2024, Laura Phillip. And getting across the finish line with a 2:55 today. Wow, what a great run it was. Just falling a little bit short out of the win here and defending that title, but she's going to be happy with the podium. Just waiting for Joanne Murphy now to catch up with our winners. Joanne just having a chat now with Laura Phillip on a third place podium finish there. So Laura, Fenella, thoughts about today's race and the ending?
Gosh, I'm kind of like blown away, and I'm out of breath and breathless from how that race unfolded in those last 10, 15 kilometers. I mean, what a race, what a day, what a performance these women put on.
And Fenella, when people say it's not over until it's over, and you got to keep focus, it might sound cliche, but what do you think?
I don't think that's any truer day said that than today. I think there's so much different dynamics and different things happening all over the course. People, unfortunately, falling off course left, right, and centre, and if your head's not in it strong, and then you might not be making it to the end. So you've just got to keep, like we say, one foot in front of the other, keep trudging forward. However slow that pace may feel at the time, it will get you to the finish line, and hopefully faster than you would have thought, or in front of someone that might not have taken that gel or taken that drink. It's definitely a war of nutrition, this race, and the champions come out on top.
And a test of attrition as well. And as we see now, our athletes are just mingling down there in the hyper ice recovery zone. Well, what a day. Recapping just a little bit of it. as we speak. We've got a new champion. Her name is Solveig Løseth. She hails from Norway on a great day for her. Out of the water in 14th position. She hopped off the bike with one of the fastest rides of the day and brought it home for a late victory, just snatching it away from Taylor Knibb on the very final climb on the run. Second place goes out to an incredible effort from Kat Matthews, only 35 seconds down. And then in third place, the defending champion, wearing number 1 today, and that was Laura Philipp of Germany.
Welcome to the High Price Recovery Zone. I am here with your newest Ironman World Champion, Solveig Løseth. Solveig, what a day today. You showed grit, you showed talent beyond your years, or perseverance beyond your years. Tell us a little about your race today.
Yeah, it's still a bit hard for me to wrap my head around it. I actually didn't have the best start. It was when it was this like paddleboard in front of me. So I was just like, oh, what do I do now? So I just basically climbed over it and almost like pushed the man sitting on it off it. So I hope he was okay, but didn't really have my best swim, but felt like I kept my calm, and out on the bike I felt really good. And I was just taking a turn in a group, and then I started to look back like, can somebody else take a turn now? And then I realized like, oh, I'm not with the group anymore. And then I was just like, I'm on my own now, so better just go for it. And yeah, I just felt really good the whole bike leg, and couldn't really believe it when I started to run. But the run was just really so hard from the start, so I generally didn't know if I was going to be able to get to the finish, but suddenly it actually felt a bit better halfway, which is unbelievable, I think, because I really didn't expect that. And then it was just about trying to keep my calm the whole way, and I'm really sorry for both Taylor and Lucy. It was like not the way I, of course, wanted to pass any of them, because both of them stopped right in front of me, which, like, I hope they're both okay. I haven't really heard anything about it yet, but yeah, I just can't believe to be sitting here now.
You know you have some strong legs when you take a turn on the front and drop everybody. So that must have been a sign that you're on a good day. Was that the first sign? And when did you know that you had the race? I mean, of course, Taylor had to pull out. She had to come to the elements here in Kona. But was there a moment on that run where you're like, I think I can do this?
Well, actually, when I realized I was on my own on the bike, I was thinking like, this is either smart or just really stupid. And I didn't know which one of them. But I actually, already then, it was for the first time ever, I was thinking like, okay, but I can actually win this if everything goes right. But I didn't like really believe it, but the thoughts started to pop in my head. And then when I passed Taylor, I was thinking like, okay, now I actually have the chance. I just need to not blow up, basically. But I couldn't really believe it before I crossed the finish line.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Ironman world champion, Solveig Løseth. We're going to have Kat Matthews jump up here onto the podium. Not really jump at this point, but climb up. Kat Matthews, second again. You have a second place finish from St. George. You have a second place finish from Nice, and now a second place finish in Kona. How do you feel? I mean, I know there's a lot of emotions, but tell us a little bit about your race and thoughts post-race now.
I worked really hard. I'm really proud of my finish. I'm really happy for Solveig. It was incredible to watch the perseverance and the patience, and to be honest, the bike legs, she was amazing. So was Laura. I had a very up and down day, but I finished myself off.
That was amazing, Kat, and we have no doubt you will be on the top step someday here soon. You've got all the tools, and I can't wait to see that. We're going to invite Laura in now. Thank you so much.
Laura Philipp, first last year in Nice, back on the podium here again in Kona. You've been third here before. Tell me about your race today and how it all panned out for you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for the support out there. I think without, I think I would maybe also stopped here and there. It was super tough. The nicest part for me personally, and also where I felt the strongest, was the swim, which is usually my weakness, so that's a bit weird. But yeah, I tried everything I have on the bike. Unfortunately, our group, first I felt it's a very strong bike group, so I thought, you know, maybe we can even chase the gap down. But the group didn't really work, so that was frustrating here and there. But I just tried to give everything, and then when I started the run, I could feel pretty fast that this is not my day to fly. This is a day to show that, you know, I can be tough and focus on myself and just keep believing that I can see that finish line, because I think we all saw that this wasn't for granted today.
Absolutely, and toughness you showed today and every time you race. Thank you so much for putting on a show today, Laura Philipp, our third place finisher here in an Ironman Hawaii. Thank you so much. We're going to send it back to the studio. An incredible day of racing from the High Price Recovery Zone. Back to you guys.
Oh, Marinda, what a day. The Ironman World Championship delivers with a new champion, a rookie that's come in for the very first time to the island and says, oh, I can take you down. And she did. She took down the defending world champion in Laura Philipp, and now Hannah Berry gets to the finish line in fourth place. I can see you're a little emotional there, Penella.
That was exciting.
Tell us about this.
Hannah has just been consistent, and I know that that word is overused a lot these days, but she hasn't missed a session. She hasn't even been ill. She's just turned up and done what she needs to do, and we've seen that all year, and now she's come fourth at the Ironman World Championships, and she was only hoping to, or happy, or she was even considering just top 10, or would have been happy with a top 10. So yeah, it's incredible to see, and a testimony to her herself, her team that's behind her, and it's really incredible. So congratulations to Hannah, and I'm happy to have played a small part in chasing you around for the last couple of weeks.
I think Hannah's been one of the most consistent athletes this year. She's had some incredibly consistent performers over the half distance as well, and so to come here, and she's had sort of those 10th, 11th at the World Championships, and now that fourth place as we now look to another Kona rookie, Lisa Petra, coming down. She was also one of our dark horses with Solveig, and she's coming down into fifth place. A fantastic performance.
So all of our, you know, our favourite races here today are right up there, you know, even with Lucy and Taylor right in there until the very end there, especially with Taylor. So they're all doing very well. They're all up there in the Ironman Pro Series. And Lisa Petra, she gave it everything, you know, in the early part of the bike. We knew she would. She is a strong swimmer biker. She brought it home good enough today for just outside of the top 5, which is another great effort. Oh, in the top 5, right there in the top 5. Hannah Berry slipping into fourth place there, 17:58 down, and Lisa Petra just inside a 20 minutes. So what a day that we've had here. The Ironman World Championship, like I said, has delivered a cracker of a race. And today, Solveig Løvseth is going to be the happiest lady in the world right now, because she will join Kasper Storm from Norway as your Ironman World Champion. There it is, Solveig Løvseth, and also Kat Matthews to the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Laura Philipp, and they're all smiles.
They all just look so happy and just proud of each other that they got through to the end of this day. It was a battle for each and every one of them, and they've all overcome things to firstly get to the start line, and then obviously then to get to the finish line. And it's not a guarantee in this sport, and that's, I think we all know, we've all been there, and it's so great to see.
Never a guarantee, that's for sure. So let's just talk a little bit about that, Fenella, because, you know, you've had some injuries and struggles as well, and you didn't line up this year, and you know, it's pretty hard to absolutely nail it right down to the last week of training.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's hard enough just getting to race week, let alone getting to the end of the race. Each and every athlete has had to battle through those hard days, those long days, those maybe suspected injuries or little setbacks or illnesses. So to actually put all together when the time is right is all very difficult, really challenging. And for these girls that are on the podium at these World Champion events year on year is incredible and shouldn't be overlooked. And I have the foremost respect for them. It's really, really great.
I think when you see a race like we had today, it really does take it and it makes you appreciate how hard these women work and how much effort goes into it and how it is so difficult to get it right on the day with everything else that you need to. And you can be in the best shape of your life and you can have the best lead in, and we never know what the island is going to throw at us. And so it's heartbreaking for those that don't get there, but it's so amazing to see the joy and the energy for those who have a day that they're really proud of.
Incredible shots overhead right now. It's a gorgeous afternoon in Kailua, Kona. We've been treated to one of the greatest women's race in history here. And it didn't belong to Lucy Charles Barclay on what it certainly looked as going to be that of her race halfway through the run. Taylor Knibb was able to get into the lead of the race as well, but couldn't finish it off, feeling the pressure running out of nutrition and just not quite getting there. And then it was the patience of the Iron rookie that really brought it home. Solveig Løvseth just getting the job done for her inaugural race here and a victory. And now we see Holly Lawrence making her way to the finish line. A mother of a 1-year-old, Poppy, that came into the world just 12 months ago here. Incredible shots overlooking this beautiful city that is hosting our Ironman World Championship over the last, couple of decades here. We came here in 1980 and 81, and then it hasn't really left. We went away for a year and went to St. George. We suffered a little bit with COVID, but boy, oh boy, are we glad to be back here. Our women's race today, but we all come together next year, culminate in men's and women's on one day.
Yeah, and I think it's just a fantastic showing from the women on today, the last time they'll have that single day. What a race and a performance, and by the men in Nice as well. We all want to be together, we all want to be in the same place racing, so we'll have that back next year. But today is all about the women, and it's their own day. And it's not just our professional women that had an amazing race, but it's all our age group athletes that are still out there. As we see Holly Lawrence, what an emotional finish from her in 6th place. I know it's been a tough year and that she's wanted to move up to the Ironman distance. I don't think it was quite what she expected at Lake Placid and coming here, but there she is with Sean, husband and coach, and Poppy, her daughter. Just, I think, just one last week or a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so we've got to give props to Holly Lawrence here. Look, see, this is her second Ironman race, and she did Lake Placid, did speak to her, and she said, Greg, that's the hardest
Never
thing
again, I think she said, yes.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing I've ever done. But she's tough. She's the 2016 Ironman 70.3 world champion, so we know that she's got the pedigree to do anything, to get the job done and do it. But, coming into it with a great attitude, during the week she said, you know what, I'm just going to come into it, I'm just going to race it the way that I see it, and I'll learn a lot. And so that to me meant many different things. Was she going to go out there and just absolutely annihilate herself? Well, the hope was, no, don't do that. But she did give it a lot, but look at where she ended up.
Yeah, she's definitely a championship racer, and she's brought her A game and all the tools that she's got in her armour to race at that level to this race today, and it shows her consistency, her determination, her battling through some tough times and finishing sixth is an incredible feat, only with lots of learnings to hopefully come back next year.
Well, I'd be really interesting to ask her now, now she's done the second one and she's done the Kona, is that for her that tick in the box that she wanted, or has she got a little bit more? But for Holly as well, you know, she came in late. She did it actually, you know, a lot of the women we see, they're coming earlier and earlier out to Kona or out to the other islands. Holly stayed at home in Boulder. She flew in on Wednesday, came in very last minute, and then just got the job done in her first Kona.
There you go. They say 3 days or 3 weeks when you come from altitude, so it worked in her favour. But I got to tell you, ladies, she got the Ironman bug.
Well, we'll
know.
I think she might be the relief that it's done.
Sid, you've been there? Fenella, you're living it. Fenella, what's up for you next? I know you're racing in Australia next week, a big race for you, and been here on the island training?
Yeah, so I've been lucky enough to share training with Hannah Berry for the last 2.5 weeks. I'll be heading to Australia tomorrow where I'll race, and then the main aim will be Busselton at the end of the year. So get my qualification for next year over early, hopefully.
Well, sounds like somebody else has got the Ironman bug. Oh, that's strange, isn't it? Well, we're looking
It's addictive. It's addictive. I'm not going to lie. That race, that finish line feeling, there's nothing better.
Beautiful shots here, just looking at Mount Hualalai in the background there as we look back toward Kailua Kona. This is the big island of Hawaii. And once again, let's just take a look back at the race day that Solveig Lutz had from Norway, just taken a win in the 2025 Ironman World Championship in an incredible time as well. And Kat Matthews, another second place. That will be number 3 on the second place finishes at the Iron World Championship. Boy, oh boy, was she so close with a 35-second deficit. And then it was Laura Phillip. Always going to be tough for somebody to wear the number 1, defending that world crown. And what a great day. And what a good finish it was for Laura to not give up, to stay in a mindset, and to get across that finish line. Great podium. It's all set. Norway, Great Britain and Germany. We've got our podium finish coming up here pretty soon. Ladies, final thoughts on your side. Sid, we'll start with you first.
Oh, gosh. Final thoughts. I mean, I'm just so incredibly impressed of the women out there today. I think just incredible performances. Even though Lucy and Taylor battled to the end, they really took it to the rest of the women. But, yeah, Solveig on debut. Kat Matthews, another second in each location now of the Ironman World Champs, and Laura Phillips, our defending champion, but finishing that podium a third. Also, I didn't expect it to be, when we talked about the points of the Pro Series and we talked about the 34-60 seconds, I didn't think that was going to be an issue in this race. And oh boy, do we go to Marbella for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, and it's on.
It's alive and kicking. And Fenella, I take it you don't like wearing long black pants in the lava fields.
No, it's not my favourite. I'd prefer to, almost makes me respect rather be racing out there. But yeah, kudos to all the girls racing and to you guys on the production team. It was just as hard running around after the athletes as it is racing, and I think you guys all out there will agree that the production for this event and everything that happens behind the scenes has been great, smooth, and made it an enjoyable experience.
Well, tell us about your experience. You're on the boat, you're on the motorbike, on the bike and the run. Did you learn anything today? Because you're going to try and race here next year.
Yeah, I think you said earlier this week that you watched this race from a moto 1 year and then came back and won World Championships the year after. So I'm going to take that, and I'm going to... And I did.
Did we hear that? Did we hear that here first? Did we hear that here? Fenella winning next year.
But you do. You see the race and how the tactics go, and just the whole way that the race runs out, and it is really interesting, and I think it really takes home the fact that it isn't won until the last minute, and I don't think it definitely shows that today. And as we have Jocelyn coming into the finish line, what a trooper.
And by the look of it, looks like Sarah Spence coming in, is it, or somebody else?
I think that's
Sarah Spence.
She had a phenomenal run. She was really...
Yeah, and look, they're all coming in pretty close now. Just after Sarah Spence is Leonie Gonzala, sorry, apologies. And
wow, this is really
That's
close inside of the top 10. That's
and Marlene de Boer coming in
running
next.
for those points, running
and that
for
is
that
the top
prize.
10.
The prize money. Oh, that's exciting. But yeah, I'd like to see what
They
ran,
that
she ran.
7th to 10 are 30 seconds apart.
So give us one thing each, Sid. What was your most memorable moment of the day?
Gosh, I don't want to take away from our podium, but I think the heartbreak for me was seeing Taylor so close. Having sort of talked about 7.5 hours last year, and then it unraveled. I think we got sort of to that 8-hour mark. And again, I'm not taking anything away from that incredible podium because it was amazing. But yeah, heartbreak for Taylor.
Vanilla?
Oh, this is tricky. Well, I've got
You're on the clock.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm not used to this. This is lots of new tips to be learned. I'd just say Hannah Berry because it's so close to my heart, and 4th place. It's incredible.
And
yeah,
Greg,
it really is.
yours.
For me, I look. I'm going to take a teaching moment away and just say that what I learned from Lucy and Taylor is that it's heartbreaking, and we're all friends in this, and we're all professional, and I just want to say that my heart goes out to both of them and their families, and to their supporters and support teams, because they do put in the hard work. But let me say this: those two young ladies are warriors. They put themselves on the line today and did not give up. Lucy came back time and time again. What a gladiator. I mean, to put herself into the ring like that and to keep coming back 4, 5, 6 times where she walked through the aid stations, cooling herself down with ice. And then for Taylor, right up until the end, she did not even show us her game face, right? Or actually, she did show us the game face. She did not show us for 1 minute that she was struggling until that very end.
Yeah. And Taylor's time will come. Kat Matthews' time will come. Solveig, best athlete for sure on the day. Very well-deserving champion. Rode away on the bike, broke away from that group, paced it on the run. And yeah, heartbreak for Lucy, for Taylor. But yeah, it's and that's the brutality of our sport. It's the highs and the lows that go with it. And it's tough.
It's championship racing. It's a one-day event, and that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, definitely the winning move was, Solveig when she went away from the group, when she decided to get up to Harvey, start making her, herself known to the front of the race, that she was there. Maybe a little pressure that came in there as well. So Marlene de Boer just getting across the line, and then our next athlete coming in as well. So good to see all of these athletes now just coming in. It's been a tough day out there, that's for sure. Conditions were bumpy in the swim. It's not as if it was the easiest swim in the world, but they did have an incoming tide, but it was bumpy. Out on the bike ride, they had a little bit of wind here and there. Crosswind, tailwind, crosswind, headwind, a little bit swirling around. The trades wanted to show their face up at the other end of the island, but they were sort of a little bit iffy as well. And then on the run, a little cloud coverage in town. Temperature got up, though. It was 88 degrees. It was stifling hot, and running into the energy lab, they say it just is like an oven that just opens up and the furnace just blows. And they were right today.
I wonder as well, like with that early cloud cover in the day, it can be often like pretty deceptive on the conditions, and maybe you get deceived into how much fluid and nutrition you're taking on when there is that cloud cover, or where you do feel a bit of a cooling wind. And then it certainly did heat up a lot on the run, which, we suddenly get that pop-up in heat, and that's when it really starts to suffer.
Yeah, we're just standing by for our podium to be coming up here, just waiting for a couple of the athletes to now reach the podium, just taking care of some other things before we get there. But we can tell you that we have 3 lovely young ladies that will be standing atop of the podium at the Ironman World Championship coming up momentarily there as we overlook the pier that has been the transition area since 1980-81 there, and it has held so many bikes there. What do you think the worth of that pier is right now?
I do not
come on,
want to,
1,600 times.
No, I can't do the maths at the moment. My head is fried from today's action. If Taylor Knibb was here, well, not probably maybe currently, but I'm sure she would have the stats exactly. I loved it all race week. She had a book of notes, and she knew exactly on all the bits of the course. She's an incredible athlete, and we hope she's okay for sure. As we see another one of our pro women finishing.
Such a magical moment. Some of these pros might not be back here or for whatever reasons, or it's taken them years to get here, and to the build up to this. And like we've spoken about before, it's not just them, it's the team behind them, it's the commitment, it's the finance, it's everything it is to try and be in the best possible shape for this one day. And it's amazing to see so many professional women out there and amateurs doing their best, putting their best foot forward and competing over this course.
Still got age groupers out there on the North Kahala coastline. They're making their way back down into Kailua Kona. They'll have their cutoff coming up here in just a few hours, as they then will make their way out onto the run course. 1,600 athletes, 78 countries, territories and regions represented today, with USA being the number one country. Germany, Canada, Australia, Great Britain and France, they represent the top 6. As you can see, Maui in the background on a beautiful picture-perfect day.
Greg, I've got a question for you. In your years and experience of coming to this race, where does this performance, this race today, stack up there amongst the ones you've seen?
I've seen a lot of epic women's races. I think that in 1995, I think then Paul and Newby Fraser sat on the corner of Hualalai Road and Ali'i Drive for at least 20 minutes before she walked to the finish line. I think she was still in the top 10. I'd have to go back and look at the results, but she waited there for, quite a few minutes, and then Karen Smyers ran down the road and just ran by her and went by. And Karen, just like Solvik today, looked over at Taylor and said, "Are you okay?" And, she did that in good sportsmanship. And I sincerely think that Karen Smyers wanted to stop and help Paula and walk it to the line. That's the sportsmanship that Karen Smyers was all about as well. And then you see the heartache of, athletes, coming to a halt and stop and having to walk out there. But this race is relentless. They say this year that the word of this race is resilience. It really is. It's a test of attrition. It's a war. You go out there, it's you and yourself. If you go out there to race another person here in Hawaii, I think it's the wrong idea. If you're thinking about racing here in the future, put a goal on the finish line. Get to the finish line. That's the number one goal. Number two goal is to go out there and stay under your desired heart rate, your desired times, and get to the finish line with a smile on your face. But I tell you what, it's been a good one, and I do think, looking down on this course right now, look at this place. It's just an absolute piece of paradise. This is what the athletes swam with this morning, pods of dolphins just underneath them, just playing, just without a worry in the world. Whereas the most stressed of the professional athletes were out there just trying to get the job done. As you can see, the baby dolphin there, just trying to have fun, probably spiraling out of the water here in a minute. These are the spinner dolphins that live off Kailua Bay. Just absolutely incredible. So the beautiful pictures will come all the way, into the midnight hour tonight, when we see all of those 1,600 athletes trying to make their way to the finish line here. And that's what it's all about. So, Sid, that's the long story. I don't have a short story on it, but just sensational.
Bless you. All the women's racing has been sensational, and I'm excited to see the age group racing late into the night as they battle through and hopefully see that finish line, as it's the most amazing part of this whole island, is when you take those gradual steps up and see that arch and smile to the rest of the world.
Athletes have also qualified from over 43 races around the world to get to this point as well, from the 2024 and 2025 season. And that continues. Finelli, you're one of those people that are going to go down to Australia, race Bustleton, and try and punch your ticket to that one. So good luck with that. But all the other athletes around the world that are trying to come to the race next year, it's going to be epic. It's going to be a year where they all come together again. Both genders, male and female, will start here at Kailua Bay all together. It's going to be two different races on the same day, but it's going to be exciting to see the buzz that returns to the Big Island right here, and I cannot wait to see that happen. But, tonight it's always going to be very, very special to see each and every one of our women athletes. Look, I can wind the clock back until last Tuesday. Walking in the Parade of Nations, it was excellent with all 1,600 people, just trying to have fun. And I just so happened to be in the Ironman Hall of Fame class, and I'm looking around. We go first and looking around. There's Argentina, Australia, and Brazil. Dare I say the three loudest countries that love to party. And the women were just celebrating. They were being with each other. They were encouraging each other. And that's what you need in sport. So today it's been very inspiring for me, you know, to see the camaraderie and to see each other, pushing each other, loving one another, and just helping one another as well.
Yeah, that's the great thing about being on this side this week, is I've got to experience things like the Parade of Nations, the underpants runs, the go and join in
go
with
easy now.
Okay,
Okay.
We won't talk about pants too much. But yeah, and to see the amateur athletes and how they really they just love the island. They want to be here. This is a day that I think people say the hard work or their race day is to get here, and here being in Kona is a celebration, and I hope that carries on to next year. Where the celebrating with both being together, maybe them racing alongside their partner, alongside their training partners, and being the community of men and women of the Ironman World Championships together.
And what about the exciting announcement of Oman? You know, 2029, we're going to have an Ironman 70.3 World Championship there, and Ironman races to come down the pipe there. So it's been incredible to hear that announcement. Have you guys raced in the Middle East?
I have not.
No, me neither. So yeah, I'm excited
First
to
time.
to be able to watch. I think watch the racing unfold.
Yeah, I've been there to Dubai to watch the 70.3 and actually commentate 70.3 there with World Triathlon Abu Dhabi. It's great. They get right behind it, and I cannot wait to see what Oman can bring to the table right now. This is a very exciting announcement. Happy to see that happen. And then in next year, the 70.3 World Championship, it goes to Nice. So this year we got Marbella, and now we are focused on that as the last race of the point series.
That's right, and we're just waiting a few minutes to get our podium athletes ready, just giving them a little bit of time before we bring them up onto the podium. And talking about the Pro Series, I would claim I've done the maths, but I haven't. We do have, obviously, Kat Matthews. She is still at the top of the Pro Series heading into Marbella. I think she's on sort of 20,845 points, and Solveig Lothseth in second. She's got now a bigger gap over Lisa Pertera. But I think the interesting move is Laura Janssen, who now jumps up to fourth currently as it stands, and she came 12th here today. So her performance here has put her right up there in fourth place in the overall Ironman Pro Series rankings.
Yeah, it's amazing, and we've got a race that's set for November. That is going to be a showdown in itself. Those two will be locked in battle. I wonder what will happen. Will there be a different swim tactic, a different bike tactic? Will they run together on the run and try and outdo each other? It's going to come down to a matter of seconds, and every second matters. And I tell you what, between those two ladies, as we saw today, they know how to fight.
They do. I think that word of resilience really shows today with the women out there. Lucy is always one to battle back. Taylor will always put herself on the line. You never write Kat Matthews off. I mean, look at how she was running down that last couple of kilometres on the race today. All these women, they do really show resilience, and definitely showed it out there today, and it's just fantastic to see.
Kudadori just getting across the line, 9 hours and 12 minutes from Italy as well. We saw that Regan Hollyoak came in from Australia as well. As you can see now, the age group is just streaming into transition there. They're going to trade their bikes for running shoes and hats, and they won't need their sunglasses in a couple of hours, but they'll probably take them out there on the run so far. So that pier is filling up with age group bikes here right now, ladies, so it is getting into the late afternoon.
It's amazing to see, and I hope they all had a great, safe, fun ride out there, and all ready to battle that challenging but rewarding marathon. And I'm sure they've done enough training to get themselves through it, just making sure that they've got enough hydration and fluid and fuel to get them all the way around.
Looking down on our finish line right now, still getting quite a few of our pro finishers coming in here, getting very close to seeing our age group champions coming in as well. Tomorrow night we'll crown them on stage here at the Marriott Courtyard right down here, the King Kamehameha Beach Hotel parking lot there. We've got a great presentation lined up, and celebration tomorrow night. So that should be fun as well. So we're getting very close to our podium celebration right now. We'll go down there just as soon as we can. Here we go with our podium celebration. That was Kat and just Solvi there, just giving a little bit of encouragement to the birthday girl. Yeah, that's right. Jackie Herring just getting across the finish line right up there in the points rankings as well. So we are just about set to announce our podium here. And in third place today, she was our defending champion, wearing number 1 there from Germany. Laura Philipp is now about to approach the podium here. So the German there just getting it done. 55.50 on the swim, 4:40.26 on the bike, and a 2:55.53 on the run today. Scott Daru there, the CEO of Ironman, to help celebrate, shake the hands of our podium finishers here today. Beautiful backdrop with our dignitaries down here right now, and the mayor of Hawaii County, Laura Philipp, just receiving her beautiful Hawaiian flowers there. The beautiful wreath that lays over the shoulder right now. Second place, what an incredible day by Kat Matthews. It wasn't the bike ride that she wanted. She wanted a little bit more out of herself. We saw that she was a little bit upset on the run by, just throwing that, cup into the ground. But she's a fighter. She wanted to get after it and give it everything. Swam a 55.43, 4:40.08 on the bike, and a 2:47.23 new World Championship race record for Kat Matthews, representing Great Britain. Second place. Well, when it comes to racing for the first time on the Big Island, you would say that you'll be a little bit skeptical. You would say that you'll be a little bit nervous. Well, our winner today showed no signs of nerves, no signs of anything else but having a great time out there. Swimming 55.40, riding 4:31.53, one of the fastest of the day, and a 2:55.47. First time on the island, a new champion Iron rookie representing Norway, Solveig Lodsen.
Presents your world champion with her flowers. Let's now hear her stats. She swam a 55.40 in that Roka swim.
So again, ladies, what a great day. We've been presented with one of the, what can I say, craziest finishes of all time on the women's race there. Halfway on the run, we thought that we were going to have a little bit of a showdown with Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb. As Lucy Charles-Barclay started slowing down, she was fading a little bit, but she came back. She looked good again. It looked like she got over it. She was heating up. She got her ice into her race kit and she cooled down. And then Taylor Knibb overtakes and goes into the lead. Sid, did you think it was possible to see something like that, the scenario of today?
No, I did not. I didn't have that in our predictions before the race, and
no one did.
No one did. I don't think so. And that's what we've said so many times, that's what this race and this island does to people. And people go in, boom or bust. They go for the win, and I think I have a lot of respect for the athletes that do that and risk those performances to take that win. It's really special. And then, we get the 3 women that did manage to conquer the day on the podium on our screens now with that amazing backdrop right back where we started, Digby Beach, Kailua Kona Bay, with our 3 women on the podium.
Celebrating with an athletic brew right now. Fenella, you can see that the ladies very happy to be done with this race right now. And as Sid said, nobody can guess that. Nobody saw that coming, and not a lot of people probably saw that, Solveig was going to win the race today. There was I was getting a few text messages yesterday and said, look out for the Norwegian. Well, they were right.
Yeah,
what did you think?
It's been amazing. I think no one could have written the day today. It's had so many twists and turns, 2 champions on top, and I hope they can enjoy another couple of athletic Bruins and maybe something a little bit stronger for this evening.
This evening is going to be full of resting, recovery, and a press conference for our ladies here. So let's go over and do our results of our race here today as we look at this beautiful shot. Our winner again, taking 6,000 points, representing Norway, Solveig Løseth in second place, Kat Matthews, Laura Philipp rounding out the top 3. Then it was Hannah Berry, Lisa Purder in the top 5, Holly Lawrence, Jocelyn McCauley, Sarah Spence with a late charge, and Leonie Konstala from Germany just getting the job done right down there in 9th place. And over to our Ironman Pro Series points rankings. I tell you what, this is all coming down to the very end. Look at that. Kat Matthews in first. Solveig Løseth in second. Lisa Purder falling a little bit further back, so it's a race for the win. Jackie Herring, the birthday girl today, sits in 4th place. Anna Reichman, Hannah Berry there with a great result today. Up 8 places. Marta Sanchez down 1. So too is Danielle Lewis and Laura Jansen. The big winner today, moving up 13 places, was Laura Philipp, now sitting in 10th place. These are not final results yet. We still have other athletes to be coming in across the finish line here today, ladies. Getting a good look at the sun over here. It never gets old.
It doesn't. The view never gets old. Being by the ocean, yeah, I could do it all day.
Well, thanks for watching the 2025 Ironman World Championship Women's Race. Watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in the US and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, watch the proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of the other global distributors. The Ironman 70.3 World Championship kicks off in just 4 weeks' time in Marbella, Spain, with the women's race on Saturday, November 8th, followed by the men's race on Sunday, November 9. And it's going to be an absolutely epic race with great fields on tap and the culmination of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. Stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race build-up. Until then, on behalf of Marinda Carfrey, Fenella Langridge, and Laura Sidal, I am Greg Welch saying goodbye and thank you for joining us with today's coverage of the 2025 Ironman World Championship Women's Race. We'll see you in Spain.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.